Welcome to Cats Go Weiss Schwarz. Today's video will be a comprehensive guide to the world of the quintessential quintuplets within Weiss Schwarz. The Quintessential Quintuplets is a series that has done phenomenally well within Weiss ever since it first came out in Weiss several years ago. It has been very well received from the Weiss community as a whole, both from collectors and players. Collectors have always scrambled ever since the first set came out to get various Quints cards of their favorite girl or girls, and they continue to do so with every release that we have gotten for Quints. Players know that Quints has been a pretty consistent presence within various metas ever since the second Quint set came out way back in 2022. And even though the first set competitively wasn't quite there, it still laid a foundation that future Quint sets absolutely built upon. And it still is a set that has a lot to offer, despite the fact that it really needed to cover a lot of ground because it had five girls that each had big fan bases and it needed to sort of do justice to each of them. And I think, despite the fact that maybe it stumbled a little bit at the beginning, it was still a phenomenal start. And Bushy Road has definitely learned from any mistakes they might have made. And overall, with each set, it seems like it just keeps getting better and better. Even though we have not gotten a new Quint set since January 2025, I love the IP. I love the fact that we have so many Quints cards within Weiss. So I thought that I would make a video that would just be a guide for anyone that is completely new to Weiss. Maybe you got into it for some recent set that came out, or maybe you just saw that there were some nice Quints cards, and that's when you heard about Weiss and you're sort of looking for a place to start. Or maybe you are familiar with Weiss, maybe you're very familiar with Weiss, but you never actually bothered to pick up any Quints cards, and now you're interested in the series, you're interested in the sets, and you sort of want to just learn a little bit about it. That's what this video is for. I will be covering all of the Climax combos for each of the five different girls that I consider the most relevant. There, I do think I cover the vast majority of Climax combos, I would say, in the set. Between all the sets, all four Quint sets, there are really only a handful that I am just skipping over because they're just so bad they're not even worth mentioning. And I would not want to confuse even a new player to think that the fact that I mentioned some of the worst Climax combos that they should give it a try because some of them are just not really worth it. But we do cover a lot, just and talk about the pros and cons of each of them, just to sort of uh, give some good information for new players who maybe need a little help understanding what makes a Weiss card good and playable and consistent, and that has the ability to help you win and all that stuff, as well as support cards around specific combos if they have them. And for each of the five girls, I will also discuss various notable cards that those girls have that are not Climax combos. So we are really going to be reviewing a whole lot of stuff here. I will even include at least one deck list per girl. Some girls get more than one deck list, showcasing a variety of decks that serve as a good sort of foot in the door for those respective girls. Now, for anyone who is familiar with Weiss and specifically Quintz's history within Weiss, they will probably know that when Quintz first started, there was a there was a big card pool. The first set was a massive set, and back then, though there were plenty of cards that were sort of name locked, quote unquote, meaning there would be Nino cards that would say if you have other Ninos, you get to do a thing. Um, the first Quint set was a little more sort of just open. It was kind of more of an open field where a lot of the cards really didn't care about the specific girls as long as you were playing Quints. A lot of the stuff could mesh well together if you were just, if you made sure to pay attention about colors and that sort of thing. As the series went on, the cards started getting a little more name locked. So Yotsuba cards started working much better with only other Yotsubas. Same thing with Miku, same thing with Ichika, Nino, and Itsuki. To the point where, while earlier Quince decks sort of were just a medley of all the girls together, or most of the girls together, in one deck, as time went on, Bushiroad just started releasing more and more support that made it so that it would be more synergistic if you only play Miku cards or you only play Yotsuba cards or whatever, whichever girl you like. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just a little quintessential quintuplets trivia before we dive into this. So the deck profiles here, for the most part, will probably be mono girl. However, I do think for anyone who is newer to Weiss and they take the time to watch a little bit more of this video and see all the various cards I will discuss, I will point out and definitely try to point out how some cards are generic enough where if you really just like all the girls and you're really interested in just combining all the girls into one deck, there are ways to do that if you just sort of cherry pick which cards are work best without being locked into one girl. There are still plenty of cards within all four Quinn sets that are just very generic cards that don't care that they're a Yotsuba, and that there are cards that aren't Yotsubas. And I think that is something that is pretty great, where there are benefits for deck building if you do focus on one girl. But if you're someone who just likes all of them and you want to be a little more casual, you do have options. So this video is going to cover all those sorts of things: climax combos, individual cards for each girl, cards that have all the girls on them, as well as sort of potential decks that you can build for each individual girl, as well as decks that will feature all the girls on them. So this really will be a pretty big deep dive. I have no idea how long this video is going to be. There's a lot of cards. I'm gonna be honest. Even though I sort of just picked the cards that I thought were worth talking about, four quint sets means that there's just a big card pool to choose from. And while I probably excluded roughly maybe 80% of the cards that have been printed, that still leaves a lot of cards to talk about. Each girl just has a lot of different stuff. We'll be talking about cards at every single level of the game for each one. It is separated, just to give a heads up, it is separated by each girl. So if you don't care about Yotsuba, um, shame on you. But if you don't care about Yotsuba, then you can just skip ahead and move on to Itsuki or Miku or Nino or Ichika or whatever. If you got a favorite girl, it's all organized that way. And yeah, so without further ado, let's get into it. Before I get into discussing the various climax combos and individual cards within quintessential quintuplets, I just wanted to give a brief history of quintessential quintuplets within Weiss. If you don't care about that, feel free to skip ahead. But if you're interested in sort of to see the journey and the road that Quints has gone down within Weiss since it first came out, I'm just going to sort of talk about the various releases, the impact they had, that sort of thing. Quintessential Quintuplets first came to English Weiss way back when in November of 2021, with these two products pictured here. On the right, we have the main booster set. For anyone who is brand new to Weiss, you might be like confused as to why it is a very tall rectangle. That's what the boxes used to look like. They have changed the boxes a million times over the years because they can't make up their minds, but the boxes used to be tall rectangles. Yeah, so you learned something already if you're new to Weiss. And now they are short, square-ish rectangles. But yeah, that's what they used to look like. Pretty nice box though. And on the left, we had a special quintessential quintuplets set. It was literally called the quintuplets like set or whatever. It was basically that. Um, November of 2021, released in English. It had come out in Japan sometime before. And back then, I really did not know how to play the game. I was strictly a collector, just as a little personal story. Quince, though, was the set that made me buckle down and decide I can't let the rules of this game beat me, because I had tried to learn how to play this game and I just wasn't good at it. And I was very good at trading card games. I just, for whatever reason, could not understand Weiss. I wasn't getting it. I wasn't getting better at it. So I just sort of gave up and decided this would be a collector set for me. But after seeing all of the hype from the community around the release of this first set, largely collectors, I would say, but still just a lot of hype, I gave the show another shot because I didn't like the show when I watched the first episode like 8 months before or something like that. And I really, really enjoyed it when I gave it a real shot, and now I absolutely love it. So at that point, I knew I was going to go all in on this set, and I would buy lots and lots of nice cards, and I could not really allow myself to buy those cards and not know what the words on them meant. So I buckled down, learned how to play, and I was very happy I did. Quince was the first real deck that I put together, and I just played it nonstop. It is a little tough to say, but I would put bet money and be 99% sure that I have not played any other series even half as much as I have played Quintessential Quintuplets since its release. Anyway, enough about me. Um, when this set released back in 2021, November of 2021, we had these two products here. The product on the left, the short square box, rectangle box, that is actually a special product that was English exclusive technically. What I mean by that is it was the 5 trial decks that Quince had combined into a single product. When it released in Japan, they released 5 trial decks, one for each girl. Sorry, Futuro. And when they brought it over to English, they decided probably that this is my guess, this is me speculating, that the trial decks just kind of weren't good enough to really incentivize people to buy them on their own, which is true because even for their time, I will say, as much as I love Quince, the trial decks were kind of dated even when they first came out. But they still needed to make money off of the trial decks, and they did still need to print them here. Um, we have seen trial decks released in English Weiss, that series that would have 5 trial decks, or maybe even more than that number of trial decks, and they sell like gamebusters because they're good trial decks. The Quince ones were kind of dog poo poo, to be honest, when they came out. Some good cards in them, sure, but overall they were super super basic. So what Bushiroad, I think personally, wisely decided to do would be, rather than force people to spend $20 or more per trial deck for each girl and kind of feel like they got nothing out of it because the cards weren't that good. They combined them into one set that put all the trial decks in one thing, as a premium product that did cost a pretty penny, I won't lie. But to make up for that, you had a guaranteed trial deck SP in every one that you bought. So you would only get one, and there were 5 SPs. But it sort of made it a lot of fun. I remember buying a few of these and I think I bought 5 of them, and I got one of each. I got like so insanely lucky, I guess, that I was able to get one of each, which is what I was really hoping for, one of each girl for the SPs. Um, and yeah, so they don't really do that sort of thing too often. But it's a nice little set, and I still got the boxes for it. They look nice and all that stuff. I don't regret it. But then the main booster on the right here was a massive set when it came out. This set had 10 double rares, but it also had a new rarity called Double Rare Plus. There were 5 of those. And because of just the ratios of it, you would not even get 2 full play sets within a case because of those 5 double rare pluses. So it was just a huge set, had a lot of cards in it. But when the set came out, a lot of collectors were into it. Players mildly, but at that point in the English market, we knew that set two was going to come out at some point. Or at least we hoped. And set two had already been released in Japan, or at least we knew the cards from it, from Japan's side of things, and we knew that competitively set two was going to be a lot better. But there were still lots of people picking stuff up. There would still be lots of good, very playable, strong cards within set one. So it was a set that had a good foundation from a competitive standpoint, even if it wasn't quite there at the time. Didn't mean it couldn't compete, but it was missing some key stuff to really push it all together. Um, but from a collector standpoint, this set just did phenomenally well. And it was just a very solid product. Then in August of 2022, we had the second set release. Now, right away, you could tell something was different about this set. It was no longer a tall rectangle. At this point, they had decided to change the way that the boxes looked, because for about 2 years, Bushy Road was very obsessed with changing how their boxes looked. And this was one of the different iterations they had. So instead of a tall rectangle, we got a short square. But we had that really nice art on it, so it was okay. Now, when the second set came out, it was competitively, it brought a lot of important things. And at the same time, it brought a lot of new, really shiny cards to Quintessential Quintuplets fan. So it continued from a player standpoint, people absolutely bought into this. And from a collector standpoint, you had a lot of nice new stuff to buy. But there were a lot of really, really good cards within this set. Now, there was one main deck that made a big splash from this, and that was 8 Stand by Nino. However, all of the girls got something important for them, even if they weren't important to push them into tier one or anything like that at the time. They got even more pieces that laid an even stronger foundation for future sets. But I think this was a set that was very hotly anticipated, and from both a collector standpoint and a competitive standpoint, it did very well when it first came out. Then we got the Quintessential Quintuplets movie set in June of 2023. Um, if you could believe it, I know it sounds crazy. So notice that the box is a short square. This came out in June of 2023, and the second set came out in August of 2022. They had actually changed the box configuration between tall rectangles and short squares 6 times between those two dates. I don't know if Bushiroad was okay. I made that up. That's not true. I think they kept the box configuration the same. But anyway, oh look, it's the same art from the background that I chose that was on the box. I didn't realize that. That's cool. Anyway, this movie set was a very interesting set. Interesting in the sense that the first two quintsets did just phenomenally well. I, of course, as always, do not have access to sales numbers from Bushiroad or anything like that, so I have no idea how many cases they moved, but safe to say it was a lot. Now, the movie set came out, and as usual, a lot of people were interested in the set. I think from again both a collector standpoint and a competitive standpoint. The interesting thing about the movie set when compared to the first two sets, and there's no concrete answer on this, it's a lot of speculation on my end, but speculation from someone who really has been a part of Quint since the beginning. Um, if you go right now and you look up the prices of the expensive double rares, base rarity stuff from both Quints 1 and Quints 2, you can find absolutely everything at reasonable prices. You're not going to have to spend too much. Now, some of it is because the cars maybe just aren't as relevant right now, but I also think that it's just because the sets were opened up to such a massive degree. There's just so much quantity out there. Now, with the movie set, if you go and look up the double rares from that set, you're going to find that there are several that just have very low quantities available across various websites, and the better ones are just very highly priced for double rares if they are in stock. Now, that could be that by the time this set came out, perhaps the Quince mania had died down a little bit. That's one reason. It could be that the double rares were some of the most competitive that have been released out of the Quince sets that had come out at that point. That could be another reason. Personally, I think it is a little bit of both. I think there was a lot going on around that time. We were having a lot of different releases, and I think personally that maybe people didn't pre-order the Quince movie set quite as much as they did with the first two sets. But once a Quince fan, always a Quince fan. I think Jesus said that or something like that. I don't know. And when the set finally did come out, and this again is just my speculation, that it reignited something in people and they realized, oh, you know what? This really is a great set. And I've never been able to make a good or a great Miku deck before or a great Yotsuba deck. And this set gives me all the pieces I need to finally make that happen. And maybe I didn't pre-order something, but now I want in on it. So it could have been that there was still a similar amount of demand that there was for the first couple of sets, but maybe that demand was a little delayed, which resulted in fewer product being ordered, fewer product being opened. It could be that it was the same amount as the first two sets, and that the demand just was so high that the prices were just higher. Um, it's possible. We'll never know. That's just a little brief history about the third set. But to this day, you go look up the prices of the double rares for the Quince movie set on TCG Player, and you will see a stark difference for in terms of both availability and pricing when compared to the first two sets. But this movie set was another set that just continued the trend of being better than the previous set. I know that could be a little subjective, but whereas the second Quince set really pushed 8 Stand by Nino into the spotlight, the Quince movie set brought enough great cards to each of the other girls where now each of them, in my opinion, and both also I think in tournament results, each one could easily top a regional. and I'm sure some did win regionals. But now each girl had plenty of pieces and viable climax combos to put together decks that were very solid, either standby decks or 1k1 sort of decks that could compete with close to the best of them. Just very, very consistent across the board. They were all sharing one common weakness, which was the fact that after 3 sets, there was still no stock swap or Fumio. But aside from that, things were pretty good. So after that, in January of 2025, we got the Quintessential Quintuplets special set. As you may have noticed, we have another tall rectangle. Now, I know this can start to get confusing because I'm throwing a lot of shapes at you. But this does not signify that Bushiroad got tired of short squares and they went back to tall rectangles. The reason, though, why this is a tall rectangle is that this was a premium booster rather than a regular booster like all of the other ones that came before it. And when Bushiroad prints premium boosters or extra boosters, they pretty much always, from my understanding, print them as tall rectangles. We haven't gotten circle-shaped boxes yet, or triangle-shaped boxes yet, or trapezoid-shaped boxes, but maybe Japan likes squares and rectangles. Who am I to judge? Anyway, this set was a small set. It only had, I think it was 50 cards in it, 50 new cards in it, roughly. But it was a phenomenal set from a collector standpoint. It had a lot of new shiny cards to offer, whether they were signed cards or not. Just every card in the set got at least one foil version, so that was nice. From a competitive standpoint, this set was phenomenal. It did a lot for every single girl. Some needed more help than others. Yotsuba got great support. Itsuki already had pretty much everything she needed, but it gave her a couple of cool things too. Miku got a massive boost. Ichika got some really good stuff. Nino got the biggest boost. This set is the reason why Nino, 8 Stand by Nino, which at this point in the game's history had sort of just fallen out of favor a little bit. This set did such a big job for 8 Stand by Nino that it not only pushed it back into the top of the meta, but it did such a good job of it that we actually got another ban list for Quints. I haven't mentioned it before, but we have had iterations of ban lists targeted at Quints in the past. Now, 8 Stand by Nino has always sort of been the problem, and the ban lists have always been targeted in English towards her. But we hadn't had a problem with 8 Stand by Nino in quite some time at this point. It was not a bad deck, but it just had got hit on the ban list, and we had some power creep and whatnot. This set pushed its way, pushed 8 Stand by Nino back into the spotlight so hard that by August of the same year, 2025, they dropped the ban hammer on Quints again, specifically targeting Nino once again. However, this is still a fantastic set. This is the most recent set. It definitely has the smallest card pool out of all of the 3 sets, being out of the 4 sets being a premium booster, but it packs a punch despite having such a small card pool to work with. Now, this image I have taken from Weiss Tea Time. For anyone who is new to Weiss Tea Time is a fabulous resource that you should check out. They keep track of deck lists from that top at regionals and compile the data and all sorts of things. And it's just a terrific, terrific project and is incredibly helpful for the community. I wish I knew about it sooner when I was first starting out. It has been a godsend in helping me get better at the game and seeing what does well. Because Bushiroad only recently started doing better with publishing results, but for years we were kind of in the dark, and Weiss Tea Time sort of shines a light on that darkness. I know, very poetic. Anyway, what this graphic shows is the impact that Quints had when it was just set one. As we can see, this is a very interesting meta here, but Quints, despite being the new kid on the block, it only had a very small representation of top eights during Springfest of 2022. It had 4.20% representation in top 8 for regionals that season. Fate Stay Night Heaven Seal Volume 2 had more representation. And, I love Fate to death. Fate is what got me into collecting Weiss in the first place, but it had no business doing better than Quints. But it did. Lots of things did better than Quints because it was just missing some pieces to really push it over the edge. into being a real dominant player. However, that did change once we got set 2, which again was August of 2022. This again from Weiss Tea Time, even more fantastic pools of data to show. We see 5HY is quintessential quintuplets, and we see that the top eights now Quince was in second place with 35 decks in top 8 for that regional season after set 2 came out, only bested by Hololive. And Hololive, you know, Quince is Quince and does really well, but Hololive is a whole separate beast. Has so many different cards in it. Has also had a bunch of sets, and people just buy into it heavily. It has a very high representation at regionals, making it more likely to top. The fact that one set was able to have such a massive impact for Quince to push it to this point where it was within arm's reach of a set that was just absolutely massive, both from a collector's and a competitive standpoint, I think shows just how powerful set 2 for Quince was. And while I do not know every single one of those top 8 decks, I would bet money that like 99% of them were 8 Stand by Nino. The very first regional I went to was with 8 Stand by Nino. And I think I went 5-3, and I was thrilled with that because I did not win a Weiss game for the first 6 months that I was playing because I was really bad at it, and now I'm very good at it. But enough personal anecdotes. That's not really an anecdote. Anyway, um, this is the current ban list that we have for Quints. We have had other ban lists throughout Quints' history, all targeting 8 Stand by Nino. Now, what this ban list means, and it's the one that's currently in effect as of July of 2026 for the historians watching, we have 5 different cards on this list. 3 of them are directly Ninos, and one of them, that Ichika there, you would think, that Ichika must be really good in Ichika decks. You're right, it is. It is not on here because of any Ichika deck. That Ichika was busted came out with set 2. It helped make 8 Stand by Nino with set 2 really busted. Fantastic card. It has been on this list for years. Very, very good card. And then we got this event that was used almost exclusively in 8 Stand by Nino, and it's a very good event, and it's also been on the list for years. So, 8 Stand by Nino is sort of just been a target by Bushy Road for years now, unfortunately, as someone who does love the deck. It's the same thing the JP side of things. One day they will lift something off this list. I personally, just as an aside, think that this 1 of 5 is a little too extreme. I think it should be 1 of 4. I don't think they need the level 3 combo on there. But, there is no doubt that this ban list absolutely had a significant impact on 8 Stand by Nino's competitive viability. Once the list came out, 8 Stand by Nino definitely started not topping anywhere near as much as it had been just prior to the list. It was, in my opinion, again, just too much of a hit, but it is what it is. I think goes to show just how powerful some of these cards are. Yeah, that is it for the history of Quints. It was a brief history. At least that's what I said at the beginning. I guess I kind of lied because it's 21 minutes, but that's fine. Now we're going to get into the actual Quints cards, starting with Yotsuba. Now, we're going to start with Yotsuba's combos. For anyone who might be wondering why we're starting with Yotsuba, it's a pretty I could spend a whole hour discussing why I chose Yotsuba, but the short and simple answer is I rolled a dice and that's how I picked the order, so I don't show favoritism. I guess I wouldn't need an hour for that, but anyway, I rolled a dice and that is what decided the order of how I covered each girl. So we're going to start with Yotsuba's Climax combos. We're going to show all the relevant, in my opinion, Climax combos. A lot of them are going to be better than others. And then we're going to move on to individual Yotsuba cards after this, as well as a screenshot of a deck profile to give people a starting off point for Yotsuba. Now, I don't think I mentioned this earlier in the video, but again, I am a huge fan of Quints. I love the anime, and I loved all of the series of Quints within Weiss. I will try not to spoil anything, but It's hard because I am recording this over like a long time. I know that was very, very nicely worded, but also I'm just very passionate and things slip. And if I am an hour into this slide and I accidentally slip and say, spoil the ending for the show, I'm not gonna go back and like re-record the whole thing or edit it out. I don't like to be censored that way, even if I'm the one censoring myself. Also, that is just, a lot of work. And so the point of that is if you have not finished the series, maybe you should stop because I don't want to spoil something for you, especially the ending if you don't know who the main character gets with at the end and who he marries at the end. But I will do my best to not spoil it. No promises, but I'm gonna try really hard. So starting off, we have the What I Can Do Yotsuba Nakano. I guess that should be Yotsuba, whatever Futuro's last name is, because she's the one who marries. I guess that didn't last long. I already spoiled it. We have this. This is from the second Quint set. It works on this bar combo here. That's going to be a very common theme for Yotsuba. Pretty much all of her Climax combos work on bar. I think there's like one or two that don't, but all the important ones are on a bar. Yotsuba, I also didn't mention this earlier because I just thought of it now. Every girl, aside from Quince cards that feature all 5 girls on them, every girl is printed in 2 different colors. Yotsuba's colors are green and yellow. So all of Yotsuba's cards that are individual Yotsuba cards will be green and yellow. So we have this combo, which is if all your characters are Yotsuba, we can see that this is a trend that started mostly with set 2, where you can't have any non-Yotsubas, otherwise you miss out on this effect. But if all of your characters have Yotsuba in their card names, this card gets 1,000 power. That is cross turn, so it's 5,500 cross turn. And then when the bar climax here is placed in your climax area, if this card's in your center stage and you have another Quince character, choose one of the following abilities, and this card gets that ability until the end of your opponent's turn. When this card attacks, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock, or when this card is frontal attacked, you may return this card to your hand. This combo's fine. Um, Yotsuba probably just already had a better combo with set 1. It's not like amazing for a rare, it's fine. I think it's kind of funny that she blind stocks you. She doesn't even let you choose a character from your waiting room. You're probably playing 8 bar with Yotsuba, and it's funny because bars already blind stock you. So this combo just like ups the chances you're just gonna blind stock a climax. For newer players, a joke about bar is the fact that whenever you trigger a bar, you just blind stock another bar. So now you're just out 2 climaxes from your deck, and you don't even know it because it was a blind stock. You don't get to look at what the bar sends to your stock. It's the same thing with this combo. Now, I think that is a decent way to stock charge to be able to get extra stock. We have seen stock charging level 1 combos have success in the past. However, I don't think this is it. I think most people, when they're playing this, it's probably for the bounce back effect. Because you're on a bar, it makes it easier to loop this combo. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. We have seen bounce back effects that are easy to loop be decent enough combos before. I think the problem with this is that even for its time, it's a very weak power line. This thing is only 65 with the climax, which means it's easy to back up over it. You might have to side, but because you're on 8 bar, you have less soul triggers than normal in a deck. It's not bad. I think this is a good starting off combo, or if you're a player who sort of likes this sort of style of thing. It's not offensive. I've tried it before. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't necessarily good. But it's fine if you like the art. Next up, we have a combo that I did strongly consider not including here. But when I saw the picture of the climax, I thought it was just funny, so I included it. This is from the nope, it's not from the trial deck. Sorry, it reads like a trial deck combo because it's whatever. But anyway, this is from the first set, and it's this Test of Courage Yotsuba. She works on this wind climax. Um, Wind's not good. Moving on. When this card's placed on stage from hand, if you have another Quince character, this card gets 2,000 power until end of turn. 65 turns played, not terrible. 7-5 with the climax. We're getting a little better with the power. When her battle opponent becomes reversed, if you have the win climax, put up to 1 card from the top of your deck into your stock and reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is level 1 or higher, put it into your hand. I think the worst part about this combo is honestly just that it's on a wind. I never understood Bushiroad's obsession with printing level 1 wind combos that require a reverse. Wind gives you the option to bounce something back to your opponent's hand. Yes, you don't have to, but you need characters on your opponent's stage, so bouncing them back like does nothing for you. Most of the time, wind is just not a good trigger, in most metas anyway. But I think we have seen, if we forget about the crappiness of the Climax trigger itself, we have seen plenty of level 1 combos over the years that will plus you one resource, whether it's hand or stock, and then be a coin flip that gives you an optional chance to gain some sort of plussing. Typically, which if the guaranteed plus on the reverse is a card to hand, then the coin flip will be the option to get extra stock, or vice versa. So this one is you get the guaranteed stock if you get the reverse, and then the chance to get a card to hand. So you can double plus, which is nice. The blind stock, again, Yotsuba was obsessed with sending your climaxes, blind stocking them to your stock. But it's a good way to generate resources. We have seen better versions of this sort of, you know, coin flip double plussing level 1 combo before, but we have also seen worse versions of it. I think its biggest thing, its power line is respectable enough. I think the biggest thing going against it is the fact that it is on a terrible trigger. If this was on choice, it would be better. I'm not saying it would be amazing, but it would be better. And it's fine if you want to just get a feel for this sort of type of combo. I wouldn't recommend, if you're a newer player and you want to be the best Yotsuba player of all time, you wouldn't be playing this. But it's something to help you learn about the game. Next up, we have this fourth of the quintuplets, Yotsuba Nakano. Now, that could be birth order. It could be saying that she was the one that was born fourth. It's probably that. It could also be the fact that she is fourth best quint, at least in my personal ranking. Now, did Bushiroad know she was my fourth favorite quint when they made this card? Probably not. They didn't ask me, so I don't know how they would know. And I do not mean that derogatorily, but if I had to pick an order, she would be in fourth place. And I love Yotsuba because I love all of them. Yotsuba is a great girl. I see why Futuro chose her. I spoiled it again. Anyway, we have this combo from set one. This was actually from the Yotsuba trial deck, which was a part of that premium quints set that I had mentioned in the history portion. It's not a remarkable combo, but it's a solid combo for a trial deck card. During your turn, she gets 1,000 power, so 55. 6/5 with the climax. She works on this bar climax here. And when she attacks, if you have the bar climax and you have another Quince character, mill the top two cards of your deck, salvage X. X is equal to the total level of those two milled cards. So she's a cigarettes combo. That's for newer players. That's how this effect of mill two salvage is colloquially referred to as, just a cigarettes combo. Fine, inoffensive, nothing crazy. It is what it is. It was probably one of like the two most viable combos coming out of set one at the time. This combo has been eclipsed by better Yotsuba combos, but I think this is also a really, really great combo to get you started if you are a newer Weiss player. It's very simple and to the point, gives you the practically guaranteed plus. The only way you wouldn't plus is if you only had two cards in your deck, then you wouldn't have a waiting room to grab something from, but how often does that happen? This is a good solid card. It's good that it's on a bar. Could be a little bit stronger, but to be fair, power lines back when this first came out were just a little bit weaker by them for the most part compared to now. So 6/5 with a climax then was better than 6/5 with the climaxes now, but decent enough card. Next up, we have this Unparalleled Beauty Yotsuba Nakano. It's really weird that there are so many cards within this is from the Quinn's movie set, and there's so many cards that are called Unparalleled Beauty, and then it has a different girl. I know that they're all they're quintuplets, so they look identical, but let's be real, some of them do look better than others, because they have different hairstyles and yada yada yada. So that's just misleading. But anyway, it works on this bar, and this is absolutely the most meta level one combo that you could choose for Yotsuba. And it's a very solid combo, and this did release in the movie set. It's probably one of the cheaper double rares you could get from the movie set because people kind of crap on Yotsuba. However, this is a very solid combo. During your turn, she gets 500 power for each of your other quintuplets characters. So if you have a full board, she is 6/5, 7/5 with the climax. When she attacks, if you have the bar Climax and you have another Quints character, look it up to X cards from top of deck, add a character. Show it to your opponent, add it to your hand, rest of the revealed cards go to waiting room. Um, X is equal to, if your memory has 4 or more cards, X is equal to 7. If there are 3 or less, X is equal to the number of cards in your memory plus 3. I haven't mentioned it before. We're going to talk about it a lot once we start looking at Yotsuba's non-climax combo cards. Yotsuba's whole mechanic for a very long time now has been she is the Quince girl that's very focused on memory. Like we can see here, her climax combo is called Parting with a Memory. Many of Yotsuba's cards revolve around memory, especially once we got to set 2, 3, and the premium booster. You would have cards that either go to memory and they just keep adding more and more cards that go to memory in order to do other things or under certain conditions. And you would have more and more cards that gain effects depending on if you have a certain number of characters in your memory. So this is just a sort of great reward for having and putting in the effort to have that memory. It feels really strong when you are able to look at a full 7. That is kind of insane. Now, I will say from just practical testing, you are rarely going to have 4 or more memory by the time you hit level 1. Typically, you're going to have like 2, which means you get to look at 5, which is still very strong on a level 1 combo. And she is on a bar, so she's very easy to loop. So as the game goes on, from my experience, you're looping this combo nonstop, 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 nonstop. And in doing so, you're getting more memory. You're probably using other cards that will go to memory during either your battle phase or during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, whatever it is, attack phase. And by the time you're like looping this for like the second time, you're gonna meet that memory condition, and you're gonna look at the full 7. It's a fantastic way to just see a high number of cards. It's a fantastic way to get out of bad deck states. If you're out a bunch of climaxes because you canceled on one a lot, you just need to plow through your deck to get to the next refresh point so that you can just get those climaxes back in and take less damage. This combo for no stock does that. You're on bar, so it's easy to loop. There's also some support around this. We have this really good Onwards Together with You Yotsuba. Now, while the level 1 combo here came out with the movie set, this support piece actually came out with the premium booster, and it was just one of many cards that just helped various Quince decks and support older cards and older combos and stuff like that. So what this Yotsuba does is she is a 1/0 that has an effect that is you can pay 1 and put 1 card from your hand into your waiting room. While she's in your memory, you can pay that cost at the beginning of your main phase. If you do, you reveal 1 climax with a bar in its trigger icon, and you choose 1 bar climax in your waiting room and you exchange them. And the way she gets into memory is that while she's on your stage, you could pay 1 and send her to memory to choose a copy of this level 1 combo that's pictured here in your waiting room, and you return it to your hand. Not only do you get memory by doing this, you also get back your level 1 combo. Do you know how many times I can't say how many times that I've used my level 1 combo here, and I've looked at top however many cards, and I grab a copy of this 1/0 on the left so that I can then loop my combo again the next turn. My Yotsubas will die on my opponent's turn. I will summon this Onwards Together Yotsuba. I will grab it back, the level 1 combo from my waiting room. Now I got some memory compression, another card of memory to make the level 1 combo more viable. And I just keep looping it, looping it, looping it. And it is absolutely amazing that she is a climax swapper for bars while she's in your memory. If you haven't pieced it together, the only downside to that is the fact that you do have to discard something that's another card when you do the climax swap. She's not a traditional climax swap where it's pay 1 and then just climax swap. It is pay 1, ditch 1, climax swap. However, because she's doing it in your memory and she's just going to stay in your memory forever when she's there, you are able to do it every single turn, starting the turn after you get her into your memory. And if this was a normal climax swapper, you would have to be spending a card from your hand anyway, because you would have to play the climax swapper from your hand to your stage. So the cost really isn't that bad, but really just having this be something you can do every single turn and just Climax swapping to guarantee that you're looping your level 1 combo and that you always have the Climax you need. It just feels absolutely insane. I Yotsuba was always a deck that like I kind of just pushed to the side because she seemed the least competitively viable. But then there was a JP Nationals happened last year, and the winning deck was just an 8-bar Yotsuba deck. And it was in a JP meta that was just so full of absolute insanity. There was so much crazy stuff that English either did not have yet or probably never will get. And yet Yotsuba won the entire thing. And I had no idea how that happened. And a friend of mine shared with me the deck list, um, and he was at the same tournament, and I tried it out in the simulator exactly as is. Even though I owned all the cards already, I really just never put them together in person. I was always busy with the other girls, I guess. And I tried it out after getting some practice in with it and understanding the nuances of it. The deck is incredibly consistent, and this card was a huge help. This card, this 1-0, really is just insane. The fact that it's on bar, and it's a Climax swapper, you're getting the memory compression, you're basically playing 8 copies of your level 1 combo that's incredibly easy to loop. You get so much value out of this card. It really was just one of a couple of really key pieces that Yotsuba needed to be very competitively relevant. I personally, in my opinion, as someone who's very familiar with the meta landscape for Weiss, I do not think that the reason Yotsuba doesn't top isn't because or doesn't top more isn't because she's not a good deck at this point. I think it's more representation issues. I don't think people are really playing Yotsuba. Um, Now they could be not playing it because they don't like Yotsuba, or they don't like Bar, or they just think it's bad. I think it's probably like a combination. I have 2 out of the 3 of those. But I think if you like Yotsuba, you're new to Weiss, Yotsuba's your favorite. You're happy that she won, whatever your reasons are. I think this is the combo you go with, and I think you just play 3 to 4 copies of this almost together with you, Yotsuba. Just a very strong card, and in combination with each other, it's just really, really good. Um, and it's just a very solid setup. Now, moving on to level 3 combos that Yotsuba has, we have a combo from the first set, a Variety of Charms, Yotsuba, Nakano. That also works on this bar. If you have 2 or more other characters, she gets plus 1000 power, so as long as you meet that condition, she's 10-5 cross turn. She heals on play, and when she attacks, if you have the bar Climax pictured here in your Climax area, and you have 4 or more other Quints characters, this card gets 1000 power and the following ability until the end of your opponent's next turn. At the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, choose one of your opponent's characters and it gets -2 soul until end of turn. So she's a very simple -2 soul. This, for anyone unfamiliar or new to Weiss, -2 soul level 3 combos. The majority of level 3 combos that you're going to see revolve around dealing some type of damage to your opponent, basically trying to get more cards into your opponent's clock because the more damage you deal, the closer you are to winning. However, there are combos like this one that rather than focusing on offensively killing your opponent, it's sort of like a war of attrition where they don't kill your opponent, but they stop your opponent from, or kind of stop your opponent from dealing damage to you, and you generally loop those combos and it becomes like a war of attrition at that point. This combo, I think this is the first double rare plus that we have looked at. Set 1, as mentioned in the history portion of this video, double rare plus was a special rarity for Quints set 1 only, and this was one of the double rare plus profiles. I'm sure this card is, despite that, I'm sure this card is dirt cheap on TCG Player if you were interested in this. This combo is fine. It's not good anymore, I'm going to be honest, and it wasn't even that good when it came out. When I say it's fine, that comes from a how do we win a regional sort of mindset. That is why there is a lack of enthusiasm for this card. This card does have problems, even if I'm being more casual about it. But I think if you're someone who likes Yotsuba and you like Night Souls, or you're newer to Weiss and you just kind of like the sound of what this card does, I don't think this is a bad card to play at like a locals level if any of those reasons applies to you. I wouldn't take this to a regional because you're probably not going to do well with this combo. at least, not in this day and age. This combo was better when the set first came out. It was just a very different meta, very different time for Weiss. We're well past that point though. But for what this card is, there is a little bit that this card has that is going for it that makes it a little bit better. We have some support for this card that was also from set. Well, one of them was from set one of them was from set two. We will start with the 1-0 on the left. This reward for meritorious deeds, Yotsuba. All of your other Quints characters get plus 500 power. It is not frontal 500, it's global 5, which is nice. And when your character's trigger check reveals a climax, you may discard a climax from your hand. If you do, choose one variety of charms, Yotsuba Nakano, or Intimate Sisters, Yotsuba Nakano, which is this 2-1 Yotsuba we see on the right here, in your waiting room and return it to hand. Very easy cost to pay because you are going to be on 8 bar for Yotsuba, so when you trigger a climax, it's going to be a bar climax, so you will already have the bar in hand to fulfill the cost. Then she has another effect where at the beginning of your main phase, if your level is 2 or higher, you may pay 1 and send this Yotsuba to the waiting room. If you do, choose one of the 2-1 Yotsuba pictured on the right here in your waiting room and put it on the stage position that this card was in. Now, what does this 2-1 Yotsuba do? This 2-1 Yotsuba was from set 1. She is a frontal 2k assist to level 3 or higher characters. And when you play the bar climax that the level 3 Yotsuba that we just looked at runs, when you play that bar climax, you may send this 2-1 Yotsuba to the waiting room. If you do, you choose up to one variety of charms Yotsuba, that's the level 3 combo, in your hand and put it on the stage position that this card was in. And then she has another effect that when your character's trigger check reveals a climax with bar, you may draw 2 cards. If you do, discard 2 cards. So the idea with this whole Yotsuba level 3 combo, um, that is a pretty common theme with Neg Soul combos, is that rather than, despite being a level 3 combo, you can bring it out at level 2 basically. That's like sort of the gimmick of it. You bring it out at level 2. You start preventing your opponent from dealing damage at level 2. You wall up really big because the Yotsuba is going to be setting pretty big cross turn. You make it so that your opponent, most likely you're playing, if you do the whole package, you're playing the next Soul Yotsubas at level 2. Your opponent is probably not going to be level 3, which means they can't be playing their level 3 characters aside from early plays, making it so that they are only they're only attacking into your Yotsubas with regular 1 soul characters. Even with a climax, they are just regular 2 soul characters. And because the Yotsuba gives -2 soul, it's very likely that even if your opponent frontals into you, they will be swinging for 0 soul, meaning that you will not take any damage. You don't have to worry about canceling or anything like that. Plus, the Yotsuba heals on play. Ideally you're at level 2, and if you're mid 2, maybe you start healing down to lower 2. Plus, she sits reasonably big, so your opponent is fronting ideally for 0. You're not taking any damage for an entire turn. You're on a bar. The Yotsuba doesn't cost anything to actually use the climax combo, meaning that your Yotsubas are surviving, you're not taking damage, and then you're easily looping it. What happens then is that you just start healing down a little bit, generating resources, building compression, and just slowly whittling away your opponent by not taking damage while hopefully they are taking damage. And that is sort of how that Yotsuba wins. There is no way for that Yotsuba to deal any extra instances of damage. It's more like it prolongs the game to the point where in a war of attrition you win. At least that's the idea around it. Now, I think a -2 soul just isn't enough. I don't think it was enough when it came out, and it's certainly not enough now. I think if you're going to be a neg soul deck, you need to be a -3 soul type of neg soul deck. But if you're newer to the game, it's not the worst thing to try. I don't like that it does require a full field. That your opponent during the attack phase can anti-change you if you're still level 2 and get rid of a Yotsuba, or they can memory kick you and then you miss the fulfill condition. That's something you have to worry about. But for what that level 3 combo is, and because we have this support package around it, It's fine. Again, I mean that like at a locals level, go ahead, have fun if you like Yotsuba or you just like next soul combos. Never take it to a regional, even with the package. But like, the package is enough, I guess, to where like I don't hate it. I own 4 copies of the SSP and I've never used them in a deck because I never felt like playing that combo. I just love the way the SSP looks, and I do if the support package that we see here existed on other combos, it would be absolutely phenomenal. It's just because the support package can't actually prop up the actual combo itself, and the combo has weaknesses, and it's not killing your opponent. Despite the fact that the SSP does look gorgeous, that's just not enough to like push it into something that I would recommend. But you know, it exists if you like that sort of thing, and yeah. Next, we have this What She Yearned For Yotsuba Nakano. What she yearned for was Futuro, like, let's be real. It is a level 3 combo that came out with Quints Set 2. So we'll start with the actual Climax combo first. When you play the bar Climax that's pictured here, this very pretty Climax, if this Yotsuba, the What She Yearned For Yotsuba, is in your memory and you're level 3 or higher, you may put this Yotsuba from your memory on any position of your center stage. So there is a card we'll look at in a second, I think, that puts this into your memory starting at level 0. So you play the Climax and you're effectively playing out this Yotsuba for free. Now, for a level 3 combo, she still needs to actually do something to either prolong your death or push away your death, I guess, or to kill your opponent. She does have an effect that is actually not tied to the Climax combo. It is on it at the end of this card's attack. You may pay to ditch 1. If you do, put the bottom 5 cards of your opponent's deck into their waiting room and deal X damage to your opponent. And this card gets 1,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. X is equal to the number of Climax among those 5 milled cards. So it's just an ICTL for 5. End of attack is effectively means that this card is pay 1 ditch 1 rather than pay 2 ditch 1 because it is end of attack. Now, weakness of that, it is only swinging at 11.5 with the Climax, so it is susceptible to memory kick. And if that happens, then you miss out on the effect. But this was an improvement this is from set 2 again. This was an improvement over the set 1 Yotsuba level 3 combo that was the next 2 soul combo. This was better. Yotsuba got a lot of memory support with set 2. People were talking about this combo, but at the time, just memory compression was easier to. They printed more of it back then, I guess. It wasn't easier to do. They just printed more of it, and people thought, yes, this combo was fine for its time. And it's still, if we're being honest, it still is fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. I'm saying fine a lot, but it's more like when you combine how easy it is to use this combo with the fact that it is still going through a big portion of your opponent's deck and probably dealing damage since you're milling 5, while also just getting a lot of memory compression with all the Yotsuba cards that go to memory. When you combine all of those together, I think the consensus at the time was, even if this card is not like an S tier finisher by any stretch of the imagination, or an A tier finisher even by any stretch of the imagination, when you factor in the various components of the Yotsuba deck at the time, they would be, the whole would be greater than the sum of its parts, or whatever the expression is. Um, Never really materialized that way. 8 Stand by Nino was just so dominant, and there were still just other decks you could be playing. But I personally do not think this was bad for its time. It still was not worth playing out of regional or something unless you just like bar and you like Yotsuba. I actually do, and we will see it when we look at the Yotsuba deck profile. The list that I play actually runs 4 copies of this, and I don't even play the bar Climax. I play it because I want some memory compression. And I do that because the guy that won the JP Nationals last year, he did the same thing, and it worked for him. And I thought it was stupid, and then I tried it out. And I'm like, it actually works a lot better than I thought. And at worst, I do have an off finisher. It would be a pretty expensive off finisher if I have to hard play it from hand, but I do have the option. So what's nice about this is the fact that it's really easy to get into your memory. It's just a level 0 that gets it into memory for 1 stock, uh, meaning that it's a lot easier to get it into memory than it is to get it into your hand, which means you don't have to sort of sculpt for it. You can have other things in your hand. You can have a full hand without needing this card, which means you're getting a little bit, I guess, hand compression because you're getting copies of this into your memory along with the other Yotsuba cards that go to memory. You have a full hand. You just need the bar climax, which is super easy to do. Yes, she does not do anything when she is played from hand or memory, which is kind of bad. I They were just trying to do that to balance the card because of how easy it was for her to summon. It would be kind of stupid if like on play she healed when you bring her out from the memory. That kind of wouldn't seem fair. Personally, I think they should have just done that anyway, because this deck for its time and even today, this combo did need something to push it over the edge. But for what it is, it's fine. Definitely better than the previous one we looked at. If you're a fan of Yotsuba, and you don't like the next combo we're going to look at, this is not a bad place to start, especially because most likely, if you're a Yotsuba fan who is going to be building Yotsuba decks, most of those decks are going to involve memory. I think this is a good way to get started with sort of just playing with memory. Um, and with this combo, you don't have to sculpt for it. And if you're a newer player to Weiss, you have enough to focus on. And I think this combo gives you one less thing to have to worry about because you're playing it from your memory and it's really easy to get it into your memory. So it's like really not the worst thing. Now, this combo, like a lot of combos in Quints, actually, a lot of level 3 combos, it does have support for it. First, we'll start left to right. We have this Pure Wish Yotsuba Nakano. This is how we get the level 3 Yotsuba into our memory. During your turn, if all of your level 0 or lower characters in front of this card get 1,000 power, not insignificant. And then she has an effect, which is you can pay 1 and put this card into your waiting room to look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 Quints character from among them, show it to your opponent, add it to your hand, the rest go to waiting room, and if you have another Quints character on your stage, choose up to 1 copy of the What She Yearned for Yotsuba, that's the level 3 combo we just looked at, choose 1 copy of that Yotsuba in your waiting room and you put it into your memory. So that's how we get that Yotsuba to memory. So we're paying a stock to do that. Pretty simple. We can start doing it at level 0. It is a lot easier to get a card into your waiting room than it is to get it into your hand. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that getting cards, specific characters to your hand is difficult in Weiss, but for newer players who are trying to remember the mechanics and focus on other things, it gives you one less thing to worry about. It's a lot easier to just make sure it's in your waiting room when you use this and not have to worry about it till you hit level 3 than to have to make sure you have the level 3 combo. So that really is the benefit of this card. It gives you memory compression from a very early point, which really helps you with your refreshes, but it also like sort of keeps your level 3 combo safe and sound. Next, we have the card in the middle, this End of Her Escape Yotsuba. I think she's from the movie set. All of your What She Yearned For Yotsuba Nakano, that's level 3 combo, get 1500 power and the following ability. When this card's a level 2 or higher battle opponent becomes reversed, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is a Quints character, you may choose 1 Quints character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. Very solid effect. Honestly, like a level 0 that gives that sort of power pump to something that has an end of attack effect, meaning it's susceptible to money counter. Not money counter. I mean, I guess it is, but to memory kick. That's not an insignificant amount of power for no cost. Usually, to get that amount of power, you'd have to be like spending at least 1 stock to play the card out. But I guess the balance is the fact that it only gives it to 1 specific character. But that's fine. That's exactly what that card needed anyway. And needing a reverse to get a, not guaranteed salvage, but close enough to a guaranteed salvage. This thing only whiffs on events and climaxes, and just don't play events, and then it only whiffs on climaxes. For just a free salvage, you don't even have to discard a card or pay a stock or anything like that. It is very strong. Just if you're low on hand or something, just getting a free card can help you if you're having a rough game to fulfill the cost of the level 3 combo. And then it has another effect where this ability activates up to 1 time per turn when your other What She Yearned for Yotsuba is placed on the stage from your hand or from your memory. You may choose 1 Quints character in your waiting room and put it into your stock. Again, just another very solid support piece for this specific level 3 combo. Um, they sort of went a little overboard. So the What She Yearned for Yotsuba came out with set 2. This End of Her Escape Yotsuba came from the movie set. This is not an uncommon thing for Quints. Lots of sets do it, or some sets do it, I guess, but it's not uncommon for sets to print a card in a sequel set that supports a card from the previous set. Quints especially is no stranger to that. There are lots of cards throughout all of Quints that do that. But I think they recognized that Yotsuba needed a little bit of help. And for anyone who liked it, they kind of went a little, I don't want to say they went overboard with what this single card does for that combo. However, if we replaced that Yotsuba combo with something that was just objectively better, then it would be too good because this card does do a tremendous amount for you. It does mean you have to play that combo. It does mean that you're stuck, probably just leaving this in your back or something like that. But getting a free stock guaranteed as long as you got a card in your waiting room, a character in your waiting room. Sorry, a Quints character in your waiting room. Technically, Futuro cards do not meet the quintessential quintuplet trait. And then you get power plus a good chance to just get a free character from your waiting room. I think that's very strong. It doesn't make the combo good enough to like be playing at like a regional level. I'm not gonna like sit here and pretend it does, but for support for a level 3 combo, just in a vacuum, this is a lot of support text printed on a single card, and all of that text is good text. We do see support cards for combos that are like really meaningless sometimes, and you wonder why do they even bother printing it. It'll be like when this combo attacks, give it plus 500 power. That sucks. Like, what's the point of that? But this gives two very solid resource generating effects to one card. Now, it's not in this slide. We'll talk about it later when we look at other Yotsuba cards that aren't related to Climax combos. But there is a single rest counter within all of Quints, and it is a Yotsuba. Not only is it a Yotsuba, but it also requires you to discard specifically, I believe, 4 Yotsuba characters. I think it's 4 characters, but they have to be Yotsuba characters. So an interesting thing you can do is if you have this End of Her Escape Yotsuba, um, and you're playing that level 3 combo, the What She Yearned for Yotsuba, this is a great way to sort of generate hand, help you maintain hand, so that you do have some hand left over to do that Yotsuba rest counter. For newer players, a rest counter refers to generally a backup that you use during your opponent's turn when they attack you. And what the rest counter does is it lets you pick one of your opponent's characters and rest it. So you pick one of the characters they haven't attacked with and you rest it. Now they can't attack with it that turn. Absolutely devastating. Most sets don't get them. Quince only has one, and it's Yotsuba centric to the moon. So I'm not saying that you should play this combo because it makes it easier to do the rest counter, because ditch 4 Yotsuba characters is a lot, and a lot of people don't play in their Yotsuba decks because it's so unlikely to like actually happen. But this combo kind of does help you. Um, you could stack the combo if you have 2 copies of this, so you get double salvages, assuming you don't whiff on the top of deck reveal. It doesn't make the combo amazing, but it is a good piece of support where, like the previous level 3 combo we talked about for Yotsuba, when you just look at this support piece in a vacuum, if you applied it to other level 3 combos throughout Weiss, it would be kind of busted, to be honest, which is why they don't print support pieces like this for most level 3 combos, but they gave it to this specific level 3 combo because the combo kind of isn't good enough on its own, and I think they recognized that, and they decided that they would do something to sort of help out a little bit. Now, I think because of this support, this is a much more competitively viable combo than the set 1 combo we already looked at. I still think there is a better level 3 combo you could be playing, but it is better. Another piece of support that we have is this 2-1 pictured on the right here, Sisterly Love Yotsuba. It is a 2-1 that says all of your characters in front of her get plus X power. X is equal to that character's level times 500. So your level 3 combo would gain 1500 if it's in front of her. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may choose one What She Yearned for Yotsuba in your waiting room and put it into your memory. So it's another way for the same stock cost as the level 0 Yotsuba on the left to get that level 3 combo into your memory in case you weren't able to do it with the level 0. And then she has another effect that says when your character's trigger check reveals a climax, you may discard a climax. If you do, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. I do not think this piece of support is as impactful as the end of her escape Yotsuba in the middle here, but she does fulfill an important need. She does get for 1 stock, get that Yotsuba level 3 combo into your memory at a key time. Level 2, you're almost going to hit level 3. So if you were missing a copy in your memory, she gets you there. She also, the power can be relevant when you're up against some type of deck that is walling up purely because you do not want to have your Yotsuba's memory kicked, because then they can't do their mill 5 effect on your opponent because it is end of attack and they would be in memory before the chance to use that effect. So it sort of does do that. Discard a climax, look at top 2, add a card is definitely not bad. It's the least impactful, I think, part of this card, but it's not a bad effect by any stretch of the imagination. You get a bar climax you don't need out of your hand, and you get a minor amount of deck speed out of it, and maybe on those 2 cards you see something pretty cool, and you grab it. Moving on to another level 3 Yotsuba combo. We have this one from the movie set. Her face always kind of was off to me with this, but the hand gesture's cute. Anyway, she works on this bar climax here, and if you have 3 or more Quints characters in your memory, this card gets plus 1000 power and the following ability. On attack, you may pay 2 and ditch 2 from your hand. If you do, burn 2. I always wondered why they say if you have 3 or more Quints characters whenever they talk about memory. It always says if you have X number of Quints characters in memory. Like Yotsuba's has all the cards that go to memory for the vast majority of Quints cards. So they might as well just say Yotsuba, but it's enough of me rambling. And then she has another effect. When you place her on stage from her hand, you may heal 1. And then her actual climax combo, because that first effect with the burn 2 is actually an off finisher effect, is when she attacks, if you have the bar climax pictured here and you have 3 or more other Quints characters, Quints characters in your memory, you may pay the cost of just pay 1. If you do, burn 2. Now, this card is very, very strong, and I think when it first came out in the movie set, people acknowledged that it had a very high ceiling, but I think it needed a little bit of help from the movie set. Not the movie set, sorry, the premium booster set from January 2025 to cards that directly supported this to really make this combo actually very much a standout combo. Basically, this card, if you can pay the cost, it allows you to burn 2 twice. Burn 2 twice is something that has been printed throughout a lot of Weiss's history over the last 10-ish years or so, maybe 8-ish years. And burn 2 twice is solid. Burn 2 twice is good. However, because it is good and dealing multiple instances of damage that are just more than 1, is kind of just really strong. Whenever we get burn 2 twice effects, they tend to just be so highly costed that it's very tough to really do them. I do think this is expensive. Yes, you will need a total of 3 stock plus 2 hand when you're attacking with this, just on per copy. That is a lot. It's basically on attack, pay 3, burn 2 twice. That is expensive. However, we're lucky enough that the 2 effects are separated. It makes it very easy. You're unlikely to be able to have all the resources to play 3 of this Yotsuba and do both of its burn 2 effects on all 3 of them. But from my experience testing, as long as you're not having an atrocious game, it is actually very easy to play 3 copies of this Yotsuba and get all 3 of them, have enough stock to do the on attack pay 1 burn 2, and then for 2 of them to have enough stock in hand to be able to do the off finisher burn 2 effect. At worst, from my experience, unless my game really was just terrible, I triple this Yotsuba, all 3 of them get the on attack pay 1 burn 2, and one of them gets the off finisher burn 2 effect. which even then, that's still 4 burn 2s. The average amount of burns that most decks are dealing with their level 3 combo is 3. So once we start going over that, especially with numbers, burn damage numbers that are higher than burn 1, it becomes a lot more impactful. And there are ways to make this card better for sure, both directly and indirectly. To start, we have this Enjoying the Summer Yotsuba Nakano. She works on the same Climax combo as the level 3 that we just looked at. When that's Feelings Void of Lies, the bar climax that the level 3 combo we just looked at works on, when you play that bar climax, sorry, not when you play it. At the beginning of your encore step, you may send that bar climax from your climax area to the waiting room. If you do, salvage a Quints character. And then she has another effect that is rest her to give one of your characters 1,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. Um, this came out with a premium booster. It works on the same climax as level 3, meaning that you no longer have to wait until level 3 to really get some type of value out of that climax. Because it is on a bar, you're very likely to have it probably multiple times throughout the course of the game before you reach level 3. And rather than just sort of like have to discard them or just hold them and not do anything, you can get some sort of value by playing it with this combo, which is not terrible. I think they made her at the beginning of your encore step because it would be kind of busted to have this be like when you play the climax or something, and then you pair it when you're actually level 3 with the level 3 combo, and you just start generating, you pop 2 of these in your back row or something, and then you just get 2 hand for free right before going into your level 3 combo. That would be kind of nuts. It's a card that a lot of people might play like a couple copies of when they are playing this level 3 combo, just to give them something to do when they have the bar in their hand, but they don't need the bar at that point in time. They still get some sort of hand value out of it. Next, we have this 2-1 Yotsuba that also works on the same bar climax as the level 0 pictured here and the level 3 that we just looked at. When you play that bar climax, if this card's in your center stage, you may search your deck for up to 1 copy of the level 3 Yotsuba combo, the special Yotsuba Nakano. Show it to your opponent and put it to your hand, shuffle your deck, and then blind stock 1 from the top of your deck. Also, when she's placed on stage, she gets 1,000 power for each of your Quints characters, so she does swing reasonably big. So this card is a great way to help you set up for your level 3 turn while also getting you a big attacker and replenishing its own cost. A lot of people also play copies of this. It works because it fits with the deck because it works on the same climax. You don't have to do anything with a climax split, which can get a little funky with making sure you have the right climax in hand. It's not bad. I do wish that you didn't do the blind stock. What I wish happened would be that you didn't have, from my own experience, I will play 3 copies of this, and I might have 4 copies of my special Yotsuba Nakano in my deck. I'll use the first one, I'll search 1 copy of my level 3, and then I'll do the blind stock, shuffle my deck, do the blind stock, and I blind stock another copy of it, and now it's just stuck in there, and I can't like get it, and I need it, and then the next copy does the same thing, and now I'm at all my special Yotsubas. It shouldn't happen statistically, but it happens so often. Still, it's a very good support piece. It doesn't like fix the deck or like make it TRS, but when I said fix the deck, I misspoke. The deck does not really need fixing at this point. It does not, however, I stand by it, doesn't make the deck S tier or anything like that, but it's a nice piece of support that you really don't have to go out of your way to playing. There are plenty of people who don't even play like a full 4 copies of this because it's not necessarily the most necessary card, not to sound redundant, but it's still a good card where by the time you're level 2, ideally you already have 1 to 2 copies of your level 3 combo in your hand, and this sort of just acts as a big beater that replenishes its own stock when you play the climax, and it helps you grab that last level 3 combo piece that you're missing. And that is the real benefit of it. You shouldn't be relying on this to get all the pieces you need for level 3. Your deck is just not always going to be in a state where that is like good, but it's still a pretty solid card. And it does what it needs to do. Next, we have this My Memory with You Yotsuba. If she's in your memory, all of your special Yotsuba, the level 3 combo, get 500 power. Not significant, but once you start stacking them, it does add up. And then she has an effect that says when she becomes reversed in battle, you may put one card from your hand into your clock and you send this My Memory with You Yotsuba into your memory. If you do, search your deck for up to one Yotsuba character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, shuffle your deck. A great way to get stockless memory. An issue that this card came out with the Quints movie set. An issue that Yotsuba memory decks had before them was that most of their stuff, if not all of it, that goes to memory required you to pay a stock. That's just a lot of stock you're paying. And as we saw with this level 3 combo, or even the level 3 combo before that, Yotsuba likes to use stock for her good finishers. And having a bunch of level zeros in your deck that say pay one to do the thing is just not good. It's too much. So this was a way to get a key piece that you need because it's not level locked. You just grab any Yotsuba while at the same time going to memory, getting some memory compression without paying stock. Very solid. The plus 500 power level 3 combo is definitely the least relevant part about this card, but you're using this card even if it didn't have that line, so it's not like the worst thing. It's like decent enough. Sometimes it will be relevant. So that will be it for the Yotsuba combos that we are going to discuss. I definitely think that the most relevant level 3 combo is the special Yotsuba, and the most relevant level 1 combo is the Unparalleled Beauty Yotsuba. Both of those combos are from the movie set. As we saw, there is some support for both of those combos. However, if you are really not nuts about maybe the cost of the movie set special Yotsuba Climax combo. At that point, if you still want to do Yotsuba at level 3, I wouldn't go with the Negsol Yotsuba from set 1. I would go with the What She Yearned For Yotsuba from set 2. The combo is a little, I don't want to say underpowered. I guess by modern standards, it's underpowered. I think the combo is definitely underrated. It is not too underrated, but because it has all of the various support around it, especially with the fact that you can very easily maintain the hand for the money counter, for example, I think you've got enough going on where it's kind of just, it's not as rough as it seems at first glance. I have tested it a bit in the simulator within the last year, and it actually works better than you would think. So if you just sort of like that sort of style of card and you like the support, that is viable, especially for a locals level. At a regional, maybe not, but at a locals, I think the gap between the second level 3 combo we looked at and the third level 3 combo is a far smaller gap, even though it's still there. It's a far smaller gap than the gap between the set 1 Yotsuba level 3 combo, the -2 soul, and the set 2 one. Those are just night and day. You know, if you're playing the set 1 -2 soul, it's because you like -2 soul, or you like healing at 2, I guess. Trying to think of reasons why you would prefer that over the other two combos, which are both significantly better. Or you pull the SSP and you just want to play it, that's fine too. I've done that. There's no shame in it. But anyway, that will be it for the Yotsuba combos. I think there's like one or two, maybe two that I just didn't cover because they're really just bad. It's possible I covered all of them, but that should give you a general feel for, Yotsuba's Climax combos, why some of them are better than others, and sort of what cards should definitely be included when you are building any of those combos. Moving on from Yotsuba's various Climax combos, we are now going to discuss just an assortment of Yotsuba cards from throughout all of the four Quinn sets that you should make up various Yotsuba decks you build. Again, just to reiterate, we are not going to cover every single card that has Yotsuba in its name because we would be here all day. And like any Weiss set, a lot of them are just redundant or just not worth mentioning. These are some of the highlights. There may be Yotsuba cards that are not included here that still have a place in decks, in certain types of decks, or if you have certain play styles. These are just some of the highlights. We will be covering cards in this portion from every level. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. Starting off, we have a card from the Premium Booster, which is a phenomenal card and was very, very much needed for Yotsuba decks. It is this Unresolved Feelings Yotsuba Nakano. If all of your characters have Yotsuba in their card names, this card gets 1500 power and the following ability. When this card becomes reversed, if your memory um, has 2 or less cards, you may put this card into your memory. Also, at the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, there's a character facing her. You may move her to an open position of your center stage. So as long as you meet her condition, she is a 3k runner. Solid numbers. She also, as long as you meet the condition, lets you go to memory for free when she's reversed. Um, Very, very solid plusing 0 sort of effect. You go first. She is very likely to survive the following turn. Your opponent's probably not going to play 3 different characters that can deal with this. Um, Strong card, and even if they can't deal with it, as long as they're not stock bombing it or bottom decking it or something like that, it's going to go to your memory, which is where you want it anyway. It just very early on, starting from your first turn, is just a great way to have a card go to your memory for free without having to pay stock. Very nice card. Sorely needed as like a plusing 0 for quints. The only like sort of plus and zeros quints really had all required stock, and they weren't even that great to begin with, in my opinion. This sort of just fixes that, and I think it's an easy 4 of in any Yotsuba deck that requires memory, and it's even still just a really fantastic Yotsuba card, even if you're playing a the rare build of Yotsuba that doesn't focus on memory. At that point, why are you playing Yotsuba? But moving on, we have this 4th daughter of the Nakano family, Yotsuba. This is from the premium booster also. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may choose 1 card in your hand and put it into your stock. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a Quints character. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 onwards together with you, Yotsuba Nakano. Show it to your opponent, add it to hand, and shuffle your deck. Just as a little reminder, onwards together with you, Yotsuba, that is the really, really good 1-0 we talked about in the previous portion of the video when we looked at the Climax combos. That's the one that for 1 stock sends itself to memory to salvage a really good level 1 combo. I don't think this is a card that's a 4 of in a deck that's playing that combo and that specific Yotsuba, but it's a really solid piece that you can play early. Throw a couple of copies of this card into your deck, and it has 2 good effects strapped to it. Hand to stock is never bad, especially when you are in a bar and tend to just have bars in your hand that you don't really need. This is a great way to get a extra bar from your hand into stock, and then you search for that 1-0 and then pay the stock that you just added from hand to stock, pay it out, get back your level 1 combo, start playing your level 1 combo, looping your level 1 combo, building memory compression, all that. A solid 8 out of 10 sort of profile. If you're playing that, it wouldn't be bad to throw a couple of copies into that version of the deck. Next, we have this Flowers of Gratitude Yotsuba. This is from the movie set. When she's placed on stage from hand, mill the top 2 cards of your deck, and this gets plus X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of reasons for transferring schools, which is an event we'll talk about later, or Yotsuba characters in their card names among those times 1,000. So as long as you don't mill any other event or characters that don't have Yotsuba or Climaxes, she'll be getting 2k power. 3,500 is pretty reasonable. Even if she only mills 1 card that meets that criteria, 25 is not the worst thing in the world. It could be worse, but a little bit of deck speed if you need it. Some of the Yotsuba cards, like this one, like having things in waiting rooms, so that's not bad. Because our second effect is when she becomes reverse, you may pay 1, discard a card, and send this Yotsuba to your memory. If you do, choose 1 Yotsuba character in your waiting room. If you do, return it to hand. Very great way to get a little bit of memory while salvaging a specific Yotsuba, a card that, depending on your own play style and build, is a card that's easy enough to throw 1 to 4 copies of it. If you really just want to go, get as much memory as possible, you're going to play more copies of this. If you recognize that the card has value, but your deck space is a little tight, you might play 1 or 2 copies of it. However, whichever you go with, it's a very solid card. Just a good profile. Always nice to get memory, especially in this meta where we have, Akane from Oshinoko that hits on 0s. It's always nice to get more 0s out of your deck. Next, we have this New Year Yotsuba. If she's in the middle position of your center stage, she gets +1 soul. And she's a Climax swapper, so on play, pay 1, ditch Climax, salvage a Climax from your waiting room. Being on an 8 bar, most of the time you're not going to need this, especially if you're on 8 bar, you're probably, hopefully, playing at 1-0 onwards together. Yotsuba, that is also a Climax swapper while it's in your memory. But still, sometimes you can't rely on just triggering bars to give you the climaxes you needed. You'll trigger 8 bars in a game, and each one is going to be the wrong bar. Sometimes you have to account for that. So having a climax swapper that actually gets 2 soul, it gets 1 soul on the middle, so it's swinging for at least 2 if you frontal, or if you trigger. That's actually pretty solid. Next, we have this active lifestyle Yotsuba. She's from set 2. She was one of the earlier ways to get a Yotsuba into your memory starting at level 0. When she attacks, pick one of your other Quints characters, and it gets plus X power till end of turn. X is equal to the number of other Quints characters you have times 500. It would be nice if she gave it to herself because she is pretty weak, but it's still fine. She has another effect that during your opponent's turn, when she becomes reverse, in battle, you may pay 1 if you do rest her, and at the beginning of your next Encore step, put this card into your memory. So basically, you're paying 1, keeping her on board, you get to swing with her the next turn, and at the start of that turn's Encore step, she'll go to your memory. There are better cards at this point to be playing for memory Yotsuba stuff, but with set 2, this was not bad. I mean, we can see here it was a double rare profile. For its time, it was good. Uh, it's still not a bad card if you like this sort of thing. I do personally think there are just better ones. But if you care about the attack power or having like a good +0 that doesn't require stock the turn you play her, she's not the worst thing. Just keep in mind for newer players, she only gets to use that pay 1 rest herself effect during your opponent's turn. So if you do crash with her on your turn, you can't do it. And because she's 500, she's going to lose to literally anything she could go up against. So you're going to have to side whatever it is, which kind of stinks, but it's fine. Next, we have this Moonmaker Yotsuba. She is from the second set. She has two very standard effects that are exceptional because they're printed on one card. This is a card that's very easy to play as a one of, and has historically been a one of in plenty of different Quints decks that have done well over the years. She is on play. You can pay 1, ditch 1 to search your deck for a character. And she also has another effect, which is totally separate from the first effect, which is on play, you may pay 1, ditch 1 to salvage a character. Now, it would have already been pretty good if she had an effect that was on play, you could pay 1, ditch 1 to either search your deck or to salvage. That would have been an interesting profile to begin with, and certainly would not have been a bad profile. I think it's fantastic that she has the salvage and the search as 2 separate effects, meaning that if you want to and need to, you can do both. Getting that sort of, yeah, sure, that's going to be a lot of hand, but you're going only -1 on the hand if you count the card that you have to the card itself to play from hand. You are spending 2 stock. It's a lot of stock, but it's more the flexibility. You can just do one or the other. You don't have to do both. I mean, you don't have to do either, but it's the fact that you can do one or the other. But if you need to do both, you probably really need to do both. And very often, especially after a refresh, it's not the most uncommon thing to have key pieces, one in your deck, one in your waiting room. Maybe you just need to pay out 2 stock, but you still want to get some sort of value out of it. A solid enough card that is a good one of in plenty of Quints decks that aren't just limited to Yotsuba. I have always liked this card a lot. I play it less now than I used to, but still a very strong card. Next, we have this Onwards to the School Camp Yotsuba. This is from set 1. When she's placed on stage from hand, put the top 2 cards of your deck into your waiting room. If there's a Climax among those, she gets +2 soul. So if you mill a Climax, that's just a lot of soul she's pushing. And then when she is placed on stage from hand, you may discard a Climax. If you do, choose 1 Quints character in your waiting room, return it to hand. In Yotsuba specifics decks, you're probably on 8 bar, unless you're playing that weird win combo. You're most likely on 8 bar, which means you're always going to have extra bars in your hand. This is a great way for no stock to just have very selective salvage, which is pretty nice. This was also better Though I was gonna say Miku's decks aren't 8 pants, but I think Miku, even with set one, had a profile that's similar to this. Discard a Climax Salvage. But if you like this sort of profile, it's a solid one of. I don't personally play it, but like if you play it, it does have a very important use. It's a good piece of utility. I think Yotsuba's deck space these days is just a little too tight to necessarily recommend it, but it's absolutely not a bad card. It's a standard card. It's a profile we've seen a million times before. At least the salvage effect. I think the chance for the +2 soul is really interesting. Being on most likely 8 bar, you are playing a lot of climaxes probably throughout the game. Being able to just potentially have a level 0 that is swinging, that will be fronting for 4 soul, 5 if you trigger. It helps you set up side attacks nicely. And if your opponent's just in a bad deck state, it's just a great way to just potentially push a lot of damage. And that's really just a secondary effect. You play it for its second effect, not for the potential +2 soul. But it's one of those cards where when you do get the +2 soul, because you were using it anyway, it's kind of just a nice bonus. Next, we have a card from set one, this in a Yukata Yotsuba. This is a card that I do wish was slightly better. She's a clean cut. So when her battle opponent becomes reversed, choose one of your other Yotsuba characters, rest it, move it to an open position of your backstage. Anyone who's familiar with my videos, I normally really enjoy clean cuts. I kind of don't like that she has to be Yotsuba specific, but it is what it is. This was from set one, and I guess they were already starting. Yotsuba has always tended to be more specific to Yotsubas than other girls were specific to their own decks. Um, there are all the girls have various cards that only work with other girls with the same name. However, those girls very often have plenty of cards that are a little more generic. Yotsuba has plenty of generic cards. They tend to just be worse, to be honest, on average, I would say, when compared to the generic cards you'll find for the other girls in the set. So many of Yotsubas kind of just feel like fluff. Now the cards, if this card is in your pure Yotsuba deck, it is not bad because it also says when it's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a Yotsuba character, gets 2,000 power till end of turn. Most clean cuts tap out at 3K to 3,500, and 3,500 is on the high end for what a clean cut's natural power is. In order to make up for the fact that you need to reveal a Yotsuba character and you can only rest Yotsuba characters, this thing goes up to 4K. Do I think that that extra 500 to 1,000 power on average is enough? No. And despite the fact I love clean cuts, I'm so tired of this thing whiffing for me and revealing climaxes, so I don't play it. But if you like the gamble, um, it's still fine. Next, we have the Quintessential Quintuplets Yotsuba Nakano. This is a brainstorm from set one. Pictured here, I do have the nice foil art because it was too pretty not to use. This is the HYR rarity. For anyone who wants to comment, oh, it's not the HYR rarity, it's the Hio, however you pronounce it. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it, which is why I said HYR. Anyway, this is a pay one, rest itself, search brainstorm. Salvage is better, but search is still fine. And then it has another effect where you can pay one and discard a climax to choose one card in your clock, return it to hand, and then put the top card of your deck into your clock. Choose one of your characters, and it gets plus 500 power until end of turn. So this card, when it was just set one, Quints, this card worked well in Yotsuba or Miku because Miku's on pants, Yotsuba's bar, so you'd have lots of climaxes with either one. Um, However, this continues to be a good card for Yotsuba, especially when you're playing a very Yotsuba centric deck, which any good Yotsuba deck is probably going to be Yotsuba centric at this point. Solid enough card, get a good brainstorm out of it that will give you a little bit of clock selectivity. They very easily could have made this card so that both of its effects require you to rest it, meaning you can't do both effects in the same turn, which would have really stunk. The fact that you can use the clock swap effect, uh, even when this card is rested, I think is phenomenal. It's not something you're going to use every turn or all the time, but the fact that a card that is just sitting in your back row can be a brainstorm if you need it to be, or it can be a clock swap if you need it to be, or it can be both if you need it to be, all in one turn, I do think is very strong. Um, there are plenty of Yotsuba decks, 8 bar Yotsubas that don't play this anymore. I still like to have a copy or two just to be cautious because I do like both effects. I think they made her a search brainstorm instead of salvage, which is the generally preferred type of brainstorm. I think just to balance her. Though to be fair, back when the first Quint set came out, they did like printing search brainstorms more than they like printing them now. Still a really great card. I do like it a lot, and the art's beautiful. Next, we have this honor student, Yotsuba. Um, She's from set one. She is a summon Riki, so when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay one, put the top card of your deck into your clock. If you do, search your deck for up to one cost 0 or lower Quints character with level equal to or lower than your current level, put it on any position of your stage and shuffle your deck. Summon Rikis are always worse than search Rikis because you lose out on play effects. Also, with a search Riki, if you're level 0, you can still search a level 1 character and just leave it in your hand. With this, if you're 0-5 when you're using it, you can't get out your level 1 combo. However, this is the best Riki that pure Yotsuba decks can really hope for. You just sort of have to wait to use her until you're level 1 to get your level 1 combo. She also gives 1,000 power to something, including herself, when she attacks, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not the best secondary effect on a Riki, but it's not the worst secondary effect I've ever seen. I think with set one, there was a better Riki option. But with pure Yotsuba, this is sort of just the best that you have available to you. And there are plenty of people that don't dislike summon Rikis. I do dislike summon Rikis. I still play this Yotsuba because it is the best option I have for my pure Yotsuba deck. And honestly, it's perfectly fine as long as, you're level 1 by the time this effect is resolving. At that point, then it doesn't really matter. Next, we have this Each and Everyone's Strengths Yotsuba from set one. It's sort of an interesting piece of utility. All of your other, she's a global 500. And then when your character's trigger check reveals a bar climax, you may discard a bar. If you do, look it up to 2 cards from top of deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. Now, I know that we saw this second effect, we saw it on that 2-1 Yotsuba that was support for one of the level 3 combos when we were talking about Yotsuba's Climax combos, and I said that you don't really play that card for that effect. But the reason why I am a little more hot on this card is because this card's level 0. With the other one, it was a level 2. Not much point in using that effect at level 2. However, being able, as early as the first turn of the game, to be able to just plop this in a back row, I think you're likely to trigger a healthy amount of bars, or unhealthy, depending on how the blind stock goes, throughout the course of the game if you're playing 8 bar. And being able to have use of this effect early on and just get bars out of hand and swap them for playables, I think is pretty interesting. I play a couple copies of this in my 8 bar Yotsuba deck, plop it in the back row as early as I can, and just get some value out of it early on. Not a bad piece of bar support. I think modern bar support is just getting better than that, but for its time, it was good. Next, we have a card that I do really, really like. It's this Honest and Positive Yotsuba. She is from set 1. At the beginning of your Climax phase, choose one of your Quints characters and it gets plus 1,000 power until end of turn, which is not a bad number considering it's any Quints character, so yeah, not Yotsuba specific, and it's just the beginning of Climax phase. You don't actually have to play a Climax. That's pretty solid. And I'm someone who generally doesn't care as much about power, but I think considering she has a very good secondary effect, that's a pretty good first effect to have. Her second effect is rest any 2 of your characters. It does not have to be this card to choose one of your characters, and that character gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock. I think this card's phenomenal. I think when set 1 came out, this was not a bad card when set 1 came out, but there wasn't really a need for this card. But I think with Yotsuba now, this is a must-have if you're playing various Yotsuba builds, especially if you're playing a memory-focused Yotsuba build, because memory-focused Yotsuba decks require a lot of stock, and this is a way to replenish it. You just use this card normally, you rest itself, you rest something else in your back row, give blind stock to something, generate some free stock. One of my favorite things to do with this card is, let's say I'm level 1 and I've got a copy of my level 1 combo out and I've got this on my stage. Um, because there are so many Yotsuba cards that go from stage to memory, and this card just has so much value. Let's say I play out the level 1 Yotsuba that grabs my level 1 combo Yotsuba by going to memory. I play that out. I play out a copy of the level 0 Yotsuba that is top check 3, and it goes to waiting room. I play those two cards out. I have this in my back row. I rest those two cards to give the level 1 Yotsuba I've already got on my stage on reverse blind stock ability. I then use the abilities of the two cards that I just rested. Um, and yes, I'm paying a stock for each of those, but then I get to play more characters. And now this honest and positive Yotsuba is still standing, meaning as long as I have another character I can rest, I can do it again. And now I'm getting two free stock out of it for cards that are no longer on the stage anyway. The cost was resting characters that are no longer on the stage in that specific scenario. And yes, I did use at least two stock in that scenario, and those two stock only got me back one stock. But if you start looping this multiple times in a single turn, it sort of just evens out. From my experience, you're spending a lot of stock, but you're getting it back. You are blind stocking a lot, I'm not going to lie. When you're low rolling, you're just going to blind stock climaxes. You're going to have no idea they're there until you get to a refresh and realize, you're out more climaxes than you should be. But it's still good. It's also optional. So, like, if you use this effect on something and it has the ability, if you get to a deck state where maybe like you were going through your deck a lot that turn and you realize, wow, I haven't milled any climaxes, but now I've got a small deck. You don't at that point you can make the decision to not do the blind stock. It's nice that it's not mandatory. Um, but still, this is a phenomenal card. This card works insanely well with the special Yotsuba. That's the one that's on attack, pay 1, burn 2, but it also has a separate off finisher effect of pay 2, ditch 2, burn 2. That combo works because this card exists. That card has other things going for it that it absolutely needs 100%, but just to meet that insanely high stock requirement to really make use of that card, it only works from my experience because this card allows it to work. This card is how you get the stock to be able to consistently do triple of that combo and still have enough stock to do 2 of its off finisher burn 2 on average, from my experience. It's great that, on reverse is fine. It's giving lots of power. You're typically going to have at least one lane that's going to be able to get the reverse. Um, Very solid card. If you're playing that version, go that level 3 combo, the special Yotsuba. Absolutely, you gotta have a couple copies of this in your deck. But it's not the worst thing if you're playing other stock heavy Yotsuba decks. You can even just throw this in a generic Quints deck, just because the practically guaranteed stock generation is not a bad thing. I do think this has a little less value in other decks, maybe not all, but just some, just because it is very nice with this card to use it in the way I first described, where you play out two characters that you rest those two, and then you send them to memory with their own effects. But you already rested them to gain the ability, and then you play another character and you rest this card and that newly played character. So now you have two stock you're going to generate for just a single reverse, assuming you stack it all into one. Very, very solid card. Really like it a lot. It really does put in work. Next, we have this Ribbon Girl Yotsuba Nakano. She is from the Yotsuba Trial Deck, so she's from that special Quint set that released with set 1. She says, when she's placed on stage from hand, pick one of your characters. It gets 1500 power until end of turn. You can use it on itself, but you can give it somewhere else, which is nice. And then she is an on reverse clock bomb. So when she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent is level 0 or lower, you may put the top card of your opponent's clock to waiting room, and then she puts the opponent's level 0 character into their clock. Standard profile, It's not game breaking or anything like that. Doesn't see as much play now because Yotsuba just has so much stuff going for her at level 0, especially after the premium set. But if you like this sort of effect, there's a reason why this card was found in the trial deck. It's because it's just a very standard basic card. It's not basic in the sense that it's bad. It may not see much play now, but that's just because we've had 4 sets full of zeros for Yotsuba that it's tough to fit all of the ones that are playable in. Um, but if you're a newer player, this sort of profile I think is a great thing to be looking at. Helps you figure out where you should be assigning power, which can be relevant, and when not to assign power to this card. And also, there's nothing wrong with the clock bomb. Level 0 clock bombs are great. In my opinion, they're better than level 0 just reversers because the point of them is to help you force your opponent to miss on death effects. So any of your opponent's level 0 characters that say when this card hits your waiting room, get it, do the thing, do an effect, whatever it is, some beneficial effect they're probably counting on. This denies them that. The only weakness is that they have to have a clock in order to clock swap them. So if this card swings and your opponent is 0-6 and your opponent and you don't trigger and your opponent takes the damage and now they level up and they don't have a clock, you cannot do the effect, but that's fine. It's still a decent card, even if nowadays it doesn't see as much play. Oh, and for anyone who might be wondering why I'm like showing some of the higher rarities, like the SP version of this, all these cards do have lower rarity versions. You don't have to get a signed card. I just put them in because it's pretty. Next, we have moving on to the level 1s. We have this Beside You Yotsuba. This is like the Ramorous from Slime. For anyone familiar with Slime, during your turn, if you have a card in memory, she gets 1500 power, so 55 on your turn before any other sort of buffs. And she's like Ramorous in the sense that when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1. If you do, choose a cost 0 or lower Yotsuba character in your waiting room, put it on any position of your stage, and at the end of the turn, put that character into your memory. It's a great way. At level 1, you get a little bit of power, but you also get to pick any character that is cost 0 in your waiting room, and you get to summon it out, and you could pick a character that maybe doesn't have an effect already that lets it go to memory, and now you're putting characters from your waiting room that shouldn't be in memory into your memory at the end of the turn. It's a nice way to get even more memory compression. It's a nice way to get selective memory compression, meaning that you can get something that maybe you don't want to see again the rest of the game. Like maybe you're past the point where you really need your Summon Riki, for example. And the Summon Riki, the one we looked at for Yotsuba, doesn't have a way to get to memory, but you also don't really need it anymore. You're all set up. You don't need that advantage. This is a way to just make sure you never draw it again. You can either get cost zeros, so generally level 1s or level 0s. It's nice to be able to get extra zeros in there, especially in this meta again. But a solid card that sees a lot of play in Yotsuba memory decks as like a 2 of or a 3 of generally. Only bad thing about the card is its color, I guess. Yotsuba is green and yellow, and she has plenty of great yellow cards. At level 1, you're pretty much always going to be green, and this is level 1, so you do have to set up for that a little bit and be mindful of it. From my experience, most of the time it really doesn't matter. It's fine. You play enough good yellow Yotsuba stuff. There's a pretty good split when it comes to yellow and green for Yotsuba. Some of the girls, they might all be 2 different colors, but there's a clear favorite of which color is the more preferred. Um, and Yotsuba is definitely heavily favored with green. However, she still has a lot of good stuff at 0 specifically. That is yellow. That makes it so that the cost, the color requirements are really not bad. Next, we have this cheerful girl Yotsuba. She is a backup for 15, and then when you use her backup, if you have 5 or more Yotsuba characters in your waiting room, on your stage, in your waiting room would be easy to hit. If you have 5 or more Yotsuba characters, you may pay 1 if you do refresh your deck. So all cards from your waiting room, go to your deck, shuffle your deck. Quints does not, in English, have a way to refresh you, unless I'm forgetting something, other than this card. It's especially not a refresh backup, which would have been nice. This card, though, is actually cheaper than a normal refresh backup, which would typically require 2 stock. The reason why it only requires 1 is because you need a full board of Yotsuba characters, so she's only good in Yotsuba decks. I think she's something that doesn't see play in all Yotsuba decks, but it does not make her a bad Yotsuba card. I think when you're playing pure Yotsuba, obviously the name condition does not matter because all your cards are going to be Yotsuba anyway. The thing that matters is the full field. Because sometimes you're just going to be, having a crash with one lane and now you can't use this. But I still think this is a decent backup. If you got some extra space in your Yotsuba deck and your pure Yotsuba, you throw this in because it can mean the difference between losing and not losing in a game. Next up, we have this preparation for the school trip Yotsuba. When this card attacks, you may discard a card, reveal top card of deck, choose a level X or lower character in waiting room, return it to hand. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. I think it's kind of weird that this is on attack. We see level, this is a Rico effect. That's the colloquial name for it in Weiss, for anyone familiar with that. If I refer to Rico effects, it's this effect, except this is on attack Rico. Generally, Ricos are on play. And so the fact that this is on attack means you cannot play the character that you grab back until the following turn. A lot of the time, the Rico effects, you're using them on play, which means you can play the characters that you grab back with the Rico. I don't know if they're trying to balance this or what, but it is what it is. It's still not bad. And when this card is placed on stage from hand, if there's a card in your memory, choose one of your other Quints characters and it gets 3,000 power until end of turn. I think that this should have been able to give the power to itself. I think because it gives 3,000 power, they felt they had to balance this card, is my guess, because I will admit that giving 3k power to something is actually pretty big. We don't normally see those sorts of numbers really ever. I think they thought that that was so busted that they had to balance it somehow. So being able, because you could give it to other things, so she can't give it to herself, and that was their way of balancing it. Maybe that's also why they made this on attack. They thought that those two effects together, if it was an on play Rico and it could give the power to itself, that'd be too good. I don't think that would have ever been the case, even when this card came out in set 2. I don't play this card, but I see some Yotsuba Decks flashes in. There's no level 0 Yotsuba Rico. The 3k power is not insignificant. So I think this is a solid enough card that is worth mentioning, even if you probably aren't going to play it. But I think if you're a newer player, you might see some value with this card. It's more interesting than anything. Next up, we have this class representative Yotsuba. When she's placed on the stage from hand, she gets 1500 power until end of turn, so she's 6k before any other sort of buffs. And when her battle opponent becomes reversed, if there's a climax in your climax area, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock. We see this sort of level 1 blind stock, stock charging profile plenty. There are always variations of it. Sometimes they require reverses and no climaxes. Sometimes they require reverses and climaxes. Sometimes they require revealing certain level cards from the top of your deck, usually level 1 or higher when they attack. There's all sorts of variations. I think this is for Yotsuba, this is the best version it could have been. It's swinging at 7k with a climax the turn you play her. And even though she needs a reverse at level 1, you're going to be able to get some lane in the majority of your games where this thing can get a reverse with 7k power behind it. And you're guaranteeing the free stock at that point. This is something where Yotsuba's most redundant, her most competitive builds are very tight on deck space, and I think because of that, this card just doesn't. You don't have the room for this most of the time, at least not from my experience. But I think this is a very good card, and I think I can absolutely see newer players picking it up just to get a little bit of free resources. And you're just, while still dealing with your opponent's characters, and you're not making any sacrifices playing this. I do think it is a solid card, and for an uncommon, I think it's actually very good. And I don't generally harp on the rarities of cards when I compare the rarity of a card to its actual effect, but I still think for uncommon, this is pretty good. Next, we have this 1-0 event called flashcards. If you have 4 more Yotsuba characters in their card names, choose one Yotsuba character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. We have seen effects like this on events constantly all the time throughout the years, and their various colors. Typically, they're 1/1 events. So you may not have to discard any hand or something, but you are getting rid of, you're using the event. That's one card from your hand, and you're paying a stock. Now you're getting the hand back because you're salvaging or sometimes searching your deck, but you did have to pay the stock. Um, they got rid of the stock requirement because it says you need to have 4 or more Yotsuba characters. So just one character shy of a full field. That's fine. People don't play this. I don't play this, but I do not think it's a bad card. I think when set 2 Yotsuba came out, it wasn't necessarily a bad option. Now you don't really need it, but I do think, especially for newer players, this one, and you want to like sort of learn how to use events, and you're starting with Yotsuba, there are absolutely worse events you could choose from. Next, we have this a new story, Yotsuba Nakano. So this exact effect is going to be, each girl got this. This was a promo with set 2, and each girl got a card that was identical to this, but just in different colors, and the art was practically identical between all of them, but the effects were all the same. But it's not a bad card by any means. It's a 1/0, and they'll all have this effect. This card can be played without fulfilling color requirements. Doesn't really matter for Yotsuba because this is green and all her stuff's green anyway, but at least at level 1 that you're going to be playing usually. But it can be played without fulfilling color requirements, which is always nice. And then she is a helmet. What that means is you can send her to waiting room and discard a card from hand to salvage any character of any level in your waiting room. She's also a rest herself. Pick one of your characters, and it gets 1,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. Not a bad card. Good one of. Helmets are always nice to play as a one of anyway if a set has them. I always love when helmets have a secondary effect that is rest itself to do a thing, and then you could just immediately afterwards send it away to get the helmet effect. It gives it, you would have already played it because it's a good one of a helmet. But the fact that now you are doing something good, it's just pretty solid. I like that it's till the end of your opponent's next turn, the power pump. That's pretty good. It's solid enough card overall. Next, we have this Sparkling Smile Yotsuba. She's from set 1. During your turn, if you have 2 or more other Quints characters, she gets plus 2,000 power, so 65 on your turn. Not terrible, 7/5 with Climax. And she's a JC, so that means jump counter. When your other Quints character is frontal attacked, you may pay the cost, which is pay 1, send this card from your stage to waiting room. If you do, bounce the character being frontal attacked back to your hand. I love JCs. I think if you are playing uh, green at level 1, this is a great card to have if you have any extra slots available. They're a great way to plus you. This one is also swinging reasonably big during your turn. Easy condition to meet. It doesn't see much play nowadays, but this did see more play in the early days of Quints when it was just set 1. I still think it's a good card, but again, we're just dealing with the fact that the card pool is so large by now that you just have other cards to choose from. But I still think this is a great card. I still love it. I'm trying to find ways to fit a couple of copies into my Yotsuba deck right now. I do just really like it a lot. The only way they could have made this card better, in my opinion, is if instead of going to waiting room, it sent itself to memory. We have seen at least one JC that sends itself to memory from Psychono, and that would have been like awesome. It would have fit with Yotsuba's thing, but maybe they hadn't quite settled on the memory component yet, or maybe they were still traumatized from what Psychono did in JP to print that effect again. Whatever it is, this is just a fantastic card. Like it a lot, even if you don't necessarily play it. Next, we move on to level 2s. This is the rest counter I spoke of when we were talking about Climax combos for Yotsuba. She's a 2500 backup, but you don't play her for the backup effect. You play her because when you use the backup, you may discard 4 Yotsuba characters. If you do, choose one of your opponent's characters and rest it. Only rest counter that Quints has. They gave it to Yotsuba because she objectively, at the time this card was printed, which was uh, the premium booster set, she was the one who needed it. Yotsuba was the deck that needed it the most, but also was the least likely to be able to abuse it, I guess, because she was viewed as objectively the weakest of the sister in terms of deck building. Now, I do think that by the time the movie set came out, which was the set before this set, I do think that because of the hits on the ban list at the time to 8 Stand by Nino, while there were pros and cons to each Quints deck. I do think that just from a very rough perspective, I actually think by the time the movie set came out, because of the movie set, all five girls, if you built the most meta version of a deck possible, they were pretty much on equal footing. If there was no ban list at the time, 8 Stand by Nino would have been the best, but there was a ban list at the time and still is, just a different ban list. So I think they were roughly the same. Of course, there are benefits to some and not others, and yada yada yada. But they really evened it out, in my opinion, with the movie set, where while there were differences, they were far more negligible than they had been with the two previous sets. But even so, I think the general consensus from the player base as well as Bushiroad was that Yotsuba was still the weakest, and the other girls could potentially abuse this, especially 8 Stand by Nino, and especially Itsuki. We'll get to why with Itsuki later, but spoiler, it's because Itsuki can have a whole lot of hand. So Yotsuba was the least likely to be able to abuse this, but she was the deck, if you, in my opinion, and I'm assuming this was Bushiroad's consensus as well. We didn't compare notes on it, but she would be the deck least likely from Quints to abuse it. But she was the deck that, if a deck had to have a rest counter, she would be the one who deserved it the most because she was just the weakest, and it's a very powerful effect to rest counter something. She also, it's Yotsuba characters, and because Yotsuba's stuff is all on bar, even when you trigger climaxes, you can't grab back characters because you're just getting bars to hand. If she was discard 4 cards, that would be pretty broken, especially in 8 bar Yotsuba. That would be much easier of a condition to meet because, then you want to be triggering bars every turn. 4 characters is just a lot. You're not going to have the characters in hand generally when you're using this after you have like done your level 3 turn. If you didn't kill your opponent and they survived, you're just not going to have 4 characters left in hand. 5, because you have to count the backup itself. 5 Yotsubas in hand. But if you are level 2 and your opponent's doing stuff and you use this backup, well, you pretty much just lost your entire hand, and you're not going to be able to be offensive anymore, most likely. So it's like a trade-off. A lot of Yotsuba decks don't actually play it, despite the fact that if you use it, it is powerful. But it's definitely worth mentioning. I actually don't play it right now. I did take it out because I found that I've never once used it because I just never had the hand for it. I have had situations where, yeah, no, there's plenty of times I got the 4 Yotsubas, but I was never in a situation where I was like, I would sacrifice my entire hand for this card. It was that I like, honestly, I'd rather, anytime I was close to dying with Yotsuba, and I've been in a position where I'm like, a rest counter would save me. Um, Probably. I've thought, yeah, but then I'm not going to win the next turn. So what's the fucking point? It's either I die now or I die the next turn. I don't want to play this just so that I have to move up my brainstorms and vanilla swim with brainstorms, and then my opponent kills me the next turn anyway. But it's still definitely a card worth mentioning. And I stand by my reasons for why Yotsuba, out of all the girls, is probably the one who deserved it the most, even if she was also the one who is least likely to actually use it herself. Next, we have a very simple card, Trembling of Fury Yotsuba. She's from set 1. She's a memory kick backup, so use the backup, give 3k to the battling character when her battle opponent, and the ability when the battle opponent becomes reverse. Put that character into your opponent's memory. Great card. I think all, or maybe 4 out of 5, that might be all, I'm forgetting. I guess we'll find out by the end of the video, of the girls have memory kick backups in their own. Memory kick backups are not essential to a deck. I think they are like sort of format dependent. Lots of people though do like to have them out as a one of in any deck. The benefit of them is they deny effects that are end of attack, because they'll be a memory and they can't use it. They also deny effects that require a full field. So it's very, during your opponent's turn, this card can be very impactful. Obviously, experience-wise players don't need me to explain the benefits of a memory kick counter, but for newer players, that is why this would be a good effect. Next, we have another backup that's very good. It's an anti-change backup. This one is when you use the backup, you can ditch 2. Notably, it's 2 cards, so you can discard climaxes, which is nice. If you do, Choose one of your opponent's characters with level higher than their current level and send it to their waiting room. Um, Important card to have as a one of. Excuse me. Um, Important card to have as a one of in most Yotsuba decks. Just be it to even if you're not going to use it, just to be able to threaten your opponent with it. Very strong as a one of. Most lists will play an anti-change backup if their set has it, and I do really like the cost because discarding two bars that I triggered the previous turn is just feels very strong, I think. Next, we have this event, this reason for transferring schools. This is the event that was mentioned on that level 0 Yotsuba that we looked at earlier. I think that was the one that's Flowers of Gratitude Yotsuba. I'm actually really bad at names when it comes to this game. I generally just remember the pictures. But yeah, it's that Yotsuba we talked about earlier. So this reason for transferring schools is a 2-1 event that's got the little counter symbol, so you can use it during your opponent's turn, during when they attack and they go to the trigger step. When you use it, choose up to 2 characters with Yotsuba in your waiting room, return them to hand, choose 1 card in your hand, and put it into your waiting room. You send this card to memory also, and while it's in your memory, at the beginning of your main phase, you may discard a Climax. If you do, return this card to your hand. Now, I love the art because it's a cute image, and the resolution's really nice. Effect's fine. It's not crazy. The only reason they gave this card I guess the counter symbol is because you can use it on your opponent's turn, and then you could use it basically immediately after at the start of your turn. Whereas if you use it on your turn, you have to wait till your next turn to use it. And you still have the option to do that. You don't have to use it on your opponent's turn. But like it effectively means the same thing. The only time, it doesn't even matter. I was gonna say that this card has some benefit to when you're about to refresh, you're taking cards out of your waiting room, but you have to resolve the whole effect first. You're just trading 2 cards for 2 cards, um, because you're paying the stock. That's going to go to your waiting room. You're discarding a card. That's going to go to your waiting room, and you're yanking 2 cards out. But your refresh is going to be the same amount of cards. I guess you are able to pay out a stock if you think you blind stocked a bar on your third attack the previous turn. I guess it's always better to have the option to do it on your opponent's turn than to not have it. But this card would have been way more impactful to use on your opponent's turn if you got to search your deck for 2 Yotsubas. That would be pretty interesting. At that point, it might be a little too good. On a 2-1, we have seen counter events that say search your deck for 2 specific characters or characters with specific names. But they're like 2/2s. Not like 2/2s like ballerinas, but like, you know what I mean. I think honestly this could have stayed a 2-1 because it was Yotsuba specific, and if it searched the deck, it just would have been better. You get some really good taking damage out of deck, always super nice. But the card's fine. No one really plays it. There's not really, to be honest, a reason to play it. You get very good selectivity though for 1 stock. I will give you that. In terms of card economy, it is a strong card. It's just not a card that is necessary for Yotsuba, but it's a great way to just for basic, essentially 1 stock. You are just really hand fixing and setting yourself up for level 3. And again, the art is nice, so that is a plus. Moving on to level 3s, we have this Beauty of the Festival Yotsuba. Um, if your memory is 2 or more cards, and all of the cards in your memory are reason for transferring schools, so the event we just looked at, or have Yotsuba in their names, this card gets -1 level while in your hand. So if you're playing like memory stuff, it's an easy condition to fulfill. And once you place on stage from hand, put up to 1 card from top of deck into stock, perform the following action. You may choose one of your opponent's level 1 or higher characters, and you may de-level it. So they choose a level X or lower character in their waiting room and exchange it with the character you chose. X is equals to the level of the character you chose, -1. Great sort of removal. Plus, it refunds one of the 2 stock you have to play to use it. And then if you early play this, you are getting a 2 soul beater. Not a bad card. Not every Yotsuba deck needs to play it, but it is important in my opinion to have removal. And for a 1 hand, 1 stock removal with an early play condition, that's incredibly easy to hit in Yotsuba decks. I think this is a very solid piece of removal because it is so cheap and because it does provide an important service. Next, we have this Quintuplet Trails Yotsuba. If you have 4 more Yotsuba characters on your stage, she gets -1 level on your hand, so an easy condition to meet. And during your turn, if your memory has 3 or more Yotsuba characters, she gets 2500 power and the following ability. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may put that character in your opponent's memory. While I like that it's optional, that's very important. Some people, especially newer players, might, because I've already talked about the importance of memory compression a bit when talking about Yotsuba, they might not get why it's good to send your opponent's character to memory. There are times where it's not good and you're not going to want to send it to memory. But there are times where it might be beneficial to you to send your opponent's character to memory and give them some memory compression. Namely, when you are sending something that has an on-death effect, you get to deny them that effect if you want. You get to deny any sort of encore because they can't encore from memory. So that could be relevant. Or if it's an important piece that maybe you want to just get out of the way so they can't use it again, there could be situations like that. Whatever it is, you have the option, and it's nice to have the option. It also on play is a ditch 1 healed stock. I love stock healers; they're my favorite kind of healers. You're playing this out as long as you pay that cost. You're playing this out for 1 stock also. So you got a big 2-soul beater on with a very easy to hit early play condition. That is also coming out for 1 stock. If you use that, healing to at level 2 is always nice. A very, very solid card overall. Next, we have another early play healer, but this one has a different condition. It gets -1 level if you have 3 or more Quints characters in your memory. So another thing you could play at level 2, and when it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal. Not a stock heal, but it's still fine. Easy condition to hit in Yotsuba. Plus, is 10k all the time. For newer players, typically with early play healers, the common thing is that we see fluctuations on their power levels. We see some that will gain a tremendous amount of power on your turn, but typically, and not always, there's always exceptions, but typically, if they gain an enormous amount of power on your turn, they will be significantly weaker on your turn, where it's a lot easier for opponent to run over them. But the trade-off is that they're getting over pretty much anything on your turn. We see some that are more balanced, where they might have reasonable offensive power and then reasonable defensive power. And then we see cards like this, which are very middle of the road. And I don't mean that in a bad way, where they are not the strongest offensively, but they're not weak offensively. And they're also reasonably big defensively. 10k on an early play is not bad defensive amount of power. So it's an easy enough condition to get out. It's still healing, and then it's sitting pretty big offensively and defensively. Defensively, it's probably going to sit higher than most. Offensively, it will be weaker, but I think the trade-off is perfectly acceptable. You basically have this or the Yotsuba we just looked at as your early play options. I think it comes down to personal preference. There's nothing wrong with either one of them. Next up, and I think this is the last Yotsuba card. I probably should have put this earlier because it's a little underwhelming, but it's not bad. This comes from the trial deck, set 1. During your turn, it gets 2k power, so 12k, it's not bad. During the turn, it's placed on stage from hand. When her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pay 1. If you do, put that character into your opponent's clock. I think when set 1 came out, this was a nice little off finisher you could throw into green decks. Clock, sending something to clock is like guaranteed damage, essentially, that can't be canceled. If you can't get your full 3 copies of your Climax combo, this is a very cheap off finisher. By now, we really don't need this sort of effect, but it's still there. I do think for a trial deck, this is a very standard type of card. Helps players sort of, it's harder when you're a newer player to fully set up for level 3. I think a lot of the time, when you're still learning the mechanics of Weiss, you just have a lot of things to remember. So sometimes you don't get to do the full 3 copies because you were too busy focused on other things to sculpt for everything you needed. This is sort of a way where you can still get some sort of extra damage at level 3, and it's pretty easy to use, and it's very cheap to use. And there's nothing wrong with sending an opponent's character to clock. I think even though this never sees play in modern play, it's still not actually a bad card. There's just not really a reason to be playing it with all of the Quinn sets that we have. But for newer players, if you feel like you might have some trouble, sculpting for everything you need at level 3, it's not bad to throw like a copy of this in your deck so you have some sort of off finisher effect that doesn't require a climax in order to use it. And 12k is pretty reasonable on an on an off finisher that requires a reverse. And the fact that it's end of attack, like when the battle opponent comes reversed, you pay the 1, is very strong. They could have easily made this on attack, pay 1, then it gains the ability that when it gets reversed. I know that might not sound like a difference, but if you're in a situation where stock is low, this thing will always be able to pay for itself. You don't have to worry about having the extra stock up front to use it, and there are plenty of off finishers that have that requirement. On attack, pay 1, this gains the ability to clock it on reverse. It will always be able to do it, which is very, very nice. That will be it for the notable Yotsuba cards. There are still Yotsuba has a massive card pool, just like all the Quints. There are plenty of other Yotsuba cards throughout the 4 Quint sets that we've had. If something's not here, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. It can mean that it's bad. There's plenty of bad Quints cards, and there's plenty of bad Yotsuba cards. When we're dealing with a card pool of many, many, many hundreds, there are just some that just aren't worth mentioning. And I'm looking at the timer on this, and God, this video is going to be like 8 hours or something. Anyway, imagine if I had included more. Next up, we are going to look very quickly at a specific Yotsuba deck list. Moving on to a specific Yotsuba deck profile. For some of the girls, I have more than one deck profile featuring different Climax combos. For Yotsuba, I only have one. I have what I consider to be sort of the shell for the most meta version of Yotsuba you could go for. I'm not saying this deck list is the meta version of Yotsuba. I'm saying it's the shell. So it's got like most of the important pieces, and then you got spots where you could just they're more flexible. We've got the level 3 Yotsuba, the special Yotsuba combo, the one that has the all finisher ability, so you can get some extra damage in there. We got the level 1 unparalleled beauty Yotsuba. That is, top check up to 7, depending on your memory. 8-bar Yotsuba, I think this list is very standard. We've got plenty of cards that go to memory. We get a lot of memory compression. An interesting thing about this, for anyone who's newer and they might not understand why, we have 4 copies of the What She Yearned For Yotsuba. That's the level 3 combo from set 2, but we are not playing the Climax for that Yotsuba. We are playing it mostly for one reason, but there is another reason. We have 4 copies of the level 0 Yotsuba that is pay 1, send itself to waiting room to look at top 3, add a character, and then you could send a copy of the What She Yearned For Yotsuba from your waiting room to your memory. It is a way for one stock to get even more memory. It's a way to get extra memory during your main phase without needing a reverse during attack phase or anything like that. It's an easy way to get memory because it just relies on having a card in waiting room, which is pretty easy. And if worse comes to worse, you can always hard play it and use it as an off finisher because it doesn't need the climax to actually do the mill 5 of your opponent's deck and burn X. So it's an option. I have almost never done that, but I have done it a couple of times, and it's not the worst thing in the world. But mostly it's there to get some extra memory for just one stock, especially during main phase, which is important. Not having to wait for a reverse or to Unk or Step or something like that can make a difference sometimes, but pretty standard. It's worked for me so far. I like the Yotsuba level 0 that stock charges you. Fantastic card, puts in a lot of work. But pretty standard. If you are going to go with a different combo, you can probably keep a lot of the shell of this the same. If you wanted to go, for example, the What She Yearned For Yotsuba, that you definitely have options. You don't have to go with this with these cards, but I think a lot of these cards are so good you could just play that What She Yearned for Yotsuba and not have to change too much. You don't need to, you would take out the 4 copies of the special Yotsuba, but you could keep everything else the same if you wanted, and then you could just add in like 4 text slots or other early plays or more early plays or backups or whatever it is. Everything else actually, you'd have to, I guess you'd have to change a little bit if you wanted to add in the support for the What She Yearned for Yotsuba. But I think that's fine. That's really only like a couple of copies of that level 0 that we talked about during that portion, and it'd be easy enough to find the space to just fit a couple of copies of that. I don't think you necessarily need the 2-1 assist. If you really liked the next 2 Soul Yotsuba combo from set 1, you would need to make a lot of changes to this list because you got to fit in the 1-0 that summons the 2-1 that summons the 3-2 Yotsuba combo at level 2. So it's a lot of sort of slots you got to focus on. So you can't have as much freedom. I guess you'd have some slots filled up if you switch that, but yeah, I guess in that version you would have 4 slots because you take out the What She Yearned for Yotsuba, um, and that would give you 4 slots for the 2-1. Yeah, and then that's a few more slots for the 1-0. I don't know. That combo's just not worth it. And that combo is harder. You'd have to really change the deck list around because stock is a little bit more of an issue because you need to be spending the stock earlier. With this, you don't have to worry about doing anything at level 2. So you have an extra turn to build some stock. But I think this is a very standard modern Yotsuba list, and it's worked really well for me so far. Next up, we are done with Yotsuba, and we are moving on to Miku. Miku is my favorite girl, which is disappointing because she lost. Again, sorry for the spoilers. But also, Miku has had a very interesting history throughout Weiss. If Reddit is to be believed, and I believe everything I see on Reddit because you wouldn't be allowed to post it on Reddit if it wasn't true. They're very strict about that. Miku's the most popular girl, then, if you believe Reddit, if you also believe popularity polls and what people say. Um, a lot of people might say Nino. They're just coping. Nino's great too. Nino's second best. Actually, sorry, Nino's third best. Anyway, it's like 2 in the morning, so I'm getting a little sidetracked. And I'm realizing that I have my work cut out for me with the rest of this video because I might have gotten a little in over my head. But I will soldier on and I will continue on with Best Girl Miku. Miku has an interesting history with Weiss because Miku had some good cards in set 1. She had some really, really good cards in set 1. She didn't have enough cards to really make a deck. A big part of Miku's problems is that she, aside from the fact that she, didn't marry Futaro, a big part of her problem is that her Climax level 3 combos with set 1 and 2 really just did not feel good. They felt kind of honestly bad, even by the standards of the time that they came out in. And so she didn't really get a good level 3 combo until the movie set. And the movie set combo really needed a key piece of direct support from the premium booster in order to be more meta relevant. And even if it all works out, the most meta version of Miku is effectively burn one twice. And I don't like burn one twice. And so that kind of sucks for me because it can whiff even, and we'll get to how it can whiff when we get to the card. But for a character that Bushiroad had to have known was a fan favorite, we can argue all day and night whether Nino is more beloved or whether it's Miku. Doesn't really matter. She's definitely like, I'm sure people realize, a top 2 in just terms of raw popularity. You would think they would have given her more to work with. She has so many great cards, even as far back as set 1. Miku has a good level 1 combo in set 1, and she's a lot of great utility cards and a lot of good profiles. And she continues getting great profiles that are not climax combos in set 2. It's just sort of the end game where she falters. But still, she does have some really cool stuff for her. It's She also leans kind of how Yotsuba leans very heavily into the memory mechanic. Miku leans very heavily into the marker mechanic. not all, and I'm not even going to say most, but there are so many Miku cards that revolve around having markers. That's not, I don't say that as a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. Markers have their place. Miku's cards hit on a lot of things as long as they're not climaxes a lot of the time. They work really well in Miku-centric decks. Markers are great because they give you board compression. Let's say you've got 5 characters on board and 3 of them have markers and you hit a refresh. Well, your deck is refreshing with 3 less cards than it should be, because 3 of those cards are markers underneath characters on your board. So it's just a great way to get a little bit of compression. That is a big thing about markers, but a lot of Miku's cards that we're going to talk about, especially with combos, do revolve around markers. But enough of a preamble. Let's get into Best Girl Miku. Starting off, we have this combo, this level 1 combo from set 2. I know with Yotsuba, just as a side note, I kind of went in order with the sets for a lot of it, but with Miku, we're going to jump around a bit because I kind of wanted to go from like worst to best with her cards. We have this level 1 combo from set 2, which is on a pants. We got this beautiful artwork here. Most of Miku's combos, and I think all the combos we're going to look at for Miku, are on pants climaxes. Miku is also a character whose all of her cards are in blue and green, and pretty much all of her combos work on pants. So this combo is when she attacks, she gets X power. X is equal to the number of headphone in your waiting room. We'll talk about what headphone is. It's a recurring thing for Miku, but it's the number of headphone in your waiting room times 15. 1500. That's actually pretty huge, which is important because she does require a reverse. When her battle opponent becomes reverse, if you have the pants climax in your climax area, you may salvage a character. 15 is a pretty big number as long as you got, just even 2 copies of headphone in your waiting room. Headphone is an event. Um, that is 3K. That is 8-5 with the climax. That's pretty solid. Anything more than that, and we're just hitting insane numbers for a level 1. Um, I don't think this is a bad combo. I think though it does have weaknesses. It does require headphones to get big, which means you have to play headphones, and you might not want to play headphones, even though headphones is good. Um, Also, the reverse, despite the big power she can get, it is possible for your opponent to deny it, which means she can miss on that, and that kind of stinks. You get no deck speed out of this combo too. You just get the 3 attacks you get that turn, and that is it. So if you're in a bad deck state, this level 1 combo is not going to help you get out of it at all. Whereas something like Top Check 4, even that would help you get to a new deck, so you take less damage. But there is a value in certain deck states with not messing with your deck state, by having to be forced to look at a certain number of cards, and potentially see climaxes, and then they're getting taken out of your deck and you can cancel with them. It's not bad. I think they're just better level 1 combos for Miku. But I know I had the preamble where I talked about Miku has issues, and she's always had issues with Weiss, until like the premium booster, honestly. The level 1 game was really not the problem with Miku. She's always had enough to get by. And I don't even mean that derogatorily. Like, this is perfectly fine, especially on like a rare. It's not amazing, but it's like it is fine. And we're still going to talk about what headphone is in a minute because this combo also works on headphone. Next, we have the level 1 pants combo from set 1 Quints, the Quintessential Quintuplets Miku, featuring the very pretty HYR art. She gets 500 power for each of your other Quints characters. So she's 6k with a full board, 7k with Climax, but if you don't have the full board, she'll, continuously get weaker. I do like that it is cross turn though. While I think 6k with a full board, when you don't factor in Climax, that's not like, that's barely fine. I think it really is okay by modern standards. I think when it came out, it was better. Power creep, literal power creep has just evolved since then. But the fact that it is cross turn is pretty nice. Then our Climax combo is when the Pants Climax is placed in your Climax area. If this card's in your center stage and you have another Quints character, choose one of the following effects. and perform it. Choose one headphone in your waiting room and return it to hand, or you can search your deck for up to one headphone, reveal it to your opponent, and put it to your hand and shuffle your deck. So what headphone is these two events, whatever. Um, they both have the same name, which is important because they do two separate things, but they have the same name, meaning you cannot play. This is more important for newer players. You cannot play more than 4 total copies between these two cards. You can do 4 of the headphone on the left, but then you can't play any copies of the headphone on the right. You can do 2 copies of one and 2 copies of the other, but you can't do 3 copies of one and 2 copies of the other. Just 4 copies total. The one on the left we'll start with. That is from set 1. What it does is reveal the top card of your deck and choose a level X or lower Quints character in waiting room, return it to hand. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. So it is an event Rico. Not bad. I think though that when set 1 came out, I played Miku a ton. Miku was not my most competitive Quints build when it came out, but she was my favorite, so I still played her a lot. And for the time, this was fine. However, with set 2, they must have realized that that headphone event just wasn't enough, especially because there are a lot of cards that reference headphone for Miku. So in set 2, they gave us a new headphone event. This 1-0 on the right here, what that one says is if you don't have a character with Miku, it can't be played from your hand. Negligible condition. And when you use it, look up to 5 cards from top of deck, choose a character with Miku from among them, show it to your opponent, put it to hand, put the rest into your waiting room, look at the top card of your deck, and put it on the top or the bottom of your deck. I think the general consensus is when people are playing the headphone event, especially if they're playing it with the level 1 Miku combo that grabs the headphone event, the one we just looked at, I think the general consensus is that typically you're going to play 3 of the one on the right and 1 of the one on the left. The one on the right is important because it does give you deck speed, but it gives you a lot of deck speed. You get to look at top 5. That's pretty strong. It also, when you're done with it, lets you look at the top card of your deck and put it on top or bottom. That top deck knowledge can be very important. Being able to see a climax and decide you're going to brainstorm, or seeing a non-climax and knowing I really need to hit a brainstorm, so let me move that card to the bottom of my deck, and you're basically turning your 4-card brainstorm into a 5-card brainstorm off a card that already got you a Miku from the top 5 cards of deck, for no stock. Very strong card. Typically this sort of event historically would be sort of a look at top 4, add a character, but the benefit of that would be they almost always have the counter symbols, so you can use them on your opponent's turn, which can be very important if you're in a bad deck state and you want to dig to a refresh. This, it seems, because you get to look at 5, and because when you're done with that, you get to look at the top card of your deck, it does not have the counter symbol, the one on the right. I think it's a fine enough trade-off. It's still a great event that you can grab if you're playing the level 1 combo. I think the one on the left, it's kind of stupid that it has the counter symbol. It's really only relevant when you are about to hit a refresh and you want to grab something before it gets refreshed back into your deck. But there's not really anything you could do with the knowledge because it's your opponent's turn. And if you're new to Weiss, you can absolutely do things on your opponent's turn. But if you're coming from a game like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's constant back and forth, regardless of whose turn it is, where both of you are just constantly playing cards on both players' turns, Weiss is not a game like that. Weiss has some cards that will do things on your opponent's turn, but nowhere near the level of Yu-Gi-Oh! So even if you look at the top card of your deck with the headphone on the left, you're really not going to be able to do anything about it. And then not so it's a little more niche. Still, on its own, it's not a bad event. It's just the counter symbol would have been much better on the event on the right. Probably would have made the event on the right a little too good, to be honest. It would have kind of made it busted with all of its effects intact. But still, I have always played 3 copies of the one on the right once it came out, and 1 copy of the one on the left. You could do it however you want, but that is the event. These are the events that you can grab off the level 1 combo that we just looked at. It's also the event that is required to give power to the first level 1 combo that we looked at. But I really like that level 1 combo. I think it is very. I think it's a solid combo. We have seen variations of it all the time where it's a level 1 combo, often on a pants, not always, but it'll be a level 1 combo that searches for a specific event that basically does what the events we just looked at do. You don't kill any compression from your deck necessarily with it. So if you've got a nice compressed deck with climaxes in it, at that point you've probably got the event in your waiting room. You could grab it from there and not mess with it. If you do need some deck speed, it's not giving you deck speed on your turn, which can be a little unfortunate, but it is on pants. It's easy to loop. It sits reasonably big cross turn by level 1 combo standards. I think it's a very solid level 1 combo that is just at this point outclassed by the next level 1 combo we're going to look at. But I can say that considering I've played Miku a ton, both before and after the movie set came out, which has the next combo we're going to look at, that level 1 combo for Miku, it's a very solid combo. It's like a good 8 out of 10, gets the job done sort of combo. There's really its weaknesses really aren't that big of a deal. Whereas the first combo we looked at, um, being a combo that needs a reverse while also needing to have specific cards in waiting room to gain its power, while I still think the combo is fine, it absolutely has weaknesses that are far easier for your opponent to play around depending on what they're playing, and it's just not worth it to be playing. So the Quintessential Quintuplets Miku is definitely my favorite level 1 Miku combo. It is not the one that I play when I'm trying to play the most meta, but it's just my favorite because it does enough of what I'm looking for, plus the art is stunning. But I think the best level 1 Miku combo is actually this Miku combo. She works on this pants climax. It is this unparalleled beauty Miku. She is from the movie set. This is a double rare that is one of the ones that's kind of pricey from the movie set and can sometimes be out of stock or low stock and hard to find. When this card is placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is an event or a Quints character, you may put it face up underneath this card as a marker. Now, I mentioned, and this is the first we've seen of it, that the marker mechanic is a big deal for Miku. We're going to see a lot of cards when we talk about just non-climax combo Miku cards that revolve around markers. Events are also a big thing for Miku. Miku, all the girls get events. Miku gets like the highest number of events. Um, you don't really need to play them, to be honest. They're not bad events. Like, you'll play the headphone event if you're playing the headphone climax combo, but the events are not necessarily bad. But a lot of the cards that let you marker things, they will hit on events and characters. Some of them, though, they'll always hit on characters, but some of them will only hit on specific events. So you do have to keep that in mind if you are building a Miku deck and you're throwing events in there. Just keep in mind that some of them will hit on any event like this one, but some of them will whiff on unless it's a specific event. So just keep it in mind. But when this card attacks, if there's a marker underneath her, she gets 3k power till end of turn. So 7k as long as she has a marker, 8k with the climax, not bad. And when you play the pants climax, if this card is in your center stage, you may choose a level X or lower character in your waiting room, return its hand. X is equal to the total number of markers underneath your characters. So if you have 3 markers total underneath your various characters on stage, you can salvage a level 3 or lower. If you have 0 markers, you could salvage a level 0, and so on and so forth. This combo is solid. It's strong. I have basically used it whenever I have used Miku ever since the movie set came out in 2023. It is good. There's a lot of support around this combo that we are going to talk about momentarily. There's nothing wrong with this combo. It does kind of stink when you play it out and you reveal a climax on top because then it doesn't get the marker, which means now you're lowering the ceiling for the level of character that you can grab. That is a weakness. But probably more importantly is that now you're losing out on 3,000 power. So not only are you maybe only able to grab, let's say, level 2s instead of level 3 and lowers, because this one whiffed. Maybe your other two didn't. Maybe you moved your deck around or something. But now this thing is only swinging at 5k with the Climax, which is kind of weak. You still get the salvage, a card even without the marker. You don't need the marker to actually salvage, but the less markers you have, the lower level you can salvage. At the very least, you can always salvage a 0, which is nice. But this combo does have enough support around it where it is just the Miku combo of choice. For example, this 2-1 Miku has a Climax combo that works on the same Climax combo as a level 3 Miku combo that we're going to look at momentarily. However, while it works on a different Pants Climax, when you play this 2-1 Miku out from your hand, you choose one copy of this Unparalleled Beauty Miku from your waiting room and you put it underneath her as a marker. And during your turn, if she has a marker underneath her, she gets plus 9,000 power. So on your turn, before a Climax, as long as you marker the Unparalleled Beauty Miku on the right here from your waiting room, the Onwards Together With You Miku on the left is going to be 14,000 before any other buffs. That is like insanely big. That's a lot of power on a 2-1. And then her Climax combo is at the end of her attack, you may send a different Pants Climax from your Climax area to your waiting room to draw up to 2, and then discard an equal number of cards that you drew, and then choose 2 Quints characters in waiting room and stock them. Love this card. Fantastic. Paired together, there's a lot of synergy there. It's very easy to grab this level 2 off the level 1, which is great because you need the level 1 to marker it underneath the level 2. Notably, you do not need to have a marker in order to do the 2-1 effect. It just gives it that insane amount of power, so it really encourages you to be playing the Unparalleled Beauty Miku. I've used this combination of climaxes a ton. The cards are great. They work really well. A little let down by the end game, but we'll get to that later. Still, in combination with each other, there's just a lot of synergy, and the deck as a whole really comes into its own once the movie set came out, and the premium booster just sort of added to that. So in practice, the cards they do work really well together. So that is definitely the level 1 combo of choice, and also it's very easy to splash in that level 2 combo. Just the synergy works really well. Next up, we're going to talk about the level 3 Miku combo from the movie set. This is actually the level 3 Miku combo whose climax is the climax that works on the 2-1 Miku combo that we just looked at, the one that also markers the level 1 Miku. So another Pants climax, which is not a bad thing. This is also one of the double rares from the movie set of Quints that maybe because it's Miku's very popular, whatever. Some availability does fluctuate, prices do fluctuate. It can be one of the ones that's harder to get. It kind of depends on the time of the year, whatever it is. It just fluctuates. Once you place on stage from hand or by the effect of another Miku that we're going to look at, you may heal one. And when she attacks, if you have the Pants Climax and you have 2 or more other Quints characters, you may pay 1. If you do, perform the following action. Put the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck into their waiting room. If there is a Climax among those cards, deal 1 damage X times to your opponent. If the total number of markers underneath all of your characters on stage is 2 or less, X is equal to 1. If it's 3 or more, X is equal to 2. So this is an Icy Tail for 4, potentially an Icy Tail for 5, and we'll talk about why momentarily. It's an Icy Tail for 4, and if you see any Climax, doesn't matter how many, it is at least a burn 1, which isn't good. Maybe burn 1 sucks. However, if you meet the marker condition, and in Miku deck, it is very easy to meet that marker condition. You just need to have 3 total markers on your stage to meet that condition. Not you need to have 3 separate characters that have a marker. You just need to have 3 total markers or more on your stage. That is important because we have cards that allow us to get multiple markers. And so that's very important. At that point, if you meet that marker condition and you see at least one climax on the mill 4, this card is burn one twice. Burn one twice is still not great in my opinion. The reason why it works with this card better than it does with other decks, in my opinion, is because it is decompressing your opponent, which Quints largely cannot do. It's decompressing your opponent, so if they're in a bad deck state, it is sort of getting them to a new deck, and it's getting climaxes out of their deck, which is nice. And also, traditionally, burn one twice is very often locked behind a higher cost. The most standard will be pay two, ditch one. Sometimes it's pay two, ditch two. Sometimes it's pay one, ditch two. It can really vary, but it's just a higher cost. Pay one really isn't much. It's pretty negligible. So it's a very cheap way to do burn one twice. Plus, because this deck is encouraging markers so much, you are getting a lot of compression from those markers throughout the course of the game, and that can really make a difference when it comes to canceling more often. From my experience, what it really means is that all I do is trigger climaxes more often because I'm so compressed because of all the markers on my stage, but that's a me problem. I don't need to bother you guys with it. But the package that is built around this card really does make it better. For example, we have this brainstorm here, this unresolved feelings Miku. If you don't have another copy of her, this is important. If you don't have another copy of her, the number of cards that are milled from the bottom of your opponent's deck by the level 3 combo on the right here gets +1. So instead of being an Icy Tail for 4, she's an Icy Tail for 5. So she mills the bottom 5 cards of your opponent's deck. That gives her a greater chance to hit a climax, and she does it for free, which is important because she is also a salvage brainstorm. So it would be bad if this card had no other useful effect because you'd have to leave her on your stage and have nothing to do with her. Like you just have to plop her there and do nothing. But she is a salvage brainstorm, so all of a sudden she becomes a brainstorm for choice for a Miku deck, which is important because she only grabs Miku characters with her brainstorm. Um, but still, Savage Brainstorm, great. We love to see it. It has a good effect that boosts the level 3 combo. And on top of that, when she's placed on stage from hand, you look at up to 2 cards from top of deck and you put them on top of your deck in any order. That top deck knowledge is absolutely incredible. It can give you knowledge about climaxes, so you might want to brainstorm depending on what you see, which is always nice. But even better, it gives you that knowledge while also letting you rearrange them so that when you go to play a card that has a marker, you now know what the results of the top 2 cards are going to be. So let's say you see 2 clean cards. Let's say you see 1 clean card on the top of your deck. You see a character and then you see a climax. You can make sure the character goes on top. Let's say you're level 1. You go to play one of your level 1 combos. You reveal the top. You marker the character that you just looked at and put on top. Now you know the next card is a climax, so you go and you use the brainstorm from this Miku to get the climax out. You get to salvage something, so it's like a guaranteed hit. And now you took the climax that was definitely on top of your deck, got it out of the top of your deck, and hopefully now when you play a second copy of the level 1 combo, it's a character or an event, so you get to marker it rather than whiff on it. This brainstorm is very important, both because of the +1 mill that it gives the level 3 combo here. The top check knowledge on play is very good as well. It's still a brainstorm, which is nice. Miku has had brainstorms before. It's the fact that this card directly supports Miku's best combo while having a good on play effect that makes this the absolute brainstorm of choice for Miku. I guess you don't have to play the level 3 combo if you really don't want, but we're going to look at the other level 3 combos Miku has. This is just the best one that you could choose. This Miku also has, they really pushed you into this Miku combo as well as the level 1 Miku combo from the movie set. Because we got the good support from the premium booster with the brainstorm we just looked at. From the premium booster also, though, we got this Climax swapper, except this is a Climax swapper that is a stockless Climax swapper, so you don't need to pay a stock to use it. And however, by doing that, they did put a restriction on it, and that restriction is that it only climax swaps between two specific climaxes. Those climaxes are the climaxes that work on this level 3 combo pictured here, as well as the level 1 Unparalleled Beauty Miku combo that was on the pants that we just looked at. So a stockless climax swapper is always nice. 15 is still nothing to sneeze at on a level 0 that's a stockless climax swapper, but they're really pushing you towards this build. The Bushiroad knew that these combos together were the best. You still get to use the level 2 combo for Miku that markers the level 1 but works on the climax for the level 3 Miku pictured here. There's just a lot of synergy. The support is there. 8 pants is not bad. Now, I actually am realizing that I forgot to put it into this part of the video. I think we are going to look at it later though. There's a very easy way to make this Miku combo very even easier to get off to its full potential. So the first effect is when it's placed on stage from hand, you could heal one, but it also says when it's placed on stage by the effect of Harbored Feelings Miku. I should have put it here, I forgot. We're going to look at it later though. What the Harbored Feelings Miku is the Global 500. It's a level 0 that says you may pay 1, ditch 1, and rest itself to no, sorry, it's a pay 1, rest itself, take a character from your hand and marker it underneath the Harbored Feelings Miku, and then you may salvage any character. Why that's important is because it also has another effect that says you may pay 1 and rest itself while it has 2 or less markers underneath it. If you do, pick a copy of this level 3 What She Wants to Do Miku from your hand, and you may place it on stage from your hand, and you may take the Harbored Feelings Miku from your stage, and you may take all the markers that are underneath it, and you may put it underneath the level 3 Miku as markers. It's a really great way to get a lot of markers out of one card. The Global 5 is pretty irrelevant, but it's a great way to get a lot of markers under one card. You're not saving any stock by doing it because you're doing the pay 1 at like twice in order to do it. But you get the markers early. It's that way you're not whiffing. You're like, I guess you're not whiffing with this. It's just you need to meet the marker requirements to make this combo honestly like even remotely good. If this was just an icy tail with like a burn 1, it's pretty terrible. So you really need to meet that marker condition in order to make it burn 1 twice, because burn 1's not good. Burn 1 twice is a lot better than just burn 1, but it's not like amazing. However, when you combine it with an icy tail that's decompressing your opponent, um, it all sort of can come together, especially when you factor in all the support around this combo and all the soul you're pushing with 8 pants, plus all the compression you're getting from the markers. It sounds like a lot of setup, and I'm not going to lie, it is a lot of setup. This is not necessarily the combo for a brand new player to Weiss. I think you have enough going on where the marker mechanic and making sure you're marking things correctly, it's just going to be a little too much at the beginning. But this is, if you like Miku and you really want to build a Miku deck and you're new to Weiss, I think this is the combo that you should be working towards. I know there's going to be people who say something like, "Oh, it's really not that hard. Just get good at the game." Blah 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 blah. Come on, like seriously, this combo is the best level 3 combo that Miku has to offer. I don't recommend it for a newer player just because you're going to have enough to remember without having to remember, oh, did I get the markers right? Do I have the right number of markers? What even is a marker, because I'm new to the game and I can't remember everything all at once. Whatever it is, we'll start with the next. Maybe you should start with the level 3 combos that we're about to look at. But this, when it comes to Miku, if you really are focused on Miku, is the level 3 combo that you should be building towards. If you're someone who's very experienced with Weiss already, or even mildly experienced with Weiss, and you're just getting into Quints for the first time, well, then this combo is going to be a cinch for you. You know, it's not. This combo is definitely not the best level 3 combo that Quints has as a whole. However, Miku, once we got the movie set and the premium booster, Miku did get tops, which it really did not do. I'm not saying it never topped a regional when it was just the first two sets, but it really needed the movie set and beyond to actually be meta relevant, and it actually did perform well. Even not that long ago, it got first place, I think, last year at Teams, if I remember correctly, in California at a major regional. California is a huge regional. But even before then, during singles and during other team regionals, Miku started actually doing things which it had never done before on anywhere close to a consistent basis. So the combo is has the potential to be devastating if your opponent's in certain deck states because you could take a lot of climaxes out of their deck. It's mostly the fact that it is doing what it does for so cheap while being a part of a deck that is giving you a lot of compression from all the markers you're getting. Plus, it's doing everything it does for a pretty cheap cost, and there's so much synergy between all the cards because of the marker mechanic and everything that goes on. We'll see why as the video goes on. It all just sort of comes together. It's hard to explain it, but it all comes together where it all adds up. No part of the Miku deck is going to blow your opponent out of the water from any point in the game, but you're just building a solid foundation and you're building upon it with the Miku deck essentially, so that by the end you have a very, very solid, reliable structure that you can count on to win games. Next up, we have this A Step Forward Miku. This is the Climax combo from set 1. I have played an absolute crap ton of this combo because this was the combo that I used when it was just set 1, when I wanted to play Miku a lot. It was also the combo I continued using once we got set 2 because I do not like the level 3 combo from set 2, and we will talk about that next. But anyway, this level 3 combo for Miku works on the Pants Climax pictured here. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1, and when she attacks, if you have the climax in your climax area and you have another character, you may pay 1. If you do, perform the following 2 effects 1 time each. Put the bottom 2 cards of your opponent's deck into their waiting room and deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to the number of climax among those cards. And then you look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, choose up to 2 cards from among them, put them on the top of their deck in any order, and put the rest into their waiting room. So, this is a card that can't decide what it wants to be. It is an Icy Tail for 2, as well as a Mocha 2. I think the problem with this card is the fact that an Icy Tail for 2 never really did anything, and a Mocha 2 never really did anything. Now, Mocha 3s, it may not sound like a lot. Mocha 3 is a lot better than a Mocha 2. An Icy Tail for 2 isn't great, but once we start getting to Icy Tail 4 and 5s, I'm not saying Icy Tail 4 or 5s are amazing, I'm saying they're playable. When it's just an Icy Tail for 2 and a Mocha 2, you're kind of taking 2 things and you're not doing either thing particularly well. There are going to be games you use this combo, and it does both of those things in an amazing way. You mill 2 climaxes from the bottom of your opponent's deck with one of your Mikus here, and you burn 2 and it sticks, and then you Mocha them for 2 and you see 2 more climaxes and you just get rid of them. Those games that's luck. That's what luck does. Sometimes those games are going to happen. I can tell you from someone who has played, I can't say hundreds of games with this card, but I can tell you that I've played many, 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 many dozens of games with this combo. Most of the time, what's going to happen is you're going to play 3 copies of this Miku. At least one of them is not going to hit any climaxes off of the Icy Tail for 2. Most likely, 2 of them are not going to hit any climaxes, and the third one will hit a climax in whatever order that happens. You are probably going to snipe some climaxes if you triple this in a turn with the Mocha 2. It'll definitely happen. However, what also is going to happen a lot is you're going to look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck, and you're just going to see 2 clean cards. You're going to leave them, and you're going to go for the swing, and they're going to cancel on 3. That is a running joke when it comes to Mochas, but it's a joke with some truth behind it, a lot of truth behind it. It's just not going to feel great. This combo, I think, would have been better if they picked a lane. Either go bigger on the Icy Tail or go bigger on the Mocha. but I think the only way that this card could have actually been salvageable. Look, when the card came out, there was a lot of discussion about Quints where people actually thought that this could have been the meta combo of choice when it was just Quints set one. There was like a lot of debate about it, I remember. Most people were saying it was either this or the Ichika level 3 combo from set one, which is a combo we're going to discuss when we get to Ichika, of course. Um, and there were pros and cons for each one, but even for its time, this combo, for its time, the combo was fine. I'm not going to say it was terrible because I do remember liking it to some extent when it came out. And I remember there were discussions about people saying that it did have value, and there were people that were hot on the combo. I like the idea that they're going for where they're combining these two effects. I think just the issue is that CTL for 2 just isn't enough. Unless your opponent's really stacked on the bottom, I guess it's better, but it's just tough. To be honest, it is just tough. This combo though would have been a far more relevant combo if they made one little change. They didn't have to make it Mocha 3, though they should have. They didn't have to increase the number of cards you mill from your opponent's deck, though they should have. What they needed to do most with this card, both on release and now, though I guess they're not going to errata it now, is I don't think it should have been a pay on attack pay one. Because the card is what it is, I truly think it didn't deserve anything more in terms of cost than an on attack ditch one. I think that might sound cheap. The reason why is I've played a lot of games with this card. I can promise you this card is not killing your opponent reliably, even if you triple this. Your opponent can be can be 3-0. You play triple this, maybe you kill them. It's can absolutely happen. It's probably not though. I want to be honest with you. I played enough games with it, where unless you are consistently hitting like 1 to 2 climaxes on all the mochas, you're just not killing your opponent consistently. You're gonna have plenty of games where you will do it, but over a prolonged period of time, the numbers just aren't going to be in your favor. It certainly doesn't have good reach from below 3-0. However, I think if they change the on attack pay one to an on attack ditch one, what that enables you to do is generate 3 stock that turn. Assuming you triple this, you're generating a stock for each one, which means Quinth has a money counter, and not a money counter. It has a -3 soul backup event. So you pay 3 stock and you choose one of your opponent's characters and you give it -3 soul and you use it during your opponent's turn. If this did not have to pay a stock when it used the effect, and it was just a ditch one, you could build 3 stock that turn rather than stay stock neutral. And that would allow you to, when you inevitably, most likely, don't beat your opponent that turn, it gives you something to use on your opponent's turn to help you survive the following turn. It's not much, and I'm not saying it would have made it meta or anything. I think at the time it absolutely would have helped. I'm not saying it still would have been meta, but it definitely would have helped. It wouldn't have hurt it. And I think by modern standards, the card still wouldn't have been great even with that change, but it definitely would have felt better. Um, Look, I love Miku again. She's my favorite girl. I might be over explaining this card because I don't want my fellow Miku fans who are just getting into Weiss to like, go all in on this combo because they think, wow, it sounds so good. It was okay when it came out, not really anymore. Um, I own 4 copies of the SSP because I love Miku so much, and I can admit that the card has flaws. Um, I've seen so many people just say, I think it's actually really great. And so many people go, I actually hate it. I think it's terrible. As someone who has played a lot of games, I could tell you that it leans close, and I hate to say it, it leans closer. I don't want to say terrible. It leans closer to being bad, definitely on a scale than it does to being good. If we had to weigh them on like, one of those scale of judgment things, anyone envision what I'm talking about? It's gonna definitely be weighed a little more heavily towards the bad side. You will have games where you high roll and you just mill a climax and then you mocha a climax away and you do it for each of them. It's gonna happen. Let me tell you, when you mill 0 climaxes off of 3 copies of this card and you mocha 0 climaxes from this card and then your opponent keeps canceling on 3, it's just not going to feel good and you're going to get angry. So it is what it is. Beautiful card though, and the Climax is gorgeous, especially the triple rare for the Climax. But that doesn't really go into when we're talking about how good a card is. But if you are someone who's new to Weiss, I would definitely say start here if you wanted to build a Miku Quints deck. I wouldn't. It gets your feet wet a little bit. I wouldn't start with the previous level 3 Miku combo we just looked at because it is just a little too much setup. And if you're new to Weiss, you got enough to worry about. So if you had to pick, go with this one. If you're starting off, if you're experienced, be a big boy, put your big boy pants on, and go with the one we just looked at. Next up, we have the level 3 Miku combo from set 2. This was a combo that I did also really want to like when it came out. I actually thought the combo was going to be really great, but I'll admit that when set 2 came out, while I was a lot more experience than when I started with Quince 1. At that point, I'd still been playing for less than a year. So I still didn't fully understand the ins and outs of every aspect of the game, and I didn't see every avenue of play. Also, I didn't see every avenue of counterplay when it came to running certain cards. And that led me to making some mistakes when I first evaluated this card that now with the benefit of more experience and time, I could say that this card is not what I wanted it to be. It was close, but it's not there. So what this card does, starting on that super high note, I know what this card does is when it's placed on stage from hand, choose one of the following effects and perform it. Search your deck for up to one headphone or secret confession. By the way, it works on this Pants Climax. I forgot that. Very nice art though. But on play, search your deck for up to one headphone. That's the 1-0 events. Those are the 1-0 events we looked at earlier. Or Secret Confession. Secret Confession is a 2-1 event we'll look at. Um, Add it to hand, shuffle your deck, or choose one of those events from your waiting room and return it to hand. So no healing or anything. And then its Climax combo is this ability activates up to one time per turn. When damage dealt by this card is canceled, if the Pants Climax is in your Climax area, and you have four more other Quince characters, stand this card. So it's a restander, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I don't have a problem with restanders. What I have a problem with is the fact that this card does not gain power, but it's a restander that also requires a full board. That means that you are super susceptible to being memory kicked, and it's really easy to do so if we're being honest. And if the first one gets memory kicked, it means that the rest are useless. What it also means is, unfortunately, not also means, sorry, I got a little sidetracked. I was looking at my notes. Uh, the fact that this card only stands if the damage it deals is canceled, I'm really not nuts about. When I was younger and less experienced with this game, I was like, oh, it's great. There's nothing because it's free. What it means is that I'm either sticking the damage anyway, or they're canceling, but then I get another swing, so I have another chance to stick the damage. But if they don't cancel, it means they ate like a 3 or a 4 anyway, so it's no big deal. What I didn't understand is that 3 or 4 damage really doesn't mean anything on a level 3 combo. What a level 3 combos are supposed to do is just throw a lot of damage at your opponent. And by a lot of damage, I mean multiple instances of damage. Because your opponent's 3-0, you stick a 3, you're still not, you gotta still deal more, at least 4 more damage to kill your opponent. And the more instances of damage you have, the more likely you are to stick that damage. They could very easily eat a 3, and then they just have multiple climaxes underneath that first 3 damage that they took. And if you're not processing climaxes out of your opponent's deck with your level 3 combo, it doesn't really matter if you stick the first 3 if they just wind up canceling the next, few times. What a level 3 combo is supposed to do is it's supposed to guarantee that it's not guaranteeing that the damage is going to stick, though there are climax combos that do that. It's not supposed to guarantee that damage will stick. It's supposed to guarantee that you are dealing damage to your opponent, whether that's canceled or not. It's throwing damage at your opponent and hoping that some of it sticks, not sort of giving you this ability where it could whiff. And I get that the reason why this combo does that, I'm assuming, is because it has no cost to it in terms of stock or hand. And I know that I just complained with the previous Miku that I wish it didn't require stock and it was only a ditch one. But for that's just a different type of climax combo. For this, I would have happily paid some cost, whether it's stock, hand, or a combination of both, in order to guarantee the restand. But it doesn't, and okay, fine, it doesn't have a cost and it needs a cancel, but it's not just the fact that it needs a cancel. It also needs you to have four or more, so you are super susceptible to being memory kicked. I know I already said that, but I hate that so much because it's not like this thing is swinging at massive numbers. It is 10-5. It is 11-5 with the climax. I mean, that's terrible. That's just not good. Like it's really easy for your opponent to memory kick that, and then you were just screwed. Now we'll talk about the 2-1 event that this thing can grab. As mentioned earlier, this thing on play either searches or salvages for the headphone events that we've already talked about, or it grabs this secret confession. What this secret confession is, it's a 2-1 event that says if you have two or more characters with Miku in their card names on your stage, you choose one of the following effects and perform it. You could pick one copy of this level 3 Miku combo here in your hand and put it on any position of your stage. And at the end of the turn, put that character into your waiting room. So close. We are so close to making this combo like I want to say like significantly better, but absolutely would have been better. Because what this event says is for one stock, summon your level 3 combo. If it had stopped there, we're better. Because even though it still has issues, we can now spend the stock on things like assists and stuff like that. And because it's easy to loop this event because our level 3 combo grabs it, suddenly we have a lot of possibilities. However, it kills it with the final line that says, and at the end of turn, put it into your waiting room. That sucks. That is so frustrating. My guess is they did that for two balancing reasons. One of which is that it's kind of unfair to get your level 3 combo that doesn't require stock out for one less stock to begin with. Plus, you're doing it at level 2. That's just not, that's I could at face value that's unfair. But they also, I think, did it because it would be unfair to do that to get your level 3 combo that doesn't require stock to use its level 3 combo effect. But not only are you doing that at level 2, but you also then have access to the next soul event that we have discussed in the previous thing. And we talked about the previous Miku. Because it doesn't require any stock at all, you could very easily use that. And it would be kind of unfair if you use that 2-3 next soul event on a level 3 combo that comes out at 2 that is doing its combo for free. I can see why they would think that. I still don't think they needed to do this, but that sucks. Now it does have other effects. Let's see what those are. If you don't do that, that's the first effect you could do. Instead, you could choose one card in your clock and put it into your waiting room. So it is a one hand, one stock heal. It's fine. Still not great. Or you can choose one of your opponent's characters with level higher than your opponent's level and put it into their waiting room. Niche situations, but it can come up. That's all right. It's fine. Not amazing, but it's fine. That's the third effect that you could choose from. It has another one though. Choose one of your characters and it gets 3,500 power and cannot move to another position of the stage until the end of your opponent's turn. See, I think this card would have been a lot better if it allowed you to if it was a choose two of four, for example. Now, this video should not be a video. I'm getting sidetracked here because I'm so frustrated because I'm reminded of how much time over the years I wasted trying to make these Miku cards good. I know I'm probably crapping on them a little harder than they deserve, but you probably haven't put in the time I have. I have tried so hard, and at a certain point, I realized I was just wasting my time and I just gave up and I felt very defeated. So I think if this card, if this 2-1 Secret Confession event had said pick two of the following effects and perform them, that would be something. I'm not saying it fixes the card, but it does fix some of the problems. For example, being able to guarantee that you give one of your Miku's 3,500. Um, that helps significantly when it comes to the fear of being memory kicked. Absolutely helps that. But also being able to do that while at the same time maybe healing or bouncing an opponent's character, or well, not bouncing, put it to waiting room, or summoning a copy of the Miku. That would also be something like, but you don't. You just have to pick one. So while the card is very versatile, its effects aren't on their own so broken where the versatility really saves it. The only real saving grace about it is the fact that you do grab it off of your level 3 combo. That's something, I guess. And the fact that it grabs it from anywhere is also really nice. But the issue, another issue, not the issue, but another issue, because there's so many, is that let's say that you're level 3 and you want to play this level 3 combo. Okay, great. You play the Confession of Love Miku from your hand. You search for the secret confession event. To use that event, you have to pay a stock. There is no way that you don't pay the stock for it. The issue with that is if you hard play all of the copies from your hand, you now are spending more than 6 stock before your attack phase in order to use the copies from your hand plus the event. If it was a 2-0 event, well, that would be unfair, but it would be better. They very easily could have balanced this card where they said, I think maybe the second, the third and fourth effect could have been free. They could have put it in the text that for the first two effects, the summon effect as well as the heal effect, those could have been pay one. We have absolutely seen cards that will say pick one of X number of effects, and some of the effects that you can choose from do not have a cost, while some of the effects do. We have seen that plenty of times. I know this card already has a million lines of text on it. They could have added a cost to some of the effects to balance it. I don't think it should be a blanket 2-1. I think because it's a blanket 2-1 effect, it causes issues. If it was a 2-0 event that only required you to pay stock on the summon effect and the heal effect, but you didn't have to pay stock on the send your opponent's character to waiting room, the opponent's higher level character to waiting room, or the give 3,500 power to your Miku effect. I think I'm not going to say we're cooking because we're not cooking, but I'm saying before, with the way it's written now, um, it's kind of like if we're using the cooking analogy, it's kind of like we just found like 2-week old raw meat and we have nothing else to eat, so we're stuck eating it even though we know it's going to make us sick. But if it had the text that I suggested, we're not cooking, but it's like that 2-week old raw meat is now like 4-day old medium-ish meat that's been sitting for 4 days. It's edible, is my point. It goes down a lot easier. It's still not going to be delicious and it's still not going to feel good, but you're not going to get sick playing it or eating it, to continue the analogy. Um, and I think that's the issue with this. I think as a starter card, it's fine. However, I can tell you from other people, I remember when this set came out and I was playing with other people that were slightly new too, and they were all excited for Miku. I could tell you that the disappointment when they realized how easy it is for your opponent to play around this card, and how even though it seems like this card doesn't have a high cost, it actually does have a high cost. Um, it's just a little too much. It's on paper, it reads as if they give you all of these good pieces to work together, but I can tell you that in practice, they don't come together the way they do when you first read it. And just like the Miku that we had looked at previously, where I suggested a very minor change without changing the overall function of the card, um, that I think would have made it better. I think making minor changes to the costs surrounding this combo and the conditions around the combo would have done absolute wonders for it. Whether it's pick one of two, whether it's making it a 2-0 event that only requires you to pay a stock if you pick a couple of the effects, whether it's not requiring a cancel but having an actual cost associated with it instead, or if it's doesn't require a full field, which is really rough on a restander combo. that's a very weak recenter combo, or some combination of all of the above, pick and choose a little bit. I think those types of changes would have kept the essence of this combo without, you know, breaking it and making it too good or fundamentally changing it, because there's no world where a 2-1 event should just at the end of the day give 3500 power to a character that rightfully should have that power to begin with, because it's a restander that requires a full board. Um, there's just too much wrong with it, and I know I've harped on it a lot. People might think now that I actually secretly hate Miku. I think the reason why I'm harping on it so much is because I love the character, and I've just been so disappointed so often with Miku, with her combo specifically, not Miku as a whole when it comes to Quints. Well, not as a whole, but what I mean is Miku has a lot of good cards at all levels, especially zero. Her zero lineup's great, and we're going to talk about that in the next part of the video. Her zero lineup is great. She's got good ones, and she has good threes and a couple of twos, I guess. But it's actually a very, very solid foundation. It's a solid shell of a deck because she does have a really good zero and level one lineup. But I think her level 3 combos have just always kind of fell apart, where even her best combo has weaknesses and is a little chance based. And even when it works out, it's still like just okay. Um, it's more of like I wanted so much more for the character that I've just been constantly let down by Bushy Road, where it's like at the point where after playing with each girl for countless hours over many, many years, I've had to come to the conclusion that after the premium booster, I unironically think that Yotsuba has a far better deck than Miku does. Not because Miku doesn't have good cards, it's because her combos at level 3 just let her down so much, where her level zeros look at the level 3 combos in shame. But I think that is more than enough ranting about Miku and my disappointment in her level 3 combos. That should give you, for anyone interested in building Miku, a good idea of where you could take various Miku combos and which ones you should and shouldn't be playing. I know that you could probably have a much easier idea of which ones you shouldn't be playing, but at level 1, you do have more options. I will absolutely say that for sure. And being on 8 pants in whatever Miku build you do, that is pretty nice. Next up, we are going to talk about the various Miku cards at all levels that are not related to Climax combos. So, after the way that I kind of just dropped an atomic bomb on a lot of Miku's combos, which does stem more from a place of personal disappointment than it does maybe objective criticism, though I think the criticism a little harsh on some of them, but not necessarily unfair or untrue. Maybe it was unfair, but not untrue. Um, we actually have a lot of good stuff to look forward to, and this part will be a lot more positive. So if anyone got bummed out, you don't need to skip ahead. We're going to talk about a lot of really good Miku cards to be found at other levels of the game, especially level 0. So let's talk about it. First, we have this card from the Premium Booster, Graceful Form Miku. She is 3k all the time. She's a clean cut, and she has another effect that says if you don't have another Quince character, she can't stand during your stand phase. However, because she is a clean cut and she is moving something to your backstage when she gets a reverse, you should have a card in your backstage, a character in your backstage, so you will not miss on that condition. So that condition is kind of more of a fake condition. And for any newer players wondering why bother having it at all, the reason is that the majority of clean cuts will gain power on your turn, but then they're weaker on your opponent's turn. The most common profile is we see 2k clean cuts that get 1000 power on your turn, but then they go back to 2k on your opponent's turn, which makes them easier to run over. This is 3k all the time, but 3k all the time is kind of unfair on a clean cut, so they wanted to pretend like they were balancing it, so they gave it that can't stand ability, even though it's pretty irrelevant. I think this is a good card. Miku already had some good plussing zeros, to be honest, but for anyone who's a fan of clean cuts like me, unlike the Yotsuba clean cut, which I kind of, when we talked about it, if anyone was watching that portion, I really kind of crapped on it. I didn't like it that much. I do really like this clean cut profile a lot. It helps make my Miku deck a lot better, and a lot of people do play it. It is pretty important. Very, very good, solid card. Just one of many that the premium booster did give us. Next up, we have this Flowers of Gratitude Miku from the movie set. When she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a nice idea event, which we will look at later, or a character with Miku, you choose one of your Miku and its card name, choose one of your characters, and it gets 1000 power until the end of turn. And then you return the revealed card to its original position. And also, when this card is put into your waiting room from the stage, you may reveal up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. And if you revealed one or more cards, choose up to one character with Miku in its card name from among them, put it to your hand, put the rest to waiting room, then choose one card in your hand and put it into your waiting room. I think this is a very solid card. I tend to play 2 or 3 copies of this in most Miku decks I build. This is a very Miku focused card. Like a lot of Miku's cards, they don't really work well with non-Mikus. This is an example of when I mentioned earlier how Miku's whole gimmick is sort of just having a bunch of cards that gain effects by markering things. This may not marker something, but Miku has a lot of stuff that reveals top card of deck. And this, like when you marker something, and this sort of continues that without markering it. However, a lot of those cards, they will either only work, they'll all work on Miku characters. Some of them will work on events, but a lot of them, when they work on events, they only work on a specific event. This is one of those cards. It only works on the nice idea event. So if you are playing the secret confession event that works with the restander combo, or you're playing headphone, this will whiff if you do that. And that does kind of stink a little bit, but still, an important part of this card is it's a solid level 0, but it also gives you top check knowledge for free and without moving the card. So if you're in a position where you're about to play your level 1 combos and it's gonna be a little risky, maybe there's a climax on top, this will reveal it without having to do anything, and then you know whether maybe you should brainstorm or something like that. And its second effect is a very solid effect. There's nothing wrong with on death dig 3 out of Miku. The only thing you have to watch out for with this card, honestly, is that if you choose with its on death effect to look at any cards from the top of your deck, even if you reveal 3 climaxes and you can't add them to hand because this card doesn't let you, if you look at any cards, you must discard a card, even if you don't add a card to hand. So if you reveal 3 climaxes, which I know is unlikely, but have to let it be said anyway, those climaxes go to waiting room, and then you discard a card. So this card effectively read discard 1. Um, or if you reveal 2 climaxes in an event, then it's the same thing. Now, I can say from all the games that I have played with this card, which are many, many, many games, that's never happened, but I have read about players who use this sort of effect, and it has happened to them, and then they never play the card again. Just keep that in mind. However, I think this is a very good card. I like this card a lot. I've used it a ton. It is a very good card when you are in a Miku focused deck. You don't have to play the nice idea event, we'll talk about later, but just in a Miku deck, it's a great way to stocklessly get some dig while also grabbing a Miku that you see off those top 3. Next up, we have this Harbored Feelings Miku. This is the Miku that I was talking about with the level 3 Miku combo from the movie. This is the one that allows you to summon that level 3 combo while also gaining markers, which is important. We'll just go over it again. Global 500. Also, you may pay 1 and put a card from your hand face up underneath this card as a marker and rest this card. If there are 2 or less markers, you may do that. Then you choose a character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. And you may pay, another effect is you may pay 1 and rest her. If your level is 3 or higher, choose 1 copy of the What She Wants to Do Miku. That's a marker underneath her. Okay, I slightly misremembered it. That's a marker underneath her. Put it on any position of your stage and put this card and all of the markers underneath this card face up underneath that Miku in any order. This card is a great way you don't save stock when you bring out your level 3 Miku with it, because you need to spend at least 2 stock in order to get the summon off, because you do need to pay the first stock to get that Miku as a marker, and then another stock to actually summon it when you're level 3. However, it is a great way to get that Miku out, keep her safe all game by having her be a marker, so you get some marker compression, but it's a great way to get a Miku out and have markers on stage already, so you don't have to worry about characters with markers surviving the turn or the previous turn or anything like that. This card is very important when you're playing that level 3 combo that this works with. It really is a fantastic way to just meet the marker requirement of having 3 or more markers to get the full value out of that level 3 combo. It's something you plop in the back row and you just sort of use it. The selective salvage is nice. The only weakness of this card really comes down to the fact that it can lose its markers if your opponent does something to it. So if your opponent has some sort of on play, send an opponent's character to memory and bring it back. When it comes back, it loses, the markers aren't there anymore. They'll go to waiting room, which can really mess up your game. It could also be bounced if your opponent had a card, even though it'd probably be costly. They want to bounce it back to hand. It would also lose the markers, which means the investment you put into it is gone. However, it's still a very strong card. It's very important. This is something you, in that Miku deck, you're typically playing 2 or 3 copies of because you want to see a copy of it in your back row early. Because if you use this card correctly, this one card alone is going to be able to potentially have 2 markers underneath it when it markers itself. Sorry, it will let your level 3 Miku combo have 2 markers underneath her off of 1 card, and she only needs to have 3 on stage total in order to maximize the amount of damage she could potentially do with her Climax combo. And because we have so many on play get marker cards, which we're going to see a bunch of them shortly. And because that Miku combo requires no hand to use, it's really easy to get that 3rd marker. And this combo does just go a long way. Just keep in mind that it does have that major weakness where it can be blinked or it can be bounced. Nobody really plays memory blink these days. They've basically gone away, but it is something you do have to keep in mind. Still, it's a very good card in that deck. Next, we have this Quintuplet Trails Miku. She's from the movie set. All of your other Quints characters with markers get plus 500 power, and she is a pay 1, rest yourself, brainstorm that mills 4, and for each Pants Climax, you choose 1 character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. We already looked at, when we looked at the level 3 combo, we looked at a salvage brainstorm that doesn't require that you hit on Pants. However, if you aren't playing that combo, this isn't a bad brainstorm. Yeah, it is restricted to only Pants and you don't get anything for it. However, there are other Pants combos within Quints, and there could be more in the future if we get more sets. So if you are still playing markers, this, is a way to give those characters a bit of a buff. Personally, 500 really doesn't matter, but it does exist. And at the end of the day, if you're playing 8 Pants, there is nothing wrong with a salvage brainstorm that could give certain characters plus 5 globally cross turn. Next, we have this Confession, Miku. When she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your Miku characters that does not have a marker underneath it, and you choose a character with Miku in your waiting room, and you put it face up underneath that character as a marker. It can include itself, and it has another effect where you can choose it's a helmet. You just discard a card and send this card to your waiting room to choose a Miku character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. So 2 good effects stapled to 1. The helmet effect is good in any deck. Though, of course, this only grabs a Miku, so it's really only relevant in Miku decks. But most importantly is the fact that it has 2 good effects stapled onto 1 for the Miku deck, especially the first effect, where for free you get to just put a marker underneath an Miku and being able to do that during main phase and being able to basically guarantee that you get the marker. You don't have to reveal a character or an event off the top of your deck like so many Miku cards do. It can absolutely make the difference when you're level 3 and you really just need to, you're one card away from meeting a marker condition. This is a great card to have that just as long as you have a waiting room that have Mikus in it, you guarantee to get the marker. Very, very strong card. Sees, I think it's at least a one of if you're playing the main sort of marker Miku finisher. Next, we have this card that was from the movie set. This is one of my favorite Miku cards you could play at 0. Self She Could Like Miku. If there's a marker underneath her, she gets 2500 power, so she would be 35 as long as she has a marker. And the following ability: when her battle opponent becomes reversed, pick a Quints character in your waiting room, return it to your hand, choose one card in your hand, and discard it. We've seen this effect on plenty of zeros. They generally are pretty strong, solid level 0 profiles. I like them a lot. It feels really good when you're playing 8 pants like you would be with Miku because it's a good way. You're gonna have extra pants climaxes in your hand, like when you trigger pants, salvage a pants. You might not always want that pants climax in your hand. At that point, it kind of feels like you just got a free salvage. Now, the way that she gets a marker is when she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an event or a Quints character, you may put it face up underneath this card as a marker. I like that she hits on any events. That makes her very good, not just in any Miku build, but because she's one of the very good Miku cards that actually doesn't require Mikus. A trend that I'm sure anyone who's been watching has noticed with Miku, that so much of what we looked at requires Mikus specifically. This is one of the generic Miku cards that just doesn't require Mikus at all. Not only that, the event, when it mentions event, it just refers to any event, not a specific Miku focused event. Meaning that because this has no reference to specific events and it has no reference to Miku characters, and it's a very good card, you could throw it into any Quints deck you want that doesn't, where you can't throw it into Yotsuba or Nino or Ichika or Itsuki if those decks are very focused on only their own girl. But if you are building a Quints deck that is a generic Quints deck, which believe me, you absolutely can. They're not that hard to do, and I've done it a million times. There are plenty of Quints decks you can build that don't care about having specific girls. When you're doing something like that, this is a great card to throw in as a 0. As long as you don't reveal a climax off the top of your deck, you have a 3500 cross turn character that lets you just basically get a free salvage as long as you get a reverse. And on a level 0 profile, that is very, very strong. When you are playing a card like this, I can say from experience, it feels very strong when you see this in your opening hand before mulligan and you see like your level 1 combo. It makes you feel okay about discarding your level 1 combo when you do the mulligan because you know you're going to be able to grab it right back with this sort of profile. Only real weakness, I wouldn't even say that needing the reverse is a weakness. That's standard. At level 0, that's not an issue. The weakness is that it's very weak if it doesn't have the marker. And even if it doesn't have the marker, it doesn't matter if it gets a reverse because it needs the reverse. It needs the marker not just for the power, but also to gain the ability to salvage. So if it does whiff, at that point, it is a 1000 beat stick. And that's bad, That's just not good. So, however, despite that, the fact that it can whiff, some cards in Weiss are guaranteed effects. Sometimes the flashier ones, there might be a little bit of chance. Now, because it works on any character and of any event, it means it only whiffs on 8 cards in your deck. It happens, and I think those are pretty good odds. I do really like this profile. I have thrown this into plenty of generic Quints decks that are not Miku focused, and I throw this into most of my Miku decks because I just really like the effect a lot. Next, we have this Like Cats and Dogs Miku from the movie set. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may mill 3. It is optional, not mandatory. And she's a climax swapper. She climax swaps for anything. It's nice to get some stockless deck speed out of her if you need it. It feels very strong when you really need to climax swap, but the climax you need is not in the waiting room. So you mill 3 off the first effect, and then you mill the climax you need, and then you climax swap. I'm not saying that happens often or a lot, or that you should count on that happening, but I'm saying when it does happen, you feel like a god, and your opponent just looks at you like you're stacking your deck, and it's so funny. But it's nice to have a. I thought it was important to mention that there is a just a generic Miku specific climax swapper that does have an interesting first effect. It's not a bad first effect when tied to a climax swapper. Because we already looked at one climax swapper when we were looking at the Miku combos, but that one was specific to 2 specific climaxes. This is just a generic Miku climax swapper, which is just a good card in a Miku deck that maybe isn't playing those climaxes. Next, we have this New Year Miku. If there's a marker underneath her, she gets 2000 power and the following 2 abilities. The character facing this card cannot move to another position of the stage, and at the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, if there's a character facing her, you may move her to an open position of your center stage. The way she gets the marker is when she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an event or a character with Miku in its card name, you may put it face down as a marker. So, this is similar to the Miku that I raved about a couple cards ago. The difference is that this one is 500 weaker. However, this one does run. However, this one does require you to reveal an event or a Miku character, so it doesn't work in non-Miku decks. But it also stops your opponent's character from running. I do know a lot of people are fans of this card. When it was just set 2, I was a fan of this card. I played 3 to 4 copies of it whenever I built Miku because it feels very strong to have a 3k runner that stops your opponent from running that also gives you compression. That did feel very strong back when set 2 came out. I like the profile a lot. However, I'm more than happy to sacrifice that running ability for the on reverse salvage ability that the other Miku we just looked at has. But I still think this is a good card that I do know a lot of people do like, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with this card, and I do think it's a very solid sort of plus and zero that just fits certain play styles. Yeah, just a good solid card. Next, we have this Inside the Igloo Miku. This is from set 1. If you have 2 or more Miku characters, she gets 2000 power, which is pretty respectable for like a level 0 that also has a really good secondary effect in Miku decks. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a Climax. If you do, you salvage any Miku character from your waiting room. So I guess this was from set 1, so we are seeing some cards that were Miku focused, even as far back as set 1, even though they didn't really ramp that up until future sets. But I think the fact that this is a good card, it really is just a 1 of, maybe a 2 of when you're playing 8 pants, but when you're playing 8 pants Miku, the only, I guess, downside is the fact that it really only works with Mikus, but I think that doesn't really matter, honestly. I think that's like a fake condition because you wouldn't. It's fine that you don't like you can't play this in non-Miku decks. It's a good card, but it's not like, oh man, imagine how broken this would be if I could use it, in my 8 standby Nino. It wouldn't be. Um, you'd be using this in Miku decks anyway. I guess you can't use this with Yotsuba, but I think that's fine. I think having a 3k level 0 that is also just a stockless salvager for Miku's is pretty strong. I played it a lot, good 1 of. At this point, Miku may not need it. Sometimes I have it in my deck, sometimes I don't, but it's still a good card. Next up, we have a card from set 1 that was the SP for Miku in set 1, Beyond Her Gaze Miku. When she's placed on stage from hand, you must mill the top 2 cards of your deck. If there's a climax among those cards, choose 1 character in your opponent's center stage, and it gets a minus 1000 power until end of turn. And she is also, when she's put from waiting room to stage, you may pay 1 and put the top card of your deck into your clock. If you do, salvage any Quints character in your waiting room. This is, I guess, I can't remember if Miku has another Ricky, but if there is, it's obviously not memorable. This is the Ricky of choice for Miku. This is probably, in my opinion, I would say the best Ricky that was in set 1 of Quints. We didn't get a true traditional on-play searcher deck Ricky until set 2. I still think this is good though, especially if you're in a Miku-focused build. Not because this card doesn't work well with other Quints characters, because she 100% does, but because other Quint decks might not work well with her because she is Miku. Nino-focused decks aren't going to work well with her. Same thing with Yotsuba or whoever. But I think it's a solid card. It was good. It was really good when it first came out, I think. I think it still has value, but Quince decks as a whole just didn't need this card once set 2 came out and beyond, because they got their own support cards. Ichika in set 2 got a traditional Ricky that was a generic Ricky. You could use it on anything if you want, but it's searched on play, no on death. Itsuki got a really good Ricky when she came out. Nino just used Ichika's because they were like hand in hand when the set came out, and also Ichika kind of just didn't need it. Nino kind of just didn't really need it. So this card, however, this card did see more play once Miku started getting really good support with the movie set. I still think it's a great card. Sometimes I will use this in other decks, not as like a four of, like I might in my Miku deck, but I think I like having very selective salvage sometimes. So being able to grab any character does feel very nice. The minus 1000 power to your opponent's character in the center stage, it's a coin flip. You're only milling 2. I don't like that it's a mandatory mill 2. Sometimes you don't want the mill. But still, 1000 is nothing to sneeze at. It feels pretty strong when you use this, and in conjunction with the clean cut, because then the clean cut can get over anything that is 4000 or less. It'll at least tie with it, if you minus 1000 with this first. And then when you use this and you combine it with the Flowers of Gratitude Miku that we looked at earlier, that gives plus 1000 or something, or whatever it was. It's a lot of power manipulation, but still, I love this Miku. Very good card. Next, we're going to move on to the level 1s. There are still plenty of level 0 Mikus that are good Miku cards. A lot of utility. I think we kind of looked at the big ones in terms of like cards that are 3 to 4 copies of that are good plussing zeros or essential cards, but there's lots of utility that we didn't look at on Miku for level 0s. Things that you might play one of it, but it feels like a niche. There are plenty of cards like that within Miku. They might just be a little too niche to really, spend too much time on, but Miku does have a very, very solid level 0 lineup. I've even with starting with set 2, set 1 was okay, but starting with set 2, I have never been disappointed by Miku's level 0 lineup. But moving on to level 1s, we have this card from the premium booster. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a Climax. If you do, search your deck for up to one Quints character, show it to your opponent, shuffle your deck. Very often we get, and we've seen it multiple times today when talking about Yotsuba and Miku, we get on play, discard a Climax, salvage a character. We don't very often get on play, discard a Climax, search your deck for a character. I do like that the searches your deck. It's nice, it's a little different, and sometimes what you need just isn't in the waiting room. Plus, this does have a good secondary effect, which is when she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent is cost 0, you may send that character to the bottom of your opponent's deck. So she's a great way to deal with, your opponent's level 1 combo. She's a utility card that doesn't just crash and do nothing, is the point. She's good utility. You play one copy of her maybe, just like you would play one copy of a helmet or one copy of an on-play Ditch a Climax salvage, but she's utility that will deal with something most likely on your opponent's board, and that's pretty good. I'm going to be honest, she doesn't see a ton of competitive play. I think that's more of just deck space concessions, because she's not a bad card, but Miku does have enough good cards before level 3 at least, that something just got to go. You can't fit everything in, and there's just other stuff to choose from. But just at face value in a vacuum, this is a good card. It is nice that it sends its opponent, its cost 0 opponent, to the bottom deck. So you deny waiting room effects, and you not deny on reverse effects, because it happens when she gets reversed. And they can't encore. That's just a lot of good stuff all at once. Plus, search your deck for something by discarding a Climax, also strong. Next is this Hour Resolve Miku. During your turn, if there's a marker underneath her, she gets 3000 power and the following ability. When your character's trigger check, any character's trigger check on your stage reveals a pants climax, you may pay 1. If you do, put the top card of your deck into your stock and draw up to 1 card. If you drew a card, choose a card in your hand and put it into your waiting room. So this helps keep your stock clean. Now, I will tell you the worst case scenario is you trigger a pants, you salvage a pants, you pay the 1 with this, you blind stock another pants, then you draw a pants. Now you just went through a lot of pants in your deck, which isn't amazing. However, this is still a very good card. It's keeping you stock neutral. You're paying 1, but you're replenishing it. There was definitely going to be a pants climax in there if you didn't pay the 1 to get it out. Now you got a pretty good chance of paying it out and not replacing it with another pants, just statistically speaking. However, while the draw 1 is not super selective, you are using it when you trigger a pants. So you just salvaged a pants. You might not need it. You can trade that the card you have to discard after drawing 1. You could just discard the pants that you got back. That is the purpose of this card. You don't have to do that, but you got back a pants you probably maybe don't need. And it just, you keep your stock clean while trading it for a potential playable. And the way that it gets a marker is when it's placed on stage, reveal top card of deck. If it's an event or Quinn's character, you may put it face up underneath her as a marker. Now, notably, she does say Quinn's character, not a Miku character like some of the Miku marker cards do. It kind of doesn't really matter because unless I am forgetting something, there is only one pants combo in all of Quints as of time of this recording that is a pants combo that is not a Miku, so it might as well effectively say just Miku anyway. However, I'm not going to complain that you can use it because it future proofs this card. If we get more Quint sets in the future, maybe they do give pants combos to, Nino has a pants combo from set 1. I think it's the only pants combo she has, and no other character has a pants combo unless I'm really blanking. But it means in the future, if we get pants, she can be used in anything, which means she's very, very good utility now, but also potentially in the future. But this is a card I like to play 1 or 2 copies of, plop it in the back row, get a marker in my back row, just sitting there, while also helping keep my stock clean, um, without having to actually spend stock to do so. Solid level 1 profile in a pants. Next, we have this Aquarium Date Miku. When she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a nice idea event, which again is a level 2 event we'll look at shortly, or a character with Miku in its card name, you choose up to 2 of your characters, and those characters get plus 2000 power until end of turn. Now, I am someone who does not harp on power, but I will say this card has always impressed me whenever I've used it, to give 2000 power to 2 characters. Very strong. I think this came out in the movie set also, and there was already a push for markers by the time set 2 came out for Miku. But when set 3 came out, they just not even double down. I think they triple downed when it came to the whole Miku marker mechanic. This was also the set that the level 1 Unparalleled Beauty Miku came out in, and that was the level 1 combo that actually does not require a marker, but if you want power, it needs a marker. So I think this card was a nice way to either make those level 1 combos either obscenely big if they already had a marker, because I think at that point they're swinging for 9 with the climax, or if 1 or 2 of your level 1 combo happen to miss the marker thing, you can still give them additional power so that they don't just, lose to anything, which is solid. But the first effect is very solid overall. Its second effect is it's a Rico. It is a Miku specific Rico, so you can discard anything, but you can only salvage a Miko. So not Miko, sorry, a Miku. I got my words all jumbled with my what is speech? Is there a version of dyslexia that's like speech dyslexia? Because I was saying Rico and Miku, and then I swapped them around a little bit. Anyway, it's a Rico that only salvages Mikus. However, this is obviously a very Miku centric focused card, so you'd only be playing this in Miku anyway. It's nice that we got a Rico. Uh, It is kind of weak. 2500 really isn't anything. Even if you give itself 2k power, that's still pretty weak. I'd say it's still fair, though if I'm being honest, they could have given this thing a 2000 more power just as a base, and it's fine. But still, this is something that I love Rico's. I like the top check knowledge that this gives. I like that. I like that there are some cards in Miku that automatically marker if it's a character or an event or a specific event. But I also like that there are cards that give you top check knowledge without actually moving the card. That can definitely, when you're playing with so many different cards that marker stuff and need certain types of cards on top of deck in order to gain the marker, sometimes there is a benefit with not just blindly markering every character or event you see on top of deck. There is a benefit to having that knowledge because this doesn't, you know, need a marker under it because its effect doesn't require it. But it's still nice to maybe do a Rico effect, reveal top card of deck, and then depending on what you see, if it's a climax, maybe you brainstorm and then you start playing your level one combo. But if you see a character, then maybe you just play out a copy of your level one combo and start markering things right away. Same thing with the first effect. Even if you don't use the Rico effect, you still get to look at top, gain some knowledge. There's a lot of top checking when it comes to Miku. I'm not saying this is a broken card, but it's nice that you have a healthy mix of cards that reveal top of deck and force a marker, or just reveal top and don't do anything. Sometimes moving the card is just as strong as not moving the card. Next up, we have a new story, Miku. This is just like a new story, Yotsuba, that we talked about then. So I'm just going to briefly go through it. She is a helmet. She can be played without fulfilling color requirement, and she's a rest herself. Give one of your characters 1,000 power till end of opponent's turn. A very good card. She's a helmet that also gives 1,000. Most helmets don't do that. It's nice you could use both in the same turn. Next is Secret Ingredient Miku. This is from set 1. Her ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When you play an event, this card gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, put it into your hand and put the rest into your waiting room. Choose 1 card in your hand and put it into your waiting room. So she swaps a card for a card. However, it's grabbing any card, not character. So you can grab climaxes, you can grab events. That is pretty strong. Get a little bit of dig, and she has another effect that when she attacks, if you have another Miku character, she gets 3,000 power until end of turn. So 7k, as long as you meet that condition, which you're gonna meet because you'd only play her in Miku decks, which is actually very respectable to be honest. And she's 8k with a climax, which that's a good number for needing a reverse on a level 1 that doesn't generate you positive hand advantage, but it can help you trade cards you don't want for potential playables you do want. At worst, you just look at 3, add something, and just immediately discard it, and nothing has changed. Playing the event does mean you have to make sure you're playing a deck of Mikus that does play events. There are plenty of versions of Miku, like the most meta version, where they generally don't play events. They can, but you do have to keep it in mind. But if you are playing a Miku deck that does play events, such as Headphone or whatever, absolutely just go for it. I think this is a solid like 1 of 2 of sort of thing. I did use it in the past, not so much recently because I'm not currently playing Miku event deck, but still a solid card. Moving on to level 2s, and again, there's plenty of level 1 Miku cards that are good cards. We're just sort of giving the highlights here. Moving on to level 2s, though, we've got this Nice Idea event. This is the event that was referenced on the Flowers of Gratitude Miku. It's also referenced on the Aquarium Date Miku that we discussed at level 1. So it's a 2-0 event that says if you don't have a character with Miku, you can't play it from hand. Choose one of your characters with Miku in its card name that doesn't have a marker. Put this card face up underneath that card as a marker, and that character gets 2,000 power until end of turn. Or you can choose one Miku character in your waiting room and return it to hand. So I think both of these effects are good, especially when you're playing a marker-focused Miku deck, because it's very versatile. If you aren't playing a marker-focused Miku deck, try saying that 5 times fast, this card still isn't bad. being able to stocklessly just grab any Miku from your waiting room, that's actually pretty strong. Yeah, the downside is it's on an event, so you kind of like have to grab the event somehow. But I think that this card's versatility is a strength. Uh, the power is kind of irrelevant. I mean, it's not bad. We're never gonna say no to free power. It's more the fact that during your main phase, you get a guaranteed marker on a Miku character, which is just very important. No chance of whiffing it. Strong card, and then when you don't need it for that effect, you can just grab any Miku from your waiting room. Not a bad card at all. Doesn't see play in every deck, but there's nothing wrong with this card at all. It's a very, very solid card in Miku specifically, obviously. Next, we have a memory kick backup. Just important, I think, to highlight the fact that Miku does have a Miku backup because you can still use this very well in Miku focused decks, even though other characters do have memory kick backups. Being non Miku could present problems, so it's important that Miku does have a memory kick backup. Next, we have the anti-change backup for Miku. So if anyone's new to Weiss and you skip the Yotsuba portion when we talked about anti-change backups, they're just a good way when your opponent plays an early play character. So something that gets minus a level in their hand under certain conditions. Generally, early play healers. Anti-change backups just sort of deal with them and deny potentially damage or even swings depending on how your opponent attacks. So this one's cost is when you use the backup, you may pay 2 and sack a character from your stage. If you do, you send that opponent's higher level character into their waiting room. It's a little costly, 3 stocks total, but still important to have, especially, it's good that Miku has her own specific anti-change backup. It is what it is. Good card. Next up, we're going to move on to level 3s. We're starting with their respective futures Miku. This is from the premium booster. If your waiting room has 2 or less Climax, this card gets -1 level while in your hand. And if all of your characters are Quints, she gets 1500 power cross turn, as well as the following ability. When she is frontal attacked, you may discard any card from your hand. If you do, return her to your hand. On play, she also heals. I do not. The only thing I don't like about this level 3 is its early play condition. 2 or less Climax and waiting room is just worse than 4 or more characters on stage because you can control how many characters on stage. It's harder to control the number of Climaxes in your waiting room. However, I still think this is a good early play card. Being 10-5 constantly as long as you meet that very easy condition. So as long as your opponent doesn't trait wipe your board, she'll meet that condition, even if she's the only card on your stage. And so 10-5 is very respectable. And she's still a healer, so you're mostly playing her for that, an early play healer. There are going to be random matchups where you want to deny your opponent a reverse. They'll have a level 3 combo that is on reverse do something. The fact that this is not making you go minus hand, you discard a card to just get this card back. So you stay neutral on hand. But you deny them a reverse. It's not something you're going to do all the time, but in certain matchups, that's going to be very important. And you can still have the option where even if your opponent doesn't need a reverse, you just want to heal again the next turn. That's always something too. So, only bad part is again the actual early play condition, but still, I think it's a solid card. I've used it a bunch. Next, we have Enjoying Summer Miku. When she attacks, she gets plus X power. X is equal to the number of other Quints characters you have times 500. So if you have a full board, she will go up to 12k. And during the turn that she's placed on stage from hand, when her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pay 1, ditch 2 Quints characters. If you do, stand this card. Now, I really like this off finisher Miku. She's from the premium booster. I think she was sorely needed. I wish that the level 3 Miku restander combo that I shat on so much earlier resembled something closer to this. The ditch 2 hand would be a lot on a Climax combo. However, for an off finisher, pay 1 ditch 2 on a guaranteed restander that doesn't even have a full board requirement. It just requires a reverse, which is going to be easy to do because she's going to be swinging pretty big. especially with the Climax, I think it's more than fair. Do hold, I think, generally for newer players, just a little bit of education. Typically, not always, typically, it's very common to see two effects on the same card of the same level, so maybe even the same character if it's the same series. They'll have identical effects, but they will have different costs. Most likely, when that happens, well, sometimes it's power creep, but other times it's a way of balancing a card. Bushy Road, as a way of balancing off finishers, when they print an off finisher, they might give it a higher cost than if you had to use a climax with it and it was part of a climax combo. Because in exchange for not needing a specific climax but still being allowed to do a good effect, you have a higher cost associated with it. That's sort of like a general rule of thumb. So we saw that there was the level 3 Miku combo from set 2 that stands itself, but it doesn't require any stock and it doesn't require any discard of hand. But it does require the climax. This one doesn't need a climax at all. It doesn't need damage canceled. In exchange, it does need the reverse, and it does require some cost to it, which is pay one, ditch two. However, I think this is a great card. There's nothing wrong with throwing a copy or two of this into your Miku deck, or even as an off finisher in another deck. Um, and it's just an off finisher, and it's a good solid third lane. There's no guessing about this card. You don't have to worry about, do you hit climaxes on the bottom of your opponent's deck? Does your opponent cancel? Just as long as you get a as long as you get a reverse and you pay the cost, this thing is going to stand. So you're pushing damage. Very, very solid off finisher. That, from my experience with Weiss, this is a very reasonably costed off finisher. Miku, with its level 3 combos, do tend to be more stock focused than hand focused, and honestly, they're not even that highly stock focused to begin with. Um, but this is something, it's generic, so you can throw it into any Quints deck as long as you meet blue. It's just a solid alt finisher. I do like it a lot. Next, we have this reading on a bench, Miku. If your waiting room is 2 or less climax, she gets minus a level. If all of your characters have Miku in the card name, she gets 2000 power. That is cross turn, so she's 11k cross turn if you meet that condition, which is very respectable. When she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your opponent's characters, bounce it back to your hand, choose one of your characters with Miku. And if there's no markers underneath it, you may choose a Miku in your waiting room and put it face up underneath that card as a marker. This is a solid way to deal with problematic threats on your opponent's board, such as Nexal characters, or if you're versing Shauna. Shauna turns off auto damage. This helps deal with that sort of thing. It's always good to have a bouncer. It'd be nice if she wasn't too stock or if she replenished herself on play or something, but it's still fine. It's like a one of. She's very strong, which is nice. 11k really is nothing to sneeze at. And it is nice that at the same time she is giving a marker to something which just helps the whole marker mechanic that the level 3 endgame is going for. Next, we have this Pure Wish Miku from set 2. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, put them on top of deck in any order, and choose up to one of your opponent's characters, bounce it to hand. For anyone unfamiliar with Weiss, just to explain, this is a super common profile. So many sets have gotten on play, top on a level, on a 3-2. So many sets have gotten look at top 3, rearrange, and bounce a character. Uh, Standard and maybe slightly unexciting effects, but a very solid effect. The top trick 3 knowledge can be very important when it comes to, do you brainstorm that turn? More importantly, arguably when you're at level 3, is that top check 3 knowledge really helps you set up side attacks. You can order soul triggers a certain way. You know, as long as you don't mess with the order of those cards, you know exactly what soul triggers you will be triggering, if any, and in what order you will be doing it. Helps you set up side attacks without playing any sort of guesswork, which is really nice. And the bounce is good when against certain matchups. It does have another effect where when she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a headphone event. If you do, you refresh yourself. This is a nice way to refresh yourself so you don't take refresh damage. I think most of the time you don't really, most people who have used this, they're probably not using that effect, though you absolutely can. You're mostly playing this in a Miku deck because you want some sort of bounce and maybe you don't want to play the bounce we just looked at. It's sort of like, personal preference. Either one doesn't really matter. Each one has its own advantages over the other. So it's really up to what deck you build and what you're looking to do with it. Next, we have this Devoted Feelings Miku. This is the early play of choice for Miku decks. If you have 4 or more characters, she gets minus a level while in your hand. During your turn, if all your characters are Quint, she gets plus 2000 power. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. So 11k offensively, 9k defensively, pretty standard. This is a solid profile. It's not insane or anything like that, but it has the best early play condition. It is good in Miku. It's good if you are playing a deck with blue. Now, when we are looking at Quints, the 2 characters that have blue characters are Miku and Nino. There's nothing wrong with a generic 4 more healer. She's not Miku focused. She's also good in the future if we get more support. Yeah, Miku's got enough blue cards, even though she's red. Sorry, Nino is red blue. She's more heavily focused on the red aspect, but she does play a good amount of blue. Nino's cards, a lot of them now are very name locked to Nino's. However, she does not have a 4 more early play healer. Nino only has a 2 or less climax and another healer that requires your opponent to have a level 3 character to early play it out. So you could always splash us in even into a Nino deck, though I still think its best home is in a Miku deck just because of her color and the fact that she herself is a Miku, even though she does not care if the characters around her are Mikus. Still, solid early play. Probably the best early play, or maybe it's just the most generic early play that Quince had when set 2 came out. There were definitely other early play options. I think just because the 4 or more condition is what made her the best in my opinion, because it is just the easiest to hit. Um, there is an Ichika early play from set 1 that is really, really good, but it has a worse early play condition. But still, that's enough about an early play that doesn't do anything special. It's just a solid profile, and the OFR is very pretty, and it's not pictured here. So go look it up. That is actually it for the notable Miku cards. Again, plenty of other cards you could go check out. For anyone wondering where they could look at this stuff, you can go to the Weiss Schwarz website. They have a section that's a good resource for newer players. You could look up every card in a set. You can narrow it down by specific parameters like card name, level, color, keyword effect, etc., etc. There's plenty of Miku cards that aren't here that you can absolutely go take a look at. And that is just the gist of sort of some of the better cards, as I think is evident. There is a huge focus on markers. Markers are very important. Now, they're important largely because the level 3 game for the best level 3 Miku combo does require uh, multiple markers on stage to do its stuff. At least 3 markers to really maximize its effect. And so having a bunch of markers is nice. It would be good even if you weren't playing that level 3 combo. The markers are not a bad mechanic because they just give you onboard compression, and I did explain earlier why that's a good thing, so I won't harp on it. It would be nice if Miku had a level 3 combo that was a bit more playable, that maybe didn't require the markers. It would put less pressure on you for maintaining a certain marker requirement while still rewarding you if you do get a lot of markers. So it'd be like a nice sort of, high reward, low risk, no risk sort of situation. But we've only got the 3 level 3 Miku combos, so we deal with what we got. Still, if you're a fan of Miku, I think everything outside of your level 3 combo, I think there's a lot to like. There are still plenty of other things that I didn't discuss here, but that should give you the gist, and my excitement for especially the zeros should tell you that Miku, it's a lot of fun to play Miku, especially at 0. I feel very confident about Miku's level 0 game, and I have ever since set 2, and it's only gotten better with the movie set especially, but also the premium booster. Very solid. There is nothing that is game breaking, but you can easily make a 20 card lineup of zeros that None of the cards feel like filler, just some really solid, strong profiles. Now that we have discussed the various Miku Climax combos, as well as shown off some of the important or more conversation worthy non Climax combo Miku cards, let's move on to an actual deck list. Again, these are more guides than they are, definitive lists or anything like that. These are a good place, I think, for newer players to get started when it comes to wanting to build a Miku deck, but they're not as familiar with the various nuances that go into building Weiss specifically. So this is very similar to what I have played for a while with Miku, with only just a couple of minor changes. I believe all of the cards here were talked about at some point throughout the portions where we spoke. I didn't mention it with the Yotsuba one for anyone that also watched that section of the video, but the highlighted code at the top above the card images, that is the Bushy Navi deck log code. So anyone that wants to go look up, maybe you're unfamiliar for newer players, Bushy Road has an online deck builder. That's how I make this image, the image of this deck profile here. It's a database that has it should have all the cards in it. As a side note, there are a lot of cards, maybe not from Quints, but every once in a while a set comes out where Bushiroad just doesn't put cards in it for some reason. It's a card database and they don't put all the cards in it, but that's whatever. For anyone new to Weiss, Bushy Road has a thing called Bushy Navi. On there, you could look up events, but you can also make deck profiles for yourself to look at. It's how you submit deck lists electronically at regionals and stuff like that. But it's a great place to store all of your decks that you build, so you could reference them. But you could also look up other people's deck profiles, or deck logs, whatever, if you have the code to that deck. So the highlighted portion at the top, that is the deck code for this, in case you want to look it up so you could find the name as well as the effects of any of the cards. So this is a standard, I would say standard sort of Miku profile for modern Miku decks as of July of 2026. There's really nothing fancy here. Some of my own personal preferences are in here, whereas some people wouldn't have them. Not everyone plays the second card from the bottom right, that Miku. That's the one that when it has a marker on reverse salvage ditch. Not everyone plays that. Some people do, some people don't. Some people, play 3 copies of the clean cut instead of 4. It's whatever. But this is pretty standard. We've got the brainstorm that works at the level 3. We've got some good plussing zeros. We have 2 copies of the level 0 that markers a Miku on play with something from the waiting room. We got 3 copies of the Ricky. We got some level 1 utility, 4 copies of our level 1 combo, 2 copies of the level 2 Miku combo that works at the level 3, our restand or off finisher, some early play healers, and a bouncer. Very, very standard stuff. Nothing crazy. We're not breaking the wheel. There's lots of room for creativity as long as you keep the only cards, honestly, if you're playing these combos, the cards you would have to like really keep are the brainstorm plus that Miku that's dressed up as a ninja. I must have missed that episode. The one where she's dressed up as a ninja. That's the SR art for that really important Miku that summons out the level 3 Miku while also putting markers underneath it at the same time. Um, that's the SR version of that. So you basically have to keep that. You have to keep the brainstorm. You got to make sure you have a certain amount of marker mechanic going on. But aside from that, as long as you are maintaining enough cards, they don't have to be these cards, but as long as you're maintaining cards that have markers, then you've got flexible options because, as discussed, there are plenty of cards that involve getting markers within Miku stuff from Quints. If you wanted to play different, let's say you didn't want to play the level 3 Miku combo that's pictured here. You wanted to play. I wouldn't respect you if you said you wanted to play the restander. If you wanted to play the Miku level 3 combo from set 1, for example, that was the pay one. Mill the bottom 2 cards of deck, burn X, and then you get to look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck and leave them or mill them. If you wanted to play that, you do free up some slots. You'd have to get rid of the 2-1 Miku combo because you're not playing that Climax combo anymore. You don't need the level 3 Miku that's dressed as a ninja. However, you can keep her if you want, just to have something in the back row that's building markers. You could use her simply for her first effect to salvage something by markering something, and resting her. There's nothing wrong with that. You wouldn't need the two copies of that level zero Miku that marker something. But honestly, everything else kind of would just like fit in because there you would also have to take out the Climax swapper, by the way. I just noticed that. You have to swap that out with the regular Miku Climax swapper we discussed in the previous slide. But everything else is kind of like the level three Miku. Sorry, the Brainstorm Miku. She's still just a Brainstorm Miku that looks the top two on play. Nothing wrong with that. Salvages Brainstorm. Everything else is pretty generic. So you would just have to swap around those cards a lot. And by doing so, like taking out two copies of the 2-1 that frees you up for more utility or more early plays or more off finishers, what have you. Um, there's just some other, just some good stuff to look at. But this is sort of just the gist of it. This is a shell. I don't think it was discussed. It was not actually. Now I'm remembering. I must have forgotten to put it in. There's a really good off finisher aside from the restander that Miku has. That is on a play, search your deck for a character, and on attack, pay two, ditch one to icy tail your opponent for 4 and burn X. X is equal to the number of climaxes milled. I can't believe I forgot to put that in. That's an option as an off finisher if you're just looking for stuff to fill slots. But this is a shell for the most meta sort of Quints deck that involves Miku. Nothing fancy, but it's very consistent. It gets the job done. Its ceiling isn't crazy high, but you're pushing a lot of souls throughout the course of the game, and your finisher is relatively cheap, and it does deal multiple instances of damage while decompressing your opponent, while you're also getting a lot of compression from markers throughout the course of the game. So I know I've said this a lot about this level 3 combo pictured here, but when you combine all those things together, you do get pretty. You get a deck that functions very well. It all comes together in a nice way. No aspect of it is really amazing on its own, but when combined, all of those things together, you get a really solid 1K1 deck that can do some pretty cool stuff. And it's very consistent. Sure, every once in a while, you're gonna play something that reveals top card of deck to marker, and you're gonna reveal a climax, and that's gonna suck. And then you're gonna brainstorm it away, and you're gonna play a second card that reveals top to marker, and it's gonna be another climax, and you're gonna want to throw the deck at the wall. That doesn't happen too often. Not 2 times in a row, at least. It happens, but not often. So it is what it is. But it's fun, and if you like Miku, here you go. Um, you could if you're playing the markers level 3 combo, you pretty much got to play the level 1 combo that's pictured here. However, if you do switch around or you decide that you want to mix girls together, a lot of these cards are kind of generic. Some of them definitely aren't, but the Ricky, the Beyond the Gaze Ricky for Miku, that is a generic Ricky. The Clean Cut's generic. The On Reverse Salvage Ditch is generic. If you want to mix the stuff with other things, blue or whatever, you've got the good level 1 combo that is grab the event. The event is interesting. That you have some options. Miku definitely is sort of name locked in a lot of ways, but when compared to Yotsuba, I would say Yotsuba is definitely the most name locked out of all the girls, um, at least for all the good cards. But Miku has enough good cards that are not name locked to strictly Miku characters, where you do have some flexibility and you can throw Miku stuff into other things and combine certain girls together. So you have options, and yeah, that's pretty much it. You know, let me know. As a Miku fan, I always like talking about Miku and various Miku cards. I don't think I mentioned this with Yotsuba, but let me know what you think about Miku's cards as a whole, and if you have any suggestions or ideas, because I'm always looking to make my deck better. Next up, we have Nino Nakano. Going to move on and talk about her combos. Similar to how Yotsuba is very focused on bar and Miku is very focused on pants climaxes, Nino's better combos tend to be very focused on standby. That is sort of where she has always shined, and In a way, she's always shined brighter than her sisters because Nino has definitely been the girl who has topped the most and has been the most dominant, probably why all ban lists related to Quints have been targeted at her. However, unlike Yotsuba and Miku, who are so focused on bar and pants respectively that they just almost entirely, not completely, almost entirely shut out any other type of climax trigger. Nino does have multiple climaxes that do work on other things. Now they've never really been relevant. And there is one here that I'm not including because it's just so outright bad. But she has tried to do different things, mostly with set one. But we'll talk about them. First, we have this card that's from the trial deck, this good at cooking Nino. When she attacks, if you have the door climax here, you may pay the cost, which is pay one. If you do, you choose this card and one of your other characters, and those cards get the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reverse, you may choose one character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. This is not great. It doesn't gain any power, but it needs a reverse, which is whatever. It's fine if you hit level one first, and your opponent's probably not going to have something stronger that this can't get over, uh, especially even in 2 lanes. I think the combo is sort of, it feels like a trial deck combo in the sense that it really stinks that you have to pay the stock. Yes, it would be really unfair if you didn't have to pay the stock and you could just give 2 characters a on reverse salvage ability. That would be pretty nuts. So the stock is there to sort of help you when you are not able to get multiple copies of this combo off. At least you are still able to get 2 salvages out of it. It's fine. It should have also been given some power, but considering it's a trial deck combo, it is what it is. There are infinitely there are better door combos in this set. Itsuki's whole thing is door, for the most part, and she has one much better level one door combo, and then she has a door combo that is at level one that I think might also be from the trial deck and is just better than this. With set one, they were really, it seems like, trying to figure out what they should be doing with Nino, while the other girls did have climaxes mostly from the trial deck that were other sort of climax triggers. And they kind of just, they gave her door, they gave her standby, they gave her pants. Seems like they were trying to figure it out and they didn't really decide for sure until set two. But if you're new to Weiss and you like Nino, standby can be a little confusing for new players from my experience. Once you teach them about Weiss, once you move on to standby, they sometimes do get a little confused about the whole mechanic. So I wouldn't start with that. But if you like Nino, this is really your only non-standby plussing combo you have at level 1, so I'm mentioning it purely because of that. Next, we have another combo that was from set 1. It is on the standby climax. When you play this particular standby climax, you may pay 1. If you do, you choose one of your other Quints characters and stand it. This is an effect that we have seen for a good while now on standbys. Nowadays, it's very common that when you play a certain type of standby climax, it will give a specific character the ability to stand itself by sacking a climax. That's pretty standard. Nino got that starting with set 2. Um, However, before then and since then, there have been plenty of standby combos that revolve around one character paying 1 generally. Sometimes the cost is different, but generally paying 1 to stand anything. Um, and that way it's not particularly specific. You are able to just summon out whatever you need at any level starting with 1 and just get attacks with it right away. I think for set 1 this was fine. Set 1 definitely had some standby cards that it had a normal 2/2 sort of standby profile, so it just was big and had hand encore. And back then that was sort of just like a big deal for standby, like that was sort of their whole thing. It didn't have quite the package it really needed to make an entire standby deck. Like there was no top end for standby back then. It really got it with set 2. Set 2 just brought with it a better standby combo you could be playing at level 1, which we'll look at. And for its time, though, I think this was fine. This is still a decent way if you're someone who likes Nino and you're trying to learn about standby. This isn't the worst card you could be playing. This, if you want to be like better. I wouldn't recommend playing this, but it's more as a starter card when it comes to standby if you like Nino. But there are still just there's a better standby combo. There are two better standby combos that you could be using as early as level 1. One of them is this one. It is this Unchanging Feelings Nino, which is so misleading because this girl absolutely changes her feelings. She like hates Futuro's guts like from the second she meets him, and then one day she's like, "Oh wait, he's actually not that bad. Okay, let me throw myself at him." Like her feelings changed immediately to a total 180. But that is from my separate anime review. But we got this Unchanging Feelings Nino from the movie set. This is another one of those double rares from the movie set that can sometimes, depending on availability, can be hard to find. It's not one that is consistently plentifully available, and the price sometimes reflects that. Works on this specific standby climax, stealthy, strong attack. So this Nino does a lot. If all of your characters, she is a 1/1, just note that. So you do have to pay a stock if you want to play her out from your hand. If all of your characters are Quints, she gets 1500 power and the following abilities. So she'll gain that 1500 power cross turn. So she's 65 at minimum all the time. And then she gains the following abilities. During your turn, she gets 2000 power, so 85 on your turn, pretty strong, plus Hand Encore. That Hand Encore is all the time. The 2K is the ability that's during your turn, but the Hand Encore is all the time. Then her Climax combo is when she attacks. If you have this specific standby Climax in your Climax area, and you have another Quince character, look it up to 2 cards from top of deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of your deck, put the rest to waiting room, and this card gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may choose 1 character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. This was absolutely fantastic. This was a pretty big deal when it came out for Quints. Quints had already done very well as an 8 standby deck. Then when it was just set 2 before this card came out, we had good enough stuff to be using at level 1, which we will look at in a sec. And it worked well. Then we got a ban list, lost a little bit of consistency. Nino sort of died down a little bit. Then the movie set came out, brought with it tons of new Nino support, tons of new stuff that worked well with standby, and then it brought us this new 1/1 combo. This 1/1 combo is a big deal for a standby because I've said it before in other videos, but very often a way that Bushiroad has balanced standby is they do multiple things depending on what type of standby combo it is. For example, if it's a level 3 standby combo, this is not a hard and fast rule, but oftentimes they might make the cost of the combo a bit more than they normally would. For example, in Mushoku Tensei, we have a level 3 standby Ghislaine combo that is just a burn 2. It's just burn 2, and it costs 2 stock to do it, which is kind of high for a burn 2, but it's on a standby, and 8 standby really works well for that set, so they kind of made it overcosted to make up for the fact that you are on a standby. That is sort of a common thing that they do. Now, this is just a on reverse salvage. We looked at on reverse salvage with the first combo, and I said it really wasn't that great. Now, that combo had other reasons for why it wasn't that great. The reason why it's a big difference with this, because this is a phenomenal card, is because unlike other types of climaxes like bar or pants or door, um, or choice, when you play those climaxes, you get a soul and you get 1000 power. Everything gets 1 soul and 1000 power, which is a plus in one way, but it's not a hard plus. With standby, you play the standby and you get to summon out a character. So not only are you plussing when you use the climax combo, you get a reverse and you get a salvage, but the standby itself is actually actively giving you more resources to use. And because standby is burning out potentially characters with a higher level than your current level, you are able to get out some really big bodies earlier than you should. You can get out big bodies that have huge attack, generally are going to have at least 2 soul, and you just start really gaining advantage. So something that Bushiroad has done a lot when it comes to level 1 standby combos is they generally resemble kind of more like the Nino we had previously looked at, where it just stood something else. It's kind of like that. You don't hard plus, you don't get hand or stock or something like that. And I think that's always been their way of balancing standby. Standby in the early game can sometimes struggle with hand because they revolve around hand encore so much, and they often don't have level 1 combos that replenish themselves in terms of hand advantage. This Nino was absolutely huge because Nino already had so much great standby support. It got even more standby support with the movie set, and now we got this amazing 1-1 combo in the movie set that has hand on core, swings really big, gives you top deck knowledge, and it salvages you. It was a pretty big deal when it came out. This was a card that did at the time uh, was a big part in helping Nino go back into the spotlight. Eventually, 8 Standby Nino did just falter again, and then the premium booster came out and came out with even more standby support. And this card, along with other standby stuff in Nino, did make a resurgence. But this is a phenomenal card. They don't often just print 1-1 standby profiles that actually get you cards back to hand. Sometimes they do like Mashoko Tensei. Data Life 3 has one whenever we get that. But very often they kind of just stand cards or they stand themselves or something like that. So it's a huge deal to be able to actually have a really massive body that you can just reuse every turn potentially, as long as you're keeping it alive with its hand on core and getting the climax, while still having very selective salvage. That is just really great. Next up, we have this 2-2 combo from Quint's set 2. It works on the standby combo. So if all of your characters are Quints, she gets the following 2 abilities. During your turn, she gets 5,000 power, so she's 12k in your turn. And she gets Hand Encore all the time. And during your climax phase, when she's placed on stage from your waiting room by the effect of the standby climax pictured here, and you have 2 or more other Quince characters, you may pay the cost. If you do, stand this card, and this card gets 1,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. When this came out, this was a pretty big deal for standby Quints. Being able to get a 2 soul 13k attacker as early as being 1-0 was just kind of insane. Set 2 also had tons of other stuff that worked well with standby. This is a combo that doesn't directly plus you in terms of hand size, like the 1-1 Nino we just looked at. But when set 2 came out, this still put in an insane amount of work. The fact that it has hand on core meant it was just sticking around forever. People would build their decks if their set allowed it, whatever set they were playing, they would build their decks to be able to deal with 2-2 just in general, because they just couldn't let their opponent just constantly generate so much advantage by just swinging with this massive 2 soul body constantly. But they often put in cards that dealt with high attack level 2s, and if they could, people at the time would often put in cards that would be able to deal with level 2s and send them somewhere else so that you could deny your opponent hand on core. 8 Standby Nino was just so prevalent at the time, and this card was just a real pain to deal with because of the hand on core and because of how big it was. I mean, swinging for it gets that extra 1,000 power when you summon it via the standby cross turn. So generally it's only 7k on your opponent's turn, but during the turn right after you brought it out via the standby and used the effect to stand it, it would gain 1,000 power, so it would be 8k, which is pretty respectable. At the time, power lines were a little bit lower than they are now, so there were still plenty of level 1 combos that would not be able to deal with an 8k 2-2 Nino here. There's still plenty that could, but there were plenty that couldn't. And even 7k is still respectable enough. But the fact that it was 12k at minimum on your turn, this thing was just really. It got over most things. There weren't a ton of decks at the time that would be able to consistently deal with this. It's a very simple card. It really isn't anything fancy, and by modern standards, this is absolutely not a bad profile, but it's not as crazy as it used to be. We have seen this effect be printed more and more in modern standby decks when they feel like printing it, and they don't make anywhere near as much of an impact as this card did when it came out. Now, there are various factors for that, like maybe those sets that print this profile don't support standby as much as the second Quinn set did support standby and other things. But for its time, this was a great card. It's still a great card. Very often, I find myself even when I am not playing this Climax directly, and I'm playing the level 1 Nino we just looked at instead, I will still play this card to just as a standby target to burn out level 2s because, just a 2 soul 12k with 12,000 attack, that's hand on core, is just kind of nuts. This would not be a bad place to start either if you're concerned about having to spend a stock to bring out the 1/1 Nino we just looked at, and you're new to Weiss and new to standby. This is a very simple combo to just sort of get your head around. This is also a good introduction, I think, to standby, and it's just still a very strong card. Next up, we have this Our Resolve Nino. It works on this standby Climax here. This is from the movie set. What she does is all of your other Quince characters get 1500 power. Global 5 is very respectable. And it stacks, so multiple copies of this, it starts stacking. And then her Climax combo is during her Climax phase, when this card is placed on stage by the effect of this Declaration of War over love standby Climax, you may send this Climax to your waiting room. If you do, stand this card, and all of your characters get the following ability until end of turn. When this card attacks, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it on the top of your deck, and put the rest into your waiting room. Now, this is, in my opinion, I've never been crazy about this combo. It's absolutely not bad. The reason this combo did see a lot more play in Japan for a while because they had a ban list for Quints just like we did. Um, Japan loves 8 Standby Nino. They love it more than we do, I think. And our ban list hasn't always been a direct copy of theirs. They had a harsher hit to their main level 3 piece at one point. I forget if they still have that hit. But then because of that, people had to shift to this. I think when this came out, people thought that English would shift to this just to copy JP without really realizing why JP shifted to this combo. We just had a different ban list. And this is not a bad card. I don't think it's a great card. I personally don't love it, and I've never actually played it in a real life game. I've only played it in the simulator because I just never felt the need to use it because there's a better level 3 Nino combo that you can be playing. This was a combo you would play if you just didn't have another option at level 3, which English does. Now, with our most recent ban list, depending on what card you pick from the choice list, you might not have access to the level 3 combo that I think is superior. But it's still fine for what it is. It's still nice to get 2 soul bodies out. The global 15 is nice, not because power offensively is not a problem for 8 standby Nino, but you do like to be big defensively because you want your opponent to crash into you because standby does not give soul. So very often with standby, especially in the earlier game, unless you trigger soul trigger, you're just swinging for 1 soul, especially when you're not swinging with your 2/2s and above. And sometimes that can be an issue. Now, if you notice with this card, this gives top check 2 knowledge. The 1/1 Nino that we looked at from the movie set also gave top check 2 knowledge. That is a major theme that they did starting with the Quints movie set for Nino's cards. They gave every Nino card under the sun the ability to either give itself, give other things, or give all Ninos the ability on attack top check 2. It was very, very easy to have multiple instances per Nino of having multiple instances of on attack top check 2. So you could on attack top check 2, leave 1, dump 1, and then top check 2 again. It was very easy to do that. That was really great for when you wanted to dig for a standby. It was great for a minimal, but still an amount of deck speed, though that wasn't really that important. It was mostly dig for a standby, but also dig for soul triggers. That was pretty important. That helped make up for the fact that your standby climaxes don't give soul, and it may not sound to people who are a little newer, an attack might seem like an attack, but when you've played a lot of games with standby and you're just sort of having a tough game where you are, even though standby runs a lot of soul triggers to begin with, there are going to be games where you're just constantly triggering level zeros without soul triggers. And now you realize that you've had 2 turns in a row where you are just constantly swinging for 1. And you realize that your opponent, you might be dominating in terms of board presence by having massive bodies on board, but your opponent is winning the soul damage race. And that can be a problem. So movie set absolutely did a big job to fix that. So the top check 2 on this giving that is definitely not a bad thing, especially when you could have multiple ways to stack it, like with this card and there are other Nino cards. This card did get a specific piece of support in the premium booster that definitely does make it better. It's this ongoing story Nino. All of your other Hour Resolve Nino, that's the one here on the right, all of your other Hour Resolve Nino get 500 power, which is pretty negligible, but whatever. And the following ability. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When damage dealt by this card is cancelled, you may pay to discard 2 characters. If you do, deal 4 damage to your opponent. JP largely moved to this when the premium booster came out because they kind of just didn't have a choice at the time. If I remember right, and I could be remembering wrong, unlike our current English list where we have a choice 1 of 5 that is mostly cards that, well, they're all cards that are on there purely because of 8 Stand by Nino. Over there, I think at one point they had the level 3 Nino combo, not this one, but a different one we'll look at in a sec. They had it at 2 copies, and that is kind of just a killer. It's very tough to have a consistent endgame when your finisher, you cannot play the full 4 copies of it. So there was a shift towards this combo because you could play more copies of it, you could get it out easier. I think for what it is, it's fine because this piece of support exists. I still don't personally love it, but it's better than nothing. And oftentimes with standby, you're not winning. I don't want to say it's a war of attrition, but constantly forcing your opponent to just crash into big boards and none of their stuff survives. It means that generally they have to spend more resources in order to maintain their board, and you start winning the game in other ways, not from just direct damage and extra damage and stuff like that. You just sort of whittle them down while generating stock for yourself and just slowly gaining advantage that way. Um, and then you get more compression and whatnot. So at the time when this card came out, our English format was just different from JP, but I can see why people on the JP side would play this whole package together, and why some people in English did play this package, despite the fact that they had other options, because it's not bad. It's we just in English had a better option, so I never saw the need to really go all in on this. But there is a value with this, and this card is also a frontal 500 assist, which is nice. You just want to plop it at frontal 500 assist times level, 500 times level frontal assist. Sorry. Um, so that is pretty big. You're giving your two twos another 1K power. You're giving your level threes another 1500 power. This Hour Resolve Nino is already a global 15. Which the global 15 is massive, especially because it doesn't need to be in your center stage or anything like that. So the package as a whole is it's not bad. I don't want to sound like I'm harsh on it or anything. I do know there are people that now with our current English ban list with Quints that they have shifted completely to this, and that's perfectly fine. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I think then you are just focused on on wearing down your opponent and slowly building resources to give you advantage to use on other things, and forcing your opponent to, just constantly spend stock to replenish hand because nothing on their board is surviving. You're getting lots of directs, and this whole package kind of does a good job with that sort of gameplay style. Next up, we have this combo from set 1. Technically, it is a combo from set 1 and set 2. The first Nino on the left here, or I guess in the middle, she is from set 1, and she works on this pants climax that's pictured here. And then the Nino on the right, the shopping Nino, she came out in set 2, and she also works on the same pants climax. I love when Bushiroad does this. I love when they come out with combos that aren't necessarily great, and we're going to talk about the combos in a second. Combos that aren't necessarily great, but they're so close to having potential, and then Bushiroad gives us cards that absolutely, you can't say they fix them and make them broken by any stretch of the imagination, but they make them 100% playable, whereas before they might not have been playable, or they would have been a lot harder to play. They give you support that just makes it so much easier and does almost everything you could really need for it to do. And I think when the combo in the middle here first came out with set one, the general consensus was it's fine, but it's not enough. It's just too high costed for what it does, and the fact that's on pants and not standby, it's just too high costed, and even then it just isn't enough for a couple of different reasons. It had a couple of weaknesses, and then in set two they just come out with this card that really fixes it and makes it about as playable as you could reasonably expect. I know that because I never tried to make the combo, the middle Nino, work when it was just set one. However, with set two, and I read this card and realized it worked on the combo from set one, I did see the potential, and I have been playing this package now for years in a variety of different types of decks, and I could say that there is a lot of potential, and we'll get to why, but it's actually, in my opinion, excuse me, it is one of the most underrated combos in Quints. I think a lot of people do sleep on it. It is not a combo that, even with the support on the right here, it's not a combo that is broken. At best, you get 6 instances of damage like a traditional combo would do, um, and it's nothing crazy. What is very good is that because of the support we got on the right, it becomes very resource light, and that enables you to do other things. So now let's get into the actual cards itself. First, for the sensitive and straightforward Nino in the middle here, this is from set one. It has an interesting ability, which is when it attacks, it doesn't do anything on play. When it attacks, if you have two or more other Quints characters, you may pay one and discard a red or blue card from your hand to your waiting room. If you do, heal one. Now, no one-play effects might stink. However, this is a restander, so we can potentially get two heals off of one card, even though it would be very expensive. Then its actual Climax combo is this ability activates up to one time per turn. At the end of this card's attack, if you have the Pants Climax in your Climax area and you have another Quints character, you may pay the cost, which is pay two. If you do, stand this card. So it's a pay two is a lot, obviously. However, because it's end of attack and because it's on a restander, the pay two really isn't expensive at all. However, it's kind of expensive if you need to hard play 3 copies of this and you're trying to get some heals, then it becomes kind of unmanageable. With set one, there just wasn't enough to support this card. Now that we've got the premium booster, I have been playing this combo though ever since set two came out, and we've only gotten more and more support that works well with this. I really think this is one of Nino's better combos. I think it's her second best level 3 combo. We'll see her best level 3 combo in a sec. But even with set one, there was sort of like an interesting mechanic here where if you they did have a standby combo for Nino. We saw the 1-0 standby combo that stands something. You could on attack just start spamming heals as early as level 2, and because the heal effect is not tied to the climax, that did have interesting implications when it comes to standby. Now, it never really amounted to anything, just because the standby package wasn't there and it would be expensive and all that stuff. But you could do it. And because the actual climax combo is not level locked, let's say you played this out at level 2 via standby, and then you pass to your opponent, and then your opponent attacks, you cancel a little bit, you're still at level 2. Um, because the combo does not say you need to be level 3 or higher to use it, you can play the combo at level 2, the actual climax, and you could start attacking, and you could be restanding and getting heals as early as level 2. All of a sudden, once you start doing that, now one card is giving you 2 heals at level 2 for a relatively reasonable cost considering you did bring it out via standby in this scenario. Now, it still is expensive despite that, and that is a big barrier to entry for this card, but I think there's something to the card. Set 1 didn't support it well enough, but there was, a glimmer of something. Now, a weakness of this card is the fact that it is actually incredibly weak. 9-5, no power pump, 10-5 with the climax makes it incredible. It doesn't matter if it loses the battle because it restands at end of attack. So you do it after the battle. That's fine, even if she gets reversed, whatever. The issue becomes if your opponent has a memory kick backup, this thing just goes bye bye, and that's your whole end game. That really, really stinks. Fortunately, she doesn't have like a full field condition or anything like that. So if you were hard playing multiple copies of this, you'd only lose out on that one, unlike the Miku that we looked at for anyone that watched the Miku combo portion of this video, where I was very harsh on the Restander Nino, the Restander Miku, I mean, because she requires a full board to maybe restand. And I thought that was just terrible for the same exact reason why I don't like the fact that this card is just very, very weak. Now, I can say from my personal experience, it is generally, and we'll get into the whole setup of this card in a second when we talk about the next Nino. Generally, you're actually only going to be playing one copy of this. When you're only playing one copy of it, most games it's going to be easy enough to find one lane that this thing is bigger than and is outside the range of being memory kicked, so you don't really have to worry about it. I have never had to actually worry about it for that exact reason. So what this shopping Nino does, this came out with set 2 and it was a direct piece of support for the straight sensitive and straightforward Nino. What it does is when it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1. If you do, choose one sensitive and straightforward Nino, that's the Nino in the middle here, in your waiting room and put it on any position of your stage. All right, that's already solid enough. You get out your Nino for 1 stock instead of 2 from the waiting room, so you don't have to have it in hand. Not bad. And then when you play the Pants Climax here, if this card's in your center stage and your hand has 5 or less cards, choose one of your sensitive and straightforward Nino, and it gets the following ability until end of turn. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When damage dealt by this card is canceled, you may deal the same damage to your opponent. So typically, from my vast experience playing variations of this combo, what you are setting out to do is you don't want to play 2 or 3 copies of the sensitive and straightforward Nino. What you want to do, that would just be very expensive. What you want to do is you want to play 2 copies of this shopping Nino here. You want to use one of them on play to pay 1 to summon out the sensitive and straightforward Nino. At that point, you are 5 stock in, and you will have 2 copies of Shopping Nino, 1 copy of Sensitive Nino. Play the Climax. Both of your Shopping Ninos will give on cancel burn to the Sensitive Nino. The Sensitive Nino is a restander, so you have an extra chance to cancel. From my experience, I have never done this effect a single time where I gave the on cancel burn effect to the Sensitive Nino, and between her first swing and her second swing, they didn't cancel one of them. That's just never happened. Um, oh, except in the simulator when I play the Amelia. For anyone familiar with the simulator, they know that the Amelia deck is a fucking menace. I cannot beat that thing with any deck I've ever built. I have played full power Chainsaw Man, full power SAO, full power ReZero. That Amelia deck is a straight menace. Whenever I'm playing this combo, that's just a neg soul deck. They always put this thing to like 0 soul or 1 soul, and then they just never cancel. But in real life, I have never, between the 2 instances of damage that this Nino, the sensitive Nino does, I've never had them not cancel one of them. So effectively, what happens in that scenario is you get 4 swings and 2 cancel burns. So you get 6 instances of damage, pretty standard throughout most of modern Weiss history. That's what you would reasonably expect from any finisher. And unlike a lot of cancel burns from several years ago, which these cards are from, which very often are either just on cancel burn 1, which is nothing really. They might be on cancel mill top card of deck and then burn X plus 1. X is equal to the level of the card plus 1, which very often would just be a burn 1. This deals the same amount of damage that was canceled, which is really, really interesting because, if you're fronting with the Climax and nothing else is going on with Soul, you are swinging for 3. Because we're on pants, very often we're going to have a lot of soul triggers from my experience building this. So it's very likely that you'll trigger and you'll be burning for 4. Because we're on a restander, let's assume that they ate the first bit of damage. Then you use the restander Nino, you stand her again. Maybe she triggered the first time. Maybe now you still maintain that soul. For anyone unfamiliar with restanders, when you stand them, they maintain whatever soul it was when they first swung. So if you swung for 4 because you triggered, she still has 4 soul when you restand her. And you attack, you could trigger again, and now she is at 5 soul. or maybe you don't trigger and she's at 4. Very often, I found that this thing is very consistently getting 2 burn 3s or 2 burn 4s, depending on my triggers. And that's very standard. I know that at the end of the day, that basically equates to, 4 attacks and 2 burn 3s or 2 burn 4s. Most often, that's what happens, and most of the time, most level 3 combos historically, in modern Weiss are usually some variation of 3 swings and 3 burn 2 or burn 3 or burn 4, depending on what the combo does. That's the most common sort of thing that we see. However, this is a very, very cheap combo. As I mentioned earlier, you only need 5 stock to do the setup that I just described up front. That's all you need. That means is you can use that stock for other stuff. Now, when it was just set 2, we had options. We didn't have as many options as we had now, but there were options. There were options that you could do, there was an Ichika that was on play. You could real top card of deck and burn 1. There was an Ichika that was you could pay to rest itself to burn 1, and then you could summon something from your hand. It also means that if you're having a rough game, you could still do full combo and get the maximum amount of instances of damage uh, while being low in resources. Now, I think this combo has only gotten better. It was fine when set 2 came out. It wasn't bad with just set 1, but it just had issues. And the set just didn't support it well. Now, this card from set 2 was absolutely needed. The Shopping Nino drastically altered how this card plays. And I'm not trying. I know I'm maybe over explaining this card. It's just because I do really like the card and I've played it a lot. I think it's a very underrated card because of what it enables, and I think a lot of people have slept on it. But I'm not going to say that, even with the shopping, it doesn't make it broken or anything like that. But I will say that now that we've got the second set, the movie set, the premium set, this deck actually has an insane amount of tools at its disposal because of the efficiency of the combo, but also because of the whole on attack. You can pay 1, discard a red or a blue card, not character, red or blue card, which is important, to heal 1. Now that 8 standby just has so much, not 8 standby in general for Quints has so much support around it. It is very, very easy to just be playing 4 standby, 4 pants. Now, I have done this ever since set 2 when we just had the 2-2 restandard that we looked at, and it all worked really well. There is a lot of synergy between playing 4 standby triggers and 4 pants triggers. Ideally, you are playing the standbys from your hand and you are triggering pants that get you back the standbys so that you could play them again the following turn. There is a lot of synergy with that. Pants and standby often have good synergy. Now, what makes it even better is the fact that Nino is in red and blue. So you don't have to do anything weird when it comes to names. All the Nino cards are going to work no matter what triggers you're playing. They're all going to work with each other. You don't have to worry about having non-Ninos on board. And by having non-Ninos, you might be turning off some effects. But because standby with Quints, specifically with Nino, has gotten so good, now that we have all of these sets, 4 Quint sets, 3 of which focused very heavily on standby for Nino, I can say from practice that it is very, very, this combo is actually very underrated, and I think this is something people should look at. I think 4 standby, 4 pans really is viable because of all the standby support that's out there. It feels very, very good to be at level 2. You stand by a copy of this out, you're still at level 2 the following turn, but let's say you canceled once or twice, and you just start spamming heals with this card. For anyone that is wondering why the shopping Nino on the right here has to have the stipulation that your hand has to have 5 or less cards, I think that was one of the instances where Bushiroad demonstrated good foresight. Bushiroad has printed cards before where it became clear that they most likely didn't realize the quote unquote broken interactions that some cards could have with other cards. They might not have tested it enough. They might not have tested it with those cards. They might not have seen the interaction. An example of which would be how Seven Deadly Sins Volume 1 has a Gill Thunder that lets you look at the top 3 cards of your deck on play and rearrange them, and it also bounces an opponent's character, and it also on attack gives +1 soul to something else or to the rest of your board. I forget, but that's the gist of it. And then in set 2, they printed an Escanor that changes all its damage into instances of 1. So and that damage is based on its soul. So if it's swinging for 3 soul, it now instead of burning 1 3 times, it is burn 1. Instead of burning 3 once, it burns 1 3 times. However, the more soul it has, the more instances of burn 1 it does. And in conjunction with that Gill Thunder, which lets you rearrange the top 3 cards of your deck, so you're setting up soul triggers, and it also is bouncing something, so you're getting the direct link with the Escanor, increasing its soul even more, and it gives soul on attack, increasing the Escanor soul even more. Um, I don't think they realized, this is just an example, that interaction between those cards, especially because there were 2 stock soul combos they printed in set 2, so you could be triggering a stock soul while swinging direct, and you just have a million instances of burn 1, and it was pretty busted. I think that was an example where they did not have the foresight and they didn't realize how some cards could interact with each other in broken ways that they didn't intend. I think when they printed the Shopping Nino, though, they gave it the 5 or less hand restriction, which actually, it doesn't sound like it should be a restriction. I can tell you that it actually is a restriction for someone who's played it a lot. And the reason for that is when you are combining this with standby, with Nino standby stuff, it is really easy to, as I mentioned when I've discussed the various standby combos we've looked at so far, it's really easy to just start steamrolling your opponent as long as you are just maintaining these massive boards. From my experience, what happens then is I just have an excess of hand and I have an excess of stock. So what this card, that was a way of balancing the card because I think they realized the potential interaction you could be having, and it would be kind of unfair to just be spamming a whole bunch of heals with this card. When I first was using this card, these 2 combos together, um, it the set was still good enough where sometimes that would happen, but now that I'm testing the combo again after the premium booster stuff is out, it is really easy to just spam multiple copies of this at level 2. And because of all the top check 2s that Nino has, it's really easy to be digging for standbys. And it's because you're on pants, it's easy to be playing the Climax. It would be kind of busted to potentially have 1 or more Ninos of the level of the sensitive Nino out at level 2, play the pants Climax at level 2, and now you have 2 Ninos that both have restand and they both have on attack heal 1. Having the 5 or less hand limit on the shopping Nino helps keep that in check. I think that was the intention because I think they realized that standby was a big deal with set 2 Nino, and because they were printing the support, people could potentially abuse it because the Nino just gets the heals, and it can get extra heals because it's a restander and it heals on attack. um, I think that was why they put it there, so that you can't just have a massive amount of hand. You do have to be somewhat mindful of it. Now, I can tell you that despite that, doing exactly what I just described feels incredibly strong, and it's something that's incredibly consistent to do. It is really easy to be playing the Pants Climax at level 2 after you already used standby to bring out the sensitive Nino the previous turn. The combo is so cheap that it is really easy to get a restander out at level 2 and to heal twice at level 2, and you're probably not going to be killing your opponent with a single restander, but you still got 2 heal 2s, and you got 2 swings off of 1 card at level 2, so you're dealing extra damage at level 2, and then you still have enough resources to do full combo the way it was intended, in my opinion, at level 3, because the combo is so cheap and having standbys in your deck already helps. Um, Especially even if you burn through all of your hand, you only need 2 copies of the shopping, in your hand and the Climax, you know, to deal the most amount of damage as possible. You might miss out on heals if you don't have a hand, but it's such a cost efficient combo that it's just the possibilities of how you could do it, of the ways you could use it, depending on how the game goes, really are kind of nuts. We are going to look at a deck list where I do showcase that combo. There's going to be other cards that we're going to talk about with Nino specifically that just work really well with that combo that maybe can open up show people the possibilities of what a very efficient and consistent combo can do. Um, Moving on, though, we're going to talk about the main level 3 combo that has been a huge thorn in the meta side for quite some time. Ever since its release, this card has done wonders. It's this love taking off Nino. She works on the straightforward feelings Climax. I do have the OFR Climax pictured here instead of the regular Climax Rare, whatever it is, because the regular one is kind of ugly, and this one is absolutely stunning. Anyway, if you have this specific standby Climax in your Climax area, this love, all copies of Love Taking Off Nino, um, gain standby trigger in all zones. What it means is basically if assuming that you're playing 8 standby Nino, you're actually playing 12 standby Nino, almost, because as long as you have the straightforward feelings Nino Climax in your Climax area, all this love taking off gains standby. So if you trigger them, you get to perform and resolve standby. With set two, this was already really good. This, it didn't make the card broken, but it was a fantastic effect that was really, really good. Especially because we have ways in Nino to shuffle back cards from waiting room into characters from waiting room into deck. So you could shuffle back copies of this card to sort of just get free standby triggers. By the time that the movie set came out, and especially by the time the premium booster came out, there is so much top check 2 in Nino that it was so easy to dig for either standbys or copies of this while it would be gaining a standby trigger that you were just constantly spamming standbys and getting characters, and it was absolutely ridiculous. During Moving on, during your turn, if you have two or more other Quints characters, it gains 4k, so it's 12-5 before any other sort of buff, which is nice. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal, and then its actual Climax combo is at the end of this card's attack. If you have the straightforward feelings Climax in your Climax area, and you have two or more other Quints characters, you may pay one, ditch one if you do burn 3. A very simple combo. However, end of attack is phenomenal. It means that let's say you didn't stand by out any copies of this, and they're all in your hand. You only need 6 stock up front to triple your combo. That is very, very cost efficient. I know burn 3 doesn't sound flashy, especially for by modern standards. However, there is an entire standby package built around Nino that it doesn't matter that this thing is not flashy. This one card does so much by giving you extra standby triggers. The fact that it's on standby means you can start using the burn 3 at level 2. You standby this out at level 2, you stay at level 2 the next turn during your opponent's turn, and then it passes back to you. You got the Climax in your hand, you can start dealing burn 3s at level 2 if you want. Or you could hold off, whatever it is. This thing is still going to be a massive body, but it is so resource efficient, especially considering the fact that it's on a standby, that it is genuinely kind of nutty. I mentioned earlier in this part of the video that very often what Bushiroad does is with standby combos, they overcost their burn effects as a way, I think, to balance the fact that they are on standby. They did not do this with this card. They made it cheaper than we've seen pay one, ditch one, burn 3 plenty of times. Very often they're on attack. Being end of attack is just so impactful for a couple of reasons. First, it's really cheap. Again, it's generating the stock it needs to actually use the effect. But being end of attack gives you valuable information. So you might decide you don't even want to use the effect. Let's say you attack with this and the damage from the swing doesn't stick. You might realize, I can't kill my opponent because that damage didn't stick. Maybe I don't need to do the burn 3. Maybe I'll save the stock for something else. Quince does have a -3 soul event that is on the choice list that we currently have, and it's been on the choice list forever. Nino was the deck that other Quince decks have been able to use that event before. Nino was the deck that abused it. When you factor in how cheap this combo is, and how good that event is, and how free 8 standby just makes everything, it all comes together in an incredibly powerful package. And we've only talked about Climax combos so far. We have not looked at the non-Climax Nino cards that just support standby to the moon and really make it great. With set 2, the meta was in such a way and power creep had been in such a way where even though we didn't have the bare minimum of standby stuff, because set 2 did give a lot of good standby stuff, the stuff that we got in set 3 and the premium booster almost makes the standby stuff we got in set 2 look like, intro level cards. That's just how much they have supported the entire Nino standby package since its inception, honestly. And since then, they've just given every card under the sun that they can think of, just thrown in at 8 standby Nino. I don't know that someone at Bushy Road just loves Nino and they love standby, and they thought, let's just make it the best it can be. But this combo has seen a lot of play. To wrap it up, this combo has seen a lot of play since it came out in English. Uh, you know, it has been a relatively consistent presence. There are absolutely times, largely because of choice lists that have happened. There have been times where this card becomes a little dormant, and Stand by Nino becomes a little dormant. But then they release a new Quint set, and ban list changes happen, and all of a sudden, this thing is just back on top. Even though they currently don't have any anime to adapt for Quints, Quints is a huge moneymaker. I can't for Bushiroad. I cannot imagine that they do not continue to print more Quint sets in the future. They've already proven how much they love Nino and how much they love Standby Nino. I am sure there will be even more standby support in the future. And because of that, this card is always going to be relevant because it's always going to be an incredibly cost efficient effect that is already on a cost efficient climax trigger and is just gives more standby triggers. It's everything you could probably want your level 3 combo to be, especially if you are on standby. And because of the whole package around it, it's just incredibly strong. That will be it for the actual Nino Climax combos. I think there's at least one that I could think of I didn't include because it's terrible. There might be a second one I didn't include because it's terrible. And if I didn't, it's because it's so terrible it wasn't worth mentioning. But for anyone who watched this entire portion, you could see that it's Nino's stuff is very focused on standby. It pretty much always has been. Anything that's relevant, at least. I do think though that the pants climax that I spent a lot of time harping on is absolutely worth some consideration. As the video goes on, I'm going to talk about cards that work really well with that combo. But I've been testing that combo for years, and I've been using it a lot recently with 4 standby, 4 pans. And if you're someone who likes doing things a little bit different, you don't want to necessarily go 8 standby, I think that is a combo that is worth considering. And if not, 8 standby Nino is still perfectly viable. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, despite the fact that we have a choice 1 of 5 list. And I think the choice 1 of 5 list is a little too harsh, as mentioned earlier. I think it could be a choice 1 of 4 and still get the job done. The goal of these ban lists are to put decks in check that are overpowered. Not, unfortunately, sometimes Bushy Road goes a little extreme in my opinion. And instead of putting decks that are overpowered in check so that they're not overpowered but they're still playable, they very often just go overboard and they just ban a deck into the ground and leave it there for years. That's what I think the choice 1 of 5 almost did. It's like 90% of the way there. And if it's choice 1 of 4, Bushy Road ever takes a card off the ban list, depending on what they take off, I think we very well could see 8 Standby Nino start to make a resurgence. Moving on to Nino's non-climax cards. Nino is definitely one of the girls that has been best represented, I think, just in terms of the overall card quality for her card pool. I think she has some cards that have been pretty problematic within her own, um, archetype of just Nino specific cards. However, she also has some very solid generic cards, especially from set 1. But when you are building a Nino focus deck, you have access, in my opinion, to the second best card pool within Quints, and it is a close second. Some would definitely argue that it's the best card pool, but I think she also has access to a suite of tools that could be used in a variety of Quints deck, especially if you were building a Quints deck that was a little more generic and not focused on one specific girl. To start, we have this card that was from the trial deck. This Nino here that says if you have 5 or more cards in your hand, this card gets 2000 power. That is cross turn. Pretty easy condition to meet. This is a pretty solid going first sort of card. And that has another effect that at the beginning of your encore step, if you have another if you do not have another rested character in your center stage, you may pay 1 if you do rest this card. Just sort of a very solid way of just keeping a big beater on board. You go first, there's a good shot this thing is surviving as long as your opponent doesn't have any sort of level 0 bomb. And even if they're able to beat over it or tie with it for one stock, you're able to just keep it around. It's nice it doesn't send itself to waiting room or anything like that. After you pay it, sometimes this sort of effect when you pay want to save something, they do go elsewhere after a turn. A card that hasn't seen a ton of play because Nino does just have other options, including another good level 0 that's in blue that has a similar sort of effect of just keeping itself around. But still not a bad card, even if it hasn't seen a ton of play. Definitely a card that feels like it belongs in a trial deck. And for anyone starting out with Quints, this would not be a bad way if you're playing Nino to sort of get a feel for what type of level zeros you should be throwing into your deck and just sort of understanding what makes a level 0 a good sort of plussing profile. Next up, we have this card from the Premium Booster, Approach with Utmost Effort Nino. When she's placed on stage from hand, search your deck for up to one Quince character, put it into your waiting room, and shuffle your deck. This is largely referred to in Weiss as the Foolish Burial effect for anyone that's familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! This is a card that just its first effect, when this card came out, Nino Quints hadn't really done anything too crazy for a while. It had sort of died out after the movie set came out. I won't go out and say that this card alone put Nino's 8 standby Nino back on top, but this card put in an insane amount of work to really make it relevant again. It's evident in the fact that when they updated the choice list for Quints, this card was one of the cards that was added to the choice list. Despite the fact it's only 500 power, and Foolish Burial may not sound like a lot. It does have another effect that says when it's put into your waiting room from the stage, you may pay 2 if you do salvage a character. This card just was born and made for standby. It's first just getting a specific character from your deck into your waiting room, especially in the early game when you don't have a big waiting room, makes it so that you could just play standbys immediately to get those characters out onto your board. Or if you trigger standby, you get those characters out. And the fact that it's pay 2 when it hits waiting room is really great when used in conjunction with normal 8 standby Nino, because 8 Stand by Nino has, starting with the movie set, became so focused on every character having at least one instance of Top Check 2 in order to dig for soul triggers or to dig for standby climaxes to trigger. And having this effect not only allows you to feel better about digging for standby specifically so that you can trigger them and get out powerful characters, but if because this card just cleans your stock at the end of your turn. That way, your climaxes aren't getting stuck there. It's an optional effect. You don't have to do it. I think the first effect is very, very impactful, especially in the early game. And it's proven that it was impactful. But the second effect is also very relevant and absolutely comes up a lot. There are definitely, from the choice list that we currently have, I am not choosing to run this card in 8 Standby Nino anymore. I do know that there are absolutely people who swear by it. I still think it's a phenomenal card. This card really does put in a ton of work, and it definitely did before the choice list. I don't quite know if it's better than just playing the normal level 3 Nino combo, since that is on the choice list as well with this as of the time of recording this video, but it's still just an incredible card in 8 Standby. If you are playing at a casual level with friends and you are getting into Nino and getting into Quints, um, it may not be the worst thing where if you just ask your friends that you're playing with on a casual level, if maybe they let you sort of just I'm not saying ignore the choice list, but if you want to get just a feel for how 8 Standby, what it can do with Nino, specifically if you're a fan of Nino and 8 Standby, just to sort of let you play multiple cards from the choice list in one. This is just my suggestion, just so that you could really see how impactful this card is, and it might sort of help you, it might help instruct you on how you should better play the deck, and what sort of deck building options you should have. And then, of course, if you're in like a regular tournament, make sure you follow the actual appropriate rules. This card just, it reads very simple, so it may not seems super impactful if you are newer to the game, but in practice, this card really is just absolutely nuts. They very often give 500 power to cards that either really want to be reversed, or if they're level zeros that just have such strong effects, they probably would have given this card like 50 power if they could, just because its effects are so strong. That's often how Bushiroad tries to balance things. When they give something stupid effects, they give it less power, as if that really makes that much of a difference. But very, very strong card. Um, Even if, it kind of stinks that it's on the choice list. Next up, we have another card from the Premium Booster. I really do like this card as well. This is the Enjoying Summer Nino. This card has multiple effects, and when a climax is placed on your climax area, choose one of your characters that gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card attacks, look at up to 2 cards on the top of your deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of your deck, and the rest go to waiting room. So another Nino card that gives any character, but probably Nino's, more top deck 2 on attack, and it is a pay one rest itself top check 3 brainstorm. So for every climax you mill from its brainstorm effect, look at up to 3 cards on top of deck, choose any card, add to hand, rest go to waiting room. I am a huge fan of top check 3 brainstorms. I think in a standby the top deck 3 brainstorms are good in a lot of different decks. I personally think that in 8 standby decks, they're even more impactful than they are in certain other decks, because in 8 standby, you very often want to just be playing a standby as often as you possibly can to just really maximize the value of standby. So having a card that not only helps fill your waiting room up to 7 cards for even if you only hit one, you still get to cycle through up to 7 cards. The 4 you mill with the brainstorm, and then 3 cards you look at, could really help fill up the waiting room for when you just refresh or something, but also just dig you closer to a standby climax that you can use and start doing things. This still sees play in 8 standby Nino, even if it's only 1 or 2 copies. It's also a good generic card that you could throw into more generic Quints decks. Their top check 3 brainstorms absolutely do have a place, and this is a very, very strong one. Next, we have this Recreation Nino. When she was from the movie set. When she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your other characters with Nino in its card name, and it gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card attacks, look at up to 2 cards from top of deck. Choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of deck, and the rest go to waiting room. More top check too. Then it has a second effect where you can pay one and put this card into your waiting room to look at up to 5 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 character with Nino in its card name. Reveal it to your opponent, put it into your hand, and put the rest into your waiting room. Not a bad card. It's a level 0 that you would play this in a standby Nino mostly. Definitely mono Nino, but it's a card that you don't really feel bad about if you trigger a standby and you don't have a good like level 1 target. Let's say you're level 0. This is not a bad level 0 to play out. It will still give you some hand and give you some value. It gives you a lot of deck speed. Definitely a solid card. Plenty of 8 standby Quints decks do run this. Next, we have a card that I personally think is very underrated in 8 standby. Reason for the outfit Nino. She's from the movie set. All of your opponent's characters get Encore 2. Pretty negligible. Very often, Bushiroad will throw that on there as a way to sort of quote unquote balance a card when they feel it's a little overstated, especially on zeros. We see this sort of give your opponent Encore 2 effect a lot. It really doesn't matter. Most people don't take advantage of the fact that now they get Encore for 2, because Encore, paying 2 to Encore barely feels better than paying 3 to Encore, and paying 3 to Encore sucks. So what does she do? When your character's trigger check reveals a climax with standby in its trigger icon, you may pay 1 and send this reason for the outfit Nino to your waiting room. If you do, choose salvage any character from your waiting room, and then choose one of your characters, and it gets the ability that for the turn, when it attacks, top check 2, leave 1, dump 1. I think the fact that this is a 3500 beater, already a good solid number, but that it's really fantastic in 8 standby. I think this card is really awesome. Whenever I'm still running 8 standby Nino, I always throw this in there as sort of like my high powered plussing 0 of choice. Sometimes when you're having a rough game with 8 standby, regardless of what set it is, it's not uncommon to start bleeding hand. I like that this is a card that throughout the course of the game helps you like just it helps mitigate that. Not only can you keep your stock a little clean, but you're also getting hand, so you get to both resolve the standby as well as get some hand back. And it's not really the worst thing that this thing sends itself, so long as you are not triggering the standby on this character's attack. Because if you do that, if you trigger standby when this card is attacking, and then you use the effect, it cancels out the damage. Your opponent does not take any damage. So as long as generally what I'll do is I'll attack with this thing first, and then as long as I don't trigger standby on this card's attack, then I don't really care if this thing just leaves the field. And if it stays, at least it's still a 3500 beater. That's something. Of course, the top check two, more Nino, top check two stuff. I love when I'm playing 8 standby Nino. If I'm in a game where I did have a tough time, and my hand is a little low, when I play the standby to use with the level 3 Nino combo, what I have found I do a lot when I'm having a tough game is I use the standby to actually summon out this card, and I just plop it in my back row. And then with all the top check twos that I get from various Nino cards, I dig for a standby, hoping to trigger a standby so I can just send this card that I just standbyed out from my back row, just to get out hand. So that I can make sure I'm able to do my full combo and all that stuff. But regardless, it's a card that feels good throughout the course of the game. Just notably, it does say you can only use it when your trigger check reveals a climax with standby. This is relevant because we have the level 3 Nino combo that gains a standby icon when you have a specific standby in your climax area, but it's still treated as a character. So this will not work if you trigger that because it must be a climax with standby. Still, very good card. Next, we have, oh, look, another super great card. This is a card that at different times, this is from the movie set, and at different times, this card can be a little hard to get. Sometimes it is sold out on TCG Player. It depends. We have this Flowers of Gratitude Nino. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may put one card from your hand into your clock. If you do, search your deck for up to one character with Nino in its card name, show it to your opponent, add to hand shuffle your deck. And when she attacks, if all of your characters have Nino, top check two. More top check two. A fantastic card. Very often, this is a 4 of in a lot of Nino decks. And when we say Nino decks, we're pretty much always talking about 8 standby. Just a really, really great card. It's a it's nice to be able to search your deck for a character of any level. Very solid. It feels great going first. It's nice to be able to search your deck for a character without having to pay a stock. It feels especially strong because more often than not, if you're playing 8 Standby Nino, you'll be playing the 1/1 Nino combo, which already costs a stock to play it. And of course, you could always try to standby it out when you're level 0, but sometimes it just doesn't work out, and it would feel kind of bad to have to pay a stock, like if we were using a Ricky, to search our 1/1 and then to pay another stock just to play out the 1/1. However, just for no stock, just we're putting a card into our clock instead, being able to just grab it, so we're just paying one stock total if we search our 1/1 feels very strong. But because it searches something of any level, it's relevant throughout the entire course of the game. Sometimes it can help you color fix. A really, really great card that is pretty much going to always be relevant regardless of what they do with Nino in the future. As long as they keep printing Nino cards, this is just something that's pretty much just a must-have in any Nino deck. It's hard to imagine people not playing it. Just very, very strong card. Next, we have, oh look, another card from the movie set. I think oh, so many cards so far have just been from the movie set. The movie set was very impactful for Nino. It is looking out for her elder sister Nino. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay one and discard a character. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from top of deck. Choose up to 1 card added to hand. Rest go to waiting room. You do not have to show it to your opponent. So simple sort of profile. We see that a lot. Generally, with that sort of effect, the number of cards you get to look at, some will let you look at 3, some let you look at up to the number of characters you have, some is the number of characters your opponent has. Typically it varies, and the cost will sort of reflect that. Usually if it's pay one ditch anything, then you don't get to look at as many, or you can look at more, but you need to have a full board. This one, you don't need any sort of big board or anything like that, so they make you discard a character. to make up for that fact, but you still get to look at 4, which is really nice. It's very impactful. Being able to discard a potential standby target is also really nice. Then it has another effect that when it's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a character if you do draw a card. So this is a card that is really great as like a double filter, get 2 standby targets out of your hand, or just trade cards you don't want for potential playables. This card is like a solid one of in a lot of 8 standby Nino decks. I've seen some people play more, but I think at the very least it's a good one of. Dig for a climax with the first effect, filter some stuff out of hand. Second effect, dig stuff, filter stuff out of your hand that you don't want. Maybe draw into something you do want. Definitely another solid card. This is another card that is on the choice list. This was from the second set, Daily Routine Nino. I absolutely love this card. I have played this card in a variety of Quints decks. Of course, it gets the most value out of, the OGs will know this gets the most value when it is in a Nino deck. So when it's placed, it has 2 effects. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a character with Nino in its card name. If you do, draw a card. Then it is also a Rico. So on play, discard a card, reveal top card of deck, salvage a level X or lower character from your waiting room. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. This sort of double filtering in 8 Standby Nino was insane when set 2 came out, and it remains incredibly strong. The only problem is it's so strong that it is one of the 5 cards put on the choice list because of 8 Standby Nino. This whole being able to just the Rico effect is already really nice. The Rico effect is generic. You don't have to salvage a Nino. You don't have to discard a Nino. So you can throw this into other Quints decks, which I've done many times. But being able to see the top card of your deck and then decide if you want to draw into it or not, it's really strong. And obviously, when you're playing just pure Nino, everything in your deck is going to be Nino, so you're always going to have cards in hand to be able to discard to get that draw. That top deck knowledge is just really valuable. Sometimes you will high roll by you. Let's say you reveal a level 3, you salvage a level 3 combo, and you need another copy of level 3 combo. You just discard another Nino just to draw into your level 3 combos. You high roll like that sometimes, and other times you just get rid of cards you don't need for playables, whether that's just from the waiting room or top of deck or both, whatever. This is an incredibly strong card. Saw a ton of play when set 2 came out. The only reason it may not see as much play now is purely because we have the choice list requirements, and there are people that will pick other cards from the choice list over this. There are people that will pick this. It's sort of varied. It comes down to personal preference and play style and that sort of thing. But there is a reason. This is just we have seen this profile in other sets. Like for example, Ruby has this profile on a James Ironwood. The only difference is you can discard any character to get the draw, but it still lets you draw by discarding something, and it lets you. It's a Rico, and it's on a 0, and I think it has the same power, and it's 500. Except it's blue is I guess the difference if that really matters. However, while Ruby makes very effective use of that card, just 8 Standby Nino just takes it to another level. There's so much that you want to be salvaging throughout the entire game, and just getting out of your hand. It's even though there's 8 Standby in Ruby and it has the same profile, it can't abuse it the same way that Nino has been able to abuse this card, and that is why this card is on the choice list. I'm not going to argue that it doesn't belong there because as much as I love it, when looking at it in a vacuum, it's clear that this is a strong card. When you are familiar with how Quint's 8 Standby was when it first came out and how it's performed since then over the years, yes, this is still an incredibly strong card. Does it deserve to be on the choice list just when looked at in a vacuum? My opinion is no, but I know exactly what this card is capable of, specifically in 8 Standby Nino, and it helps just enable some really dumb stuff. And because of that, yes, it does belong on the choice list when you look at the Nino package as a whole. If you decide that this is the card from the choice list you want to go with, it does think you don't have access to your level 3 Nino combo, but I guess it's sort of fair because it's just at a certain point the deck just has too much going for it. They just had to do something to hurt the consistency, and cards like this just boost the consistency way too much. Next, we have this Frank Words Nino. She is from set 2 as well. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may return 2 Quints characters from your waiting room to your deck and then shuffle your deck. If you do, choose one of your Quints characters and it gets +1 soul until end of turn. This is a really great way to give soul to some of your characters. Standby does not give soul when you play it, unlike a lot of climaxes, especially most of the climaxes you're likely to see. So sometimes you're just in a position where you just are swinging for one a little too much. This helps fix that a little bit. It also allows you to not only give soul to characters with one soul on your board, so you're swinging for two early on, but it could also put back two copies of your level 3 Nino combo. That's the one that gains the standby in its trigger icon when you have a specific standby out. And this works really well when you are in a low deck state. You play it out, you shuffle back two copies of the level 3 combo, you play out the appropriate standby climax, and now you're just more likely, especially with all the top two checks, to trigger the Ninos that you want to be triggering that gain standby. So you're just standbying constantly. Then it does have a second effect where when you play a climax, you may return this card from your stage to your hand. If you do, choose one of your characters and it gets 1000 power and the following ability until end of turn. When this card attacks, top check two, leave one, dump one. They were doing some top check stuff as early as set two. Both effects in conjunction just work really well with standby. Yes, this is pretty generic and you could use it with anything, but I do think most of its value does come, or most of its value is unlocked from being a part of 8 Standby Nino. Next, we have a card from set 1, the Quintessential Quintuplets Nino. When your other battle opponent becomes reversed, choose one of your Quints characters, and that character gets 500 power till end of turn. And she's a pay 1, rest herself, salvage brainstorm. This, I think, was the brainstorm of choice with set 1, just a very solid salvage brainstorm. She's been a reliable salvage brainstorm over the years. As more Quint sets have come out, and as more Quints decks have become more mono girl focused, this brainstorm has lost a little bit of its value in the sense that when set one came out, not every girl had like the the best brainstorm by her, like on her own. But as more sets came out, they got more brainstorms, different types of brainstorms. All the girls were getting different types of brainstorms and stuff like that, that did other things, and so they would just use those instead. But this is still a really solid brainstorm. It doesn't reinvent the wheel. It's still used very often as a one of, maybe a two of, in a lot of 8 standby Nino decks, but it's a very, very solid brainstorm where if you are playing Nino, you're most likely going to be playing some amount of copies of this. If there were more traditional 1k1 sort of Nino decks, you'd probably play more copies of this because Nino only has one normal level 1 combo that's a traditional 1k1 sort of combo. That's a door combo we looked at earlier, but it's really not that good of a combo. This doesn't have as much value, mostly because when you're playing 8 standby, it can be a little tough to just be leaving characters in your backstage. You kind of want to often just leave them empty, so that you can play standbys and trigger standbys and not have to overplay anything. So sometimes brainstorms do just sort of get in the way. Sometimes Bushier will be nice and they'll realize that and they'll give us brainstorms like the Toka from Data Live. That is a brainstorm that says when you play a climax, you could bounce it back to hand. That way you still have access to a brainstorm every turn, but you can also clear the stage so that you can resolve standbys without overplaying anything. Still, in a vacuum, this is a very solid brainstorm, very good card, very good art, all that stuff. Next, we have Fresh from a Bath Nino. This is from set 1. This was sort of especially when playing Nino, but also in a lot of generic Quints decks at the time. And when it was just set 1, there were just more generic Quints decks. Even set 2 still was very generic in a lot of ways, where they had started pushing girl focused decks, where like mono girl focused decks, but weren't quite there yet. It was really the movie set where that thing just sort of took off. Of course, even with set two, there were different girls that just, because of their colors and what the effects did, they just had more synergy with certain girls than others. So there were plenty of decks like in 8 Stand by Nino where you would be playing only Ninos and Ichikas because they just worked really well together. But if you were playing a generic Quints deck, this was very often back in the day the sort of level 0 that you would just see thrown as a 3 of or a 4 of into a ton of those decks. And even now, it's still a good card in Nino. What it does is if you have another Quince character, it gets 3,000 power, so it's 35 all of the time as long as you meet that condition. Not bad. And it is a center runner. So at the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, you may move this card to the open middle position of your center stage. While I would like if this thing could run to any open position of your center stage, still 3,500 center runner, very strong. Going first, this feels very, very powerful. Um, it's just a very good card. The fact that it doesn't have any sort of secondary effect, like any sort of utility. If anyone is wondering, we see this sort of profile. We've seen this profile for a long time, whether it runs to the middle or whether it runs to anything. We've seen 3K or 3,500 runners very often throughout modern Weiss history, but like really modern Weiss, we'll see this profile and it will have another effect that allows you to basically do something, assuming it survives. Like we have the Shoko from Bunny Girl 3, which is very similar to this, except it's also a helmet. So if it survives, then you could helmet it away and salvage something for free the following turn, that sort of thing. Think this, though, when it came out, was one of the best +0 sort of profiles you could hope for in a set. It is probably why it was a double rare in that set, because at the time it did just feel very strong. And even today, I still play this. I can recognize that it's not as good as when it first came out, but that's less to do, I think, with the quality of the card and more to do with the fact that Nino has so many good cards now. You're just in a position when you're building a level 0 lineup that it can be kind of just tough to fit everything in that you want to fit because you only have so many spaces and there are so many good Nino cards at this point. Either way, this is still just a very, very good generic plussing sort of 0 profile, or even in a mono Nino deck, it's still just a really great card. Next, we have a Operation Doppelganger Nino. If she's in while she's on your stage, she also is regarded as a Yotsuba. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at the top card of your deck, put it on top of your deck or into your waiting room, and she's a Climax swapper. So pay one, ditch a Climax, salvage a Climax. I like this. The Yotsuba effects, for anyone who is watching this and has not watched Quints but they're watching this long ass video anyway, that's just flavor to the show. There was an episode where they all had to pretend that they were Yotsuba, and they did a really bad job of it, and it was really funny. But anyway, I like when Climax Swappers do other things, but you would play a Climax Swapper even if it didn't do anything else. I think we've seen Climax Swappers with secondary effects that are better, but I think this is perfectly fine. I think this is good in 8 standby. The top check knowledge is always valuable. You know what your trigger is going to be. If you don't like what it's going to be, you could just dump it. If you see a brain that's Climax, you could brainstorm with this. It's nice to have some secondary effect that is useful tied to a card that you're going to be playing anyway, especially in a mono Nino deck, or if you're in a blue deck and you want this. It's just a very, very solid card. Next, we have a card that I think is a little underrated. This came out way back when with set 1 in a Yukata Nino. If you have another character with Nino, it gets 1,500 power, so it's 2,500 power cross turn as long as you meet that condition. And when she goes from your stage to your waiting room, you may discard any card. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 character with Nino and its card name from among them, show it to your opponent. Um, Put it into your hand, and the rest go to waiting room. I think in a mono Nino deck, especially a standby deck, I actually think this card is very strong. You don't have to grab something of a specific level. I think that's really nice. It just grabs Ninos. Obviously, if you're not mono Nino, you have higher chances to whiff with this card. But in mono Nino, especially 8 standby, I think it's a great way to, without paying stock, sort of just start filling up your waiting room early while potentially grabbing you your 1/1 combo. And even if it doesn't grab you your 1/1 Nino standby combo, being able to just grab any Nino regardless of level, from my experience, just feels very strong. I think the 2,500 power is decent. If this thing was 3K, especially if it was 35, then it would be kind of insane and maybe people would take more notice of it. I think 25, though, is still respectable enough for what it does. Definitely, in my opinion, an underrated card that I don't see people play often enough. Moving on to the level 1 Ninos, we have this Great Love Nino Nakano from the movie set. This card definitely has put in a lot of work with 8 Standby Nino ever since it came out. So she's 1/1, she's got a Soul Trigger. All of your other Nino characters get the following ability. Can anyone guess what that ability is going to be? If you guessed Give Top Check 2, you're right. It gives all your Ninos Top Check 2. All of them, not just one of them, not just when you play a Climax, just all of your Ninos get top check 2. You know what it means if you have 2 of this out? All of your Ninos have top check 2 twice, just because they exist as Nino. Also, so more top check 2, innate standby Nino, fantastic. This is a card that doesn't feel bad to be standbying out when you're level 0, and then you just sort of give everything top check 2, trigger more standbys, blah, 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 blah. Then she has another effect that when your character's trigger check reveals a climax with standby and the trigger icon, choose one of your characters and it gets 3,000 power until end of turn. Um, a lot of standby is already pretty big. A lot of the stuff in Nino standby is big. So it might seem like overkill, but sometimes you are just going to be in a game against an opponent that is really walling up big, and 3,000 power in a set that already has lots of power, it's kind of hard to imagine any set honestly putting up a wall that's defensively able to withstand this sort of thing. Um, there's not much more to say about this card. Really strong card. You're not going to play 4 copies of it, but like 2 copies of it. I see that all the time. I think in the past I've played 2 to 3 copies just to ensure that I get this into my waiting room ASAP, get standby it out early, just give top check 2 knowledge. Just a very, very solid piece of standby support. And just good generic Nino stuff. Next, we have a new story Nino. This is like, for anyone that has watched the Yotsuba and Miku portions of this video, this is a PR that every girl got in different colors. They all do the same exact thing. They just are on their specific girl. Can be played without fulfilling color requirements. It's a helmet, so send itself to waiting room, ditch 1, salvage a character, and you can rest her to give something 1,000 till end of opponent's turn. Not a bad one of. Not needing color requirement is nice. Good in a Nino focus deck. Just a solid helmet profile. Next, moving on to the level 2s, and we didn't talk about too many level 1s. There are a lot more level 1s within Nino. There's just the normal 1/1, 7/5 hand-on course standby profile we've seen since the dawn of standby. There is the normal sort of effect that we've seen a lot in standby where it's a 1/1 Nino that can't be reversed by cost zeros. We've seen that sort of effect do well in standby. That exists. There's a 1/1 Nino that gains an effect when you stand something during your climax phase. There are plenty of level 1 Ninos out there that do exist and they do good things. Those are just sort of the highlights to keep in mind. But for anyone who wants to look at more level 1 Nino cards that you could be playing or potentially standbying out, feel free to go to the Weiss website and just look up Nino and refine it by looking at level 1s, and you'll find plenty of stuff. So this is just a memory kick backup. I know we've already talked about this with Yotsuba and Miku. It's nice that they did within the movie set, I mean the premium booster set, give Nino a memory kick backup. It's nice that it's an option. The backup works well in Nino specifically because you'll be on 8 standby, you'll be walling up big anyway, so 3k should be enough to just deal with any problem things your opponent throws at you. Next, we have a card from the movie set that I think is a really good backup. It's this Secretly Being Helped Nino. So it's a 2500 backup, and when you use the backup, if you have 5 or more Nino characters, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, deal 2 damage to your opponent. We have seen burn backups in the past. Very often, they only do like 1 though, and I don't really think that's impactful enough. Burn 2 off of a this is an effectively it's a card that is pay 2, ditch 2, burn 2. Being able to do that during the trigger step I think is just really, really strong. Very good card. There are times where you can use it and you'll choose not to, and that's okay. And there are times where this could just help you win. I know that I have gone against 8 Standby Nino when I've literally been 3-5, 3-6, and I have genuinely had to consider, can I afford to front into them? What if they have this backup? I know if they're playing this backup because I've seen this backup. And if they use it and I don't cancel on my own turn, then I lose during my turn, and that's just embarrassing. It's a good one of solid card. The fact that it's dealing 2 instead of just 1, like a lot of backups we do, I think it just, yes, it requires a full field. 8 standby Nino shouldn't have a problem maintaining board presence like that, though, especially by the time you get to level 2. Just a very, very good card. And it's a card that's even good if you're not in a full 8 standby. You could be 4 pants, 4 standby. That works too. Next, we have a good 2-2 target for standby from the movie set. This Takoyaki faction Nino. Sorry, I butchered that. I mostly eat McDonald's, so I don't know how to pronounce some food names or whatever name that is. It sounds like a food, maybe because it looks like teriyaki. Anyway, this card gets 2,500 power for each of your other Quints characters in your center stage. So this thing, that is cross turn. Unlike the 2-2 Nino standby combo, where it only gains power during your turn, this may not be able to get quite as big as that one can get offensively without any external buffs, but defensively, as long as you have a full center stage, this thing is going to be sitting pretty big. And when she attacks, does anyone want to guess what she does? She has her own top check too. So you can stack more top check 2s onto this, but inherently she just has top check 2 on her own. I have loved ever since the movie set came out to do some combination of playing some copies of this, some copies of the 2-2 from set 2, because you're going to be against some opponents where you need the offensive power that the 2-2 combo Nino offers, and there are going to be some opponents where it's more valuable that you are bigger defensively, and so it's nice to have the flexibility. But I think this is a very, very solid 2-2 target. The only real weakness of this is that unlike the other 2-2 Nino we looked at, this one does not have hand on core, so it is susceptible to just being run over if your opponent can deal with it, but still, it's a very, very strong card. Next up, we have a card from set 1, Firm Resolve Nino. This is an anti-change backup. When you use the backup, if you have 4 more Quints characters, you may pay 2 if you do pick one of your opponent's characters with a level higher than your opponent's level and put it into their waiting room. A good sort of one of. I think anti-change backups are close to must-haves. Some decks maybe don't need them, but I think if you have an extra slot or 2, you should make sure you're playing a copy. Not even so that you necessarily have to use it, but so that if you're up against a deck where they are going to be early playing stuff, they need to know that you are playing it so that you can threaten it. That way they can't just blindly front into you. They have to, maybe side or play around it, whatever. You don't want to just give them free reign to do whatever they want, but an unexciting card, but a card that is still very good that exists, especially that it exists and is Nino specific, and that's good for Nino decks. Next, we have an event that really just works with Ninos, even though technically, I mean, it's got Nino's big ass face on there. Even though it doesn't have Nino in the name, we have this Runaway Train of Love from the second set. This 2-2 event that says if you have 5 or more Nino characters, choose one of your characters and it gets the following ability until end of turn. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When this card attacks, reveal the top 9 cards of your deck, shuffle your deck, and deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to the number of standby in the trigger icons of those cards. This is a funny event. I have seen people play this sometimes. I'm not saying often. 90% or more of the 8 standby Nino decks I have seen do not play this. I think this is an event though that when you use it and you use it well, it's actually pretty good. I think it has a lot of weaknesses, and that's why nobody plays it. But it is a funny card, not just for the funny art. A weakness of this is that you might just not reveal any standbys. Okay, fine. A weakness of this is it looks at top 9. Well, what if I have 3 cards in deck? That, kind of sucks. It doesn't really do anything. Especially if there's no climaxes among them. It's fine, but it's a funny card. You could sort of stack this with all the top check 2s to turn the top check 9 into even more than a top check 9. Let's say you've got 2 copies of the 1-1 Nino out, and you've got the 1-1 Nino standby combo that already has on attack top check 2. You could be doing top check 2 3 times and just removing potentially 3 cards out of your deck if you dump one every time, and you resolve all those top checks, and then you use this effect. So you've effectively looked at the top 12 cards of your deck in the scenario that I just laid out. I'm not saying you should play this card. I don't play this card. I've never played this card outside of the simulator because I never felt like sleeving it up. Um, but I'm not going to say it's a bad card, and that's why I'm mentioning it. There are scenarios where this card can do things, and because of that, I feel like it's worth mentioning. I definitely feel like this is a card that a newer player would read and would find really interesting. Moving on to the level threes, again, plenty of level twos in Nino that we could discuss and whatnot. Those are just some of the highlights. But this section's already 40 minutes, so we're just going to keep it rolling. So this Nino here is from the Premium Booster. I love this card to death. This Onwards Together with You Nino. Something I don't think I mentioned in the intro of this video when I was or near the intro, when I was discussing the history and I was talking about the Premium Booster. I don't think I mentioned that with the Premium Booster, there were no new Climax combos within the set. There were no Climaxes printed in the Premium Booster. There were Climax combos because they printed cards that worked on existing Climax combos for some of the characters. What a big thing though that the Premium Booster did, aside from give us some good new cards, it also did a lot of sort of shuffling of effects. What I mean by that is the premium booster was filled with cards whose exact effects that we had seen before, but what they did was that they printed them on new girls. And when they picked the new girls to put those effects on, they chose very, very well. They didn't just, roll a die and decide which card gets what effect. So this effect is at the beginning of your climax phase, you may pay the cost, which is to return it to the hand. If you do, you choose up to one Quince character in your hand, put it on the stage position that this card was in. This Onwards Together with You Nino is also a pay to rest itself burn 1. So this exact effect already existed from set 2 on an Ichika, and it was played in 8 Standby Nino because back then Quince decks a lot of the time were, as I've said before, they were not so mono girl focused. You would be blending various girls into a single deck, and each of the cards from set 2 had an amazing synergy with Nino cards from set 2. Not only did the colors work well, Nino had a lot of good red stuff. Nino had a lot of powerful effects that might have been expensive unless you were playing standby, and it reduced the cost to play those cards. So Ichika had a card that was exactly like this. And it was fine when it came out because people blended different girls into one deck all the time. But as time went on, especially with the movie set, and people started playing mono girls with their deck with their Quince decks, it became harder to just sort of play non-girl. If you're playing mostly mono Nino, it was tough to be throwing Ichikas into your deck because having girls outside of the deck's main theme would often turn off effects, and you didn't want that. So the premium booster just reprinted a lot of effects that we've already seen, but they printed them on girls that kind of needed that effect. So this effect works really well with standby because if you had to hard play this out, you're basically paying 4 stock to burn 1, and that sucks. You could make the argument that you're only paying 2 stock to burn 1 because you're just bouncing it back to hand to play your level 3 combo anyway. You could make that argument, that's fine. However, what feels even better than paying 2 to burn 1 is paying nothing to burn 1. What feels very strong is to stand by this out at level 2. Next turn, it's your turn. You pay 2, rest it, burn 1, start of climax phase. You bounce it back into your hand just to play your level 3 combo. Your level 3 combo that you are going to have to pay 2 stock to summon anyway. Nino, obviously, being on standby, is able to maximize the whole standby archetype and is able to really maximize the impactfulness of this card. So when they revealed this set and we saw this card, I was super excited because I knew immediately it was going into my 8 Standby Nino deck. This effect would have been useless in Yotsuba. How is Yotsuba, gonna make any use of this? How is Miku gonna really use this impactfully? But they knew what they were doing. They obviously look at results. They do test the game sometimes. From rumors I hear, Bushiroad will occasionally test cards and follow what goes on within Weiss, and they just knew that Nino loves this profile, but it doesn't love this profile on Ichika. It had outgrown the fact that this profile existed on an Ichika, so they just gave it on a Nino, and it was absolutely perfect. They did that with plenty of cards within the Premium Booster, and I agree with every single one of these sort of retrains that they did. Just copy and pasted the effects and put them on a girl that needed it the most. And this effect was definitely needed to be on a Nino. It increases the ceiling of your finisher. It allows extra burns with, as long as you're not hard playing it, you're not spending any extra stock. Very, 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 very solid card. Something that you can also do with this, that is a lot of fun that I'm only thinking of now, but I have to use it myself, is if you're playing Pants Standby Nino and you're using the Restander Pants combo I really raved about in the previous section of this video. But as mentioned when I was talking about that combo is not level locked. Sometimes combos will say you must be a certain level to use this combo, and generally that's to sort of work around standby, cheating these combos out and allowing you to use them earlier. The Restander Nino combo does not have any restriction to any of its effects. What you can do is if you're level 2 and you standby this out, and then the next turn you're still level 2, you can at the start of your attack phase bounce this back to hand. Start of climax phase, I mean, bounce this back to hand, and then you could play the 3/2 shopping Nino. And when you play that from your hand, even though you're only level 2, because this does not care about the level of the character that you summon, so you can play it even if you're level 2, you pay the 1 on play to summon out the Restander Nino from your waiting room, and it comes out standing. Now you got a burn 1 off of this. You're still level 2. You've got two soul attackers. You're going to play your Pants Climax. You're going to have an instance of cancel burn. You're going to have a Restander. And depending on how much stock in hand you're willing to spend, you're going to have up to 2 heals all at level 2. I've been doing that a ton recently, and it feels just so insanely strong. The only thing that feels stronger than that is when you play a standby at level 2 and then you trigger a standby and you get out 2 copies of this card. And then the following turn, you stay at level 2 and you just totally go off on your opponent at level 2 before they're ready to deal with it. Just this card enables so much nuttiness. I've had an absolute blast playing with it. I've loved it ever since it was on Ichika when I play 8 Standby Nino, and I love it even more now that's got this beautiful art with Nino on it. Next, oh, look at that. We have another card from the Premium Booster that is exactly what I was just talking about. They already printed this effect. This effect was on a Miku from the trial deck, and it was in blue. They reprinted it word for word. Only difference is now it's Nino. I really said Nico. It's this unresolved feelings Nino. When she's placed on stage from hand, search your deck for a character, show it to your opponent, shuffle your deck, and that revealed card was the hand. And when it attacks, you may pay 2, ditch 1. If you do, put the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck into their waiting room and deal X damage to your opponent. And this card gets 1,000 power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of climax among those cards. This is a very solid one of all finisher type effect. If Quints historically, with very, 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 very few exceptions, Quints doesn't really have great decompression tools for your opponent. There's no stock swap. There is technically a Fumio, but it works on a Climax combo, so you don't even have a Fumio outside of that Climax combo. You just don't have ways to affect your opponent's deck state. Unless you're playing like one of the Icy Tail finishers like Miku, but the other girls just don't have that. This is a great way where maybe you can't triple your combo, but you still need some sort of, damaging effect in your third lane. So you got this available. This searches for cards, which is really nice, and being able to just decompress your opponent a little bit, get some climaxes out of there while still dealing some burns. Very strong. As a one of, this is a really good card. Lots of Nino decks will play this as a one of. Just a very solid profile, and it's very much another one of those cards that it worked really well with Miku. And you could argue that all the girls would benefit from a card like that, but I would say that Nino probably needed it the most. She just needed a good solid off finisher while she had off finishers like that weren't amazing. Like one of them was just a burn 1 on reverse. That's not amazing. Yotsuba has enough going for her. She didn't need it. Um, Ichika has enough going for her. She didn't need it. Itsuki has off finisher. She didn't need it. Miku already had it. And I think Nino really just needed a good solid on attack, just decompress a little bit and just get some burns in there. It works especially well With the top checks, being able to assign a soul trigger or not, depending on how you want the top check twos to go, which she's probably going to have, because every Nino has top check two, even though she doesn't give it to herself. It really helps set up side attacks, and that also is just really, really nice, especially when we're dealing with a two soul. Next up, we have this Unparalleled Beauty Nino, another one of those movie cards that can be just a little tough to find sometimes, or it can be pricey. Just a highly desired card, like a lot of the double rares from the movie set. So if your opponent has a level 3 character, she gets -1 level while in your hand. If you have 2 or more Quints characters, this card gets 2500 power and hand encore, and when she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. This is sort of just a fantastic bit of early play. Heals, hand encore, sets big. Your opponent might have to crash into it, clears up a lane, so you can get extra soul. Very solid card. You don't need to be running 4 copies of this because its condition lies entirely on your opponent. But you throw couple copies of this into your Nino deck, your opponent early plays first. Now you've got something that's most likely going to be beating over it, healing, and surviving through the end of the next turn. Very, very good early play profile, specifically in Nino. Next, we have another early play option. This is from set 1 in a Santa suit Nino. If your waiting room is 2 or less Climax, she gets -1 level. If all of your characters are Nino, she gets 1500 power, cross turn, and hand encore. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. Basically the same thing I just said. She's a little bit easier to get out because technically you can manipulate your own waiting room better than you can manipulate your opponent with the level of the characters on your opponent's board. This is not a bad alternative or a supplemental healer as a one of or a two of. Same thing. Hand encore is nice. Sits big cross turn, very nice. Healing's nice. It would be nice if it was 4 or more as its condition, but we're not going to get too greedy. Still a decent option. Next, we have this Quintuplet Trails Nino. She is a frontal 2k assist for Ninos specifically. So anything with Nino in its name that's in front of her gets plus 2k power. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1, and you may pay 2 and rest her. If all of your characters are Nino, you may do that to put the bottom 3 cards of your opponent's deck into their waiting room and burn X. X is equal to the number of Climax among those cards. This is a fantastic, like one of, two of maybe, in 8 standby Nino. Yes, pay 2 is a lot. It feels like a lot less when you are standbying this out at level 2. For sure, just feels cheaper. You decompress your opponent a little bit. You maybe get a main phase burn. Just feels really, really nice. Healing, hopefully you're not going to have to hard play this to get the heal. It'd be nice if it did something else, but I guess I'd rather have it and not use it than, need it and not have it. And the frontal 2K though, it's not bad. It helps your already large level 3 combo Ninos just get even bigger. But it's a card that sometimes you're gonna need it, sometimes you're not. So it's nice to have the option to it. And being able to just get rid of 3 cards from opponent's deck in main phase is very, very strong, especially when they're very compressed. Next, we have a card from set 2. This is another off finisher, this Pure Wish Nino. During your turn, if all of your characters have Nino in their names, she gets 4,000 power. So 13.5 is pretty reasonable. And during your turn, when this card's battle opponent becomes reverse, you may pay 1 to burn 1. I think this is a very solid card as an off finisher. It hasn't really seen much play, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's because it's bad. I think Nino just has other options. I think if the burn effect on reverse burn wasn't strictly during your turn, I think this thing would actually see a ton of play because being able to stand by this out early, especially with all the assists we have nowadays in Nino, it would be so reasonable to expect your opponent has to crash into this if you stand by this out to the front when you're level 2. And then getting potentially 2 burn 1s over the course of a couple turns is just very, very strong. But still, as an off finisher, it's not bad. It's easy enough to get a reverse in 1 lane when we're dealing with something with as much power as this. And the cost is pretty reasonable. Again, doesn't really see play, but there are just other options you could use that have the potential to be a bit more explosive or impactful than this. But I think for newer players, this is a card that's very simple to understand, very easy to use. It's very cheap to use, and so it does have that benefit going for it. Next up, we have another off finisher. We have this obstructing barrier Nino. I believe she's from set one. I think she's from the trial deck. When your other Quince character attacks, she gets plus 1,000 power until end of turn. So if you attack with her third, she'll be 12k before any other sort of buff. And this ability, she has another effect that says it activates up to one time per turn. During the turn she's placed on stage from hand. When her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pay 3 and ditch 1 to stand her. I think this card also has not seen a ton of play, but not because it's bad, just because there's other stuff going for it. It's expensive by modern standards, but in the context of when this card came out, I think an off finisher restander that only really needs a reverse and it swings pretty big, reasonably big, I think pay 3 is actually pretty fair. Especially because you're probably attacking with it last anyway to maximize its power value and its end of attack because it's on reverse. So it really just the pay 3 doesn't feel quite as negligible. Sorry, the pay 3 feels more negligible and doesn't sound quite as much as when you're just reading it. And the ditch one is pretty much nothing. I think as a supplemental finisher, it's fine. I think the true weakness of this card really is less from how good as an off finisher it is, and more the fact that Nino is pushed heavily into 8 standby, and this can only be used if it was placed on stage from your hand. So you can't stand by it out and then use its off finisher effect. That's probably a smart idea. I guess it would have been nice if it didn't have that, but I guess they knew 8 standby Nino was going to be coming, and they didn't want to give it a really busted finisher that at that point it would have felt just really free. But it is a very good, solid piece of off finisher support. That will be it for the notable Nino cards. I know I've already said it before, but I definitely encourage people to go check out Nino's individual cards on the Weiss website or wherever you want to go look up cards, because she does have a massive card pool to choose from. There are plenty of other cards. Sure, there's plenty of plenty of bad Nino cards, but there's also plenty of good Nino cards that I haven't gone through because, then this entire section of this video would be like 10 hours, and this video is already like gonna be like 8 hours long or something like that. But for anyone who's a fan of Nino, there is a lot to like. If you don't like standby though, you kind of are in for it because it's tough to do Nino without standby. You can definitely do the pants combo that I've been really hyping up, but to be honest, the best version of that is still going to, in my opinion, from my constant testing, is going to be standby pants. And no other girl has good standby stuff. Itsuki's in red, but she doesn't have standby, and I think Ichika does have standby, but it's like on a level 0 and it's really bad. Um, so you're pretty much locked into that. Yes, there are generic combos you could use it with it. There are plenty of decks with other girls that are just normal combos on regular non-standby triggers that aren't name locked or anything. So you absolutely can mix them together if you like Nino, but you don't want to play standby. You 100% have that option. But I think if you want to maximize like the ceiling of the card just from a raw, I want to win as many games as possible, but I want to do it using the pants combo, and I don't want to play sorry, I want to win with this pants combo, then you have to be playing standby. Whether it's the 1-1 standby Nino combo or the 2-2 is really up to you. I would recommend the 1-1 standby Nino combo. It just provides so much value. And it still lets you use the 2-2 Nino. You just got to wait a turn to attack with it. But you have lots of options. Nino does have plenty of cards that are sort of locked into Nino's, but she also has, and we looked at some of them, some very generic Nino cards, whether it's generic Brainstorm or the Runner or whatever. She does have a good pool of generic cards that you can choose from in different colors, red or blue. So you really can just sort of mix and match what you're looking for. As a newer player, if you like Nino, but you don't want to be mono Nino or you don't want to be standby, you do have plenty of options. If you're new to Quints and you like standby, well, it's still, despite the hits that have happened, it's still one of the stronger 8 standby decks. And eventually we're going to get either more support for Quints, or they're going to take restrictions off of the ban list, and 8 standby Nino is just going to get better with time. Now that we have taken a good long look at various Nino combos as well as a lot of her good cards, here are a couple of deck profiles for Nino, just to give a jumping off point for anyone that's sort of unfamiliar. First, we've got 8 Standby Nino here. As we can see, the deck is just chock full of Ninos. There is only one card that we run 3 copies of in this particular version that have other girls on them. It's the yellow one there at the bottom, in the middle row. That one, though, it still has Nino in the name, so it does not force any of your characters to miss on the effects, and it is still fully compatible, and it also works very well in standby, which is what this deck is, 8 standby. Um, in this version, I have elected to stay. I kept the choice list in mind, and I elected to stay with the level 3 Nino combo, which is on the choice list. You know, it's kind of stinks not having access to the Foolish Burial Nino. It kind of stinks not having access to the daily routine Rico Nino. It's okay that we don't have access to the event. I'm fine with that, and we'll talk about the event more in a different slide later. Um, it's okay that we don't have access to the level 0 Ichika. We've Nino 8 standby Nino's outgrown that card anyway, to be honest. I don't think that card needs to be on the list anymore. But we have here is what I think is pretty close to a standard 8 standby deck if you are playing this level 3 standby Nino. You know, we got 4 copies of the level 0. That's hand to clock to search for a Nino. I am playing the 3 copies of the Nino that is on death, dig 4 for a Nino. I think that's a great replacement card for some of the restrictions we have from the choice list. We've got the 4 copies of the Nino. That is, when you trigger standby, you can pay 1 and send itself to waiting room to salvage a character. Just a good plussing profile. We got some good backups. We got some solid 2/2s. We've got the 1/1 Nino combo. We've got some early plays. We've got some off finisher stuff. It's standard, but I think it gets the job done. You know, standard backups, standard profiles. We really are going all in on the 1/1 Nino combo. Outside of the 1/1 Nino that gives top check 2 to all your Ninos, we're not playing any other 1/1 targets. I felt like space was a little tight and kind of not necessary. Honestly, the only one I would want to play is maybe the one that can't be reversed by cost zeros, but I don't think it's worth it over some of the other things we have in this list. We got some utility, you know, we're walling up big, doing normal standby Nino things. I think the only thing that, like, from my vast testing of this list is we have good deck selectivity, but we don't really have waiting room selectivity. I took out the salvage brainstorm for the top check 3 brainstorm because I felt it was even more important than ever to be grabbing standbys and using them all the time. And so that kind of just means the only way we are really grabbing characters from our waiting room directly to our hand is with the level 0 Nino that works, that salvages when you trigger a standby. Um, and you know that's not bad. It's just we have good deck selectivity because we have the can to clock Nino, but it is something to keep in mind. Of course, there are ways to play around that. There are plenty of Ninos that could just grab stuff from the waiting room if you wanted to throw them in. But so far, I've liked the ratios of this. It still does a lot of what it needs to do, and it does it well. And it's I think it's just too much of a sacrifice to not be playing this particular level 3 combo. I don't think the benefits of playing something else from the choice list outweigh the fact that your endgame drastically suffers by not having a good, consistent, reliable level 3 combo. So that's why I opted to stay with the level 3 combo that's pictured here. Definitely, though, there are places where you can play around with. I have the deck code at the top, all highlighted, so that people can search it on Bushy Navi if you want to, you know, just read what some of the cards do, and just sort of copy the deck and make changes based on your own play styles. Next up, we have for standby for pants. This is featuring the pants combo that I spent like half of this video, it feels like, talking about. But it is on for standby, and I'm still using the Nino standby. That is sorry, obviously it's a Nino standby, the 1/1 Nino standby. As I've talked about a lot, I think this deck has a ton of potential. We are less, I think it's pretty clear that even though we're less standby focused because we are only running 4 standby, the list actually looks very similar. The biggest changes that I had to make were simply just to fit in the 4 copies of the shopping Nino level 3. That's the support Nino that supports the restander. We swapped out the level 3 standby Nino for the level 3 restander Nino, so that didn't change the uh, card count too much. But I did need to make some sacrifices to throw in a full 4 copies of the support Nino, and I thought that was very important. I also upped, and I've loved it so far. I've upped the level 3 Nino that is pay 2 burn 1 and bounces back to hand to summon a character. That has been absolutely insane with this. And even though we are 4 standby, it doesn't feel like 8 standby, but it kind of feels like 6 standby. It feels like right in the middle of 4 standby and 8 standby because the pants triggers ideally are grabbing back standbys so that we can keep doing it. We could keep looping on level 1 combo, or especially when we're level 2, we could guarantee that we get out a copy of the 3/2 burn 1 Nino. A couple things that I changed, like we obviously being on 4 standby, I didn't feel I needed the level 0 Nino that works when you trigger a standby. So I swapped those out for the fresh from a bath Nino to have like a strong 3500 plusing 0 profile. And a lot of it, though, I think is kept the same. But because we are not running the level 3 standby combo, we are allowed to pick something else from the choice list. I didn't feel like playing the bracelet. I didn't feel like the stock would be quite there with the expensive restander to really make it worth it. And the Ichikas are relevant, and I didn't need the Foolish Burial, so the obvious choice was the daily routine Nino, and it works phenomenally well in this deck. It really is just that impactful. I would say, having the hand to clock searcher deck for a Nino is still great as a 4 of. I still like the level 0 Nino that is on death dig 4 grab a Nino. We're still mono Nino, so it works well. I think maybe we could possibly change the level 0 Nino, the Frank Words Nino that gives a soul and bounces back to hand to give top check and power. However, I will say that that card does have good synergy with our level 3 combo because our level 3 combo is a restander. So if we give it plus soul, it helps us set up side attacks really well. And it also can give top check too, which gives even more knowledge for side attacks. And being on a restander, side attacks are even more valuable than they might typically be. I am playing a full 4 copies. I know I'm bouncing around the cards here as I look at them, but I am playing a full 4 copies of the 2/2 Nino, rather than like sort of divide them up amongst different 2/2 targets. I felt like just maintaining big board was pretty strong, so I value the hand encore. I found a lot when I was testing this, and this one does have that, but I think a lot of the other stuff remained the same. Because we are going 12 slots are effectively assigned to our end game. We've got the 4 slots for our restander. We've got the 4 slots for our restander support piece, and then we've got a full 4 slots for the pay 2 burn 1 and the return a hand summon a character. I do understand that that is a lot. However, from my testing, I think it's more than worth it. We still have a very good standby game. Um, there's nothing better with this deck than playing a standby when you're level 2, bringing out the 3/2 Nino that is burn 1, triggering another standby, bringing out another one, and then you cancel a little bit the next turn. You're still at level 2, and you use the 3/2 Ninos to both burn 1, bounce them back to hand to summon your restander, and just start getting some heals when you're at level 2, and even playing the pants climax when you're level 2 and getting multiple heals at level 2. It just feels so strong, and it comes up all of the time. As long as I just don't eat a ton of damage at level 2, it's really easy to make it happen. Just um, the pants climax helping me just constantly reuse the standby climaxes just feels very strong. The deck is very consistent. We have access to a lot of what we need. You know, our only real waiting room grabs are the 1/1 combo, or the daily routine Nino, but I think that's fine. From my experience, that's been more than enough. We're either standbying out what we need or we're grabbing it with the level 1 combo, or we're just drawing it, or we're just searching it from our deck. But we have options. We have more deck options than waiting room options, but the options are still there, and it is more than enough. But with this, we have a very resource efficient finisher that is paired with standby, and because of that, it's even more efficient than it already was. And because it is so resource efficient, we will have extra resources to do things like our burn 2 backup, to get the burn 1s from the 3/2 Nino, just that sort of thing. And I mentioned when I was discussing the Nino combos how the shopping Nino support piece, the 3/2 Nino that supports the restander, she has the condition that says you can't use her if you have more than 5 hand. And it might not sound like a real condition, but I'll be honest, this deck actually generates just so much stock and so much hand that it pops up all the time, where I find that before I move to my climax phase, I realize, oh crap, I've got a 7 card hand, I've got an 8 card hand. I literally have to then play out zeros and overplay them just to get to that 5 hand requirement. And yes, that sounds annoying. I can understand that, but I think when that sort of thing happens, it's like that meme where it's, if anyone's familiar with it, it's like when people complain about something, but it's a good thing, and it's like, oh no, my steak is too juicy, my rolls are too buttery. It's that you're complaining about a good thing. And so I'm not complaining about it. I think it's a good thing that this deck just generates so much hand and so much stock and so many instances of burn and so many instances of in attack phase heal that at worst, what has happened when I'm in the games where I realize, oh crap, I'm going to have too much hand and I'm going to whiff on the 3/2 Nino's condition. I need to get down to 5 hand. What I do most of the time, honestly, is I just play out the level 0 Rico Nino, and I discard a card and grab another copy of itself, and then I overplay the first one and then grab back another copy of itself. And I do that as many times as I have to, until I get to the 5 hand requirement that I need. Keep in mind, it says when you play the climax, if you have 5 or less hand, the climax can be the 6th card. You can have 6 cards at the start of climax phase. You play the climax, now you're down to 5, which is absolutely perfect because you are going to be able to just discard cards anyway. For the on attack heal from the restander Nino. If you have 2 copies of the restander out, especially if you're level 2, it's perfectly fine. We have enough things bouncing back to hand from our stage, like the Frank Words Nino level 0 or the 3/2 Nino bouncing back to hand, that it's easy to get a red or a blue card into hand and to sort of replenish all the hand we're discarding for extra heals. And the extra heals are totally optional, even at level 2. If you're in a position where you can't afford it, the resources just aren't quite there, the game was a little rough on you, you don't have to focus on getting heals. You could just, save up for your finisher turn. But if the game is going even marginally well, like decently well for you, it's perfectly okay to just start spamming heals that you have no right to be spamming at level 2. Especially if your opponent's game is a little bit rougher and you just get yourself out of kill range, and then you still are going to have most likely enough resources going into level 3 to very easily be just go full combo at that point. It's a very, very consistent deck. I have enjoyed it a lot. I have tested different versions of it a lot. As we can see, we do have plenty of cards here from the movie set. Only a couple cards from the premium booster, but we've got a little bit of stuff from every series, every Quint set here so far. But the movie set really did put in a lot of work to just sort of make the whole thing very consistent. I can't understate how valuable the Top Deck 3 Brainstorm, actually, sorry, the Top Deck 3 Brainstorm misspoke. The hand to clock searcher deck for a Nino is, as well as the 1/1 Nino standby combo. Those 2 cards are just fantastic cards. The 1/1 Nino because it's on a really good trigger. The level 0 Nino because it just searches your deck for any Nino at any point in the game without paying stock. It's just, it all comes together where this package feels, if you like 8 standby, this is not quite 8 standby. That's why I say it's like 6 standby essentially, because the pants just turn into more standbys the following turn. But I do genuinely believe that as much as I love 8 standby Nino, I think the ceiling on this version of the deck 4 pants, 4 standby, it's actually higher than 8 standby Nino because of the wonkiness that you could do at level 2, whether it's healing or getting restander stuff in. Because how easy it is to spam multiple copies of them, especially because we have the 3-2 Nino, which you can standby out at level 2, bounce back to hand, summon the 3-2 support Nino, use the support Nino to pay 1 to summon the restander Nino. Now we've got 2 souls for 1 stock, actually, in that scenario. For 1 stock, play the pants, getting cancel burn, getting restander, getting multiple heals at level 2 just feels really strong. Even level 3, it's still fine. It all just works. The deck just works. There's not much more that I can honestly say about it. But that'll be it for the Nino combos that are showcased in this. But there are plenty of different ways you could go with it, regardless of what build. So hopefully, if you are new to Weiss, you like standby because that is sort of more often than not where you kind of are forced to build around when it comes to Nino. So if you like Nino, hope you like standby. But still, you have access to the door combo from that's level 1 if you really want, and the level 3 pants combo, which I have not praised enough, I don't think. Okay, we are not in the home stretch, but we're getting there. We are done with 3 out of the 5 sisters. We are now moving on to Itsuki. Itsuki sort of, in my opinion, has an interesting place throughout Weiss's history. I think she has been the most consistent since the beginning. I think her set 1 cards were actually pretty good, especially for their time. I don't think any of them were broken or anything like that, but I think where we saw that a lot of the girls kind of got combos in set 1 that were a little sort of, really nothing exciting or crazy. I think Itsuki had combos that, they weren't setting the world on fire, but like they weren't bad. They were absolutely playable. And she also had a lot of good, like, just generic sort of cards you could throw in a deck. Itsuki is her colors are red and green. Her big thing is being on door. Most of her combos are going to be on door. I think all of the combos we're going to talk about are on door, unless I included the really bad bag combo. But without further ado, let's start talking about some Climax combos. We'll start with this one from set 1. She's from the trial deck, works on this door Climax. Youngest of the quintuplets, Itsuki. When she attacks, if you have the door Climax, look it up to 4 cards, add a character, rest go to waiting room. It's perfectly inoffensive for something that came from a trial deck. I think it's about what you would expect to see from a trial deck from 2021. The only thing I'm really not nuts about is the fact that it's kind of weak. 5k power, 6k with Climax, that's nothing. Lots of things can sort of beat over this defensively, especially if you have any sort of backup behind them. So I'm kind of not nuts about that, but I personally don't mind top check 4s. They give deck speed if needed. The selectivity is decent enough. Being on door, we can always just trigger door and grab something from waiting room if we don't see it off the top 4. There's nothing wrong with this. I think there are definitely better level 1 Itsuki combos. One we'll look at in a sec. But for set 1 within the confines of that, I think it's fine. I also think that if you're just getting into quints and you like Itsuki or you like door, there's nothing wrong with this. It's very simple to understand and it gets the job done. There are plenty of modern Weiss sets that their level 1 combo is just going to be on attack top check 4. Now they might have secondary effects that will make them better than this. And that's why people might say, this Itsuki's not that good, but the other top check 4 combo from another set is actually much better. It's because they will do other things in addition that this one doesn't. But this card is really simple to understand. It's a great starting off point for anyone that's interested in Weiss. If you are already familiar with Weiss, you really don't need this combo. But it's, again, it's not an offensive combo. Next up, we have the real star of the show when it comes to level 1 combos for Itsuki. This one did generate a lot of talk when it came out in the second set. It's this Budding Trust Itsuki with this gorgeous artwork from the SSP. She's got a nice skirt there. First effect, is, I'm sorry, I've played this combo a million times. I love it to death, but it's a little hard to make out the words with the SSP sort of blocking out the background. I should have it memorized at this point, you would think. So this share first ability, it can activate once per turn. When you use an act, she gets 1500 power till end of turn. So if you use an act while she's out, she's becomes 6k. Now that is during either player's turn. So if you use a backup, which will be an act, she will gain the boost, her own boost at 15 as well during your opponent's turn, which is nice. And then her climax combo is she works on this door here. When she attacks, if the total level of the cards in your level is 2 or higher, and you have this climax out, you may discard a card. If you do, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 3 characters or and/or code word event. And code word is an event that we'll look at. Choose up to 3 of those cards from among them, add them to hand, rest go to waiting room. So basically, this thing just whiffs on climaxes and other events that aren't the code word event. This card is just absolutely fantastic. It's a great way to maintain hand size. There are 2 important level 3 Itsuki combos that require you to discard 3 cards, so it's important to maintain a full hand. And this card has an absolute insane amount of support around it to really maximize its effect. We'll start with a very simple one. We got this Hearty Appetite Itsuki. This is the SR art because in the SR art she's about to eat a burger and it's kind of cute. This card is a 1/0. When you place it on stage from your hand, you may discard any card. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 copy of this Budding Trust Itsuki. So it's a great way without spending stock to grab a copy of your level 1 combo. Then she has a secondary effect where you may pay 1 and put herself to waiting room. If you do, mill 2 and then salvage level X or lower. X is equal to the total level of the milled cards. So you get to search your level 1 combo for a cheap cost. Then you get to play your level 1 combo, and then you could use the act effect of the Hearty Appetite and not only salvage something, but you're then gaining the 1500 power because you used an act. So your Budding Trust Itsuki will now be 6k, 7k with the climax. It's a great card that came out in the movie set. Another example of Bushiroad giving us cards in sequel sets to support cards that were already released. Just a really needed card. The Budding Trust Itsuki is a very, very good combo. We have seen this whole top check 3, add 3 character profiles before. We don't see them that often in English anymore. Actually, we haven't seen them that often in English in general. And most of the time when they get printed in English, the decks don't really support them that well. They're not bad effects, but the decks don't provide anything to just make all of that raw hand size really useful in any meaningful way. However, this deck does, Quints does, and the fact that they were still supporting this with the movie set, I think, just shows how much confidence they had in the combo. They knew people liked it and wanted to play it, so they printed a card that basically did everything you could need it to do in order to support this level 1 Budding Trust Itsuki combo. So the whole thing with this Itsuki is it's a very easy way to just generate a massive amount of hand. And if you have a low hand, play a couple copies of it. It's really easy to get to a full hand as long as you're not whiffing and hitting a bunch of climaxes. Now, I've already mentioned that the 2 main level 3 combos in Itsuki, they both require a ditch 3. If anyone sat and did the math, they would realize that that's going to be really, really hard when you are just simply playing a normal hand size. Fortunately, Quince has given us 2 different cards that give you +1 hand size, and oh my god, both of them are Itsukis. Now we've got the one on the left here, which is from the movie set, and the one on the right, which is from set 2. We'll start with the Flowers of Gratitude Itsuki on the left from the movie set. So our very first effect is you can get +1 to the number of cards you can have in your hand. This effect stacks. So if you have 4 copies of this on your stage, you get +4 hand size, which means you don't have to worry about going overhand and having to discard cards with your level 1 combo. Both of these cards have that +1 hand size effect. That effect is invaluable in this deck. And then the Flowers of Gratitude says you can pay 1 and rest it. Give one of your characters the ability on reverse salvage. Super strong, super selective. A great way to also help maintain hand. It's an act. So your Budding Trust Itsuki will gain the 1500 power because you used an act. But this also has another effect that's also an act that does not require stock, where you may rest it. And if the total level of the cards in your level is 3 or higher, choose one of your characters and it gets 2k power until end of turn. So if you don't want to spend the stock, but you need to use an act, this is a great way to give power while using an act so that your budding trust Itsuki gets nice and big, all while maintaining +1 hand size, which is really, really great. Then on the right, we have this Pure Wish Itsuki from set 2. She also gives +1 hand size. And during your turn, if your hand has 5 or more cards, all of your characters in front of her get 500 power, which is nice. It's not too much, but it's something. And she is also a pay 1 rest herself, mill 4 brainstorm. And for each climax with a door in its trigger icon, you may search your deck for one character. Salvage would probably be better. But I think maybe they were trying to balance her, is my guess, because she gives the +1 hand size. But still, both of these cards are absolutely essential. I've played Itsuki ever since set 2. I played it even more with set 3, and I'm still playing it with the premium booster out. I've taken it to regionals multiple times. I really enjoy the deck. I've just played it an absolute ton. I think most people, on average, they're probably between these two cards here. Because of how essential they are, they're playing around 5 total copies between the two of them. Usually you'll see 3 and 2. Some people change which card gets 3 copies and which card gets 2 copies. I think I do 3 copies of the Brainstorm and 2 copies of the Flowers of Gratitude. Whatever it is, it kind of doesn't matter. You're really just going for the plus hand size. I will say I probably use the actual effects from the Flowers of Gratitude more. It just feels very, very strong with the selective salvage while using the act and just guaranteeing that I'm getting a card back to hand. And both of these cards, along with the 1-0 Itsuki where she's eating the burger, they just support the level 1 combo so well, so you're really maximizing it. A benefit of the fact that you get +1 hand size isn't just the fact that your level 3 Itsuki combos need ditch 3 in order to use their effects. So you need the +1 hand size just to maintain the appropriate amount of hand to triple that combo. It's also the fact that when you have plus hand size, you are gaining compression. It might seem like a minor amount of compression, but every card kind of counts at a certain point, and your opponent, depending on what set they're playing, if you get stock compression, your opponent can often do something about it with a stock shuffle or a stock swap. There are decks that have ways to decompress the top of your deck if you have a small deck with a lot of climaxes in it. Lots of decks do have answers to that. However, the vast majority of sets, they don't have ways to deal with your opponent's hand. Off the top of my head, I can only think of in English, Azulane Volume 2 has a single card that gets rid of a card from your opponent's hand. I'm sure there are other random things that deal with cards in an opponent's hand, but they're very, very, very far and few between. So being able to just get hand, it's sort of like the ultimate form of compression because your opponent is just not going to have a way for you to get rid of it. There is no hand stock swap equivalent, or anything like that. So the more hands you have because of the plus hand size, not only do you have more types of cards at your disposal to use, you don't have to ditch anything you might need later just because you're going overhand. So you have more tools available to you depending on the situation, but you also are just keeping cards out of your deck, so you're more likely to cancel, and that just feels very strong. This whole combo really is just great. Definitely the best level 1 combo that Itsuki has to offer. There's a reason why people just play 8-door Itsuki. It is not just because of this level 1 combo, because the level 3 combos are good, but they only work because this level 1 combo and the support we looked at exists. That if this level 1 combo didn't exist and the support behind it didn't exist, then the good level 3 combos just wouldn't be able to work. Just a very, very strong combo. Next, we have this 2-1 combo from the movie set. It also works on a door. This one can be played out as early as level 1. If you have 4 or more characters, it gets -1 level while in your hand. And if the total level of the cards in your level is 3 or higher, she gets 4,000 power. That is cross turn. And at the beginning of your encore step, if this card is in your center stage and you have 4 or more other Quints characters, you may send the door climax here from your climax area to the waiting room to look at up to 4 cards. From top of deck, choose up to 4 characters or playing a prank by acting, which is an event. and it's a different event than the level 1 combo we just looked at, grabs, and choose up to 4 of those specified cards from among them, show them to your opponent, add them to hand, rest, go to waiting room. This is an alternative way to sort of just keep up hand size. Potentially one card is grabbing you 4 characters, and so you need less resources to do it because you don't need to be fielding multiple copies of it, because you can only resolve 1 copy because it sacks the climax. I have seen people use this to success. I have gone up against this at a regional, and even though I won, it was tougher than I thought it would be, to be honest. This card does do well. Sitting pretty big is nice. I still prefer the level 1 combo we looked at. I do think it's better, but at the end of the day, this serves a similar function as the level 1 combo we just looked at. Even if, in my opinion, it doesn't do it as well, I do not think it's bad. It is definitely a decent alternative if, for whatever reason, you don't like the level 1 combo. Moving on to level 3 combos for Itsuki, we have this Ina Yukata Itsuki. This is on a door. This is from set 1. This is the SSP is pictured here, but this is one of the double rare pluses. During your turn, she gets 500 power for each of your other Quints characters. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal one. And when this card's battle opponent becomes reverse, if you have the door climax in your climax area, and all of your characters are quintuplets, you may pay 2 and ditch 1. If you do, choose up to 2 cards in your opponent's waiting room, return them to their deck, your opponent shuffles their deck, and then burn 3. I think this is a very underrated combo, in my opinion. I can see why when set 1 came out, this combo wasn't really good enough. It is an expensive combo, and set 1 didn't have the tools to really support it, to be honest. But I think now that we are 4 Quint sets deep, this combo is very viable. Actually, the last time I've played Itsuki at multiple regionals, I played this at the last team regional that I went to, and I think my personal record was like 5-2, I think. This combo just worked well. It was like a last minute decision. I think I decided the day of. I totally switched what deck I was going to play, and I just said, screw it, I'll go for it. I like decks that are shuffle back and burn. I don't really care when a combo is just shuffle back. I think combining the 2 effects is really nice. The only real weakness is that it is kind of expensive, but it is end of attack because it's on reverse, which sort of mitigates the stock cost a little bit. And the ditch one is nothing. I think the true biggest weakness is the fact that it needs a reverse. It means that your opponent can use a backup to get over this, denying you the reverse. They can leave an empty stage, so you do have to be mindful. However, there are ways to play around that. There is a card from set 2. It's an Itsuki that on play lets you summon a character from your hand with the same level, and then it gives it power for the turn, and then it's like a global 15, I think. So it's, as long as you have the hand to spare, it's a really easy way to just get an Itsuki that's an absolute massive body on board while still giving power to your other Itsukis. At that point, the only time I have ever been able to not beat over something is when I've literally gone against Tokyo Revengers, against Paching, because for anyone who's familiar with that, that thing just gets absolutely massive. Yes, because this requires a reverse, you really can't be siding because then you lose access to the combo. So yes, the combo has weaknesses, but I still think it's underrated. I think we have ways to meet the stock cost. It's not as bad as some people might make it out to be. And personally, I am a fan of shuffle back burns. As long as your opponent doesn't leave you with like a 1 card deck or something like that, I think the shuffle backs, they shine really well when your opponent has either a medium-sized deck or even anything lower than that. As long as they have enough cards to not get pushed to a refresh, the value that you get for every copy that you do, it just starts building and building and building, and you start sticking damage that you just have no business sticking. I don't expect this combo to really be the most meta pick, and I'm sure people will disagree with me whether this combo is good in the first place. But from my constant testing over the last several years, even though this is not my go-to Itsuki combo, even though I did play it at my last team regional, it's not my go-to Itsuki combo. I still like it a lot. I think it's not as simple to use as the other 2 level 3 combos for Itsuki we're going to look at, but I think there is a value here that the others don't have. Now, the other ones do have value that this one doesn't have. It all comes down to how you want to deck build and your play style, but if you read it and think it's interesting, there are ways to make it work 100%. Next up, we have a level 3 combo from set 2 on a Moonlit Night Itsuki. This also works on door. When she's placed on stage from hand, draw up to 2 cards, choose 1 card in your hand, and discard it. And then her Climax combo is when she attacks, if you have the door Climax and you have experience 6. So if the total level of the levels in your cards is 6 or more, you may discard 3 characters from your hand. If you do, deal 1 damage to your opponent and deal 4 damage to your opponent. Now, when set 2 came out, this was the same set that had the level 1 combo that lets you generate a massive amount of hand, and also had the brainstorm that gives you +1 hand size. This was sort of the payoff for it. Not only would you get hand compression from just having so much hand, but you would get a finisher that, for the cost of discarding 3 characters, allowed you multiple instances of burn. I can tell you, nothing felt better when this set came out than tripling this combo and just sniping climaxes off of the burn 1 and then sticking a burn 4. Like, it just felt amazing. And even if you, more often than not, if you would triple this, if burn 4 is a big number, it's hard to stick a burn 4. But if you're tripling this between the burn 1s and the swings, eventually one of the burn 4s is going to stick, from my experience. I do not think this is a bad card. I think this card is just, this card's big weakness, aside from the hand size issue, because sometimes even with the level 1 combo, game's just going to be rough. It can be kind of tough to meet it sometimes. Most of the time it's pretty irrelevant though. I think the only real weakness is the fact that it's discard 3 characters. That can mean that if your hand has too many climaxes, you can't discard them. If you are playing events, you can't discard them, so you just shouldn't play events. I don't think it's a major concern, but it is something that I know people who have played this combo have talked about. It's never really come up for me, but I can see why it would be. Even though you do have the on play draw to ditch 1, which helps you filter out climaxes, it is possible that your hand is just full of them, and at that point you're like double losing because you're not doing your climax combo and your climaxes are out of your deck. However, I think most of the time, unless you really, unless you like set an orphanage on fire in a past life and the universe is now getting some payback against you by putting your hand, a bunch of climaxes into your hand, I don't think that's going to happen most of the time. The draw to ditch 1 filter should be enough to maintain characters and get rid of climaxes. But it's still a good combo. Multiple instances of damage are always nice. Burn 4s might cancel, but eventually one should stick. And the burn 1s should stick a lot. So you stack those 3 burn 1s combined with just 1 burn 4 sticking, and then like a swing. That should be enough to kill your opponent from mid 2. And I think this thing closes very effectively when your opponent is mid 2, and anything above that, it's, I'm not gonna say guaranteed, but it's even more effective from closing from like anything higher than mid 2. However, there is a combo that is also a ditch 3, but this one came out in the movie set, and I think this is the combo that is universally believed to just be the superior Itsuki level 3 combo. I have played this combo an absolute crap ton. I do love it to death. I think this is the combo that has some of the highest potential damage output in English Weiss right now, and we'll get into the combo in a second. I think from a raw damage output and just sticking damage, I think this card's the second best level 3 combo that Quints has. And there's a whole deck built around it, which really helps. There's only one combo that I would put above it in terms of like the odds of just sticking a lot of damage, and we'll talk about that when we get to Ichika. But this combo is absolutely phenomenal. Love it to death. What it does is, when it's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, risk go to waiting room, and this card gets 1500 power until end of turn. Then its climax combo is when it attacks. If you have experience 6 or higher, and you have the door climax, you may discard any 3 cards, not just characters or events or whatever. You can discard any 3 cards. If you do, you burn 3, and then you mocha your opponent for 2. So you deal 3, and then look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, choose up to 2 cards from among them, put them on top of their deck in any order, put the rest to waiting room. This card is absolutely just it's a beast of a card. Burn 3 paired with a Mocha 2 just feels very, very strong, especially if you are siding against like a level 1. So you're just swinging for 2 soul if you don't trigger. All that combined, this thing just puts out insane numbers. Burn 3 on its own is not amazing. It's not bad, but it's not like, exceptional by any means. Mocha 2 is also the same. It's fine, but it's nothing crazy. But from experience, I could tell you when you combine a Burn 3 with a Mocha 2 on a card that is pretty easy to just play 3 copies of, it's very, very impactful. It requires no stock other than the stock to play it, which is really fantastic. So it's a low stock threshold, so you can use your stock on other stuff, which is always nice. The whole deck revolves around lots of high level cards, so the experience condition is nothing. Dig 3 is really nice, helps you grab a climax or something like that that you might be missing. And, you know, just being able to deal burns, big burns, while sniping climaxes out of your opponent's deck before your swing, it's just a very, very strong card. Um, it just feels crazy. I've had games where I just burn 3, I stick a 3, and then I snipe a climax out of my opponent's deck, and then I stick the swing, and it just feels so free at that point. It feels like I'm just sticking damage I really shouldn't be sticking. And of course, if you see 2 climaxes, you just feel like a god. Um, just a very, very strong card. Only I've had games where I do triple of this and I don't win. But it's always been like, nail biter down to the wire. My opponent was like a god with canceling. Most of the time when I'm tripling this, I'm winning. The only time where it really wasn't close is I was at a regional once and I was playing this and I was doing well before them and I was playing against full power Chainsaw Man and I did triple combo and I was having a rough game. My opponent was only like 2-4. By the end of that turn, they were 2-5, purely only because they refreshed. They just canceled everything, and no matter how many climaxes I sniped with the Mochas, they just had another climax waiting. It was so frustrating. Only time the combo felt bad, but any combo will have those days. Every other game I've ever had, I felt like I had a great shot of winning. It's just the deck comes together really well. This pairs so nicely with the level 1 combo, and this combo really just it puts in work. This is a double rare that may not be the most expensive double rare from the movie set, but it's definitely probably more expensive than the Itsuki double rares from any of the other sets, just because it's a really great card. It's the Itsuki combo of choice, great trigger. People do like Itsuki. She may not be like, the overall favorite or anything like that, but it's just a very, very strong card. And definitely, if you're looking to build Itsuki, I would recommend this combo. It's ditch 3 cards is easier to meet than the ditch 3 characters of the one we just looked at. Of course, you are able to play the one we just looked at. I still think that's a good combo. I think this combo is just better. It just does so much. That will be it for the Itsuki combos. There were 1 or 2 combos that I did skip because they're just objectively bad. There's like a bag combo that just blind stocks you a lot and it just isn't good. Moving on, we're going to be talking about the notable Itsuki cards, and a lot of them are going to be just how do we support this entire 9-hand size sort of package that we have going on because of our level 1 combo. Moving on to the notable Itsuki cards. Itsuki is very much a character who, with the first set, had a lot of generic cards that were just solid profiles. And as time went on, she still had good generic profiles, but she did start to become very Itsuki focused. So as more and more sets came out, a lot of her cards stopped saying grab a Quints character or whatever it did. And it was more like do something with other Itsukis, essentially. However, if you're okay with building mono Itsuki, there are plenty of great Itsuki cards to choose from. And even if you're going for something a little more generic that features multiple girls, she still has access to plenty of just generic profiles that do not care about named characters. Starting off, we have this card from the premium booster. Similar to some cards I talked about when I was discussing Nino's cards, this is a card from the premium booster that was just a reprint of a card we already had, but they put it on a different character. So it is a climax swapper. Pay 1, discard a climax, salvage a climax, and when it's placed on stage from hand, you may put a card from your hand and put it from your hand into your stock. Simple Climax Swapper, great utility second effect. You don't need it all the time, but sometimes you do. Itsuki, this was originally printed on Ichika. They reprinted it on an Itsuki, which I think is good because Itsuki already has a lot of hand. So sometimes it's nice to be able to turn that extra hand into stock. Very, very solid Climax Swapper, in my opinion, definitely the Climax Swapper of choice for Itsuki going forward. Next, we have another card from the Premium Booster, their respective futures, Itsuki. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may choose one card in your level and one card in your waiting room and exchange them, and she's a helmet, so you may send herself to waiting room and discard a card to salvage a character. Now, if anyone remembers, the main level 1 combo we discussed for Itsuki and the two big level 3 combos that we discussed for Itsuki both require experience. They all require experience. It's very easy in Itsuki to meet that experience requirement. She has plenty of level 2s and level 3s that are worth throwing into a deck. But every once in a while, you're going to have tough games or sometimes you just miss the experience requirement and you kind of need to fix that. So it's important to have some type of level swap. This is a level swap that also is a helmet. So it's not a card you necessarily mind playing as a one of to begin with. The fact that it has the helmet effect tied to the level swap, I think is just really important. Very solid card. Next, we have this Enjoying Summer Itsuki. This is also from the Premium Booster. However, this card is a reprint of a promo that we got, I believe, with set 2. But that card kind of went out of stock and in demand, so they just reprinted it, I guess. This is the art from the reprinted version with the popsicle. If there's a marker underneath her, she gets 3,000 power. And when she's placed on the stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an event or a Quints character, you may put it face down underneath her as a marker. Pretty solid sort of plusing 0 profile. It can whiff on climaxes, which stinks, but 4K isn't terrible. It will lose to level 0 bombs, but it's one of the better level 0 profiles that Itsuki has access to in terms of, just sort of a plusing thing that's going to survive the turn after you play her, so you don't have to field another character to replace her. 4,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Plus, throughout the course of the game, she effectively makes your brainstorms 5-card brainstorms. You reveal a character on top, put it underneath her, then brainstorm. It's kind of like a 5-card brainstorm, so not a bad card. Next, we have this card from the movie set, Quintuplet Trails Itsuki. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When you use an act, this card gets +1 soul until end of turn. A lot of Itsuki stuff revolve around using act effects, so it's pretty cool that she gets a soul that's actually very good, very interesting. It's always nice to push soul. And then she has an effect that when she's placed on stage from hand, you may put 1 Itsuki character from your waiting room to the bottom of your clock. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 level 1 or lower Itsuki. Show it to your opponent, add to hand, shuffle your deck. So she is an Itsuki specific Riki, but she also can very easily get an extra soul. And because she is clocking an Itsuki from waiting room, it's very easy to set up cards for your level so that you have even a better shot of not missing your experience requirement, and that's great. In a mono Itsuki deck, this is absolutely the Riki of choice for you. Next, we have a card from the movie set, this Mean Diligent After School Itsuki. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, search your deck for a Quints character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, shuffle your deck. And then she has another effect, which you can't actually use until you're at least level 1. When she's placed on stage from hand, if the total level of the cards in your level is 2 or higher, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest to waiting room, and then discard a card. This is a very good one of that a lot of people play. I like this card a lot. It's nice that it's a normal drop searcher, but being able to just sort of dig 2 cards deep and just grab anything like, whatever card you want off those top 2 cards, it feels very strong. Yeah, sure, top check 2 is not really like too deep into your deck, but you'd be surprised at how often you just see something you need, like a climax or a level 3 combo piece or whatever. At worst, if you really don't want anything you see, that's the card you discard for the discard. Generally, I have been able to find when I use this something that I would rather have than some trash card in my hand, at least some type of playable. It's very much a utility piece, but it's a very good one of sort of card for an Itsuki deck. Next, we have this Unparalleled Beauty Itsuki. She has an ability that activates up to one time per turn. When you use an act, she gets 2000 power until end of turn. She's also a clean cut, so when her battle opponent becomes reversed, pick one of your other characters, rest it, move it to an open position of the backstage. And she has an act effect that says you can rest one of your characters. If you do, this card gets 1000 power until end of turn. So this does pair nicely with her first effects because you can use her own act effect to rest something to give herself power, and then by using the act, she gets another 2000 power. So if you do that all, she becomes a 4500 clean cut, which is actually pretty respectable, I would say. The only thing with this is when it's the early game, sometimes you may not have enough hand to really spare characters to your backstage so that you could still try field attacks and rest something in your backstage. It's an interesting clean cut that when it works really well. Just sometimes it is a little tough, and when you're not using an act, she's only going for 1500, and that is really weak for a clean cut. In an Itsuki focus deck, it's okay. I always wind up taking it out because I just can't afford the spare character early in the game. But when it works, and there are people that like it. And I'm someone who loves clean cuts. Maybe I just need to add more zeros to my Itsuki deck. Who knows? But still, it's not a bad card. Next up, we have this Towards Her Dream Itsuki from set 2. Two very interesting effects. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. If you do, look it up to X cards from top of deck, choose one card from among them, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. X is equal to the number of other Quints characters you have. So if you have a full field, she gets to dig for and add anything. It's nice to put any card from hand, not like a character or something. Just put whatever you don't need. Grab whatever you might need, like a climax or something. You could help set up your your clock for experience requirement, which is nice. And she has another effect where when your opponent places a climax in their climax area, you may put this card into your stock. So two good effects stapled to one card. If it only had one of those effects, the card wouldn't be that great. I think it's the fact that it has two good effects tied onto one card, makes it a good piece of card design and makes it a good one of for Itsuki decks. Next, we have a card that is not bad in Itsuki decks. It doesn't really see play in Itsuki. This card would actually work really well in Standby if Standby wasn't so focused on Nino. This card is from set 1. It's Worst Timing Itsuki. When she's placed, she has two effects. The first one is when she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. This is mandatory. If it's a character, add it to your hand and discard a card. And then her second effect is you may discard a character on play to draw a card. This profile is absolutely fantastic in Standby. We have seen other sets get this exact profile, maybe in a different color, but we've seen them get this in sets that have a heavy focus on Standby. The double filtering is incredibly powerful. Now, I'm not saying nobody's ever used this in Nino Standby, even when it wasn't so Nino focused, but for whatever reason, while people play this profile in other Standby decks, they haven't really done it as much with Nino, especially now that Nino has become so Nino focused. This card would turn off a lot of effects. It's still great in generic Standby, and it's not a bad card to have just like as a one of or a two of in a normal Itsuki deck. I do like it a lot. Certainly a good card, even if maybe it doesn't see as much play as maybe I think it should have, but certainly a solid card. Next, we have the Quintessential Quintuplets Itsuki from set 1. She is a level 0 bomb, so when her battle opponent becomes, level 0 reverser, when this card becomes reversed, if her battle opponent is level 0 or lower, you may reverse that character, and when she hits the waiting room from the stage, you may discard a card to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, choose up to one level 1 or higher card from among them, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, rest, go to waiting room. This was definitely one of the better level 0 profiles we had when it was just Quints set 1. This is still a very good card. We have seen both of these effects on cards separately millions of times before. Level 0 reversers are nothing new, and on death, top check 4 at a level 1 or higher is not new at all. Having them both be on one card, I think, is very strong for a level 0. It's always worked really well for me. Definitely not a bad profile at all. It's still a good card to be playing in Itsuki. It's still a good card to be playing in generic Quints decks that don't care about being mono, one girl. Just a very solid profile. Being able to grab events is nice. Grabbing your level 1 combo is nice. It only whiffs on climaxes and level 0s. So, a good profile overall. Next, we're going to move on to the level 1s. There are still plenty of level 0s that are good within Itsuki. There are the 2 zeros we looked at when we looked at the level 1 combo. Those are the ones that give +1 hand size. But there are still plenty of other level 0 Itsukis you could look at that are worth trying out. Those are just some of the highlights. This level 1 is from the premium booster. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a card. If you do, search your deck for up to one level 0 or lower character, put it in any position of your stage, and shuffle your deck. This card is fine with that effect. It's a good way to sort of get like your brainstorm or the flowers of gratitude level 0 Itsuki out of your deck without having to pay stock. For something like that, you don't want to be just grabbing like a random character just to have a attacker. You want to be grabbing generally something like your brainstorm or something to plop in the back row or something that's some utility piece that doesn't have an on play effect. And this is also a level 1 or lower reverser. So when she becomes reverse, if her battle opponent is level 1 or lower, you may reverse that character. I think the fact that both of these effects are on this one card is what makes it strong. It's not something that sees a ton of play, but it's not necessarily a bad card. Itsuki just has so many slots taken up by other things. Things are going to be left out. But at face value, this is not a bad card. And it's definitely a great card if you are a newer player and you're just getting a feel for the game and you like Itsuki. It's a great way to help you set up things like your brainstorm while not having to really dedicate too many resources and also dealing with opponents like level 1 or lower characters. It's definitely a good starter card to help you get a feel for just dealing with things and sculpting for things and all of that. Next, we have a card that I wasn't nuts about when it first came out with the movie set, but I've really grown to love it. And now I play 3 to 4 copies of my Itsuki deck. It's this Continuous Pursuit of Ideals Itsuki. She has an ability where up to once per turn, when you use an act, she gets plus X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of characters you have with Itsuki in their name times 500. So if you have a full board, she gains plus 2000 power. And then she has another ability where when you use an act, she gets the following ability until end of turn. When she attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is level 1 or higher, you may put it into your stock. This is a profile that we see all the time. The conditions might be different. The activation conditions might be different. They sometimes require a climax. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they require a reverse. Sometimes they don't. Very often we see this sort of profile where it's reveal the top card of deck. If it's level 1 or higher, it goes to stock. Being on an ability that requires you to use an act is not a bad thing because we've got the flowers of gratitude, Itsuki, that gives us a stockless act to use while also giving power. Even though our finisher, whatever one we go with in Itsuki, the 2 big ones at least, even though they don't require like extra stock to use them, in order to maintain the hand necessary for those cards, from my vast experience playing Itsuki, you are spending more stock, I think, than average playing pure Itsuki most of the time, unless you're just triggering a lot of climaxes or something to maintain all that hand. It's just a lot of stock is being spent. So sometimes the deck does struggle with that. But this card is a great way to just sort of help make up for that. Just a very solid card. I would definitely recommend playing at least a couple copies of it in an Itsuki deck, probably 3 copies of it in an Itsuki deck. Just really helps. Sometimes you are just going to reveal level 0 characters or climaxes, and that really stinks. But for anything else, it just feels like a free stock, and that's always really nice. Next, we have this A New Story Itsuki. We have seen this card printed 3 times already in this video, but for anyone that is only watching the Itsuki portion, she can be played from hand without fulfilling color requirement. You can rest her to give something 1,000, and you could send her from your stage to waiting room and discard a card to salvage. The no color requirement thing is nice. It's not really relevant in Itsuki because she's mostly red anyway, but it's still nice to have it. Being able to rest her to give power till the end of your opponent's turn to something on your stage before just getting rid of her for helmet is nice. Gives her a decent secondary effect where she does provide some value outside of the helmet, and that's always a good thing. I don't think most people are really going to be playing that, but it does exist. Then we have this 2K backup. that says when you use this card's backup, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a Quints character, add it to hand and discard a card. This is often referred to as the Lifa backup because there was a character from a different set called Lifa that at least um, I assume originated this effect, but whether it did or not, that people just call this the Leaf backup. Um, this card is not meant. Newer players, like when I was new, I was like, what are the odds that I see the character I want to add to my hand off the top card of my deck? And people had to explain to me, well, you're not really looking to be grabbing a specific character. It's nice if you do, but the point of this card is not that. It's a defensive card where you want to reveal a character off the top of your deck so that you dig yourself one card closer to a climax. That way you dig yourself one card closer to a cancel. That is really what the purpose of this card is. And because you are using an act, when you're playing pure Itsuki, your level 1 combo is going to get power, so it'll be 6k, then it'll be 8k with this backup, and it's got a little defense going on. Not the worst thing in the world. Doesn't see a ton of play anymore, but I do like that this card exists because I do like playing this backup sometimes, just as a defensive option in certain decks. Next, we have this Playing a Prank by Acting. This is the 1-0 event that is mentioned on the 2-1 Itsuki combo that we discussed. So it's a 1-0 event that is from the movie set, and it lets you choose. It has a little counter symbol, so we can use it during our opponent's turn when they attack. You use it, and you choose up to one character with Itsuki and its card name in your waiting room, return it to hand, and then discard a card. Then you choose one of your characters with Itsuki in its name, and it gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card is put into your waiting room from the stage, you may put this card in its previous stage position as rest. There is some synergy that this thing can have with the 2-1 combo, just keeping it alive so that you can just keep recycling it if you want, just having this big wall out. The selective salvage is nice. You have to discard for it, so you're not, going plus on hand. You're pretty much just going neutral on the hand for everything because you're playing the event, and then you're salvaging something, but you're discarding something, so those cancel each other out. And you play the event, which is a -1, but then it's saving one of your characters on stage, so that's one less character you have to play from your hand the next turn. So it really is just a way to get rid of something in your hand that you don't want for something that you do, and keeping a character you want to have on your board alive. Most likely, I think anyone who's playing this is probably playing it with the 2-1 Itsuki event. 2-1 Itsuki combo, and you're using this just to keep that thing alive. Which is fine. This card really doesn't see that much play, but it's not necessarily a bad card. It's just the deck just generally doesn't need it, but it's an option. Moving on to level 2s, we have this Beauty of the Festival Itsuki. During your turn, if you have experience 5 or higher, she gets 6k power, so she's 13. Pretty nice. And you may discard a Quints character, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a Quints character, she gets the following ability until end of turn. If she would attack, you may choose one character in your opponent's backstage and discard frontal attacks that character as the defending character instead. This is sort of a great way to snipe your opponent's brainstorms for a relatively cheap cost. It's a great way to snipe standby climaxes because as long as you meet the experience condition, she will be 13. So she'll hit any standby climax target. She can whiff. You have to pay the cost, which is ditch a character, and then you do the reveal. So if you reveal something that's not a Quints character, she will not gain the ability, and then you just discarded a card for no reason, and that kind of stinks. But I don't play this card personally, but as a one of, it's not a bad card. It's an interesting card. Then we have a card that I do really like and I use all the time. This card from the movie set, Watchful Gaze Itsuki. During your turn, if the total level of the cards in your level is 5 or higher, she gets 5,500 power, so 12-5, and the following ability. When her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may put the top card of your opponent's clock into their waiting room. If you do, put that character into your opponent's clock. A great way to get big and deal with big problems, helps deny hand encore, helps deny on death effects, just a very solid effect overall. And then the I would say the standout effect that she has is when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay one, ditch one to search your deck for a door climax and add it to your hand and shuffle your deck. That is really why you play her. But both these effects together, very strong. Being able to have a guaranteed way to get your door climax as long as it's in your deck is just really good. If you've got the extra stock to spare, definitely worth it. This card deals with two different types of problems at once, and because of that, it's a very strong card. I generally play 1 to 2 copies of it in any Itsuki deck that I build, and I've always enjoyed it. Just a really, really solid card. Next, we have this Good Relations Itsuki. When she's a 2500 backup, and then when you use her backup, you may pick one of your characters in battle, and that character gets the Fallen ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may discard a card. If you do, deal 1 damage to your opponent. So a little bit of a burn backup. It is only burn 1, but it's a very cheap burn 1. It's a ditch 2, pay 1, burn 1, which on a backup is not bad. Sometimes it pops up where maybe it's important to get that burn in there. It's a one of at most, not more than that. Some people play it, some people don't. I don't dislike the card. I think it's decent enough for its cost. Next, we have our anti-change backup for Itsuki, Belligerent Itsuki from set 1. When you use her backup, you may pay 2 and sack a character from your stage. If you do, pick one of your opponent's characters whose level is higher than your opponent's level and send it to their waiting room. Anti-change backups are important. The cost is a little high. You're basically spending 3 stock to deal with one of your opponent's characters, but this card is still important to have in an Itsuki deck. It's important to be able to threaten your opponent with this, and just so they know that they have to be careful when they're early playing. They can't just blindly attack, force them to side, lose some soul, and just be a little more careful. And if they don't do that, then you could just really ruin their day. Next, we have this Fresh Start Itsuki from set 1. So she's a 2/1. You may put her into your waiting room. If you do, you choose one of your opponent's characters and move it to another open position of their stage. It's a great way to force your opponent's brainstorms to the front row so you can kill them. She has another effect where you may rest her to choose one of your Quint's characters, and that character gets plus 2000 power and the following ability until end of turn. During this card's battle, your opponent cannot play event cards from their hand. I think the first effect is more relevant than the second, but the second effect is not bad. In certain matchups, it's pretty good, like Nikkei. This is a card that I really don't think is good enough to see play in modern Itsuki decks, because this is a card that's just going to be plopped in your back row, and our back row is already very full because of all the +1 hand size cards we play. But it's not a bad card, and I do know there are players that value being able to disrupt their opponent's boards, especially their brainstorms, and this is a good card for that sort of thing. Plus, it's not like having event protection in a lane is a bad thing. Next, we have this code word event. This is the level 1 event that the level 1 Itsuki combo can grab as part of its effect in addition to characters. It's a 2/1 event from set 2 that says, choose one character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. Then you may mill the top card of your deck, and if it's an Itsuki character, choose one character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. So at worst, this is a pay 1 salvage an Itsuki, or salvage anything actually, that has a coin flip chance of just getting you a free character from your waiting room. So you can just go hard plus on this card. However, this card does whiff in non-Itsuki decks. It whiffs pretty hard. It also whiffs on climaxes and events. So it can even whiff on copies of itself, which kind of stinks. This card really hasn't seen much play. Every once in a while, I'll see someone using it and maybe top a regional while they're playing this. I used to play this when it was just set 2. I think we're past the point where this card is relevant. But the art sure is something. Moving on to level 3 Itsuki cards, we've got this Awkward Atmosphere Itsuki from set 1. What she does is when she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard one Quintessential Quintuplets Itsuki. That is the level 0 reverser we looked at earlier. If you do that, choose one Quint's character in your waiting room and return it to hand. What's interesting is set 1 really, and I think even set 2 a little bit, they were really pushing, for whatever reason, this whole package around the Quintessential Quintuplets Itsuki level 0 card, where there were so many different cards that would require you to like reveal it or to discard it in order to gain an effect. Um, they kind of like stopped doing it, but it was only with that Quintessential Quintuplets Itsuki. Every one of the girls got a card named after them, preceded by the quintessential quintuplets. None of them, unless I'm forgetting something, had any sort of package built around them that revolved around discarding them or revealing them or anything like that. But for whatever reason, Itsuki's got a whole bunch of cards that, we haven't looked at any of the others because they're not worth playing. But a whole bunch of cards that just like revolve around that for some reason. Never really took off too much though. Then she has another effect where when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay one if you do salvage a climax, so not bad. And you may discard a card to choose one of your Quince characters and give it 2500 power until end of turn. I think this card has a lot of utility in one. This card doesn't really see much play, but I don't think it's a bad card personally. I think I think it's an interesting card. I think you can just run it as a climax salvager. We see plenty of decks in various sets that have that on play pay one salvage a climax on a 3/2. Nothing wrong with that. This card would be perfectly fine if that's all it did. It's probably not needed because our level 3 combos dig on play, the better ones at least. But the fact that this does have a potential salvage effect, um, and salvage like anything, that is pretty nice, I think. It's not a card that sees play, but like I wouldn't think it's crazy to just throw it in as like a one of sometimes, as long as you are still playing that level 0 Itsuki that it mentions. Next we have a Kind Gaze Itsuki from set 1. If you have 4 or more Quince characters, she gets -1 level. If all of your characters are Quints, she gets 1500 power, so 10k cross turn, pretty nice. She also gains the following ability if all of your characters are Quints. During your turn, she gets another 1000 power, so she's 10k cross turn, 11k on your turn. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you may look at up to X cards from top of deck and choose one card from among them, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. X is equal to the number of Queen's characters you have. This does not heal or anything on play, like a lot of early plays do, but she does dig you for a card, which is nice. Her early play condition is very nice, and because the early play condition is 4 or more, when you play her out, she should be digging for 5 cards, which is very nice. And she is setting pretty big cross turn, reasonably big cross turn. A very solid card that is very often a one of or a two of. It's in Itsuki decks. It's not something that you necessarily have to play all the time, but when you need some digging, this card does the job very well. A lot of the time, you might just use it as experience requirement, but it's still a good card. Next, we have this card from the trial deck from set 1 of Quints, Earnest Girl Itsuki. This is a card that, was fine when it came out, but it never really saw too much play, and I never really played it. And then I guess I played against someone at a regional that was playing Itsuki, and they used this, and I was a little surprised. And I asked them, like, I played Itsuki a lot, I've never actually used this card. And he explained to me the benefits of it. And since then, I have thrown in 2 copies into my deck, and it actually works better than I thought it would. It's a very simple card. It's not anything fancy. What it does is when it's placed on stage from hand, you may salvage any character, and on attack, you may discard 2 cards to burn 1. It's nice to use this card when you have a couple of extra stock in order to salvage something important like your level 3 combo. That is really helpful. You're probably playing the level 1 stock charger package, so an extra couple stock isn't unreasonable. And if worse comes to worse and you can't triple your combo, at least this is a way to still get a third lane of extra damage in there, even if it's just a burn 1. It's not anything crazy, but it's also not bad. It does feel like a trial deck card, but it's not a bad trial deck card, and I haven't regretted actually trying it out in my Itsuki deck. I don't use it every game, but I will admit the games where I have needed it, it's been very important. Next, we have a card from the Premium Booster, this Unresolved Feelings Itsuki. If your opponent has a level 3 or higher character, she gets -1 level while in your hand, and when she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards from top of your deck, rearrange them in any order, and choose up to one of your opponent's characters and return it to their hand. And she has a last effect for when she's placed on stage from hand. If you have another Quints character, she gets plus 2,000 power until end of your opponent's next turn. So this is really just used as a bouncer, but the top check knowledge is always nice. She's sitting reasonably big. This is a one of in pretty much every every Itsuki deck. This is generally the removal option of choice for a lot of Quints decks. This is just a very solid card. Um, Itsuki did have removal before. A lot of the time, people would just splash in like a non-Itsuki and maybe just play like there's a 2/1 Ichika that bounces something. They might just play that. I think this is just better because it does give you the top check knowledge. You can early play it, and it does sit really big cross turn, which could force your opponent to crash to free up some lanes. Just a very, very solid one-of card for really any Itsuki deck. Next, we have this Fruits of Labor Itsuki from the movie set. If the total level of the cards in your level is level 6 or higher, she gets 1500 power. That is cross turn. She also gains the following ability. When she attacks, you may pay the cost, which is pay 3, ditch 1. If you do, burn 2. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. This is not a bad off finisher. The Itsuki finishers, 2 out of the 3 of them, are stock light. They do not require stock to use them, so it's pretty easy to build up stock if you had to put this in a third lane if you can't tri-field your combo. You would only need 1 extra stock at the start of your attack phase in order to use this. And for what it is, it's perfectly fine. Healing on play is nice. The cost is pretty reasonable when you factor in everything about Itsuki. Most of the time, you should be able to triple your combos because they do dig, but this is not a bad option to have as a sort of backup just in case for the third lane. Next, we have this Studying in Glasses Itsuki. I don't know why she has to brag about it. I mean, she's kind of stupid. If she couldn't see without the glasses, how is she studying? Anyway, if your waiting room is 2 or less Climax, she gets -1 level while in your hand. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard an Itsuki character. If you do, return the top card of your clock to your hand. And she has another effect where when you use an act, once per turn, she gets plus X power. X is equal to the number of other characters you have with Itsuki in their names times 500. So she will be very big. She can get that effect cross turn in case you use like a backup. She will gain the effect on your opponent's turn. Just a normal sort of healer. It's nice that she heals. I guess it's okay that she grabs a card from top of clock to hand. Sometimes maybe you'll be in a situation where you don't want to give up anything from hand just to heal. But it's nice that you can grab whatever's on top of clock. So like if you refresh to Climax, you can grab that. But it's just a solid early play heal. You play 2 or 3 copies of it. You're pretty much always going to get one of these into your level to meet experience requirement. That's why you play 2 or 3 copies. And even the games where that doesn't happen, a lot of the time you're not going to play it anyway, but it's definitely not a bad card. Next up, we have this New Year Itsuki from set 2. If you have 4 or more Itsuki characters, she gets -1 level. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1, and this card gets the following ability until end of opponent's turn. And end of your opponent's next turn. At the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, choose one of your opponent's characters, and this card choose up to one of your opponent's characters, and that character does not become reversed until end of turn. There are a couple of reasons why you might want to do this. Maybe you don't want your opponent to crash and leave an open lane so that you're not overswinging. It's also good, even though they're not as relevant anymore, your opponent might have an Adachi. For newer players, that refers to an effect, very often a 1/1, but sometimes it can be different. It refers to a character basically that says when it becomes reverse, if its battle opponent is a higher level than your opponent's level, you send that character somewhere else. They don't see as much play as they used to, but this is also a way to stop your opponent from playing those characters in order to get rid of your early play, which is nice. And then she has another effect that once per turn, when you use an act, if you have another Quints character, she gets 3k power until end of turn. Remember, you can use the act on your opponent's turn, and then she'll gain 3k on their turn. It's a very solid early play option. Again, you play 2-3 copies of this, you're just going to level 1, and then maybe you'll play the other. But it's a very solid early play option. Has a little bit of versatility. It's healing. It does what it needs to do. You'll definitely be playing some copies of that in your Itsuki deck. Next up, we have this card, Rampaging Itsuki. All of your other Quince characters get 15, so global 15, and when she's placed on stage from hand, you may summon a character with equal to or lower level than your current level from your hand, and that character gets plus 2,000 power until end of turn. This was the card I mentioned when I discussed Itsuki's combos, and I was talking about the on reverse combo. This is a good card to pair with it because not only is it a global 5, but it is giving a character that it summons 2k power, so you're just absolutely throwing power at your opponent, making it very, very hard for them to really reasonably back up over your cards to sort of guarantee that you get the reverse. I don't think this card has a ton of relevance outside of that particular build, at least when we're talking about Itsuki, but it's not necessarily a bad card, mostly because it does summon something. So you might be going -1 hand by using this, but you're going neutral on stock, and that really is what's most important. So this card, it fits a niche, and that's what's important. That will be it for the ET cards that I'm going to talk about. Next, I'm going to be showcasing a couple of Itsuki decks. There's plenty of Itsuki stuff out there. She's got lots of good cards, especially at 0. There were definitely other zeros that I did not discuss that Itsuki does have access to, especially starting with set 2 and above. She has a very good pool of cards to choose from. More often than not, her cards are going to be better in pure Itsuki decks, but she does have some generic things that do work well in other decks if you want to be playing multiple girls in a deck. And her Climax combos work best with other Itsukis, but you can use them with other things if you want to. You can use the level 1 Itsuki with other level 3 combos if you just like the hand compression. Obviously the level 3 combo does rely heavily on the level 1 combo to maintain hand, so at that point you might as well just go full on Itsuki. But I can tell you that I have used plenty of Itsuki decks that had other girls in them. Itsuki may not play as nice with other girls, but other cards from featuring other girls play pretty nice with Itsuki, and sometimes they do just blend together very well. But Itsuki is a very exciting girl in terms of Weiss cards because she really does have one of the best finishers, I think, out of all of Quinn's, and one of my favorite finishers in current English Weiss. And her card pool has been designed so carefully to just give her as much support as possible, and it really shows, and it feels really good when you're playing Itsuki as a deck. Next up, we're going to take a look at a couple of Itsuki decks. They're going to be pretty standard lists, but there's plenty of room to sort of play around when you are building your own Itsuki deck list, depending on what sort of cards you like, or profiles you like, or combos, or what have you. Though, if you want to be as competitive as possible, there's really only going to be sort of one deck that whose combos you're going to be using, and then you can sort of build around that. But the Itsuki pieces, and I don't mean this as a negative thing, it's a compliment. Itsuki got so many great pieces that it's very difficult to really. The shell of most Itsuki decks are really there. There is some wiggle room to play around with when it comes to certain maybe tech pieces or ratios a little bit or that sort of thing. But they just gave her so many good stuff that it's. I remember when I was much earlier in my competitive Weiss career, and the first region I went to was right after Quints 2 came out, and I was playing Ace Stand by Nino, and I was watching some video from another Weiss channel, and they had said at the time that the Nino deck was basically solved, that there were like 3 to 4 slots that were sort of flexible and people could do anything. At the time when I was less experienced, I was like, that's so ridiculous. You have 2 sets and you have hundreds of cards to choose from. There are so many different ways you could build the list. Now, though, that I am far more experienced, I kind of get what they meant, that there are just profiles that are so good that it's kind of just, why wouldn't you play it if you're trying to make the best deck possible? I think the same sort of thing applies to Itsuki. There's definitely wiggle room. I'd say there's more than 3 to 4 slots, but so much of the deck is basically solved. I found that a lot of the time now I'm sort of just haggling with myself on ratios, and maybe do I want to try this plus scene level 0 versus a different plus scene level 0. But it's not a bad thing. Again, it's just the deck is so solid, the shell of the deck is so solid, that it's tough to really
imagine doing a ton that's different. You could definitely have some flex slots, but I think it's mostly solved. To start, we've got this list that is going to be a standard list. This features the level 3 Itsuki combo that requires experience 6 and a ditch 3, and then it's burn 3 mocha 2, as well as the level 1 Itsuki combo that is discard 1 on attack to look at top 3, add 3 characters or that specific event. We are not playing this specific event because nobody plays this specific event, because it's just sort of whatever. But the rest of the shell is pretty much there. We've got, for this one, I'm using the Premium Booster Level 0 Itsuki, which was a reprint of a promo Itsuki. That's the one where she's got the icicle pop or whatever you call it. That thing gets a marker and then it's 4K all the time. That's sort of our plus scene zero profile. And then everything else is pretty standard, I think. I for this threw in 3 copies of the Quintessential Quintuplets Itsuki Nakano. Not everyone plays that. I think it gives you a little bit of deck speed, level 0 bomb, lets you grab a level 1 or higher. There's plenty of level 1 or highers we want to be grabbing as early as possible. So it's a great way to not spend stock. I think everything else about the zero lineup is pretty standard. The only thing maybe that could be different is there's always cards you could add, but for the 2 cards that we have here, the ones that allow us +1 hand size, I think, it wouldn't be the worst thing to go for 6 total copies between the 2 of them. Maybe you could do 3 and 3. Lately, personally, I've actually been moving a bit towards playing 4 copies of the Brainstorm and 2 copies of the Pay One. Rest itself gives something the on reverse salvage ability. It's mostly you're only going to be playing out 2 copies of it. It's just important that you see them early. You have to do a lot of sculpting with Itsuki early. With most level 1 combos that people are going to be playing on average, you only need to make sure you have the climax as well as the actual character for the climax combo itself. For Itsuki, it's extra steps because you need the level 1 combo, you need the climax, and you need preferably 2 copies, but you could make do with one a lot of the time, at least in the beginning, of the back row card that gives +1 hand size. Now, this has helped tremendously because they printed us this amazing card. That's the 1-0 we discussed with the Itsuki eating the burger, because she gets our level 1 combo and she's pay 1, send herself to waiting room to mill 2 to salvage X. So you're guaranteed to get back a level 0 so we can grab back. We get 2 specific pieces that we need, just really strong. Right now, I'm playing 3 copies of that and 3 copies of the 1-0 Itsuki that when you use an axe, she gets the ability on attack, look at top. If it's level 1 or higher, send it to stock. Um, I think that's a fine ratio. I could also see going 4 copies on that stock charging Itsuki and 2 copies on the hamburger Itsuki. Should be a cheeseburger because cheeseburgers are better. But anyway, I think you don't need 4 copies of the 1-0 Itsuki that searches for your level 1 combo. That's a bit too much, but everything else about this is pretty standard, honestly. There's really nothing crazy. We have enough higher level cards to meet our experience condition. We got the anti-change backup, early plays, got a bouncer. There's really nothing crazy about this list. You could definitely mix and match a few things. You do always have to sort of dedicate a certain number of deck slots to make sure you meet experience condition as early as possible. But the list is what it is. In my opinion, it's a very good deck, regardless of how you change ratios or add in certain cards of your own and whatnot. Just a very solid deck with a great plussing engine as well as a very powerful finisher. Now, the next Itsuki deck. The next Itsuki deck list, sorry, that I'm going to show is sort of a cheat because it features multiple other girls. This is not a pure Itsuki deck list, but I'm featuring it in the Itsuki section because it does run a level 3 Itsuki combo. Now, this list is not pure Itsuki, which is fine. There's no reason why you have to be pure any quints. I think there's enough generic stuff where it works. I actually took this to a team regional once, and my personal record was very good. I was very happy with it, and I was going to play something else, and I decided to do this at the last minute. I have no idea why. I can't really remember why I made the decision, but it ran well. Um, and I'm featuring here because it does have the Itsuki level 3 combo. I've always thought that Itsuki level 3 combo pictured here, which is the one that's from set 1, which is when she gets a reverse, pay 2, ditch 1. Um, burn 3, shuffle back 2, or burn 2, shuffle back 2, burn 3. I forgot which order it does it. Um, but I've always thought it's an underrated combo. I think people have like sort of crapped on it a little too hard. Now I know no one in this day and age is really shitting on a level 1 combo that came out almost 5 years ago at this point. But I think when it came out in set 1, it wasn't played for a reason. I think now with all the pieces we have, I like being able to decompress my opponent while still dealing damage to them. Um, However, I found that with this level 3 Itsuki combo, that it was a high stock cost. It was a lot of hand because it is ditch one. So, you need 3 copies of the combo. You need 3 cards to discard. You need the climax. We're already at 7. Uh, t just in case you need to prepare by having the 3/2 Itsuki that on play summons something else, gives it power and is global power. Just in case your opponent has a big board you need to get over. So, a lot of the time you kind of just need like 8 hand. Now you could always trigger on your way while you're going through your turn, so you don't necessarily need it up front, but I don't like relying on triggering climaxes to get it. So I found that all of that, needing all of that stuff, the stock, the hand, it just worked well with this level 0 stock soul combo, which I am going to talk about in a separate slide. For Since we haven't actually gone over it because it doesn't quite fit into one girl yet, the stock soul combo, that's a level 0 combo. It is a spammable search brainstorm, and so it's pay once, mill 4 for every climax, search your deck for a character, and then discard. So yes, it's not plussing you, but it's spammable deck speed, and you can spam it, which is nice. Its actual stock soul climax combo is when you play the stock soul climax, you must mill the top 3 cards of your deck, and then you salvage a level X or lower character. X is equal to the number of characters milled by this effect. So this is like a worse version of the Elizabeth Brainstorm from Seven Deadly Sins. However, it has always run really well for me. I have used this combo in a variety of different decks, not just this one. I think Stock Soul is always nice. It's really easy to loop this combo. We have things to help loop it. We're running 2 Climax swappers. We're running the Ichika there next to the level 0 Climax combo, which is on play, pay 1, ditch 1, look at top cards of deck, and add something so we can just grab back the combo. I found that whenever I have tested this level 0 combo, I guess it does have Itsuki in it, so it still counts. We got Itsuki at level 0 and level 3 for both our combos. I found that Ichika works really well as like the shell of the deck until we get to level 3. Aside from the 3 copies of that Nino that we're playing, which is purely to grab out our level 0 combo because it does have Nino in its name. So we want to be able to grab it out early. Izuki has so much good stuff going for her that, no, sorry, each guy has so much good stuff going for her that it just was really easy to sort of build a deck where Ichika is not the focus, but she is the main like glue holding the like deck together. She just has a lot of good stuff going for her. I think at the end of the day, the only thing that like I would have changed about this list is maybe I didn't need 3 copies of the Ichika Riki, which is when on death pay 1, clock yourself to look at top 2 and add 2 characters. Um, I think probably could have swapped those out for something else. But at level 1, because we don't have level 1 combo, we're playing 8 copies of a bomb. We got the 1/0 each go with a soul trigger, which is just a cost 0 bomb and also stuns something on play. Very nice. And we have the 1/0 red one, which can be played without color requirements. And it is a level 1 bomb, and on play, it's also discard a card to search your deck for a level 0 character and summon it out. So it's a really great consistency piece to help get our level 0 combo as early as possible. Um, I like this a lot. It worked really well for me. I won games that tournament and in other tournaments that I played this purely because the decompression that the level 3 Itsuki provided helped me overcome compressed deck states. Quints has a major problem where there is no decompression within Quints. It doesn't really exist. There's one combo where there's one card that forces decompression, but it might help your opponent because it's not optional. There's no stock swap. There's no normal Fumio. There's no like mill your opponent for a significant amount of cards during your main phase. Um, like last night I was playing. at my locals, I was playing a level 3 Ichika combo that we will look at when we talk about Ichika, and it's on cancel burn 2 twice. Now I tripled that, and my opponent canceled all 3 of my swings, so I burned 2 6 times and got 3 swings, and he was 2-6, and I did not win that game because he was so compressed that it didn't matter that I threw an enormous amount of damage at him. He just was able to cancel it because of how compressed he was. Um, and Quints just has no way to really deal with that, which is, I think, the major competitive weakness of Quints. But with this Itsuki combo, it's great if your opponent isn't compressed because you're still just going to shove stuff back into the deck anyway, which is always nice. And it's good if they are compressed. The only time it's bad is if they don't have a waiting room because they left a small deck and then like refreshed. Um, you know, but that happens. Still considering this an Itsuki because we have a level 0 Itsuki combo and we got the level 3 Itsuki combo. But this was the list that I took to that regional, and it worked really well. And I think that level 3 Itsuki combo is just a little underrated. So it's definitely something worth considering. I don't think if you take the shell of the Itsuki deck from the last list that we looked at and you just sort of try to transfer it to this and swap out the level 3 combos, I don't think it quite transfers as well. I've tried to make it work. I have an issue with stock. Um, you still have to run cards to meet experience condition. You could max out if you want to play this with the level 1 combo that hand charges you. You could max out on 4 copies of the 1-0 Itsuki that stock charges you. That you could try that out. It didn't really work for me, but I still think that this level 3 combo is something worth considering. I think if you are a newer player, it might be a little bit harder because you have to resource manage really well. And both in stock and in hand, at least with the last combo we looked at, you only need to worry about hand, and that means you could be a little more liberal with your stock. But it's still something worth considering. It's definitely still has value. It's I think once if you're an experienced player, I think its biggest weakness is just the fact, honestly, that it requires a reverse, um, which means your opponent can play around it if they know. I'll be honest, no one in that tournament and most people that I've played with this at a casual level with this level 3 Itsuki combo, they just don't bother. They don't know what it does and they don't bother asking what it does. So they don't know that it's a level 3 combo in 2026 that requires a reverse, even though it came out in 2021. But that reason is why we play 4 clean cuts. It's why we play 8 like sort of reversers at level 1 because we want to clear up, we want to be reversing things and getting rid of things on our turn, so that when we pass to our opponent, we have as empty a center stage as possible so that they either cannot try field, because they don't want to leave me reverse targets, or they just have to try field and leave me reverse targets, and that's great. It's also why we're playing 4 copies of the Ichika JC that's pictured in the middle row all the way to the left. It's a great plussing profile, but also just helps clear up 2 lanes at the same time. I think there's definitely some cool stuff you could do with this. I think it's super underrated. This both the level 0 combo and the level 3 combo that are pictured here. Um, Most people that I see discuss it, outside of like one guy I know at my locals who likes the level 3 ET combo, just like me. Most people they sort of dismiss both of these combos. I think they do have value. Now, it might be easier to just go for the more traditional ET lineup, but sometimes if you're willing to put in a little extra work, you get a little bit more of a reward. And yeah, just it's a solid thing. I think this is a shell of what this level 3 combo can have, but you can definitely go and do something to make it your own. Now, that will be it for the Itsuki decks. If Itsuki only has, I believe, if I remember right, 3 level 3 combos that are pure Itsuki. If you wanted to play that level 3 Itsuki combo that was also Ditch 3, the one from set 2, and it was Burn 1, Burn 4, you could just honestly take the first list we looked at for Itsuki, and you could just replace the level 3 combo in that list with the other level 3 combo. They have the same experience requirement. They're both Ditch 3, though the one from set 2 is Ditch 3 characters, which can be rough sometimes if you're really unlucky with drawing a bunch of climaxes. So just keep that in mind. But if people want multiple instances of damage, that combo will definitely take care of that for you. Next up, we are going to be looking at some Ichika cards. Moving on to Ichika, we are going to be talking about the fifth and oldest quintuplet. In my, we're going to start with looking at Ichika's climax combos. In my opinion, I actually think that now that we have four quint sets, I think Ichika has the strongest just general card lineup. In my opinion, we're going to look at it. I do think she has the most explosive level 3 combo found in all of Quints. It doesn't see much play, but I still think it's just the most raw damage that is liable to stick that you could throw at your opponent. And I think just her general card pool is the best out of all of Quints. Now, I know 8 Stand by Nino has always been seen the most success from a competitive standpoint. But when set two came out, Nino was like half Nino, half Ichika. Sometimes it was more than half Ichika, because Ichika just had such a solid foundation, and just a lot of great profiles. And I still think that after the premium set, now that we've got four sets under our belt, she still just has the most diverse, best card pool. I think Ichika's biggest problem right now is that she either has when you focus on her level one combos, they have some pros, but they have some cons, even though I still think she has plenty of good level one combos. And at level three, she either has a very explosive level three combo that has a couple of major weaknesses, one of which your opponent can't play around, or she has a level three combo that is much easier to use, but it also has a couple of major weaknesses and it's still super consistent. I'm not saying that as a knock. I have played a ton of Ichika. Absolutely love pure Ichika. I played Ichika last night at my locals. I did lose, even though I threw burn two 6 times and three swings at my opponent, and he just canceled like a god because he always does. I think I left him at 3-4. That's how much he canceled all of that. Um, but yeah, we'll just get into it because Ichika has a lot of really good stuff to talk about, and I'm very excited to show off some of her cards. We are going to start off with an incredibly basic trial deck combo that I'm mentioning because it's simple, but she has a lot better level one combos you could choose from. It is this A Day of Turbulent Events Ichika. She works on this Wind Climax. That's one thing that should give away that this is a trial deck combo from 2021 because they always put combos that aren't necessarily terrible on just terrible triggers for some reason. During your turn, she gets 1,000 power. So 6/5 with a climax, 5/5 on her own. Not strong, but for 2021 standards, it's fine. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, if you have the win climax, search your deck for up to one character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand shuffle your deck. It's fine. This is exactly what a trial deck combo from like 2021 reads like. It's just how it is. There are a million better Ichika combos, but if you are a newer player to Weiss, this is not the worst combo to pick up. I'm sure this combo is dirt cheap, so if you don't want to spend money on some of the double rares that she has for other level 1 combos, this is a decent place to start. It's definitely a good starter Ichika combo. I have never played it and I never will, but I'm not new to Weiss, so next up, we have this in a Yukata Ichika Nakano. This is from set one. Featured here is the SP. Just keep that in mind. Just in case you're just looking for cards based on artwork, this is the SP version. It works on this choice climax. This is a very solid combo. I played this a lot when it was just set one. It's a very inoffensive combo. When she attacks, if you have another Quince character, she gets 1,500 power till end of turn. So 6k, 7k with the climax. And when she attacks, if you have the choice climax in your climax area and your hand has 6 or less cards, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to one Quince character from among them, reveal it to your opponent, add it to your hand, put the rest into your waiting room. Very solid sort of combo. Um, I will be honest, I've always wondered once I got more experience with Weiss, when it was just set one, I was very inexperienced with playing Weiss, so I thought this combo was like perfectly fine. I still think this combo is perfectly fine. I always wondered why this card had the restrictions on it that it does. We have seen on attack top check 4 a million times, even back in 2021. I don't know why this only lets you look at 3. I don't know why this card needs to say if your hand has 6 or fewer. Yes, that means that if you have 3 copies of this and the third one is attacking while you have 6 hand, you will end your turn with a full 7 hand. It's just they're odd restrictions. There's no reason why it honestly needed either of those restrictions. It could have been top check 4 and it didn't need a hand restriction. It's not like this is back in 2021 we would get pants level 1 combos or bar level 1 combos where they would give like a stock or a hand restriction because I think they were concerned at the time that being able to loop those combos because they're on bar or pants would be just too unfair. But in 2026, they obviously have changed their tune because we're dealing with very loopable level 1 combos that have no restrictions on them whatsoever. I don't know why they felt this needed both of those. However, I can say that when it was just set 1, I've played this combo a million times. 8 choice Quints was my first real like deck that I put together and just practiced with a ton. This combo is another good place to start. It's very easy to grasp, and while if you're going to a regional and you want to be as competitive as possible, this is not really the combo that I would recommend. It does provide more deck speed than any other level 1 Ichika combo that there currently is. Fortunately, Ichika does have ways to make up for her lack of deck speed with level 1 combos, which we'll talk about when we talk about individual Ichika cards, but still, it's a perfectly fine combo. I still don't dislike it. And if you like this SP, it's only like $20 now. So it's cheap. Next up, we have this established actress Ichika. This is from the movie set. I am only now realizing that this is an uncommon level 1 combo, which I think is actually kind of insane. Because this, to me, this doesn't necessarily feel like I don't get hung up on rarities a lot. Lately, I kind of been talking about it more, but in general, I don't really care about like rarities when it comes to, oh, this doesn't feel like a double rare profile. But like, I'll be honest, I feel like for an uncommon, this feels pretty strong. It works on this choice combo, on this choice climax. During your turn, if you have 2 or more other Quince characters, it gets 2k, so it's 65, 7-5 with climax. And then her climax combo is when her battle opponent becomes reversed. If you have the choice climax and you have 2 or more other characters, you may discard any card. If you do, search your deck for up to 2 Quince characters, reveal them to your opponent, add them to your hand, and shuffle your deck. I have actually used this a lot. There is another level 1 combo we'll look at in a second that is the level 1 combo that I think most people think of when they think of Ichika, and they're familiar with Quince, obviously. I played that combo for years. It came out with set 2. I eventually wanted to try something different, and I read this. I thought it read fine, but I wasn't like too excited about it. I decided to give it a shot. It's worked really well for me. I think, you know, this is sort of reminiscent for anyone who's like old school and is familiar with like SAO with Zek and Yuki. That card also thinned your deck out by 2 selective characters without needing to look at top cards of X. There's a real like there's a lot of value when it comes to level 1 combos that are selectively ripping multiple cards out of your deck, so you're not messing up your deck state. If you are in a deck that has a lot of climaxes, you don't have to be looking at top X number of cards. You are just looking at your deck, taking 2 characters out, and then you're leaving the climaxes there without a chance that they're getting taken out. uh, that sort of combo has value. I can say from personal experience, this combo actually works really well. The worst part about it is that it needs a reverse. And that is something that your opponent can play around. So, it's something to be mindful of. But for me, it's worked really well. Its power line is decently respectable for a combo that needs a reverse. This combo did come out in 2023, so that's why it probably has a more respectable power line. But it works. This combo I tried using a lot with a level 3 combo that we will look at that does require a lot of setup. So I tried this combo when I just felt I needed a very hyper selectivity, and this combo got the job done. I think this is a combo that honestly, like, there are plenty of level 1 Quince combos that do not care about specific girls. I would even go so far as to say that most level 1 a lot of the generic, a lot of the level 0 cards and utility cards and stuff in Quince, now that we've had the premium set and we got 4 sets under our belt, like they do require specific rolls. For level 1 combos, though, a lot of the combos are just super, super generic. I think this is one of the actual better generic level 1 combos you could be playing if you just wanted to play a deck that features a whole bunch of different Quints characters, because I think there just is a lot of value in that selectivity. This combo should also be dirt cheap, so anyone that is newer to Weiss and you like Ichika, um, that's okay. Don't let anyone try to convince you that you're evil for liking Ichika. Ichika is actually my second favorite Quint. Just I know that's going to upset a lot of people, but I've got my reasons. But anyway, that was just an aside. I think this is a super decent level 1 combo. It has a lot of value that other level 1 combos do not provide. Only weakness is the reverse. That's honestly it in my opinion. Super selective, rips cards out of decks, keeps your compression. Um, yeah, and it's an uncommon, so it's like dirt cheap. I think I paid like 50 cents for the SRs, so I'm sure the uncommon's got to be like a nickel or something like that. Next up, we have this Awkward Love Ichika. She is from set 2. This is the level 1 combo that pretty much most people are going to be playing when they're playing pure Ichika. Works on this choice climax. When she's placed on stage from hand, she gets 1500 power till end of turn. And when a single lie is placed on your climax area, if you have 2 or more other Quints character, she gets the following abilities until end of turn. She gets Twin Drive, so on attack, pay 1, trigger check twice, and at the end of her attack, reveal the top card of your deck, choose 1 level X or lower character in your waiting room, and return it to hand. X is equal to the level of the revealed card. This is a great way to dig for choice climaxes if you need it. We haven't seen it yet, but there is a card from the premium booster. There's a 1/0 Ichika that while you have a choice climax out, she gains choice in all of your zones. So it kind of turns Ichika into 12 choice Ichika. And it's a great way, the Twin Drive, to dig for either a climax to trigger if you need it, or for that 1/0 Ichika to trigger it. The salvage is very, very, it's tough, I won't lie. There are games where you're going to high roll the crap out of this combo, and you're going to triple this Ichika, and every single one is going to reveal a level 3, and you're going to be able to salvage anything you want from your waiting room. There's going to be games where you're going to loop this combo 6 times in a game, and you're going to reveal nothing but level zeros every single time. I've been playing this combo since set 2 came out, and paired it with the set 1 level 3 combo that we'll look at later. And so I've just used this combo for years. I like the combo a lot. There's a lot of value to this combo, but sometimes I will say it does feel bad when you just reveal. You really need to start grabbing your level 3 pieces, and you're just not seeing level 3s to reveal. Now, there are ways to help with this, cards that Ichika has that can definitely help. I still think this is a strong combo. It works well. I think the Twin Drive is nice. Its power is okay, but this did come out in 2022, and I think by 2022 standards, it was perfectly fine. If you are building Ichika and you want to just sort of have the best Ichika combo at level 1, I would say just go for this combo. If you want to be more selective, I think then go with the previous Ichika combo that we looked at, but this is a perfectly good combo. I've always liked it, and it's still very strong. And it's not pictured here, but there is a 1/1, I believe from the movie set, that it gives your. I don't actually play it. I've taken it out of my deck recently, but it gives that level 1 Ichika combo that we just looked at. I think it's the ability that at the end of the attack, you could look at the top card of your deck and you could like leave it or move it or something like that. I took it out because I don't want to be spending a stock on that. But it's an option in case you want to up your chances of seeing something that you like maybe a level 3 or just something that's not a level 0. But moving on to the level 3 Ichika combos, we are going to start with this in school uniform Ichika. This is from set 2. Now, this is a very interesting level 3 combo because most level 3 combos typically they're designed to sort of help you just win the game. They deal extra damage. That's what most level 3 combos are going to do. Sometimes we see level 3 combos that revolve around not killing your opponent but keeping you alive by turning off your opponent's auto damage or giving minus soul to your opponent's characters. This combo kind of doesn't do any of that. This is a combo that comes out at level 2 if you meet a certain condition. So let's actually get into it. So it works on this choice climax. This is the OFR pictured here with this really nice art. If Pure Wish Ichika Nakano is in your clock, this card gets -1 level while in your hand. Now, Pure Wish Ichika is this card here, which it is a good card. So we are fortunate that in the past, Bushy Road, when they have given us early play conditions that require a specific card and clock, they often give it to a card that's like not that good. So you're forced to run a bad card just to meet the early play condition. However, I think this Pure Wish Ichika is actually a good card. It's just it's a non-reverse, look at top three, add an Ichika discard. So not a bad card. So if you have this Pure Wish Ichika in your clock, this level 3 combo gets -1 level. The climax combo for the card is when she attacks, if you have the choice climax in your climax area and you have 4 or more other Quints characters, search your deck for up to 2 Quints characters, reveal them to your opponent, choose 1 card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest into your stock, shuffle your deck, and this card gets 3,000 power until end of turn. So this combo, its whole purpose is not to kill your opponent or to really protect you, though it does have another effect that helps with that we'll look at in a second. It's meant to, at level 2, slam some big 2 soul bodies out there that thin out your deck, give you some compression while rebuilding your resources and giving you ideally the pieces you need for your actual level 3 combo. It does have a third effect, which is when the character facing this card attacks, not when the character not when she's frontal attacked, just when the character facing her attacks, which means that even if your opponent sides, which would be awesome, you can still use her effect. Um, you may pay 1. If you do, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 2 cards from among them, put them into your waiting room, and put the rest on top of your deck in any order. So there is a defensive component to this card, and I will say that having played this combo a ton and having gone against this combo a ton at my locals, it's actually incredibly strong. Um, just top check 2 and having the option to leave as many as you want and dump as many as you want so that basically you're just either leaving climaxes there or hopefully just digging yourself closer to climaxes, is just incredibly strong. This works on a choice. The pay one isn't an issue. You're replenishing the stock with this. It's not an issue. I found that most of the time I am looping this combo at least a couple of times at level 2. So you really just start steamrolling resources and just scumming cancels that you had no business getting to, especially if you are playing multiple copies of this card out. So people do not, however, play this combo. For anyone unfamiliar with Quints, they do not play this combo in order to maintain resources and maintain a big board early and to then just sort of be defensive. The way that this combo is traditionally used is yes, it is defensive, and yes, it grabs you resources, but it's a stepping stone to your level 3 game. It's meant to grab you to maintain your resources, both hand and stock, while pushing damage at your opponent and being defensive, but it is not meant to be defensive in the sense that that's all you're going to be doing. Most people that are playing this, they run a 3 climax split, so they'll play a level 1 combo, they will play this down at level 2, and then they will have a traditional level 3 combo that we will look at momentarily. This is a strong combo. Uh, when it came out, it wasn't that good, I'll be honest. With just the movie set, it just wasn't worth it. No one really played it. It did not read bad, but it just the only level 3 combo that Ichika had at that point in time that did deal damage was from set 1. And even with this card, it just had too high of a cost. It was too much setup. There were pieces that we were lacking with the release of set 2 that made it so this combo just wasn't really that great. When we got the movie set, it suddenly got the consistency pieces that it needed to make it so that playing a 3 climax split with this card as one of those climaxes, it was suddenly very viable. Maybe not suddenly, because for a little history of this combo, it did nothing when it came out with the set 2. When we got the movie set, everyone was so focused on 8 Stand by Nino again and focused on 8 Pants Miku that despite the fact that Ichika got a lot of really good cards, nobody was really playing her. Um, Now, it did come out in June of 2023, the movie set, and I forget exactly how many regionals came out after that point, but back then we didn't have Summerfest, we had Springfest. So the regional season was wrapping up in June and it wouldn't start again until August or September with the singles format. So there weren't really any regionals for people to be playing much stuff from the movie set during the time frame that this came out for the most part. But I remember the first time that somebody topped a regional, which was early on in the following season, with a choice Ichika, and they were playing this like as part of it. It was a eight choice, three climax split Ichika deck. All of a sudden, people are like, oh my god, there's actually some value to this combo. There's value to to a lot of these Ichika cards, both from set two and from the movie set, and suddenly people were buying them. Prices were going up for a while for them, and people were consistently playing it. This combo requires a lot of setup. I do think the setup is worth it. I think it's a strong combo when you are doing a three climax split because of cards in the movie set that we will look at later that boost the consistency tremendously. I think if you are a newer player and you are not that experienced, do not go for the three climax split. I think it's just going to be too much sculpting for too many pieces because you need to sculpt four copies of the level three combo that are pictured here. You need to sculpt for a copy of the Pure Wiz Ichika to make sure that it's in your clock so that you can early play the level three combo here. Excuse me. You need to make sure you have the level 3 choice combo that pairs with this card. It is a tremendous amount. You also need to make sure you have a full board because she requires a full board. There's just a lot that you have to be thinking about, and I don't think it's a combo, a setup for less experienced players. I don't think you should be playing this as just a level 3 combo if you're not going for the split. This is a supporting combo despite the fact she is level 3. This is not meant to keep you alive and it is not meant to close out games, though it does help keep you alive for sure if you are in that position. This combo does have weaknesses aside from the massive amount of sculpting that you need to do, and I won't deny it is a lot of sculpting. Um, it can be anti-changed. Your opponent, it's coming out at level 2. It has no protection. There is nothing that gives this thing protection, and that, you know, is definitely a weakness. Now, you kind of feel like you're forced to side a lot of the time, even if you're siding against level zeros, or your opponent's level 1 combo maybe, just because she requires a full board, which means that if you triple this combo and you frontal with the first one, and your opponent uses an anti-change backup to send this somewhere else, well, now you're kind of just screwed. Your other two are turned off. So that is you. That's just another weakness to add to this. Now, I don't. Yes, you need six stock if you want to triple this at level 2. You need a specific card and clock. You need the specific climax, which you're going to be running less of than normal because you're running a three climax split. You need a full board. It's a lot of sculpting. It's weak to anti-change backups. It sounds like a lot of negatives. I think that is why I do not recommend it to newer players. But for experienced players, there is a tremendous amount of value that this combo has. If the game's going rough, you can just skip this. You don't have to grab this. This is because I like to play the three choice split climax lineup with Ichika with this combo. It's why I like to play the level 1 combo we looked at, that is on reverse, discard to search your deck for two characters, because it gives me a tremendous amount of selectivity and it really helps me set up for this combo. I think that combo pairs really well. I know most people don't play that combo with this, but from my experience, I found that the setup is just so much. I needed more selectivity, and that combo helps a lot with this. But if you can put in the work, I think this combo is worth it. I will tell you from experience with a friend of mine from locals, the mirror match for this deck sucks to hell and back. It is so frustrating. You just have a whole bunch of people that are just siding against their level 3 Ichigas nonstop because no one wants to be anti-changed. And it just goes on and on and on. And then both of you are just building a bunch of resources and paying one to top check two and dump cards. It's frustrating. But I think this is a good combo in the context of the movie set. I think when it was just set two, while it was not a bad combo, there was nothing to help you close out a game, which is why this combo did not see play back then. But now that we have four sets out, I think this combo really is just fantastic. There is so much going for it. Um, even though it has weaknesses, the benefits that it provides to a more experienced player absolutely just outweigh all of those negatives. Next up, we have the level 3 Ichika combo from the movie set. It is this Irrepressible Feelings Ichika. She works on this choice climax here. This is the level 3 combo that everyone who plays Ichika with the 3 climax split, this is the level 3 combo that they go with. On play, she heals. And when she attacks, if you have the choice climax in your climax area and you have 2 or more other Quints characters, you may discard a card. If you do, she gains the following ability until end of turn. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When damage dealt by this card is cancelled, choose up to X cards in your opponent's waiting room, return them to their deck, your opponent shuffles their deck, and you deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to the number of other Quints characters that you have. I like this combo a lot. I think this combo is a great way to not only deal damage but also decompress your opponent. I think as long as your opponent has a waiting room, if your opponent doesn't have a waiting room, this thing gets problematic and it just basically becomes like a burn X. And a lot of the time, burn X is going to be burn 4. But when you are shuffling back, and I can tell from experience because I've played this combo a million times, when you are shuffling back 4 cards from your opponent's waiting room back into their deck, um, and then burning 4, the value that that has as you just start stacking these and you triple this combo, it feels very, very strong. The only real weakness that I think that this card genuinely has is it's cheap, which is not a weakness. The weakness is that it needs a cancel. That's rough. Ichika has this thing that for whatever reason she needs a cancel with like all of her level 3 combos that deal damage. Now there are ways to help with this. There's a card from the premium booster that gives soul on play. It summons something for free, and then it gives that summoned character soul. So this thing can be swinging for at least 4. There's a brainstorm that we will look at later that is an Ichika brainstorm that when you play a climax gives top check 2 to a character. So you could give it to, one of your Ichika level 3 combos, and you could dig for a soul trigger. So that way you're dealing more damage and hopefully they cancel. Um, there are ways to mitigate it. There's a 2/1 that is on play, gives something a soul, and you can send it to waiting room to bounce an opponent's character so that you give soul to one thing and you free up a direct lane for another, increasing the chances that they cancel. And then you get to do your shuffle back burns shenanigans. Those are all things you can control. You can control the soul of this to a certain degree so that you're dealing more damage. What is harder to control is the fact that certain decks are going to be able to play around this really well. Anything that's playing a money counter, well, now this combo doesn't do anything whatsoever. Any sort of neg soul backup just really eats away at this card. Anyone that's playing Quints and is playing, there's an event that I've talked about a lot in this video that we still haven't looked at, but it's a 2/3 event that gives -3 soul to something. If you're playing against Quints and they're playing that card, it practically destroys this thing. However, this is an incredibly cheap combo that has an incredible package of Ichika cards at its disposal. Um, I think it more than makes up for that what I see as just its one weakness. Even though it's on a choice, it is not stock costed. Its hand cost is very, very minimal. Um, I think that's fantastic because it means that you can save your stock for other things, so that you can be using stock on things like the 2/1 that I mentioned, to give soul and to bounce something else, increasing the chances of cancels. You can use the stock to brainstorm to grab back the level 3 if you're playing it that I mentioned from the premium booster, which is on play, summon something and give that summoned character a soul. It's really all about just sort of getting your opponent to cancels so that you do shuffle backs and burn. Now, I think this combo feels really bad if even let's say you do that and like your opponent just like eats it. I guess it's not the worst thing if like they eat like a 4 or maybe even a 5 or something. But it kind of then feels like it just doesn't feel amazing. But then I will say, when that's happened to me, where my opponent did just like eat a 5 because like I swung direct, um, I think, well, if my combo was on attack burn 2, and that stuck, I basically just did the same damage as I would normally do if I was like swinging for a normal amount of damage, and I wouldn't feel bad about it then. I guess in that scenario, if you want to do the mental gymnastics to make yourself feel better, it's fine. But I think there's a lot of ways to make this card good. This card pairs well with the level 3 combo we just looked at because those things are setting for 10k before any sort of assists or any backups or anything like that, which means that it's likely your opponent isn't going to be able to deal with multiple copies on average of that early play level 3 combo. So they're going to have to either side for nothing, um, or they're going to have to crash. And if they crash, it frees up a lane, makes it easier to do this. I think there's a lot of value to that. And overall, I like this combo a lot. When the movie set came out, even though I liked Ichika, I was fine with the other level 3 combo that Ichika has, which we'll look at in a minute. And I was focused at the time on Nino and Miku and Itsuki, so I sort of just pushed this combo to the side. And then I will say, chased the meta a little bit when I saw that Ichika deck top a regional early on, and it did really well. And I saw that what it was doing with the 3 Climax split, and that it was playing this. I started to see the vision, and I bought all the Ichika cards at that point from the movie set, and I've played it a lot over the last 3 years since that came out, and it's a lot of fun. This combo is cheap and it's very effective. Its weaknesses can be played around. I think the needing a cancel is less of a weakness than the fact that your opponent, if they are playing a set that does have, something like a neg soul, something that just gives turns off damage or turns off or gets rid of soul, some type of minus soul thing. I think while you can't play around that, that is its only real weakness, I think, or at least the only weakness that's really worth considering. But you can play around those by playing bouncers and whatnot. So very strong. I think this combo also has value if you don't want to do a 3 Climax split deck, because it's just too much sculpting and stuff. I don't think you're necessarily wrong, and I think that you could just do a traditional 2 Climax deck, play a level 1 combo, play a level 3, play this at level 3, and then you are sculpting for less pieces. You don't have to worry about as much stuff, and you can focus a bit more on grabbing cards that will help you make this combo the best combo it can be, like the 2-1 Ichika that I mentioned a couple times, or early playing some big, like an early play healer. Ichika has a good early play healer that just sits really big so your opponent crashes into it. I think this combo is also just a good generic sort of Quints combo that you could throw into a generic sort of Quints deck. It's best in an Ichika deck because Ichika cards work really well together by the time when you factor in the movie set and the premium set. But for anyone that wants to have a sort of just mix and match, there are combos that may not require other named girls, but just based on the requirements to use them, they just sort of work better with their own girl. I think this is one of those combos that she might work better with Ichika because the Ichika package, a pure Ichika package as a whole, is just a very strong package because she has so many good Ichika cards that work well with other Ichikas. But because she doesn't need Ichikas to actually do her combo, and there's nothing really that requires her to really do each, because if you want to do a more generic combo, I think this is one of the better cards you could pick in like just a Quints deck that features like multiple Quints girls, because it just has a lot going for it. It's an easy color to color fix for, and it's just a very solid combo. I know I've talked about it a lot, but I've just played it a lot. I really enjoy it, and it makes me want to go back and play this combo. Next up, we have this Unstoppable Feelings Ichika. This is from set 1. It works on this Choice Climax that's pictured here. This is actually one of my favorite level 3 combos in Quints. It might be my favorite level 3 combo. It may not be one I take to a regional all the time or anything like that because it is very expensive. But I think the damage that this thing puts out is absolutely insane. So let's see what she does. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, choose up to 1 card, add it to hand, rest, go to waiting room. Always nice to be able to dig. It's fine she doesn't heal because this card is either killing your opponent or not. I know, very obvious statement, but from my experience, if you triple this combo, you're probably winning. And then your climax combo is when you play the climax in your climax area. So on climax placement, you may pay one and discard a Quint's character. If you do, she gets the following ability until end of turn. Um, Up to one time per turn, when the damage that she deals is canceled, you may deal 2 damage to your opponent 2 times. Um, this combo was, in my opinion, the best level 3 combo that Quince had when set 1 first came out. The thing holding it back was just the fact that it's really expensive. If you want to triple this, you need 9 stock up front. The hand is pretty negligible because it is, we're digging for a card, so the ditch one really doesn't matter. It's never really been a problem in my experience, but needing 9 stock is a lot. Even on 8 choice, 9 stock can be a lot. However, if you can triple this and you have the 9 stock, um, to pay for it, I think it is just so explosive. 2, in my opinion, is a very strong number to be burning for multiple times. It's a number that is easy to stick, and because you're doing it multiple times, it adds up really fast. Now, this is a combo who, aside from the high stock cost, does require your opponent to cancel, so your opponent can just eat it. I think if they eat a straight 3, it feels bad. However, if you are able to get this thing soul up to 4 or 5 or even 6, depending on what you're triggering and if you're swinging direct and stuff, um, I think then there is it's okay if they just sort of eat it at that point. You know, if they eat a 4, at most you would have done 4 damage with this thing anyway, is because if they had canceled and you burned 2 twice and that stuck, then that would have been 4 damage anyway. If they eat a 5, great. From my experience, it's easy enough to get your opponent to cancel. Um, like with the combo we just talked about, there is a Ichika from the premium booster, which is on play, summon something and give it a soul. It's a level 3 that does that, and because this Ichika digs for a card, it makes it so that extra hand you're playing out to play that Ichika to summon this out to give it the soul, it's pretty negligible, and you're even able to dig for it, which is nice. So this thing is swinging for any copy that's brought out via that method is swinging for at least 4 soul, which is nice. Now, because of the stock requirement being very high, unlike the previous Ichiro combo, you can't. It's harder to play the 2-1 that gives soul, but also bounces an opponent's character because at that point you need 10 stock to do that, and that's just 9 stock is already really hard. So 10 stock is even harder. I know, right? It's crazy how math works. But I think because that level 3 Ichika combo, that level 3 Ichika card exists that summons and gives soul, I think, and because this thing digs, I think it's very reasonable to have at least 2 copies of this that are swinging for at minimum 4 soul. You could still play the Brainstorm Ichika that on Climax placement gives top check 2 to a character. That way you could help dig for soul triggers. Um, and there's an event. It's a 1-0 event that says mill 2 and salvage X, and if X is 3, you can bounce an opponent's character, which helps free up a lane. And it's a 1-0 event, so it does it for free. So you're salvaging something, so you're replacing the event, and you just are having the chance of being able to deal with an opponent's character, which frees up the direct, which makes it more likely that this thing cancels. Either they cancel or they just eat a whole lot of damage. This combo is just incredibly explosive. Um, I remember the first game I ever won with Weiss. Now I'm like really good at Weiss. When I first started, I was really bad at Weiss, which was surprising to me because I was very experienced with card games. I've been playing card games at that point for like 15, probably over 15 years, just not Weiss. And it took me a while to win my first game against like a real life opponent. And I was just grinding this deck a lot. And I was only playing against people that my locals area at the time was very small, and the only people I knew, they were just a lot better than I was. And I remember finally winning a game against someone who was not letting me win. They really didn't want me to win that game. And I won with triple Ichika, and my opponent was like 2-3. And he was really pissed when I beat him. But I was thrilled, and I always knew Ichika could do it. Now, once I've gotten better with at Weiss and with the deck as a whole, I can tell you that that was not a fluke. This combo has range. Like it really is just a super nutty combo. As long as your opponent is canceling, it's just burn two twice, in my opinion, is just super, super strong. And it's so easy to do it because it's digging for a card, so you're always going to see the things you need. It really is just that stock requirement that's a lot. Um, Being on a choice makes that better. It does mitigate that cost a lot, or not mitigate it, but it makes it easier to reach it. There is the 1-0 each guy I mentioned earlier from the premium booster that gains a choice trigger when you have a choice climax out. So throughout the course of the game, that can help you. Um, I think aside from needing very similar to the last combo we look at, the other big weakness, aside from the fact that this one is expensive, is the fact that your opponent can play around it if they are playing a deck that has like a money counter, or something like that. Now, I know I'm sort of harping on that a lot. I will admit freely that in a lot of Weiss for the last few years, on average, any deck you're going against, they either are going to be playing a set that does not have tools like that, or they're not going to be playing those cards anyway. There are sets that get money counters and no one ever plays them. Um, Nowadays, it's probably because they're full field money counters, and full field money counters are bad. Um, but they just won't be playing them. But you do have to keep in mind that you do need to be aware if your opponent has a set that has that to begin with. And if they do, you need to be keeping an eye on their deck as you're going throughout the course of the game to see if they are playing it. Unless, they play a single copy and they had it in their hand from turn one and they just held on to it, then you would never know, I guess. But as long as you are aware of your matchups, and even if you're not aware of your matchups, and you don't know every card that the set you're playing against has, just keep track of what's going into their waiting room. And if you see anything that looks like a backup that could give minus soul, or you see anything that looks like an event that could give minus soul, you just need to be aware of it so you could try to play around it as best you can. And yes, this thing would also be weak too if your opponent just had a character that gave minus soul. Fortunately, people don't really play that too much nowadays, so you don't have to worry about it as much. But these are things to keep in mind. High stock requirement. Your opponent can reduce the amount of damage this does, which makes it more likely that they don't cancel. But if you are willing to sort of play around the second thing, and you are willing to put in the work to build the resources to make this combo happen, I think it's just an incredibly strong combo. The sheer raw damage you throw at your opponent is insane. I can say that as someone who has played this combo very consistently over the last 5 years almost, that this thing is very consistent at just closing out games. If your opponent, aside from the game that I mentioned that I had literally last night, where my opponent was so compressed that it didn't matter that they canceled all three of my Ichikas, um, and they canceled so many of the burn twos, but that's an anomaly. And my opponent is just a god who I can never seem to beat, no matter how hard I try. Even though when we're on a team for regionals, my record's always better. No, no, no offense to you, Michael, because you're just a great player who I cannot seem to beat, and it frustrates me so much. I do not know why. But anyway, this is a fun combo. I like it a lot. It's a combo that if you are a little less experienced at Weiss, the resource building might be tough. So I would recommend playing the level 3 Ichika combo that we just looked at, because you don't have to worry about it as much. But if you are familiar with Weiss and you just want to just go for the highest ceiling Quints combo that you can think of, this is probably that combo. Um, it's probably either this or the Itsuki level 3 combo that is burn 3 Mocha 2. That's also a very high ceiling. But this combo is just, I love it. I know I'm like really talking about it a lot, but there's just a lot of value in this combo. And I think someone who does like Ichika, I know for the most people who despise Ichika, they probably think it's blasphemy to say that, but I don't dislike her at all. So I love being able to play a very powerful level 3 Ichika combo. But even if you don't care about Ichika, if you just want to win a game and you're willing to put in the work, this combo can definitely close out games for you. Now, that is it for Ichika combos. Um, I might have covered every Ichika combo that there is. I could be forgetting like one random combo or something from like set one, maybe. Oh yeah, you know what? There's a standby Ichika combo that's really bad we didn't talk about. There's no point because it's terrible. But I think Ichika has some very solid combos. She has, depending on play styles, she has multiple things you could be doing at level 3, and she has multiple things you can be doing at level 1. You can play it simple, or you can, just be a little more complicated with what you want to do at level 1. There are various things to suit different play styles, and I think that versatility gives Ichika a very strong Climax combo lineup at both level 1 and level 3. So there should be something for pretty much everyone. Moving on to the notable Ichika cards, there are a lot of Ichika cards to talk about. I For anyone that watched the last segment of this video where I talked about Ichika's Climax combos, and I mentioned that I think Ichika has the best card pool in all of Quints. We're going to see a lot of that card pool here. She just has a lot of good cards that are Ichika specific, but she also has just a lot of good cards that are generic cards that you can throw into a deck that is not focused on a singular girl. Her card pool is massive at this point, having 4 sets like the other girls. However, she just has a lot of her consistency is honestly off the charts. It really is. She just has a lot going for her. There is a reason why there is an Ichika card that is on the choice list that we currently have. It's because it was so consistent for 8 Stand by Nino that they had to hit it so that 8 Stand by Nino stopped doing some of its shenanigans. Because Ichika cards are just great at honestly every single level. There's just good stuff to be working with. We'll start with the level zeros. We've got this shortcut hairstyle, Ichika. This is from the trial deck from set 1. She's a clean cut, so when she gets a reverse, choose one of your other characters, rest it, move it to an open position of your backstage, and during your turn, she gets 1,000 power. This is basically as generic as clean cuts go. The standard, I think, for clean cuts, like the sort of bare minimum for clean cuts, is they will typically just be 3k on your turn. So we see this all the time. 2k, 1,000 power on your turn. This card saw a lot more play when it was just Quints 1. It doesn't see as much play now. I still run it all the time because I love clean cuts, and I think this is a good clean cut. But also, I think if you're building like Mono Ichika, and if you're playing, for example, the level 3 Ichika combo that requires 9 stock up front to triple it, I think this is just sort of a great way to sort of help you save stock early on in the game and hopefully start snowballing from there. But a very solid card, if not the most exciting card. Next up, we have a card that I is from the Premium Booster, and I was looking forward to this card so much leading up to the release of the Premium Booster. Not just because the art is really pretty, the art of all the girls from the Premium Booster, where they got their wedding bells on, is just really nice. But also, it's just a really great card. It is this onwards together with you, Ichika. When your other Quince character attacks, she gets plus 1,000 power until end of turn. So if you attack with her last, she will be 4k, which is very respectable. Her other effect is she's a JC, so when your other Quince character is frontal attacked, you may pay 1 and send this Ichika to waiting room to bounce that character back to your hand. Simple profile, but I love JCs. I know a lot of people do. They're great at denying reverses, which can be relevant. They're great at just giving you more cards to work with. If your entire front row was going to die anyway, well, at least you'll save something. Um, Solid card. It's nice to have this out. And let's say that maybe a lot of the time I will find that when I build Ichika, I play multiple copies of this JC and multiple copies of the clean cut. So I feel like I have just great options. My going second lineup is just very strong, is my point. And it feels like when I'm playing the clean cut in conjunction with this, it feels like I can just sort of play something like a brainstorm, something that I don't want to be playing out, but I still want to attack with. And I know that it's going to be safe because I'm going to be able to either protect it with the clean cut or bounce it back with this. So that way I can still try field very, very easily without losing characters that I don't want to, be losing to dying in battle. So I think this is just it's a very standard profile, but I think it's just a very good Ichika card for Ichika decks. But I think it's also super generic, that it's one of those very generic types of profiles that you can just throw into a Quints deck that features a whole bunch of different Quints, which I know more like newer people are probably going to be more inclined to do. And Quints did have a JC, but it was a level 1 that was green, so you were very many decks were locked out of that. But because this is a level 0, you can play it in any Quints deck you want. And I think that's awesome because I do love JCs. Next, we have another card from the Premium Booster. Enjoying Summer Ichika. At the beginning of your opponent's draw phase, mill the top 2 cards of your deck. If there's a level 2 or higher card from among those cards, you may return this card to your hand. This card, Ichika has so many great profiles that this doesn't really see any play, but I think like newer players tend to really like this type of card. They see the value in a card like this. So I see newer players tend to be more inclined to play this sort of thing, which is why I'm mentioning it. I don't play it because each guy has such a stacked level 0 lineup. I don't need to, but this card is not bad. It would be nice if it did something else, but mill 2, needing to see level 2 is it's pretty easy to hit that. We've seen in the past plenty of profiles that are just mill 1 and you need to like hit that same level requirement, but it only mills 1. Milling 2 is nice. Standard profile, but not a bad card. Next, we have another card from the premium set, Ongoing Story Ichika. She is, when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, salvage a Quints character and give one of your other Quints characters 1,000 power, so a drop salvage, very standard. Then she has a good secondary effect, which is when a Climax is placed in your opponent's Climax area, you may put this card into your stock. So it's sort of a great way to have a drop salvager that hopefully will just replenish her own stock requirement, which is nice. It's a great way to sort of, if you want to play the level 3 Ichika combo that requires 9 stock, it's a great way to help you with the stock requirement, but it's still just a good card as like a one of in Ichika decks or just a generic Quints deck because both effects are useful in any Quints deck that you could build. Just very, very solid effects. Next, we have this Their Respective Futures Ichika, also from the Premium Booster. When she's placed on stage from hand, all characters in your opponent's center stage get minus 500 power until end of turn. It's really funny when you use this and your opponent had like a 500 bomb on their stage, in their center stage, and you just like kill it. That is very funny. And then it has another effect where when it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1, ditch 1, search your deck for a character. I think the minus 500 power is going to be relevant sometimes for the niche situation I just described. There's nothing wrong with the drop searcher as a one of, certainly. I think plenty of people play this as a one of. I think this is one of the better drop searchers that Ichika has. She does have like at least one other that I could think of. It's perfectly fine. I think this is also something that newer players would really like, but it's important to make sure you can see the pieces you want to see. So having something like this, is nice. Next, we have this Unparalleled Beauty Ichika. For anyone who watched the Ichika Climax combo portion of this video, this is the Brainstorm that I mentioned a few times. She's a pay 1, rest yourself, salvage Brainstorm, so very standard Brainstorm. And she has an ability that when you play a Climax, you pick one of your characters and it gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card attacks, look it up to 2 cards from top of deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of deck, rest go to waiting room. We see this sort of profile on Brainstorms all the time now. This came out with set 2, but we do see it a lot. It's very nice, I think, when Brainstorms have that ability. It helps you trigger fix. It helps you set up sides well. If you don't want to be triggering climaxes, it's a way to just get them into your waiting room rather than stuck in stock. This card has just a lot of versatility. Because it's a brainstorm, you want to be plopping it in your back row anyway. So being able to have a relevant secondary effect that hopefully you're using a lot throughout the course of the game is just really, really strong. If you want to push soul, great way to dig for soul triggers, or not dig for soul triggers if you don't want to be overswinging. This card just has value in multiple different ways because it is just very versatile, helping you just decide what you want to be triggering. Maybe you really need to trigger a climax because you're low on resources and you need some resources back. This helps you do that. It's also not restricted to Ichikas. It's not restricted to choice climaxes, which Ichika pretty much is almost universally just a choice deck, regardless of what combos you build for the most part. So the fact that they could have made this Ichika specific by saying it needs to be a choice climax you play, but they didn't. I think it makes it a very good generic brainstorm as well as a brainstorm that is good in Ichika Decks specifically. Just a very, very solid card overall that I do like a lot. Next, we have one of my favorite Ichika Level Zero profiles. I think this card is freaking phenomenal. This is from the movie set. It's this relaxing in a Yukata Ichika. When she's placed on stage from hand, if you have another Ichika character, look at up to two cards from top of deck, put them on top of your deck in any order. Now, normally, I don't care for that sort of effect. However, she has a secondary effect where she's a Rico. She's a Rico for Ichikas. So you discard a card on play, reveal top card of deck, and then salvage a level X or lower Ichika character. X is equal to the level of revealed card. So obviously, in case I have to spell it out for anyone, the best way to use this card is to on play, use the first effect to look at top two, rearrange, put the desired level of card on top of your deck, and then do the Rico effect. Hopefully you see like a level 3 and a level 0, and the level 3 was the second card, and now you get to move it to the top so that way you can salvage anything from your waiting room. That is how you're supposed to be using this card. The top check 2 knowledge, though, let's say you see two level 0 cards, so it doesn't really matter what order you do it. However, maybe one of those level 0 cards is a climax, and maybe you want to trigger the climax, or maybe you want to trigger the climax, but you don't want it to be buried in stock on your first swing, so you move it down to the second card. Or maybe you're very happy because you see a climax, and now you salvage your brainstorm. With the Rico effect, and you just brainstorm and you grab back whatever character you want. This card has so much value. This card I play as like a 3 of at least, sometimes 4 of in any Ichika deck that I build. I think this is such a strong profile. We have seen Ricos. Ricos are always good effects to start with, just to get that out of the way. They're just good, solid profiles. Sometimes we see them take the Rico a step further, where they help you with the whole top check knowledge a little bit. Something that I can think of off the top of my head is like the Historia from Attack on Titan final season set, which was a Rico that also said on play you could look at the top card of your deck and you could leave it there or you could get rid of it. So if you saw a level 0, you could dig closer to hopefully a card um, that was a better level. This may not move cards like out of your deck, but it's fine because you are rearranging them and you're looking at two, and that knowledge is valuable in multiple ways. Helps if you're not messing with your deck state after that, it helps you set up sides really well. So that if you're weaker and you don't feel like crashing, you can side. If you see a soul trigger, you know exactly how to do that. It feels very strong to use this with the level 1 Ichika combo that we looked at. That is at end of attack, reveal top card of deck, and salvage a level X or lower. Let's say you use this Ichika, you do the Rico effect. Maybe you see like a level 1 and a level 3. You do the Rico, you put the level 1 on top, you grab back a level 1 combo, then you play it out, you do your climax combo, you leave the level 3 as the second card. That way you know you're going to be revealing it off of your level 1 Ichika combo. That's just an example of what you can do. The top check 2 knowledge when combined with the Rico is just incredibly strong. Um, I'm gonna be honest, I think it's too strong of a profile. The reason why it works is because it is just hyper Ichika focused. You only get the top check 2 knowledge if you have another Ichika. So you're already pushed into playing more Ichikas, probably pure Ichika at that point. You can only salvage Ichikas. That clearly means you're just locked in on Ichika cards. Now, this can salvage back characters that feature multiple girls on them as long as Ichika is one of those girls, and Ichika's in the name. So it can grab back, for example, that level 0 combo that we looked at when we were looking at the Itsuki deck list, because that one has Ichika in its name, even though it also has Yotsuba and Nino and Itsuki and Miku. It does have Ichika in the name, so as long as it has Ichika, it can grab back characters that feature multiple characters on them. But to be honest, the vast majority of the time, it doesn't matter because you're going to be playing this in a pure Ichika deck. This card I love. I think it's one of just the best profiles that Ichika has at level 0. The fact that we see a lot of the time Ricos that have a good secondary effect like this card, they very often only have 500 power. I'm not saying that 1500 power makes it a powerhouse, but the fact that this easily should have just been a 500 power profile, to make up for the fact that it has two very strong effects, but it still has 1500 power, so it can win lanes at level 0 sometimes, I think is kind of like stupid. Again, I'm not saying 1500 power is crazy. I'm saying that we have seen them give profiles like this 500 power all the time, to try to balance them out, I guess. And the fact that this has two kind of like just really, really great effects that have incredible synergy with one another, and yet it can win lanes sometimes, I think is just really funny. Just a really, really great card. Next, we have this Flowers of Gratitude Ichika. This is from the movie set. This is another phenomenal card that puts in a lot of work in most modern Ichika decks. She's a level 0 bomb, so when she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent's level 0 or lower, reverse that character. And when she goes from stage to waiting room, you may pay one and put a character with Ichika in its card name from your waiting room to the bottom of your clock. If you do, look at up to 5 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to one character with Ichika in its name, reveal it to your opponent, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room, and then you draw a card and discard a card. This card is a phenomenal on death Ricky. It processes through up to 6 cards on its own. If you look at the full 5 from the first part of its effect, that's 5 right there, and then the draw ditch is mandatory, so that's 6 cards. You know, a simple draw ditch should not have as much value as it does on this card, but I cannot tell you the number of times that the draw ditch gave me the climax I desperately needed, or it gave me the level 1 combo piece that I really, really wanted. It hits so much more than it should. I have no idea why. It's just a really strong like line of text to add on top of an already good card. Level 0 bomb, so it's great, feels great when you're going first and you just throw this thing out. At least you're going to be killing something, and then to be able to process through up to 6 cards. Yes, obviously this really only works with Ichika because it only grabs Ichikas and you have to clock Ichikas. But in pure Ichika, this thing is a powerhouse. It puts in so much work. Ichika already had an on-play Ricky, and it also had an on-death Ricky that was top check 2, look at grab up to 2 characters. And then the more traditional, just on play search for level 1 or lower character Ricky. Pretty much everyone seems to have moved away from that traditional on play Ricky to go to this because this thing is just so strong. It has so much value. This card alone makes up for the fact that the level 1 combo of choice that most people will be playing with Ichika has absolutely no deck speed to its name. This sort of just helps fix that, because it is processing through so many cards. Yes, you do have to pay the stock to do that, and maybe some people don't want to do that, but it's just a phenomenal Ricky. This is also a great way to, if you have to, I'm not saying it's ideal, but if you are playing the level 3 combo that comes out at level 2 by having a specific Ichika in your clock, let's say something happened and you're level 2 and you couldn't get that Ichika into your clock, if you really have to, you can play this out and then you could overplay it and you could send that Ichika that needs to be in clock from your waiting room into your clock. That way, at least now you can do that early play level 3 combo. So being able to have selective control of what's going into your clock as long as it's an Ichika, it's just very, very strong. Great card. I love this card to death. Most people seem to. It puts in a tremendous amount of work. Next we have the other Ricky. This is the one that I mentioned, as just the normal on play search Ricky. Pay one, top card of deck goes to clock, search your deck for level 1 or lower character. It is any character, it's not, as long as it's level 1 or lower, it's not Ichika locked, so this is a very good generic search Ricky. This is from set 2, and it does have another effect where on play, you may look at the top card of your deck and put it on top of deck or into waiting room. Perfectly fine. Secondary effect. It helps keep climaxes out of your clock. If you want to make sure you don't get a climax and clock, you can look at the top card of deck before you do the Ricky effect. Make sure it's not a climax. If it is, dump it. Or if you don't really care, you could do the Ricky effect first, and then you could do the top check effect to sort of decide how your triggers are going to be, or maybe you see a climax then and you decide to brainstorm. Who knows? It's always nice to have a good secondary effect that is relevant, stapled to a card that's kind of like a staple in a lot of decks, because this is the only generic search Ricky that doesn't require specifically named characters, that doesn't require like Mikus or Itsukis or what have you, that just on play searches and is very simple. So this card was a big deal when it came out in set 2 because Quints did not have that. And it does. Now, this card has seen less play as time's gone on, mostly because Ichika decks are going to be playing the Ricky we just looked at usually, and Nino isn't playing the Ichika cards anymore. And Miku has her own Ricky, and this most of Miku decks they whiff on non-Mikus, and Itsuki has her own on-play search Ricky, and Yotsuba whiffs on non-Yotsubas, and most people who are playing any quiz decks these days are going to just be playing mono-specific girl decks. However, if you are playing something where you are not focused on a single girl, this is probably the best Ricky that you could go with. Just generic search Ricky. In 2022, when this came out, this was incredibly important. Nowadays, this profile is pretty much a gimme in any set that comes out. If a set does not come out with this in 2026, it's probably because they literally must have forgotten because it's such a standard profile that you can reasonably expect any sort of set to have. That does not mean it's bad. Um, it just means that it's at this point so basic that we sort of need to have it, but that the basic does not mean bad. This is a good card and it's generic, which absolutely does have value in certain types of Quints decks. Next, we have the other Ichika Riki. Simple, on death, pay one, top card of deck goes into clock, look at top 2 cards of deck, add up to 2 Quints characters to hand, rest go to waiting room. This is from set 1. It's fine. We have seen this version of a Ricky be better on plenty of other profiles. We have seen them be on 3500 level zeros. We've seen them have good secondary effects. This has no other effect, and it is 2K, so it's sort of like the worst of both worlds, really, but it's fine. There are decks where this card is good. I do not dislike this card. I have used it in plenty of Quints decks before. It is super generic. I think at this point, though, it's not really needed. But if you really like the idea of just ripping for raw hand size, then this card does certainly still have value even in 2026. Next, we have this Operation Doppelganger Ichika. If she's in the stage, her name will also be regarded as Yotsuba. That's pure flavor. If anyone remembers, this is the scene from the show where they all had to sneak into the school, but they were late and they would have gotten in trouble. But Yotsuba was already in the school, so they pretended like they were all Yotsuba and they were just coming back into school, and it was a very funny scene. Um, all the Quince girls have a card like this where it's the scene of them pretending to be Yotsuba. I know this is not relevant to the card itself, but I just rewatched the show and I thought the scene was really funny. I never realized Futuro also has a version of this from that scene because he also tries to sneak into the school pretending to be Yotsuba, and he's the only one that gets caught, obviously, because he's clearly not Yotsuba. And he is the only. They all say that this card's name is Yotsuba. The Futuro version of this card is the only one that says this card's name is not Yotsuba, which is just pure flavor just for the jokes. It's pretty funny. But anyway, this card's always Yotsuba. That's just flavor. If it's in the middle position of your center stage, it gets +1 soul. So it's always nice to have a just 2 soul guaranteed level 0. I love seeing that. On something that does have a good third effect, which is it's just a drop searcher. So on play, pay one, ditch one, search your deck for a Quince character. Great sort of generic. This is a great Ichika card, but it's also a great generic Quince card. The +1 soul is what helps elevate it above a standard drop searcher. Drop searchers are perfectly good. They may not have as much value as they did like 5, 6, 7 years ago, because the game's just evolved with different profiles. But when I still think this is a good one of, and a lot in either a generic Quince deck or in an Ichika deck. I try to play this as a one of in my Ichika deck as long as I can slot it in, because that +1 soul is nice. It's always good to just be pushing soul, and there's still nothing wrong with a just generic drop searcher. Next, we have this working towards a goal Ichika from set 1. On play, pay one, discard a character, look at up to 4 cards from top of deck, pick any card from among them, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. This is a profile where some people value this sort of profile, some people don't. I tend to be someone who does. I don't play this in every Quince deck I build. I don't play this in every Ichika deck I build, but I have 100% built different types of Quince decks where it was very important that I loop my Climax combo earlier in the game, so having something that could help me dig pretty deep into my deck, hopefully to dig for that Climax. It's a good one of. It's not much more than that. I think it's nice that this digs for 4 without needing a board condition. The only real condition is you have to discard a character. You can't discard anything that's not a Quince character. But I think that's fine. 4 is a very reliable number. But this is still a decent enough one of tech option if you just like a little deck speed and being able to grab absolutely anything that you see from those top 4 cards. Next, we have the Quintuplets after 5 years Ichika. This was a promo from the movie set. When she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or higher, put it into your hand and discard a card. And at the beginning of your opponent's draw phase, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or higher, you may return this card to your hand. This card has seen some play, not a ton of play. I don't really like these sort of coin flippy effects, but I think this card can definitely have value. It is a nice way to early in the game potentially be grabbing your level 1 combo if you get lucky. It's not the worst like chance of bouncing back to hand with the second effect. I think, and then it helps you loop the first effect potentially. It's not a bad card. It doesn't fit my playstyle, but I think this type of profile, having these two effects stapled to a single card, and the fact that those two effects have great synergy with one another, I think there are definitely players who would appreciate that sort of thing, which is why I'm mentioning it. Not a bad card, definitely fills a certain niche. Next, we have the secretly making an effort Ichika. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may put one card from your hand into your stock. Great way to get extra stock if you need it. And she's a Climax swapper. If she was just a Climax swapper, you would be playing her anyway, especially if you were in a mono Ichika deck. Um, However, she has a great piece of utility stapled to her, aside from the utility of a Climax Swapper, being able to just hand a stock. Phenomenal card. This was from set 2. It made a very big splash when it first came out. Just having this really great hand of stock profile stapled to a card that is a staple in a lot of Quints decks, just a Climax Swapper. There When it was just the first 2 sets of Quints, this was very easily the Climax swapper of choice because that first effect is just so strong as like something you might need in some games, and having it stapled to a Climax swapper was phenomenal. And even as time went on and decks started becoming more mono in terms of like one girl decks, there were still plenty of people that I would see, and I'd see people top regionals where they might be playing pure Itsuki. However, they would be playing this Climax swapper just because it was so strong. Now, this card, it's funny I mentioned Itsuki because this profile is so strong and it works so well with something like Itsuki, which has extra hand, that in the premium booster, if anyone followed my Itsuki portion of the video, they will know that they actually reprinted this profile on an Itsuki in the premium booster. It's word for word exactly the same, except it's on an Itsuki because this card just had great synergy with Itsuki. And this would be like the one non-Itsuki character that they would play. But it's just a great generic sort of Climax swapper, great in Ichika decks, but it's also just great in just a generic Quints deck. Very, very strong card. Next, we have this Dozing Off Ichika. This card has been on the choice list for a long time now. Not because Ichika, this card is really, really good in Ichika decks. Do not get me wrong. But this card was really stupid in 8 Stand by Nino when it first came out. It's from set 2. Um, what it does is, while it's on your stage, you could pay 1 and send her to waiting room to look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck and choose a Quince character, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. We see that type of effect all the time, and guess what? No one really plays it anymore. It's honestly sort of irrelevant in 2026. They still print them all the time, but I rarely see people playing them. The reason why this card was and still is good is because it has a second effect, which is a pay 1, rest 2 of your characters, any 2 characters, including itself if you want, to mill 5 cards from top of deck. And for each climax revealed, search your deck for up to 1 character with Ichika in its card name revealed to your opponent, add it to hand and shuffle your deck. Having that first effect stapled to a really good brainstorm when you're playing a lot of Ichikas just is very, very strong. It's, you rest this itself, you do the brainstorm effect, and then if you really need the extra hand, you could pay another 1 to send this already rested character away to replace it with hopefully a playable. This one card on its own, even if you hit 0 climaxes off the brainstorm, is processing up to 9 cards from your deck is really, really strong. That number goes up for every climax that you hit on the brainstorm. It's not, yes, rest 2 can sometimes be a lot, but it's nice that it's rest any 2 characters. It means that if you're playing a deck or you're in a deck state where for some reason maybe like you you want to attack with this, but you still want to get the brainstorm off, and you have things in your back row that you want to leave there for now, you could just rest them instead. The versatility behind this card is insane. I think if this card came with a choice list, I do not think all of a sudden 8 Standby Nino would revert back to playing a mixture of Nino and Ichika cards. I think we are past the point where this needs to be on the list. The only, I guess, reason why you would make the argument that this thing should stay on the list now is not really because Nino would be too good if this was back. Because again, I don't think they would make the change from Mono Nino to Nino Ichika like they did in the past. I think it's because as of right now, we still have the 2/3 event on the choice list, which is a -3 soul event, and it's also red. And so you could play this brainstorm with that event in Ichika decks, and maybe they're concerned that that would be too strong. That's my only reasoning for why they would still insist that this stay on the choice list. I guess maybe that would be good. I don't know. Um, yeah, I guess as I think about it, that would be pretty good. Red is an easy color to slot for Ichika, so that would be pretty strong because Ichika's finishers don't require stock. Like once you finish the turn, you're gonna have 3 stock, so you can use that event the following turn if you don't kill your opponent. And I guess having this brainstorm as well in a pure Ichika deck would be good. But regardless of Bushiroad's reasoning, this is a very, very powerful brainstorm. It still has a ton of value in mono Ichika decks. Just phenomenal card, really great brainstorm. Funny scene from the show too. Just really, really good in pure Ichika. Next, we have a card from the first set, this Habit of Undressing Ichika. She is a pay one, rest yourself, search brainstorm, but she only hits on choice climaxes. Um, to make up for the fact that she only hits on choice climaxes, she does have a first effect that sort of, I guess, is meant to like offset the fact that she only hits on choices, where when your climax with choice and its trigger icon is placed in your climax area, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an event or a Quints character, add it to hand and discard a card. I don't think that's bad. Um, when it was just set one, I think this was not a bad brainstorm to have any choice. Like definitely not. Like definitely not. I think by the time that we got set two and we got the what's her face? Sorry, I'm blanking on her name. The Ichika that was salvage brainstorm and give top check 2 to something on climax placement. I think this really wasn't needed anymore. Especially we also had the other brainstorm that we just looked at that I raved about, which was Mill 5, search for Ichikas. But when it was just set 1, I think this was good. And there is still a value to this. If you're playing a choice, if you for whatever reason you don't like the brainstorm that gives top check 2 to something, this is not the worst card to pair with the Ichika brainstorm we just looked at. Because even if you rest this with the other Ichika, there are going to be times, and I've done this a lot because I played a ton of Ichika, where you are going to have 2 brainstorms in your back row when you're playing Ichika. One is going to be the Ichika we just looked at, the Mill 5 Ichika, and the other will just be from my experience, a salvage brainstorm Ichika. Because there are going to be times where you want to rest 2, and there are going to be times where you don't want to rest 2 characters. So a lot of the time, I will just have 2 brainstorms in my back row that do different things, and I will use them depending on the situation. I do think this does have some synergy with a choice, even in the modern deck, in pure Ichika decks, because even if it's rested with because of its own effect or with the rest 2 brainstorm Ichika, this can still just hit on you can still use. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit. I got distracted by something. Uh, it still gets the first effect, which sometimes will matter.
Maybe sometimes you will see if you're playing an event that you want, or you'll see a character that you didn't want to trigger. It can happen. It also feels pretty good to pair this with the level 0 Ichika Rico that I raved about earlier, since that does give top check to rearrange. If you see a character that you really want to add to hand from those top two, you can put it on top if you're planning to play a choice climax that turn, and then you could just add it immediately as soon as you play the climax with this brainstorm. It's definitely something that obviously you're only going to use in a choice, and unless I am forgetting something, the only character that has choice combos, it is Ichika. I'm running through everything in my head really quickly. Yes, Yotsuba has yellow, but she doesn't have choice. So it's only Ichika. So you'd only use this in Ichika decks anyway. I think there is value to this. I personally do not play it anymore. But there are things you can do with this card, and it's not a bad card. So yeah, this is an option if you don't like the other brainstorm Ichika that we looked at. And you're playing a choice, obviously. Moving on to level ones, we have this sitting by a small fire Ichika. She's a 2K backup who says when you use her backup, if all your characters are quints, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock. 1/1, but it has a soul trigger. It's a 2K backup that doesn't actually cost anything. Um, it's not bad. It doesn't see much play. This saw more play when it was just like set one. I remember seeing people play this more often. I think by the time of 2026, we really don't need this. But I think earlier players, sorry, inexperienced players, they are drawn to backups more with this sort of thing. I do not think there's anything wrong with playing backups that are don't have secondary effects that are like anti-change backups or neg soul backups or plus soul backups or something like that. I think Modern Weiss though has less focus on backups that don't have those useful secondary effects. This really is a backup that is meant to just have a soul trigger that keeps your character alive while not actually costing you stock. That is the purpose of this backup. There is a benefit to that. The soul trigger is nice on in A choice decks, and I think newer players might like this sort of thing. Next, we have a card from the premium booster, this Captivating Lips Ichika. When she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your opponent's characters. It gets the ability till the end of your opponent's next turn that it can't move to another position of the stage. Um, this can have this can definitely have uses just in general, but this really shines against standby. You know, they stand by something to their back row, you stun it, it can't move. I have played games where I go up against standby. It feels great when you're doing a Quints mirror match, but you're going up against a standby Nino when you're playing this, and you just stun their things in the back row. And then if they're like, oh man, I'm tired of stunning things in my back row, so I can't move them around, I'll just stand by out to my front row, and then you just like find a way to kill them. It just is really funny. But you're not really playing it for the first effect, though. This is a 1/0 with a soul trigger, which is nice. I forgot to mention that. Very, very nice. It has a soul trigger and is a 1/0. You're mostly playing this if you're playing this because it has another effect where when it becomes reverse, if its battle opponent is cost 0 or lower, you may put that character into your opponent's stock. If you do, put the bottom card of your opponent's stock into their waiting room. So it's a cost 0 stock bomb. Great way to deal with problematic like cost zeros on your opponent's stage. Um, Very solid card. Generic, just as long as you're playing yellow, you can slot it in. You don't necessarily need to be playing pure Ichika, though this does have benefits in pure Ichika. There are plenty of cards that you would like to see denied having like on death effects or even on reverse effects because this thing only has 1500 power. It doesn't need to reverse its battle opponent, it just needs to become reverse itself. So it's a great way to just deny an assortment of possible effects your opponent can have on their board by just sending it to stock. Very solid card. You know, I don't think this is a bad like one of or a two of in like a mono Ichika deck, just in case you go up against something that is a cost 0 that's like problematic for you, or they have something that you really want to deny like an on death or an on reverse effect to them. Very good piece of utility. Next, we have this card from the premium booster, this 1/0 Unresolved Feelings Ichika. This is a card that I mentioned before that turns a choice Ichika into 12 choice Ichika. If you have a climax or choice in your climax area, she gains choice in all your zones. So what that means is that if you have a choice climax out, and then let's say you go to attack that turn and you trigger this, even though This is not a choice climax. She gets the choice trigger, which means you get to resolve her as if she was a choice climax. So you get to pick a character in your waiting room with a soul trigger, and you get to either add it to hand or send it to stock. So that's a very nice effect. And then she has a second effect. When your character's trigger check reveals a card with choice, this effect applies while it's on stage. When your character's trigger check reveals a card with choice in its trigger icon, choose one of your Quints characters, give it 2,000 power until end of turn. 2,000 power is nothing to sneeze at. This also says card, not climax, so it will give the power if you trigger a copy of this, as long as you have the choice climax out, which is nice. And then she has a third effect, which is when one of your characters with Ichika in its name goes from your stage to your waiting room, if this card is in the backstage, you may send this Ichika to your waiting room in order to return that character that was sent to waiting room back to the same position that it was in as rest. Um, this card kind of just does a lot of different things. It has two good on stage effects. Obviously, I think the biggest value of this card is the fact that it gains a choice trigger. But let's say you do draw it. It's not the worst card to throw out into the back row. I've done it before. There are matches where the power is going to be relevant. It's a great way to just throw this in your back row, and then you keep your level 1 combo alive, so maybe you could loop it the next turn. But also the fact that it does give you 4 extra choice triggers in your deck is really nice. Um, Especially when you play the level 1 Ichika combo that has Twin Drive, it makes it more likely that you will trigger it. There, unless I am forgetting something, the only way to get this card from your waiting room back into your deck without just refreshing is through a level 0 Nino that shuffles two characters back from waiting room into deck. Now, if you play that, it sort of loses some synergy with mono Ichika. I personally don't think it's worth it. I have played this. I was looking forward to this card a lot leading up to the release of the premium booster. This card has not disappointed. It does put in work for sure. You will have games where even if you're playing 4 copies of this, you will just never trigger this when you have a choice climax out. And that kind of stinks. But from my experience, most of the time, this card does put in some work throughout the course of the game, especially when you are playing the Twin Drive Ichika. But even if you're playing the level 1 combo that is on reverse, search your deck for 2 characters, with that combo, you're taking 2 characters out of your deck, you're making it more likely that this thing will trigger. This card just has a lot of value. There are people who say that because it's really tough to just see this card, especially if it's in your waiting room, then it's basically useless. You don't want to be adding it back to hand. It doesn't do anything in waiting room. I can see that argument. I still think this provides such an enormous benefit that it's worth making the 4 slots. I say, in my opinion, the only real weakness about this card is that, from my experience, when you play 8 choice, and with Ichika, you're basically playing 8 choice. Most each 8 choice decks, they actually have this ironic thing where they have a low number of soul triggers because choice climaxes don't have soul triggers. I find that a lot of 8 choice decks actually sort of tap out at like maybe 13-ish soul triggers. If you are, I mean, some are going to be more. There are sets that have more 1/0s with soul triggers, especially more modern sets and whatnot. And if you play this card, you are reducing the amount of soul triggers in your deck. You could play more soul triggers so that it's less likely your choice climaxes are going to whiff. I think the trade-off is worth it, in my opinion. You take out 4 soul triggers from your deck to play this card, and I think it's worth it. Next, we have this 1/1 Guts of the Eldest Sister Ichika. I guess it does take guts to put on a wig and headphones to pretend to be your sister in order to try to trick your love interest into loving you instead of your sister. Sorry, that's just an aside. For anyone who's watched the show. If anyone has not watched the show, I don't know why you were this far into the video. And I'm sorry I spoiled something that happens in the show for you. Anyway, is this 1/1 with a soul trigger Ichika. During your turn, all of your other awkward love Ichika, that's the level 1 combo we looked at for Ichika, that gets Twin Drive and is at end of attack, reveal top card of deck, salvage level X. All of that level 1 combo get 1000 power and the following ability. At the end of this card's attack, look at the top card of your deck, put it on top of your deck or into your waiting room. This card, obviously pairs very well with that level 1 card by helping you. If you see a level 0, you can get rid of it to hopefully dig for something else. It doesn't quite fix the lack of selectivity that that combo can have, but it does help for sure. This is also a frontal 500 level assist. So any Quince character in front of it gets 500 power, gets X power. X is equal to that character's level times 500. So level ones will get an extra 5, level twos will get 1,000, so on and so forth. And then she does have a third effect, which is interesting. And it was so close to being broken, and they obviously realized it. So what it does is when your character's trigger check reveals a climax with choice in its trigger icon, you may pay the cost. The cost is to discard a card from hand to waiting room and rest this card from standing. That is important. If you do, you choose one character in waiting room and add it to hand. Now, my belief for why they insisted that you must rest itself from standing as part of the cost is because this is obviously a card you'd be using with Ichika. There's the level 0 Ichika Brainstorm we looked at that rests any 2 characters. They simply did not want you to be able to plop this in the back row, rest it with that Ichika Brainstorm, and still be able to get the selective salvage when you trigger a choice. I guess I have to applaud them for like balancing the card because I think that is a fair balance. I will say now that it's 2026, I think that Ichigo would benefit from not having from this card not needing to rest itself from standing, and it would help the deck because Ichigo's not really doing anything right now. But I think this, if you're playing that level 1 combo, I think this is a perfectly good, acceptable piece of support to just plop in the back row. I do like both the first effect and the third effect. I think the frontal level assist is whatever, it's fine. But it's really great to be able to trigger a choice climax and you grab back something with a soul trigger, probably a level 3 combo. And you don't have to discard the card you grab. You just discard any card you do not care about, and then you grab back any character. So you grab back another key piece. When you are playing the Ichika deck that is a 3 climax split, this card, when you trigger choice, can when you factor in the choice salvage itself, can get you like just 2 very specific cards. That is just very, very strong. And it's not the worst thing to have the first effect that helps the level 1 combo. I do think that it could have given the level 1 combo a little bit more. If it gave the level 1 combo end of attack look at top 2, I'd say that's pretty insane. I would say this card would be broken if it did that. As it is not a broken card, but it is a very, very solid piece of support for a choice Ichigo with that specific level 1 combo. Next, we have this 1/0 event, Treasuring Her Honest Feelings. If you don't have a Ichika character, you can't play her. When you use her, put the top 2 cards of your deck to waiting room, choose a level 1, level X or lower character with Ichika in its card name. From your waiting room, return it to hand, look at top 2 cards of deck, put them on top of deck in any order, and if the character you chose by this effect is level 3 or higher, you may choose one of your opponent's characters and return it to their hand. X is equal to the total level of the cards put into your waiting room by this effect. This is something that came out in the movie set, and this card puts in a lot of work. If you if you salvage a level 3 off of this, it's great to salvage a level 3 to begin with, but being able to have a 1/0 that is bouncing your opponent's character, so you're not spending stock, you're not really spending any hand to do it because it's salvaging a character, so you're getting back the hand that you spend to use the event. It's just incredibly strong. And on top of that, the fact that it lets you, regardless of what you mill, you're looking at the top 2 cards of your deck and you are rearranging them. That top check knowledge is so incredibly strong, especially when you are playing the level 1 Ichika combo that has the twin drive. Being able to sort of know what your triggers are so you could decide if you want a twin drive and whatnot. It's really strong. It tells you if you want to brainstorm. This event puts in a lot of work. It's so frustrating that there are so many good Ichigo cards that don't have soul triggers, and you want to be playing a choice and have as many soul triggers as possible. But they keep printing good cards like this, where you're not playing soul triggers, but this card just has a lot of value. I do really like this card a lot. It's not in my current iteration of Ichigo, but it's something that I've played a lot with, and sometimes I have it in, sometimes I have it out. Um, At worst, you can get back a level 0 piece and still have top check 2 knowledge, but if you're bouncing your opponent's characters, it's just so much value packed into one card that requires no stock. If they wanted to balance this card, and so, I guess the way in their minds that they balanced it is that it's only mono Ichika decks that can really use this card. They could have made this like red, even though Ichika is yellow red. Yellow is the dominant color. But I guess they said, let's just give Ichika absolutely everything she can possibly need in the movie set because she got so much good stuff in the movie set. And this is just one of the cards she got that is really, really good from the movie set. A really great card as a 3 of or a 4 of in Ichika decks. Next, we have an event that's not really as good. This is from set 2, Disguise with Glasses. If you don't have a character with Ichika, you can't play it. It's a 1/1 event that says look at up to X cards from the top of deck, choose up to one card from among them, put it to your hand, rest go to waiting room. X is equal to the number of characters you have with Ichika and their card names plus 1. So if you use this event with a full field of Ichikas, you get to look at up to 6 cards from top of deck. This card's fine. I think when it came out, it didn't see play. It still doesn't see play, but when it came out, it was not a bad card. I think at this point, this card is just unnecessary. But I think less experienced players will read this card as a top check 6 add a card and be like, holy crap, that's really good. And it's not bad. It's just not really needed nowadays with Ichika. But I mention it because I think that it does have value to certain players, and because of that, it is just something worth mentioning. Next, we have a new story, Ichika. If anyone has watched this whole video, kudos to you. If anyone's watched any portion of this video, will know that we've already discussed this card a million times because every girl got this exact profile. It can be played from hand without fulfilling color requirements. It is a helmet, so you send itself to waiting room and you discard a card to salvage a character, and you rest itself to give something 1,000. A great helmet that has a great secondary, third effect, I guess. Being able to be played without fulfilling color requirements is always nice to see on cards. Just a solid one of sort of profile. Moving on to level 2s, we've got this first daughter of the Nakano family Ichika from the premium booster. This card does not see any play, but I think this is a card that less experienced players will value, so I'm mentioning it. It's not a bad card at all, but I think deck space is just very tight with most Ichika lists that you just can't afford the slots for this, even though it's not a bad card. Especially because this is a card you kind of want to be playing more copies of than less. So what it does is when it's placed on stage from hand, put the top 2 cards of your deck into waiting room. If there is a climax among those cards, you may choose one level 3 or lower character in your opponent's center stage and put it into their waiting room. We have seen that sort of profile on a lot of cards before. It's pretty common. Typically, those effects are tied to another effect that is a different type of removal. This does not have another type of removal, so I don't know how good that first effect is when it's not tied to another removal effect. But this card has an alarm effect that says if it's the top card of your clock and you have 4 or more quintuplets characters, at the beginning of your climax phase, draw up to 2 cards, choose 2 cards in your hand, and put them into your waiting room. So you don't actually go positive on this effect. Um, but draw 2, ditch 2 is very nice. It helps you filter your hand a lot. Maybe you draw into the climax too. I've played this effect in other sets with the alarm effect here, and I've just Hail Married this and hoped I drew a climax with it, and it's worked. I'm not saying you should count on that. I'm saying it can happen and it feels really strong. But this card does have value outside of that. Maybe you already have the climax, but maybe you have too many climaxes and you just need to get them out of your hand and just replace them with playables. This card can help you do that. Um, I kind of don't like that you need to have 4 or more Quints characters. I'm not nuts about that condition. I don't think it needed to be as strict. But technically, this thing does become live early in the game. It's an alarm effect, so you don't ever have to actually play it out. You can start using this at level 0 for the alarm effect if you want. This is something that I think newer players might value, so it's worth mentioning. Next, we have this sneaking into the school festival Ichika. 2/1 Ichika that says when it's placed on stage from hand, pick one of your characters, gets +1 soul till end of turn, and you can put this card into your waiting room to choose one of your opponent's characters, return it to your hand. I think this is two very good effects stapled onto one card. It's great to be able to remove one of your opponent's characters for only one stock. The +1 soul is also relevant because the level 3 combos that you will be playing, whatever level 3 finisher you go with for Ichika, requires your opponent to cancel. So being able to give a soul to one of them is very nice. You're also freeing up a lane, which is also very nice. Just makes it more likely that they will cancel. I think this is just a very, very solid sort of card. This is a one of in a lot of, in pretty much any Ichika deck, to be honest, that I see. Just because it's always important to be able to have removal of some kind in case you go up against something problematic. But the first effect is also very relevant within Ichika. This card also does pop up in non-Ichika decks because it is just a very, very cheap removal card that not every Quints profile has access to. There are bouncers in other with other girls, but unless I'm forgetting something, all the ones that I'm thinking of require two stock to play them, and that is a weakness. Being one stock is actually very important. You know, sometimes we have seen effects that when they only cost one stock to have removal, there is something negative about them that sort of offsets the fact that it's very cheap removal. I think though that this is just so this card is nothing but gas. I'm going to be honest. I love this card. I It's a one of for me, but there are times in certain decks where I really really value it, so I'll play it as a two of. But it's also very generic as long as you could slot in yellow. Just brings a lot of value to multiple different types of decks, but especially Ichika. Next, we have this Soft Gaze Ichika from the movie set. This is a 2500 backup that also says when you use the backup, you can pay one, discard a Quints character. Sorry, not discard a Quints character. Put a Quints character from stage into waiting room. If you do, choose one of your opponent's characters. It gets -1 soul until end of turn. This is a great sort of one-of to have in a deck. It's nice that it's a 2/1. It has a soul trigger. You could grab it back with choice. Incredibly cheap cost. Sometimes that -1 soul, it may not be a lot, but it's cheap and sometimes it will genuinely make a difference. I don't use this most games that I play Ichika, but I always have this in my Ichika deck, and I can say without a doubt that every game that I have ever used this card, I have used it because not using it meant I would have died, or I probably would have died. This card, when I have used it, has saved me. There have been other games where I have used it and it did not save me, but it's a great card. Very, very cheap for what it does. Next up, we have this overnight study session, Ichika. Yeah, I doubt this girl did much studying. Um, I doubt any of them did any studying because they don't study. That's the whole plot of the show. This is from set one. This is a 2500 backup that says when you use the backup, you may discard two cards to choose one of your opponent's characters with level higher than your opponent's current level and put it to waiting room. So it's an anti-change backup. Every girl gets an anti-change backup that has a different cost requirement associated with it. In a generic deck, it doesn't matter. You can pick whichever cost you prefer. It's good that each girl, including each good, does have their own anti-change backup so that you can play mono that one girl. And it's important to have an anti-change backup as a one of so that your opponent can't get up to really crazy shenanigans. They have to be careful. Definitely a good one of that's worth mentioning. Next, we have this What an Elder Sister Can Do Ichika from set 2. This 2/1 that is a frontal level assist, and it has an effect that when your character's trigger check reveals a choice climax, and there are no markers underneath this card, you may choose one Quints character in your waiting room and put it face down underneath this card as a marker. Then it has a third effect that says you may put one marker from underneath this card into your waiting room. If you do, choose one of your opponent's characters, put it into their memory, and at the beginning of the Encore step, your opponent puts that character from their memory on any position of their stage. Now, this card does help you deal with problems, um, temporarily at least. At the same time, it also frees up a slot on your opponent's stage so that your level 3 combos are more likely to cancel, so you get the bonus effects from them canceling. I think this card requires more setup that is outside of your control than the 2/1 Ichika bouncer that we looked at. However, the benefit of this card as opposed to that Ichika is the fact that this card works really well when you are playing the 3 Climax split Ichika deck, and you're playing the early play level 3 combo, because this will give 1500 to any of those Ichikas that are in front of it, which means they're sitting at 11-5 cross turn before any backups. Um, and they're more likely to survive, which means it's easier for you to loop the combo, and your opponent's probably crashing, which means you're freeing up empty lanes. So if you do play your real level 3 combo, they have more lanes to swing direct with. So I think because it does have value in other ways that aren't as obvious, when you go by simply what's written on the text of the card, I think that is why they made the whole removal effect sort of something that's a little outside of your control. Um, it's not getting rid of the character permanently. It's not bouncing it back to your opponent's hand. I think they were trying to balance everything that this card can help you do. I think a lot of choice uh, three choice split decks sort of will play this card because it does have value. They're probably still going to be playing the 2/1 bouncer we looked at, but this card does have value. I personally don't play it, and I don't play it because I think it's bad in that deck. I don't play it because I've noticed that when compared to other non-standby Quints decks, Ichika has a lot of cards that I just want to be plopping in my back row, where I sort of just like have an issue where it sucks I only have 2 slots, and it means have extra I can't have everything that I want. So rather than just try to just have all these cards that belong on my back row in my deck, um, I just put in more utility basically. But I still think this card has a lot of value, especially in the 3 Climax split Ichika deck. And it does do multiple things at once, even if it's not quite obvious up front all the things that it does. It helps enable multiple things, and it's a very decent sort of card in that deck. Next, we have this Making Curry Ichika from set 1. This was a card that I think I played a lot when it first came out with set 1. The card pool, despite set 1 being a massive set, the card pool was smaller than it is now, because we've had 3 sets since then. I think this profile also was just better back then, and a lot of people did play this and think this was very good back then. I have stopped playing this card, but I still think it's worth mentioning. Um, this 2/1 Ichika gets during your turn gets 1500 power for each of your other Quints characters, so she does get really massive with a full board. And when you play a choice climax, she lets you look at the top card of your deck, put it on top of deck or into waiting room, and she gets the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reverse, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock. Um, this is a very sort of solid way to get a massive body out that does replenish its stock. The only reason why I think this card isn't that great anymore is because it does feel bad that it only gets the blind stock ability when you play a climax. We saw we've seen profiles like this before, 2/1s that get really, really big on your turn and also blind stock you on reverse. However, they don't require often a climax being played. And because of that, sometimes you're just not in a position where you can play the climax. You just don't have it, or you have to save it for your level 3 turn. And I think that is annoying. I think the game is too fast nowadays to really allow for this. However, I still think this is a good card. Just the way it's written, it's still fine. And I think I might not play it anymore, but there's still people who like the profile. And I think less experienced players will appreciate the fact that this is a 2/1 that will be swinging really, really big, probably clearing whatever lane it's in and replenishing its stock cost with its effect. So, worth mentioning for that reason. Moving on to the level 3 Ichikas, we've got this Pride of an Actress Ichika. She's from the Premium Booster. I've mentioned her when I've talked about the level 3 Ichika combos. She's the one that, when she's placed on stage from hand, you pick a character in your hand with level equal to or lower than your current level. You play it out onto your stage, and that character gets +1 soul until end of turn. So this is a great way to give extra soul to our level 3 Ichika combos that require cancels in order to deal their burns. So that way they're swinging for at least 4 with the climax, potentially more depending on if you're swinging direct or if you trigger. She does have a secondary effect, which is very expensive, but it is there. It's when she attacks, you may pay 4. If you do, you pick one of your characters, and that character gets the following ability until end of turn. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When damage dealt by this card is canceled, you may deal the same damage to your opponent. Now, 4 is a lot, but it is summoning a character, So you are saving 2 stock there. I think this is a good way to either just give soul to something like your level 3 Ichika combos without spending any extra stock to do so, but also in the same card serving as an off finisher. Let's say in the event that you just couldn't get your third level 3 piece to your hand. It can definitely happen. So I think this card it serves 2 purposes. You can use either purpose depending on your current deck state, hand state, game state, whatever it is. I think this is sort of an underrated card in my opinion. I'm not saying you should necessarily max out on copies of it, but I think it does serve a purpose in the Ichika deck specifically. Moving on, we have a card from the movie set that I do really love. It's a really, really strong card that honestly is why the 3 Climax split Ichika deck actually can work, in my opinion. It is this quintuplicate Trails Ichika. If you have 4 more Ichika characters, she gets -1 level in your hand. So we love to see it. That condition is 4 or more character condition to get -1 level is the best sort of early play condition, in my opinion. In a pure Ichika deck, that is fine. It doesn't matter that you need 4 Ichika characters. It's super easy to hit. And when she's placed on stage from hand, you may discard any card from your hand. If you do, you salvage any choice climax in your waiting room, and then reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is an Ichika character, put it into your hand, and that's it. No additional discard, and you might just be getting a free card out of it. So the fact that this gives you a selective climax without spending an extra stock. And it also is most likely, unless you reveal an event or another climax, it's just giving you a free character. You don't have to discard or anything. I think that is really, really strong. And this card is just really, really insane for what it does. It does have another effect where when it attacks, if you have 4 more HK characters, it gets 3k power till end of turn. So it is swinging at 11.5, which is pretty respectable on an early play. Yeah, she's not healing or anything like that, but like this card is absolutely busted, especially in the 3 Climax split deck. It only works because this card exists, and it's so easy to play this. Um, it just does so much for what you need it to do. It helps you loop your early play level 3 combo. It helps you for only 2 stock. It helps you grab back the climax while just replacing itself in your hand because it's most likely just grabbing you in each good character. So it just is a really strong card that's a good 2 of 3 of, and pretty much definitely if you're playing the 3 Climax split, um, a 2 of or a 3 of, but it's even a good 1 of in just any non thing that does that. Next up, we have from set 1 this Quintessential Quintuplets Ichika. If your waiting room is 2 or less climax, she gets -1 level while in your hand. She gets 500 power for each of your other characters. That is cross turn. So with a full board, she's 11k, which is very respectable on an early play. Yes, if you don't have a heavy board, she is weaker. That is whatever. But it should be easy enough by the time you're level 2 to have a full board, couple brainstorms, whatever. And she's a stock healer. So when you play her, you may discard a card to put the top card of your clock into your stock. I personally love stock healers. They are my favorite type of early plays. Um, there's nothing wrong with regular early play healers that don't stock heal, but I just really love stock healers. The only thing that's bad about her, honestly, is the fact that she's a 2 or less climax condition. If she was a 4 or more, this card would be like, I think when this card came out with set 1, I think this was already a card that when with keep in mind I'm talking about the year 2021. So with the knowledge of what we had in terms of card pool back in 2021, I think when this came out in 2021, this was already a very, very solid, in my opinion, somewhere between B to A sort of, if we had to grade it, like a B to an A type of early play healer. I still think now, even in 2026, this is still like a solid B. I still personally like it a lot. I think the only thing that's bad about it is that early play condition. Um, I think it should be fine if you are playing this card and you want to make sure you can use it because Ichika has a really great way to go through your deck. If you are being sort of careful and monitoring your deck state, which I know is annoying, don't get me wrong, it's annoying to have to monitor your deck state in your waiting room just to make sure you meet this early play condition. But if you do that and you're willing to do that, I think this card is worth it. Having an 11k body assuming you have a full board, is just really, really strong, especially cross turn. Your opponent is going to have a hard time getting over this a lot of the time, and it just helps them crash, which helps free up a lane, which helps make your level 3 combo more likely to cancel. Just a very, very solid early play that I really, even to this day, I still like, and I'll throw a couple of copies of it into my Ichika decks just because I do like the card. Next, we have a card that has never, to my knowledge, been used in any pure Ichika deck because it'd be way too expensive and has no value in a pure Ichika deck in any way, shape, or form. But it has a tremendous amount, or it did have a tremendous amount of value in 8 Standby Nino. This card came out in set 2, and it put in so much work back when 8 Standby Nino was dominating the meta. It is a 3/2 frontal 2k assist, so anything in front of it gets 2k power, doesn't matter what level it is. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal. Doesn't matter, you're never hard playing this from your hand. You're standbying this out. And then it has an ability that activates up to 3 times per turn. When your other character is placed on the stage from your waiting room, choose one of your characters, and that character gets +1 soul until end of turn. The reason why this card has value in standby and has like no value in normal Ichika is the fact that standby does not give soul when you play it. So standby often has a problem with pushing soul, unlike typical 1k1 sort of climaxes. And this would help you make up for that a little bit. And because it activated up to 3 times per turn, let's say you're playing 8 Standby Nino, you're level 3, you already standbyed this out, you play the standby climax that you have to play for your level 3 combo. You standby something out. This gives one of your level 3 combos soul. Now, you could still trigger standbys during that turn, and then you can get the soul from this because this is 3 times per turn. In Pure Ichika, despite I know I've harped a lot on the fact that giving soul to your level 3 combos is worth it, you're not summoning anything in Pure Ichika from your waiting room. Like, you're just not doing it. I'm struggling to think of anything you can even summon in an Ichika card that lets you summon something from the waiting room specifically. So this is not good in Ichika, but this worked really well in 8 Standby Nino. And just a good, if Ichika had more standby stuff, she has a level 0 standby card that's really bad. Like, it's so atrociously bad. If they gave standby support to Ichika specifically, then this card would have seen play in more focused Ichika decks. But as it was, this card did do really well in 8 Standby Nino. And yeah, that's why it's worth mentioning. Next, we have a card that I have never played and I've never seen anyone play it. And it is a trial deck card, but I think newer players might find some value in it, so I'm mentioning it. It's from set 1. It's from the trial deck portion of set 1. This Going Home After School Ichika. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to X cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 card from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest into your waiting room. X is equal to the number of Quints characters you have. So it can look at up to 5 because it does count itself. And then it has an effect that when it attacks, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, all of your characters get 500 power, which is so stupid. Like, that's such a negligible amount of power at level 3, but they also get +1 soul until end of turn. So this is good for your level 3 combos that require cancels. I don't think it's good enough to play, but I think if you're a less experienced player, there is a value to this when you're doing that. I don't think you'd use this in any other sort of deck, and to be honest, you shouldn't be using it in the deck I said you could use it in. It is just an option if you are someone who's newer and you struggle to get all the pieces you need at level 3. This isn't the worst thing you could be playing. It feels very much like a trial deck card from 2021, and that is exactly what it is. So it's an option that exists. Next, we have this In a Santa Suit Ichika. This is from set 1. When it's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a Quints character, you may deal 1 damage. Great sort of supplemental off finisher type of thing if you can't try field, or if you have extra stock. It's a great way to just get an extra instance of burn, even if you have no plan of attacking with this. It's not bad. Only with Sun events and climaxes. And technically it whiffs on Futuros because Futuro is not a Quint, in case anyone was playing a Futuro character. When it attacks, if you have 4 more other Quints characters, choose one of your characters, and it gets 2500 power and +1 soul until end of turn. The +1 soul again is relevant to the Ichika combos that require cancels. I think when it was just set 1, which is when this card came out, it was tough to triple that level 3 Ichika combo. So this was a very good way to sort of, as long as you still had 8 stock, this was a good way to have some sort of instance of burn in the third lane. Plus, giving the soul is not the worst thing. I don't think this card's really needed anymore. However, I still use this card in other decks that aren't those Ichika decks that help me generate stock really well so that I don't have to attack with this. I just want to get an extra burn 1 in my main phase. I have found value with that. Um, just a decent enough card that's worth mentioning. Next, we have this Fantasizing Ichika Nakano from set 2. We'll start with her second effect first. You could pay 2 and rest her to deal 1 damage to your opponent, which is a lot because I know she's a 3/2. However, in case anyone hasn't guessed it, this card was used in standby with a standby Nino at the time. So you would probably standby this out and then pay 2 to rest it. So instead of basically being a pay 4 to burn 1, which is what this card would be if you hard played it out, it's like just a normal pay 2 to burn 1. It does have another effect, which is at the beginning of your climax phase, you may return this card to your hand. If you do, choose up to 1 Quints character in your hand, put it on the stage position that this card was in. Having this effect stapled to the burn 1 effect is just absolutely phenomenal, especially in 8 Standby Nino. This card hasn't really seen play in pure Ichika because the stock requirement is just a lot, despite the fact that it is summoning a character. It's just a lot of stock, so it doesn't really see play. But in 8 standby, absolutely phenomenal card, put in a lot of work, saw a ton of play. This card was actually so strong in 8 standby Nino that in the premium booster, for anyone who didn't watch the Nino portion of my video, in the premium booster, they literally reprinted this card word for word. The only thing they changed was they made it into a Nino because they recognized that Nino nowadays is very mono Nino focused, like a lot of girls are mono girl focused. And this card was just built for standby, and Nino is the standby representative for Quints. So they reprinted it on a Nino so that you could just play mono Nino and still get this effect. Still, when this card came out, ridiculously good in 8 standby. I'm not saying that you can't play this in your Quints deck. If you are someone who, you just want to build, if you think you can count on building a lot of stock, go for it. Play a copy or two of this into your deck. I think in the modern game, when you're trying to keep up with more modern decks, you probably just aren't going to have the luxury of letting that happen. But it's still definitely an option. It's still viable. It wouldn't be viable if it didn't summon something in its slot, then it would just be terrible. But you can make it work. So that will actually be it for the notable Ichika cards. Like every other girl with this video, just because a card was not mentioned does not mean it is not necessarily good. Though, trust me, there are plenty of bad Ichika cards, but there's still plenty of very playable Ichika cards that I did not talk about, even if it feels like I just must have discussed every Ichika card under the sun. She just has a vast card pool to choose from. Her card pool is so great that Mono Ichika just feels really, really, really good. Um, in my opinion, I still like Ichika's level 3 combos. Um, but I'm playing Ichika not necessarily for the level 3 combos at this point. It's just because the shell of the deck leading up to level 3 just feels so unbelievably consistent. And like I have access to so many different profiles that it just feels so good to play. At this point, every girl does have very, very competent level 0 games and level 1 and level 2 games. But I feel like Ichika is just a notch above everyone else, where she just has access to so many profiles without really any downsides other than the fact that for some of them, you really do just need to be playing mono Ichika. But hopefully this section has um, shed some light on for anyone who's new to Quints, on some of the good, interesting, and maybe some lesser known Ichika profiles. Next up, we're going to take a look at some Ichika decks. Next up, we are going to take a look at some Ichika deck lists. These are going to be pretty standard in my opinion. I think Ichika, similar to Itsuki, despite her vast card pool, a lot of Ichika has sort of just been solved. Certain things are going to just come down to personal preference in terms of profiles you're looking for. It might also come down to ratios. I think that's going to be a big part of it. To start, take a look at this Ichika list that features the level 3 Ichika combo from set 1. That is the one that requires 9 stock upfront to triple, but it is on cancel burn 2 twice. Um, I think this is pretty standard. It's nothing crazy. The only thing maybe that I would change now is like you probably don't need 6 Rickies. You could probably just up the level 0 bomb Ichika to 4 and do something else with the Surge Ricky. But I think this is a good shell of a deck. We're not going for any climax split stuff here. We're way too focused on building the necessary stock to do triple combo. I am maxing out on 4 copies in this list of the level 3 Ichika from the premium booster that summons something for free and gives it a soul. Doing that because it's very, very important that our level 3 Ichika is swinging for at least 4 soul. So either we're sticking a 4 or we're guaranteeing a cancel to get the burn 2 twice. Because the level 3 Ichika combo does dig, it makes it easier to grab this. Something that maybe you could change a bit is maybe you could add in the event, the 1-0 event that mills and salvages and has a chance to bounce an opponent's character. That way you could clear up some lanes for direct attacks, deal with problem characters, but I think this is a good shell of a list. Next up, we have this list that features the 3 climax split where there are 3 different Ichika combos, one at level 1, one that you play at level 2, and then your level 3 finisher combo. Now, I think again, a lot of this sort of list is pretty standard. Not everyone's going to be playing the clean cut. Not everyone's going to be playing the JC. Some will do one, not the other. Some will do none and focus more on utility. I think it's important with this build to sort of reserve stock as much as you can because you need a lot of stock when you hit level 2 so you can do various things you might need to do. I think the other big thing that people might change with this is just the climax ratios. I am doing a 4-2-2 split climax ratio. So we've got 4 of the level 1 combo, 2 of the early play level 3 combo, and 2 of our actual level 3 combo. Now, I know a lot of people prefer to do 4-3-1. I don't like gambling. That's probably why I only buy singles and I don't open packs. I just don't like to gamble. And I think you are taking such a risk by only playing 1 copy of your level 3 combo that you just might not see it. It might be somewhere else and it's not accessible. And at that point, you're just going to have a problem. So I play a little safer and do 4-2-2. Because we have this whole climax split shenanigans. I am maxing out on 4 copies of the Quintuplet Trails Ichika. That is the choice climax salvager that also can grab you an Ichika from top of deck. This card is so good. It helps you grab your climax for either your early play or for your actual level 3 combo. It helps you loop your early play level 3 combo incredibly well. That's why you always want to have access to it. I don't want to just play 2 copies of it and it's just like stuck in my stock or my waiting room and I can't grab it back off my early play combo. I want to ensure that I am grabbing 1 copy of this when I'm doing my early play level 3 combo so that I can then loop my early play level 3 combo the following turn. But I think this is a good place to start. Definitely play with the ratios, maybe play with the zeros a little bit. You can maybe add in an early play healer if you want or something like that. But I think this is a good starting point. I have upped the Rico to 3 and I upped the um, Pure Wish Ichika from 3 copies to 4 copies because I value the deck speed of that Ichika, but I also just want to make sure I do not whiff on the clock conditions. So far, I have not disliked that change. It's worked very well. That will be it for the Ichika decks we're going to look at. They're very standard. There's not a lot to talk about them. It really comes down to personal preference as well as when it comes to certain cards. including certain cards or excluding certain cards, as well as ratios. But no need to really explain the decks. Already explain them a ton in the actual Ichika videos. But I've been playing Ichika since set one. She has only gotten better with every subsequent set. Ichika is just a lot of fun. If you really hate Ichika, then you don't have to play her. But if you do not mind Ichika, I think she has a lot of cards that are very, very rewarding to play and have tremendous synergy with each other. And I don't know if the person at Bushy Road who designed the cards is just a really big Ichika lover and they wanted to say F you to all of Ichika's haters. It could be that. I don't know. But it would make sense if they were, because Ichika over time has just gotten so many fantastic cards. And that is why I confidently say that she does have the best card pool in all of Quints. She may not have topped as much as like 8 Stand by Nino has, but 8 Stand by Nino does have other things going for it. And to be honest, at this point, 8 Stand by Nino, in my opinion, still has the second best card pool in all of Quints. Um, and they're probably pretty close. But Ichika just, I like 1K1 decks. I'm fine with Standby. I don't dislike Standby. I've played plenty of Standby over the years. But I think Ichika just has so many great tools available to her, so many great plussing profiles, and her combos can be very, very devastating that she's definitely worth taking a look at. Next up, I am going to be discussing notable Quints cards that either aren't pure like one girl, they're not just an Ichika or a Miku, or I think there's even a Futuro card that's here. But I'm also going to be discussing events that aren't really tied to a single girl. We did discuss plenty of events throughout the course of this video, but there are some events that just feature all the girls on them, so I couldn't really put them into one thing. So this section is just going to sort of be for any card that features multiple girls, or for just some really generic events. Starting off, we have this 2-1, always together. I'm not going to say all their names, but they're always together until the end of the series when they go their separate ways because they become adults and they're not going to all live together, but whatever. It is a 2-1 that can be played from your hand without fulfilling color requirement, which is very nice. On play, discard a card, salvage a character, and when her battle opponent when she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent is level 2 or lower, you may reverse that character. This card doesn't see a ton of play, but it sees some play. I think it's a perfectly fine drop salvager. It has the same cost as a normal drop salvager, but having the added benefit of being a level 2 bomb, as well as being able to be played from hand without fulfilling color requirements, I think is just very strong. I don't play it a ton, but I have used it as a one of sometimes. There certain people will appreciate this profile, so I am mentioning it for that reason. Next, we have a card that is also sort of a niche thing, but it does have value in certain deck lists. It is this bouquet for, oh, what is this? Bouquet for you, and then all their names, which I'm not going to say. Can also be played from hand without fulfilling color requirements, which is very strong. She is a level 1 bomb, so when she's reversed, opponent's level 1 or lower, reverse it. Very nice. And on play, you may discard a card to search your deck for a level 0 or lower character, put it on any position of your stage, and shuffle your deck. This is a great way if you want to search for the level 0 Quints combo that Quints has, or your brainstorm or something. Not only do you not have to worry about color, it's also a bomb that grabs a very selective level 0 piece without having to spend stock. Very nice option to have in certain lists and certain playstyle preferences. Next, we have this. God, this text is so blurry. Forever as 5, followed by all their names with this beautiful artwork, which we have not seen at all somehow throughout the course of this video, but it does look very, very nice. This is a great card that is expensive as the SR just because the artwork is stunning. But it's also good in various decks. Having the names of all 5 girls means it could be played in literally anything and nothing will whiff because of it. But it has value in some decks more than others. But what it does is when it's placed on stage from hand, if your opponent has one or less character in their center stage, you may choose a cost 0 or lower in their center stage and put it into their waiting room. Its second effect is when it's placed on stage from hand, or put into the waiting room from the stage, you may discard a Quints character to draw a card. I think this sort of double ditch draw profile is very, very strong. The first effect means that The first effect is fine. It, in my personal opinion, I'm not nuts about the first effect. This first effect gets printed in every set. Every set has some card that is basically cost zero sort of bomb sort of thing during the main phase, depending on your opponent's stage conditions. I don't really care for that effect. It feels good when you do it, I will admit, but you're mostly playing this for the second effect, and the second effect is very strong. Having a on play and on death dish draw, that's just a lot of sort of hand filtering. And at some point, if as you use this card throughout the course of the game, you're going to be ditching things you don't care about, and in exchange, you're going to be getting things you do care about. Sometimes you're going to be ditching something you don't care about, and you're going to draw something you don't care about, but then you're still in the same position. This card really, if you are using its effect, you either are going to end in the same exact position you were in, or you are going to be in a better position. Has a lot of value because of the double instances where you can use it, and yeah, the artwork is really nice. It's a shame we will not see it again throughout this video. Next, we have this Quintuplets in swimsuits. I guess they called it like they saw it. Quintuplets in swimsuits, followed by all their names. This is a level 0 quints combo that I think isn't perfect, but a lot of people crap on it, and I think there is actually value to this combo. It works on the stock soul that is pictured here that also has gorgeous artwork. The first of all, it's a spammable brainstorm. So you mill four for every climax, search your deck for a character, then discard. So you're not outright plussing, but you're getting a lot of deck speed, and you are able to spam it, which is nice. Its climax combo is when you play the climax, if you have two or more other Quints characters, you must mill the top three cards of your deck, and then you salvage a level X or lower character. X is equal to the number of Quints characters put into your waiting room by this effect. I think this gives a great amount of deck speed between both its brainstorm and its own effect. I think being on a stock soul is nice. I do like stock soul. I know a lot of people like stock soul. I like that this does not have to be in your center stage, so you can just pop two copies in the back. I like that it does, however, still work from center stage, so you can play up to 4 copies of this, get a tremendous amount of deck speed. This means that you really can't be playing events because it will reduce the level of the character you can salvage with the event if you mill an event. I mean, it also reduces the level of the character you can salvage if you mill a climax. From my experience, I've tried this in a ton of different decks. For anyone who watched my Itsuki portion of the video, I showed a deck list that featured this at level 0 with a different level 3 Itsuki combo. It works tremendously well for me. I think this combo works really, really well with pants. So, because that helps you loop the level 0 combo. There is a from my experience, I have tested this a ton with the level 3 Nino Restander combo for anyone who watched the Nino portion of this video. That way you are able to maybe trigger pants and loop this combo more easily. Pretty much though, for the most part, outside of a handful of cards at 0, whenever I play this combo, I typically am playing Ichika as like my entire shell until I get to level 3, because not only is Ichika dominantly yellow, which helps me color fix with this card, but she just has tremendous synergy with other Ichikas, including this card, and the shell is just so solid and the colors work so well that I found that I will do this combo at level 0. My entire level 0 and 1 game will just be Ichika's, and my level 3 game will be whatever combo I choose. It can be an Ichika combo, it does not have to be an Ichika combo, though there is some value in having a climax with 2 soul triggers in a pure Ichika deck because you trigger this, they're more likely to cancel, which is helpful for your level 3 Ichika combos. But you can be playing the level 3 Nino Restander combo because that's on pants, so that has good synergy with this, or the Itsuki. I think this combo is not as good as the level 0 Elizabeth combo from Seven Deadly Sins, which is similar to this, but it is different. This isn't as good, but I think it's close enough where people shouldn't just dismiss it. Plus, the climax looks like absolutely gorgeous. How could you not love the climax? This is the triple rare climax, but I think the weaknesses though of this card are more so the fact that sometimes you are going to be in a deck state where the forced mill is going to be bad. You're going to be in a situation where like you have 2 cards in deck and you mill 2 characters, you refresh, take the refresh penalty, and then you mill your 3rd card to finish resolving this effect, and it's a climax, and now you salvage nothing. That kind of stinks. It does happen sometimes. You can't really avoid it. However, I think there is enough going for Quints where the perceived sacrifices you have to make with this card, you can make it work. And there are benefits to it. You're pushing soul constantly when you're playing this combo because you are trying to loop this every single turn. You are constantly maintaining hand. I have found that when I play this combo, I have an enormous hand problem where I just have too much hand. And because I'm plopping these in the back row, I can't even play the Itsuki cards that give me +1 hand size. I'm constantly just discarding because of this. But because it's on a stock soul and I'm using it every turn, I am generating the stock I need for the stock heavier climax combos. Um, so I think its real weakness, though, if I really have to be honest, is the fact that let's say on average you have 2 to 3 copies of this every turn and you're using it. From my experience, because you are refreshing so often with this, you're just very often going to have a new deck. It's so a new deck means climaxes. You will mill 2 characters and then you will mill a climax. It just happens all the time. So if you have 2 to 3 copies, typically that third copy will be able to grab you a level 3. So sometimes you are going to suffer with the selectivity because you may not be able to grab your level 3 pieces. That's why I really like the level 3 Nino combo, the restander, because she has the shopping Nino that pairs with the restander and summons it from waiting room. That way, you that's like one less piece to sculpt for. Plus, if you're playing Nino on the top end, you could play the level 0 Nino from the movie set that is on play. Put a card from hand to clock to search your deck for any Nino, doesn't matter what level. So not only can you grab this level 0 combo because it does have Nino in the name, but you can also grab at any point throughout the game your level 3 pieces without having to worry if this thing is going to whiff. Um, I'm not saying you should take this to a regional. However, I could tell you that I have taken it to a regional, and my personal record was very good, and I was very satisfied with it. And at a locals level, I think this combo is a blast. I played this a ton at locals with various top ends. It just works really, really well. Um, there's real, you can even use this. I've tried this with pure Nino. Um, her card pool is good, but I think it's quite not quite as good as Ichika, which is why I prefer Ichika cards in the early game. But it also works well with Yotsuba. Yotsuba also does have yellows, um, and she does have cards that search this pretty easily. I have tried this with Miku. When I play this with Miku, the Miku cards have good synergy outside of the color requirement. The color requirement's kind of an issue because Miku is blue green. Itsuki's also the same thing. She has cards that would work well with this, but she doesn't have yellow. So that's another reason why I think it just has good synergy with Ichika because she is primarily yellow and the colors just work out. But that's enough about this card. I do think it's a very underrated combo that if you play around with a little bit, you may find something that you like. Next up, we have the Exodia combo, which is the colloquial name to describe this combo that requires having all 5 girls as well as Futuro. So we are going to talk about what this whole combo does. However, this combo works on this bar climax. This bar climax has just absolutely gorgeous art. The idea of this combo is you need the level 0 Futuro helps you assemble the 5 quintuplets that are pictured here. You can't well, technically, as the game goes, if you survive multiple turns at level 3, you can start playing multiple copies of the same girl. But the idea is you're only going to use this combo one time. And the way the combo is worded, you're going to have to play one copy of each of the pictured girls here. The Futuro helps you assemble them, and then he summons them for you. And then each girl will do different things. And the idea is that when you assemble them, like the 5 pieces of Exodia, hopefully all the effects mesh together in a way that you win the game. Now, I don't, unlike Exodia, for anyone unfamiliar with it, Exodia is from Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you assemble all 5 pieces of Exodia, you win the game. That's literally what the card says. This card is not overpowered like Exodia reads because its effects are fine, but there are people that do really like this combo, and I think it is worth mentioning. So let's discuss what the cards actually do. First, we have the guy that Very similar to the show, very flavorful. He holds the entire combo together. Tutor of the Quintuplets Futuro. For anyone who is confused, yeah, they gave Futuro some cards. He's off trait, which sucks, but yeah, they gave him some cards. So he can't be chosen by your opponent's effects, which is fantastic because that's very important. We're going to skip the climax combo for now. We're going to move to his third effect, which is you may rest him. If you do, choose one of your characters, and that character gets 1000 power until the end of turn. Then you choose up to one character with irreplaceable bond in its card name in your waiting room. All of the 5 quintuplet girls we looked at just a second ago, they all have irreplaceable bond in their name, followed by their actual name. So you choose one character in your waiting room with irreplaceable bond, and if the total number of cards in your memory and marker areas is 4 or less, and there are no markers with the same card name as that card underneath this card already, put that chosen irreplaceable bond character from your waiting room face up underneath this card as a marker. Um, that's why it's important that he can't be chosen by opponent's effects, because you don't want your opponent to blink this thing away and then you lose all the markers, because you need the markers to do the actual climax combo. The actual climax combo is when you play that bar climax that we looked at and your level 3 is higher, you may pay 4 and put 4 other characters from your stage into your waiting room. If you do, you choose up to 5 markers from underneath this card and you put them on separate positions of your stage and put this card into your memory. So this lets you assemble the 5 pieces of Exodia underneath them as markers. And then when it's time, you summon those 5 pieces at the cost of sacking your entire field. Now, uh, the wording on this card could have been a little bit better. When this card came out with set 2, there was some confusion about the whole, well, if he's taking the markers and he's placing them on the stage and then he's going to memory, how can he go to memory because he's being overplayed? Don't worry, for anyone who is less experienced with how the rules work, he goes to memory regardless of the fact that you are putting a character over him. Um, they could have just worded it better. They could have just sent him to memory first. I don't know, but to make it less confusing, bottom line, he does not go to waiting room. He goes to memory, so he will be there. The way that it works with check timings, apparently, is just, just in case someone wants a fundamental understanding of the rules, is the way that the check timings work is you do not interrupt an effect while it is in the middle of resolving. Um, so his effect says to take the markers and to put them on separate positions of the stage. That includes being played over him. However, you have to finish resolving the effect, so you don't actually send him to waiting room despite the fact that he's being overplayed. So because he does not go to waiting room at that point in time because a check timing has not happened, he then goes to memory. So he's no longer being overplayed and he's in your memory, so it all works. So you don't have to worry about him not going to memory because he's being overplayed. Just giving that explanation for anyone who's a little newer so that they don't have to worry about that. So now we're going to move on to actually looking at the characters. Now, for anyone who is wondering, before I get into what each of the girls actually does, each of the girls requires him to be in your memory. And the only way within Quints to get him into your memory is by his own effect. So you cannot hard play these. You can hard play these characters out if you want, but they're just going to be like healers, not going to do anything, because he needs to be in memory to actually use their climax combos. So we'll start with the irreplaceable bond Ichika. When she's placed on stage from hand, or by the effect of the Futuro here, you heal 1. And then her climax combo is at the beginning of your attack phase. If you have the bar climax, she's in your center stage, and the Futuro is in your memory. You may put all of your opponent's characters into their memory. If you do, put all of those characters on separate positions of your opponent's stage, choose one of your characters, and it gets plus 2000 power until end of turn. So she is great when you are going up against decks that are like Nexel decks or something like that. Basically, she is not choosing the characters that are being sent to memory and put back. She is just sending them to memory and then putting them back wherever you like. So you can move your opponent's brainstorms to the front so that you could kill them. You can move your opponent's level 0 characters to the front essentially so that you could side without having to worry about backups or counter events if you're versing a deck where that might be an issue. She's basically just a way to reset your opponent's board. So any lingering effects that they have will no longer be there. Anything that can't be chosen, you aren't choosing it, you're just sending it to memory, and there's a difference. So if you're versing something like Overlord with the Einz that can't be chosen, too bad. He's going away and he's coming right back. But it's just a great way to sort of reset your opponent's board, put their board where you would like it to be, and you get a little power. Next, we have this irreplaceable Bond Itsuki. When she's placed on stage from your hand or by the effect of the Futuro, you heal 1. And when her battle opponent becomes reverse, you have the Climax and Futuros in your memory, you may pay 4. If you do, stay on this card, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 2 cards from among them, put them on top of your deck in any order, and put the rest into your waiting room. So she is a restander. I know it seems like she's a very expensive restander. However, there are quints that give you stock as part of this effect, so the stock cost really isn't that bad. We'll get to them in a sec. Personally, I think this would be better if it was restand. It's the same exact card, except after restanding, instead of looking at the top 2 cards of your deck, I think it would be better if it was look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. That way she's got a little mocha action going on. However, looking at your own deck does set up your triggers, which can matter. But, it's a restander. You could give her some power with the Ichika that we just looked at, so you don't have to worry about her being like memory kicked or something like that. So it's fine. Next, we have this irreplaceable Bond Miku. All of your characters with irreplaceable Bond in front of her get 2,500 power, so she's obviously meant to be put into the backstage when you summon her out with the Futuro. When she's placed on stage from hand or summoned by the Futuro, you heal 1. At the beginning of your attack phase, if you have the bar Climax and you have the Futuro in your memory, put up to 1 card from the top of your deck into your stock, pick one of your characters, and it gets 2,500 power until end of turn. So this card is just giving a massive amount of power. So with this whole combo, power really is not going to be an issue. You're going to be able to get over like anything that might be on your opponent's board when you're done with all the assists plus all the power pumps that this and the each card are doing. This is very much a supporting piece of the puzzle, which is perfectly fine. Next, we have this irreplaceable Bond Yotsuba. She is also something that you just plop into your back stage. All of your characters with irreplaceable Bond in their names get 1,500 power, so even more power. I am not going to sit here and do the math on the power, but it's an insane amount of power. At the beginning of your attack phase, if you have the bar Climax and Futuros in your memory, put up to 2 cards from the top of your deck into your stock. Your opponent then chooses 1 Climax in their waiting room, returns all cards except that Climax from their waiting room to their deck, and shuffles their deck. So she is a forced Fumio. That's for anyone unfamiliar, that's the term that is used to describe that shuffle everything but 1 Climax effect back then. It's called a Fumio effect. I don't like that she's a forced Fumio. I like that she gives you 2 stock. That is really nice. I just don't like that she forces your opponent might be in a deck state where you would rather them not have to shuffle their waiting room back into their deck. There's going to be plenty of times where you do want that. The idea of a Fumio is to decompress your opponent. You want to use a Fumio when your opponent has ideally 1 Climax in waiting room and then a really fat waiting room full of clean damage. And you leave that 1 Climax out and you shuffle everything back in so that they're more likely to not cancel because now you just added a bunch of clean damage into their deck and help decompress them. There are times Fumios are important if a set has them. Quints does not have a regular on-play Fumio that's not tied. That's not this card essentially, and this card is tied to a Climax combo. So I wish that it was optional, because sometimes it might help your opponent, but it's fine. It is what it is. The blind stock 2 is still fine. And then this one is when it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. Or when it's placed on stage by the effect of the Futuro, you may heal 1. So we're getting a lot of healing out of this combo. When she attacks, if you have the bar Climax and food arrows in your memory, you may pay 3. If you do, this card gets 1,000 power until end of turn because it wasn't going to be strong enough already, and all of your characters in your center stage get the following ability. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When damage dealt by this card is not canceled, you may deal 1 damage to your opponent. I think it's fine. I do wish it was different. I feel like for pay 3, I know it's giving the effect to everything, but you almost maybe wish that it was the other way around where it was like when damage is canceled, burn 1. So, if they cancel, I don't know. It's fine. When it works, it works. Um, if they wanted to make this broken, it would have been like a pay 3 or even a pay 4 and then said give everything the ability that like when it's canceled or not canceled, burn 1 or something like that. I'm not nuts about it. But again, when it works, it does work very well. Nothing feels better than sticking a 3 on your opponent and then burning 1 just because you stuck a 3 on your opponent or a 4. But it's still perfectly fine. So that is it for this, entire package. Um, when it works, it does work well. I don't think it's a bad combo. However, I think you have a lot of deck building constraints because you need to shove in multiple copies of all of these girls. It's a lot of slots, and you got the Futuro there, so you got to see the Futuro early because you need to have at least 5 turns where you're resting him. And I think that means you got to be playing 4 copies of the Futuro because you have to see the Futuro as early as possible. And the Futuro is off trait, which means anything that says grab a Quince character isn't going to be able to see him. So you have to Ricky for him or just hard draw him, and then all your other Futuros are just going to be dead Futuros. I think it's a fun combo. Don't get me wrong. People have absolutely topped regionals with that combo. When the combo works, the combo works. A lot of people, I've seen they will play 8 bar Exodia combos, so they use like a level 1 Yotsuba combo and just get some nice 8 bar synergy so that they're just sort of pushing damage throughout the course of the game. You can go other ways with it, but I think 8 bar is probably the best way to go with that combo. Just because sometimes the combo does a lot and at the same time it kind of can just do nothing. The restander Itsuki is really the only thing that's guaranteeing that you're pushing extra damage. The Ichika's got to be in your center stage, and she's not pushing extra damage. She's just resetting your opponent's board. And the Nino, she's only giving things burn 1 if they don't cancel. So like your opponent is rewarded for canceling beyond the fact that they canceled, and so sometimes it's just whatever. So I think 8 bar makes it so that you're pushing damage throughout the course of the game and makes it so that you have less of a hurdle you need to overcome when you're playing the combo. But do not get me wrong, the combo is fun. If you like playing with all the girls, it's nice to have all the girls on your stage. And, that scene from the show was a really nice scene. And so them working together, it does feel very fun. People get very excited when they see people playing it. It's not bad. There are absolutely better combos you can be playing in Quints that require way less setup, but there are benefits to that combo. So, now you know how it works. Next up, we have this album of memories. It is a 1-0 from the first set, and it does have the little backup symbol, so we can use it during our opponent's trigger step, which is nice. You can't use it if you do not have a Quints character. When you use it, you look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 Quints character from among them, reveal it to your opponent, add it to hand, rest of the cards go to waiting room. This is from set 1. I think when set 1 came out, this card was really good. This saw more play back then. This card has not seen play in years, to be honest. There's just no reason to play it. I think this card would be really, really, really good, um, even by today's standards in Quince decks, if it just had a simple line that said this card can be played from your hand without fulfilling color requirements. If it had that little line of text, I think the card would be so much better because the idea of this look, the card has all 5 sisters on it. We have seen other cards that have all 5 sisters that can be played without fulfilling color requirements. I think the idea of this card should be that you can use it in any Quince deck. However, 3 out of the 5 girls aren't going to be able to use this because they're just not going to, if you're playing mono girl, they're just not playing green. And green is not necessarily the best card to color fix for. Even in set 1, with the smaller card pool, it still just wasn't the best card to color fix for. I still don't think at face value, it's a bad card. There are people who would definitely appreciate it, which is why I'm mentioning this effect. I did play this a lot when it was just set one. If it could be played without fulfilling color requirements, I would probably be more inclined to try to play this in different Quints decks, just because there's nothing wrong with having a mill 4 on your opponent's turn. It's fine to have it on your turn, but if you are in a really bad deck state, this card on your opponent's turn could totally get you out of it. And that is very, very valuable. However, the fact that Nino does not have green, the fact that Ichika does not have green. Oh, you know what? I guess 3 out of the 5 can play it because then you got Miku who's got green, Itsuki's got green, and Yotsuba's got green. All right, so I got it wrong. It's 3 out of the 5 can play it. However, still, it's just whatever. I still like the card. It's just Quince has gotten enough of a card pool where this card just isn't necessary anymore. But I think for newer players, you might really like this card. This card does have a lot of value. This is the important charm event that I've talked about a lot throughout this video. It is a 2/3 event that you use during your opponent's turn. Choose one of your opponent's characters, and it gets -3 soul until end of turn. This card is really, really strong. It has no board condition. You don't need a full board or anything like that. This card has been on the choice list for years, largely because of 8 Standby Nino. 8 Standby Nino was able to abuse this a lot because the standby mechanic let them save stock, so it's easier to use this. This card is still on there, probably for 8 Standby Nino, but you could be, based on how the choice list is right now, you could use this in Ichika because Ichika is red, and Ichika, at the end of, no matter what Ichika combo you're using, you're going to have 3 stock if you attack 3 times. So you will have the stock to pay for this. But there's the Ichika brainstorm on the choice list along with this, so you kind of have to make the sacrifice. Itsuki can play this because Itsuki is red, and Itsuki's combo, 2 of Itsuki's level 3 combos also do not require stock, so you will have 3 stock to spend after attacking in case you don't kill your opponent. No one really does that. I've seen Miku splash this in. They don't have red, so they have to play multiple copies of this and level this card in order to meet the color requirement. I think this card is a really great card. This card is not seeing play right now for multiple reasons, largely because of the choice list. But still, I'm not going to say it doesn't deserve its slot on the choice list. Typically, when we see this profile nowadays, they will require you to have a certain number of characters on your board. Very often, it's a full field. That's pretty bad. The fact that you could have a single character on board and use this is pretty nuts. And it's just a strong card. You know, it's super generic also. Not much more to say. I think the value of it speaks for itself. Next, we have a card that I'm not sure anyone's ever played, but I think it's not a bad card. It's just a card that's hard to dig for and is a little niche. It is this last quintuplets game. Oh, look, what does the first line say? It can be played from your hand without fulfilling goddamn color requirements. So you can use it in literally any quints deck. And look who's on it. It's the grown-up versions of all the quintuplets all together. It's also green, like the 1-0 event that we looked at before, that also had all 5 of them, but in their little kid form. And it was also green, and that should have had the line can be played without fulfilling color requirements. Would have made that card so much better. But moving on, this card is not bad. It doesn't see play, but there are people who definitely will appreciate the effect. It's a 3/2 event, which is a little costly, but you may choose one card in your hand and reveal it. If you do, choose in your waiting room up to 1 character with the same color as the revealed card, and up to 1 climax with the same color as the revealed card, and return them to your hand. I think this is a great way for an expensive cost, admittedly. You're spending 1 hand and 2 stock. It's a great way to really fix your hand by getting back a climax for your level 3 turn, as well as probably a level 3 climax combo character. Um, you know, what's written on the card, I think, is perfectly good and acceptable. I think they could have been a little flashier with it. Maybe do something, maybe have like a chance to replenish one of the stock you spend on it. I think then the card would really be worth discussing in certain decks. Maybe even something simple like reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a level 1 or higher, send it to stock, something like that, maybe. I think having that extra line would have been amazing. I've never used this card. I probably won't. I think Quince in its current form, there is no deck that really needs this card. There's also no bonder to this card, which is problematic. If this card had a bonder, it would be better. I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have a bonder. But if there was a bonder, it would obviously be better. But there's also just no Quince deck right now that has such a hard time finding its climax and a character that it needs this card. So that's a big reason why it doesn't see play, aside from the fact that it is expensive. But who knows? Maybe in the future, they're gonna release more Quintsets, I'm sure, at some point. They'll milk that thing forever, that IP forever, which I don't mind. So maybe something in the future will require that you have this sort of selectivity. So this is sort of a card that is close to future proof. Again, if there was a way to maybe replenish the stock, I think this card would be actually worth really discussing slotting in certain decks if it had the chance to be played for one stock. But it's still fine. That is it for the notable Quince cards. Again, there are still plenty of generic cards you could throw in. These are just some, and there are plenty of other events that don't feature one specific girl that you could throw into a deck. Lots of them are bad. Some of them are fine. Um, I don't think they're worth mentioning, so I'm not. But those are sort of the more generic, non-singular girl cards. Here, the -3 soul event is obviously, I think, the highlight. It's just so stupidly busted. There's a reason why it's on the choice list. The Exodia combo is funny, and aside from that, I do just really wish the 1-0 event that I'm so close to loving, but I don't love. I just wish it was slightly different, and then that card would genuinely be kind of nuts. Next up, I'm going to discuss the competitiveness of Quints as a whole. We are very close to the home stretch of this video. We've only got a couple more things to talk about after this, but for now, we're going to discuss the overall competitiveness of quintessential quintuplets. Quints, if anyone watched the intro of this video, you saw that Quints did not really do that well when it first came out with set 1. However, set 2 flipped it around, one of the most successful decks of the format. Movie set further that, premium booster further that. As I'm recording this in July of 2026, Quince has fallen off a little bit. However, I have been looking at the representation data that Bushiroad has been putting out. It's not that people are playing Quince and Quince isn't good enough to top. People are just sort of not playing it right now. And I think that is why it's not topping. There are plenty of tournaments that are big tournaments, and out of 150 players, like 5 of them are on Quince. Those aren't good odds. I think though that there's still a lot going for each girl. However, if you want to be as competitive as you can be with Quince, these are the combos that you're pretty much going to look at. We've discussed them all. Um, so I'm not going to go over what they do, but I think each combo is good. Each combo has strengths, some more than others, some have weaknesses, some more than others, but they are overall very, very solid combos that, within the confines of their own deck, are very worthy of discussion. If you are going to a regional and you are sitting across from someone playing Quince, I would guess that they are playing one of these combos. If they're playing Nino, maybe they are playing not this Nino, depending on what they choose from the choice list. But these are all very good combos that all have benefits. There's a lot to like about them. There's a lot to like about each of the decks that these combos are in, and they're just the shell of the decks for each of these combos that you'd find these combos in. They're all good at this point. Nino, for example, she became really, really great as early as set 2. Itsuki started getting pieces with set 2, but pretty much by the time we got the movie set, all 4 girls that aren't named Nino, they got everything they needed to just be really, really good. Not broken by any means, but just really good. By the time the premium booster came, Some girls more than others, but definitely everyone got a boost from the premium booster. I would say Itsuki got the least amount of a boost from the premium booster. However, she did get two very, very good cards from their premium booster that I think are one ofs in pretty much every single Itsuki deck. Maybe even a third card that is a one of in every single Itsuki deck. So she still got plenty of good cards. Yotsuba got very good cards. Miku got a couple of very, very important cards in it, and Ichika got some really great utility stuff. But she already had enough of a card pool. She didn't need more. However, if you are a fan of Quints and you are newer to Weiss and you just want to play Quints, you love the IP, you love all the girls, you love one of the girls, whatever your thing is, and you want to go to a regional playing Quints, don't let anyone tell you that you can't. You absolutely can. I think Quince still has what it takes to do well. It is missing certain things that other sets that are topping do have. One of those is it has no decompression. There is no stock swap in Quince whatsoever. There is no stock shuffle in Quince whatsoever. That in 2026, I'll be honest, is a problem. There's no decompression on your opponent outside of the Yotsuba Fumio from the Exodia combo. But to get that, it's you have to play the Exodia combo, and that's not really worth it. And it's a mandatory Fumio, so it's also kind of just whatever. However, I think those are the biggest weaknesses facing Quints. If your opponent is familiar with Quints, they will know that the second they see you're playing Quints, they could generate as much stock as they possibly can, and there is literally nothing you can do about it. That is problematic. Sometimes it doesn't matter how much damage you throw at your opponent. If they are compressed enough, they're just going to cancel. It is what it is. Quince has done phenomenally well ever since set 2 came out, where they do not need, it's proven they do not need a stock swap to top regionals consistently. However, right now in the current meta, it's July of 2026. Bane Dream and Oshinoko are the two best decks in the format. We are about to get ReZero in August of 2026. I love ReZero. I've been testing the main deck from ReZero a lot in the simulator recently, while I wait for the cards to come out in English, and it's going to be really good. It throws so much damage at you and it has a great decompression tool at its disposal. So there are decks out there, and Oshinoko has decompression, and Bane Dream has decompression. Now there's a choice list for Bane Dream right now, which is messing with the decompression options available to it a little bit, but still, those decks are just sort of doing things that I will admit, as much as I love Quints, that Quints cannot do. However, that doesn't mean that Quints doesn't have things that those sets don't have and are doing things that those sets can't do. I think Itsuki combines two phenomenal effects. Sorry, maybe not two phenomenal effects. It combines two very standard effects in a way that makes it phenomenal. Burn 3, Mocha 2, very, very strong. Yotsuba gets a ton of memory compression while also just throwing a lot of damage at your opponent, and the deck supports it very well. Miku gets you compression via markers. Miku decompresses your opponent with an icy tail for up to 5 while getting consistent burns. So that is probably the best way to decompress your opponent in Quints, because it's like a mandatory mill the bottom 4 or 5 depending for Miku. It's a little I think Miku, I'm going to be honest, despite the fact she's my favorite, I think she is the weakest Queen's deck right now, but that does not mean Miku is bad by any stretch. I think Miku is still very good. She's got a lot of pieces. I literally think the weakest part about Miku is her level 3 combo, and I still don't think her level 3 combo is bad. I think this is the best level 3 combo Miku has, and I think it's perfectly good enough to go to a regional if you're a fan of Miku. Once the movie set came out, Miku finally started topping regionals sometimes. The premium booster gave her more pieces to support this level 3 combo that helped her continue to top a little bit. I think Ichika, she's got good decompression with her Climax combo when your opponent cancels with the shuffle back of up to 4. That is very strong. That can be absolutely devastating. And she has the best card pool in Quints. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Best card pool of any singular girl within Quints, in my opinion, followed by Nino. But every girl has a good card pool at this point. If there was a girl who had a bad card pool after 4 sets, Bushy Road clearly did something wrong. But they didn't. Every girl has a lot of really, really good stuff. I think 8 Stand by Nino still does some really good things. However, if I was going to a regional, I know 8 Stand by Nino has probably topped more in the current and previous season than the other girls. I think I would not recommend taking 8 Stand by Nino, but if you love Nino and you love Standby, go ahead. She's still perfectly good enough if you build her a certain way. My recommendation from someone who has played a ton of 8 Stand by Nino throughout its entire lifespan within English Weiss, I recommend from the choice list sticking with the level 3 Nino combo that is pictured here. Yes, you are making a couple of sacrifices, but I think you're making a bigger sacrifice if you don't pick her. I still think the combo is worth it. I think 8 Standby still has plenty of pieces that work really, really well. So I would stick with the combo pictured here from set 2. But it's kind of funny that all the other combos that I would recommend playing for the other girls are all from the movie set. That should, I've talked about the movie set a lot throughout the course of this video. The movie set put in a tremendous amount of work for Quints. There are a lot of playable stuff for every girl within the movie set, but every girl has good utility. Every girl has good backups. Every girl is gonna have like their own utility that is useful to them and against certain matchups. So the only thing you're really missing is stock swap, stock shuffle, and a normal Fumio. Um, I'm not saying only as if to dismiss it. It's something to think about. However, if you like Quints, pick one of these combos. Build your deck and practice with it a lot, and you absolutely have a very, very viable regional ready deck, especially considering we are still in the middle of teams format. For anyone watching this like presently, or maybe you're watching this in the future and it's teams format or teams format's upcoming, not everyone on your team is going to be able to play Bane Dream and Oshinoko. You're going to have to find something for the third slot. Maybe your team doesn't care about playing the best decks of the format. Maybe you guys just play what sets you love. And a lot of people do that for teams. And I think that's great. I don't personally prefer teams over singles. However, something that I do love about teams is I do like that it lets people, there are a lot of Weiss players who are not single like minded, narrow, laser focused on just playing the absolute best deck regardless of whether they like the IP. I think something that's special about Weiss is the fact that it licenses all these various IPs. Um, a big draw is the fact that people come into Weiss because they see, oh wow, one of my favorite shows of all time um, has trading cards, and I could play with those cards, and that draws them into it. That's how I got pulled into it. A lot of people I know who play Weiss, they got into it for the same exact reason, whatever their respective set was. And so there are plenty of people that are a little more casual, and they might have a tougher time during singles format because they don't want to go out. They will play the best deck of the format. If the best deck in the format is from a series they like and has characters that they like from that series, otherwise they are playing whatever series they like, and that's perfectly fine. You have a tougher time sometimes, depending in a singles format, but in a teams format, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit easier for things that aren't the top two best decks in a format to compete. And I think that's really, really great. And Quints has been opened a ton. A lot of people own it. I think a teams format with our current regional environment is a great place for Quints to shine, for anyone that wants to pick it up. Unfortunately, right now, well, not unfortunately, but right now, there's a lot of good sets that exist within Weiss, especially good sets within the last couple of years. There's a lot of IPs that have been licensed and released sets that have competent decks within them that are perfectly good for a team regional format that maybe people have just sort of gotten a little tired of Quints because they've had so many years to play it and they want to play something more recent like Eminence, or they love Oshinoko, and Oshinoko also happens to be, like, in my opinion, the second best deck of the format. I do think personally Bane Dream is a little bit better right now, but that's just my opinion. And that's from someone who's played hundreds of hours of both. Just keep in mind. But Frieren, super popular, still super popular. That came out in 2024. There's just a lot of stuff released that people really love. However, so I say that mostly if you go and use a resource like the tournament results that Bushy Road puts out, or you look at Weiss Tea Time and you look at the representation data that they gather, and both of those are great resources. Um, and you see that Quince is not being played a lot, it's not necessarily because the communities agree that Quince is bad. It could be So don't not play Quints if you love Quints because you see that people aren't necessarily playing it. It's, in my opinion, because there's just been a lot of sets that have been released over the last couple of years and people have other options. And I've played Quints into the ground. And there are times, despite the fact that I love Quints, I would not be making this freaking long ass video if I didn't love the crap out of this series and the cards in the series. I've played more Quints than any other set throughout all of Weiss, and I've been playing Weiss for like five years now, I think, almost 5 years. Um, I've played it because I just love it. Um, but sometimes, you play the same thing over and over. You do get a little tired of it, and I think we could be seeing that right now. People could be deciding, maybe they want to try some of the newer stuff they've been picking up, and that's perfectly fine. If you're new to Weiss and you like Quints, don't let anyone try to tell you that it's bad because it absolutely is not. I think the general consensus in the community is that if you can get past the fact that there is no stock swap or stock shuffle or Fumio, so you have no decompression, as long as you're okay with that, any Quints deck is a very acceptable sort of like B tier level sort of deck. Deals damage, great shell of decks, great utility, all that sort of stuff you like to see out of any Weiss deck. I think that is a general consensus, and that is perfectly good enough in my opinion. That will be it. I think we've discussed the competitiveness of Quints a lot. I hope whoever is watching this portion of the video, regardless of when you are listening to it, um, I hope that clears up any misconception, about Quints that you may have heard or anything like that. Just pick a girl that you like with cards that you like. Try to put together the most competent deck that you can and just practice it a ton. That is my advice. The more you know your deck, the better you will do. And even if you are not playing any other series, just know your matchups, know what you're likely to see, so you know how to play around it. And I think if you do both of those things, you're going to be perfectly fine with the whatever regional season you find yourself in. Next up, we are going to discuss the collectability of quintessential quintuplets within Weiss. This was a portion of the video that I was not planning to cover at the beginning, but now that we're like, 10 hours deep into this thing, I decided there are plenty of collectors, people who don't want to play, but maybe they're just getting into Weiss because they want to collect some nice shiny cardboard of their favorite IPs. This will be a little bit of a brief guide, hopefully, to what you can hope to collect from Quints. So, as discussed earlier, Quints has had 4 sets. The first 3 sets, the first set has some SPs, it has some SSPs, and as well as a rarity called HYR, which we will look at. And the second and third set also have SSPs and HYRs, and they have OFRs. And the fourth set just has straight up SPs. So there are a lot of nice higher rarity stuff to collect for people who like shiny cards. And there's also plenty of lower rarity shiny cards like SRs, which will be much less expensive, and triple rares, which will be much less expensive. To start, here pictured here in order from set 1 to set 3 from top to bottom are the SSPs that you can find within each set. Each of the first 3 sets, Quints 1, Quints 2, and Quints movie set. Each girl got her own SSP within each of those 3 sets. And each one is a Climax combo. So from set 1, the 3 SSPs were the 5 SSPs were at level 3 combos. That continues with the move. Sorry, nope, doesn't. Misspoke. With set 2, most of them are level 3 combos, except for the Itsuki and the Ichika. And then for the movie set, it was level 3 combos, except for the level 1 Nino. From my point of view, I like when Bushiroad does a good job deciding. As someone who max rarities their decks and likes to play with their cards, their max rarity cards, I like when Bushiroad does a good job deciding which cards become SSPs. I think they did a pretty good job considering what was within each set. I think when looked at in a vacuum for each set, they kind of chose the better cards to pick. I like when Climax combos get the nice shiny cards. They look beautiful, you know. I will say that for anyone unfamiliar with Weiss, typically with a set, though I will say I have to stop myself before I get into it. It's July 2026 when I'm recording this video. Bushiroad is about to change the case ratios and the case ratio system. So this isn't necessarily going to be true going forward. However, when it comes to the quintet and the sets with release within the time frame, what I'm about to say generally holds true. Typically, a set that has SSPs will have one SSP in a case. However, while that is true for Quints 2 and Quints movie set, it was not true for Quints 1. Quints 1 came out at a time when you would get one SSP per master case, so that's every two cases. So if you are someone who doesn't care to play and you are wondering why there might be a price discrepancy where the set 1 SSPs on average seem to be higher than set 2 and movie set, that is why, because they were just harder to get. Because it was one per two cases rather than one per every case. However, as time has gone on, the movie set ones have been decreasing in price. They are still expensive. I think the Yotsuba though you could probably find for around 250. I think as a 250 is a fair price. The Itsuki 250. 300 is a fair price. Nino, I think, has gone down from like 7 or 800. I think she's down to like 4, but she's Nino and the card looks beautiful, so she's still pretty expensive. The Ichika is probably around 3, probably closer to 4 to be honest, because it is a really good card. And the Miku is roughly 400, down from her peak of like 7 or 8. But they all look beautiful. But that hopefully does explain why they are priced a little higher than a lot of the cards, the SSPs from the other two sets. Moving on to the middle row here, Miku nowadays you can probably find her for about 200 or so. The Itsuki, she's about 150 or 200 or so. Nina's been going down a lot. You could probably find her for about 300 at the time of recording. Yotsuba probably like 150 or so, and the Ichika is probably around 150 or so. So some of these cards were a lot higher on release, mostly the Nino. The Nino has seen a tremendous drop. She is like half the price that she was at her peak. But those are roughly the prices you should be paying, in my opinion. And for anyone who might be like, well, who are you to judge? Because I saw that on TCG Player, the only listing for the Yotsuba from the set 2 is at 800. And so that means I want to sell mine for 800. I own 4 copies of every single card pictured on the screen. I am not saying that to brag. I am saying that I am incredibly familiar with the Weiss market just as a whole. I buy a lot of Weiss cards. I buy a lot of high rarity. I get very, very annoyed, and I don't mean to sound angry, but I get very annoyed when people try to rip other people off within Weiss. Weiss is already a very niche game. I don't want anyone to get ripped off, realize later they were ripped off, and then they leave because they're like, this community sucks because that guy knew he ripped me off and he did it. Now, no one, devil's advocate, no one has a gun to your head when they are, selling you a card. Make informed decision is all I am saying. And as someone who owns 4 copies of every card that is pictured here and has overpaid for some of them because I didn't want to wait for prices to go down, but I think for most of them, I paid what the fair market value was at the time, and the prices that I'm throwing out now are sort of like current fair market value. That could change, but to be fair, Weiss tends to be a game where prices do not go up over time. More often than not, especially with the high rarity stuff, prices do go down for the most part over time. There are always going to be exceptions, especially if we ever see sort of like a rush into Weiss like we did during the pandemic of 2020, which I can't believe it was 6 years ago now. That's when a lot of people moved into Weiss, so prices started going up then. But now things have cooled off, and we see that cards might have a little bit of a price on release, but they do tend to go down over time. For the movie set is going to cause problems. I mentioned this before when we talked about various aspects of Quints and the movie set got brought up. The movie set's in a weird place where I think it sold well, but I don't think it was opened as much as the first 2 sets, but people still really wanted it, which created this weird supply demand issue. It also was just a fantastic set. So even there are plenty of double rares that get sold out pretty frequently and are overly expensive when compared to the double rares for other sets. It's sort of the same thing when it comes to the SSPs. Luckily, it is one SSP per case. The SSPs are worth on average more than the SSPs from set 2. I think largely because the set just seems to have more demand and maybe wasn't opened quite as much despite it being a very successful and popular set. Miku's always been expensive. Um, Miku got more expensive when the premium booster was revealed and the level 3 combo pictured here started. It got better with the premium booster. She was like a $250, $300 card. Miku's always been popular. She's kind of hard to find now, that particular card from the movie set. So that's the Miku that's in the bottom right left there. If you can find it, I don't know, 300 in my opinion is fine. But you might have to pay more. It depends. The Itsuki's always been pretty pricey because it is a phenomenal card. It's a really, really good combo that's very well supported by its deck, so there is a playability factor. Even if Itsuki is not one of the more popular girls, if you want to get that Itsuki, you could be looking at roughly 400. The Nino is an incredibly playable card. She's also a very popular girl, so even people who don't know she's a playable card, they just a lot of people want Nino. She is consistently now. I see her sell pretty easily for 400. As Nino cools off, you can maybe sort of work your way down a little bit from there, but the 3 to 400 range is kind of where you should be looking at. The Yotsuba here, she's been pretty consistent at like 200 roughly. You know, depending on availability, you might have to be willing to go up a little bit, but I wouldn't go up much more than that. And the Ichika's gone up. She was 200 for a good long while, but I'm starting to see people consistently buy her at like 300 frequently enough. So she's in that range. That's the general range you should be looking at. I would not go higher for her. But that should be a range of prices for every card from these three sets. Um, they're all beautiful cards. They all are pretty playable cards. I mean, I honestly think the least playable card is the Miku that's in the middle there. Anyone who watched the Miku portion of the video knows how much I despise that card, and I have 4 copies of that card, and I have used it once because I hate that card to death. But if you like signatures on cards, you have various price points you could be looking at for the different girls. I think most of the cards do look really nice, and so you've got some pretty cool options. Then there are some SPs from set one. Now, for anyone who is new to Weiss, you probably think that SPs have signatures on them. Most of the time, that's true. SSPs generally also has signatures. Sometimes that's not true though. Set one though did have 5 SPs within the booster pack that were considered SPs, but they not have signatures. Now they still are foiled and they do look really nice, and the art is pretty nice on them. These cards are pretty cheap. Honestly, they've come down a lot for most of them. They are SPs, but there's no signatures. They just have like a stamp with the name of the character. The Itsuki, like you could get that thing for $25. You could get the Ichika for like $20. The Nino's still kind of pricey because she's got the Nino tax plus the art that's there. So she might be like 100 to 150. She's also very playable. The Miku that's pictured here, she could be like 50 to 75 depending on availability. The Yotsuba, she's like $20, but she's still a good card. So if you want to sort of collect like SPs, quote unquote, and you don't mind that they don't have signatures, these are far more affordable and they are pretty playable if you care about that. Now, the first set's release did also have the Quintessential Quintuplets set, which was a set that was a premiumly priced set that combined the 5 trial decks that Japan got into one product, but it also gave you a guaranteed SP at random. The 5 SPs in that set, sorry, are pictured here. You got Nino, Yotsuba, Ichika, Itsuki, and Miku. The prices vary. Ichika is easily the cheapest, even though I think that Ichika is the most playable. She's like $70 maybe now. Definitely fell down a lot. Nino, you could be looking at like 100, 150 because she looks beautiful, but she's also got the Nino tax. Yotsuba is a good card. She's like sub 100 generally. The Itsuki, she is like maybe 75 or so, but she's also a playable card. The Miku has always consistently been the most expensive card. She still to this day remains a $200+ card. She is very playable, but Miku is just very popular. I think most popularity polls put her at the most. But you've got options. All these cards are playable in their own right. Probably the Nino being the least playable because Nino just has so much good stuff, but they do have this really gorgeous artwork. So this is also a good place to start. If you are looking for some signatures outside of maybe Miku, because she is pretty pricey, and there are other Miku signature. Well, there's one Miku signature that is less expensive that we will talk about. But these are all from the quote unquote trial deck. Next up, we have the premium booster. The premium booster from January of 2025 did not have SSPs. It didn't have like OFRs or HYRs or anything like that. But it did have 10 SPs. Every girl got two. They got the top row where they were in their little wedding veils, which is very misleading because only one of them got married. The rest all died alone with their cats, I'm assuming. And then they all got their swimsuit versions. All of these cards are highly playable. They're very, very good from a player standpoint. Like the premium booster was a dream for me. I bought like maybe not 4 copies of everything, but 4 copies of most of them. Some of them are just like one of, so I didn't need 4 copies of it. But you also have a good sort of price range of what you're looking at here. The Ichika you could get for like honestly like the one on top. If you like Ichika, you could get her for like 100. The Itsuki, honestly, I think a fair price now is like 125. They don't really move for much more than that. The Miku at the top there, you could get it for like 150. If you want a signed Miku card that looks beautiful, that is your least expensive option. The Nino with the wedding veil. I got mine for like 200 a piece. They're kind of sold out, so you might have to do some digging. People might not want to give her up. You might have to be willing to pay a premium, but 200-300 should be your range. Hopefully, you could maybe just meet in the middle. The Yotsuba at the top right, beautiful card, very good card. You could be looking at around 100 for that. There might have been a sale on TCG Player for like 200, but in general, those things move at about 100. Then when you move on to the bathing suit SPs at the bottom, the Ichika at the bottom left, she's roughly 100, maybe a bit more. The Itsuki, for whatever reason, has been consistently really expensive. I don't know why. Um, they sell. I don't get why they sell at 300. I got mine for two. And again, I'm not saying this to be like, oh, look how much money I spend on Weiss cards. I'm saying it for anyone that's trying to get into it, just so you have a baseline. Because a problem with Weiss is that a lot of Weiss is bought and sold through social media groups like Facebook and Discord. TCG Player and eBay sales can be very misleading. TCG Player lowest listed can be very misleading because a lot of people come from other card games, and they come from card games where TCG Player is like law most of the time. Whatever the TCG Player lowest listed is, that's the market value. Weiss is absolutely not that game, and you sort of only realize that through experience. And I have a lot of experience buying Weiss, and most of it has been through sources outside of TCG Player and eBay. Typically, if I buy through TCG Player or eBay, it's because it is for a good price, or I'm buying like my SRs from there and anything that's like that type of rarity. But when I'm going for the bigger stuff, typically you're going to find the fair market values through the Facebook groups and through the Discord groups. But the Eats kit in the bathing suit, 250 I think is a fair price. I don't know why she has such a premium. She's a one of. She's a great card. The Miku, she's gone down. The one in the bathing suit, she's a very, very good card. But she's like 350 is fair as of July 2026. The Nino's a really, really good card. She's like a one of maybe. 200 is about fair. Nino's very popular. People really like the art. People like playing Nino. And the Yotsuba, she's also a highly playable card in Yotsuba. I've seen multiple sales recently, sort of trending upwards for Yotsuba. On release, she might have been like 150-ish, but she's sort of now like 150 to 200 is the range you might have to be prepared to pay. It kind of depends. There have been sales that I've seen over time where people have gotten less than 150. Then I've seen people looking for it and they have a hard time finding it, so they have to up their offering price. It kind of depends on when people feel like selling their stuff. There are people when a set comes out, people are opening it. A lot of stuff is being moved at once. However, once the dust sort of settles, product has basically been opened. Um, at a certain point, people who have like gotten their cards, they tend to want to hold on to them. Like I don't sell a ton. I sell when I buy a collection and I sell the extra stuff I don't want, or I sell when I no longer care about a series, which doesn't really happen very often. A lot of people might sort of like that. They'll sell when they need money or something like that, or to sell to fund a purchase of something for a series they care about more. So you might sometimes with Weiss, it can be a waiting game. Newer sets are going to have more product available. but you may sometimes have to wait. I think the premium booster stuff has been snapped up a lot. So for some of the cards, you may either have to be willing to spend a premium, so the higher end of the ranges that I gave, or you might just have to be willing to wait a little bit. However, I want to make it very clear. Like, let's say, for example, and I don't know right now, let's say the Yotsuba at the bottom right is sold out on TCG Player. There's no listings. There's no listings, and because of that, you turn to Facebook groups and someone's like, oh, it's sold out, so I want to do 500. That card's never going to be worth 500. Please do not get ripped off. Learn from my mistakes from when I was much more inexperienced with the Weiss market, and I thought like it worked the same way as the market does for other games. But at the end of the day, you're all adults watching this, and you'll make your own decisions. And I'm just trying to give a little bit of a guide so people have sort of a baseline for things. But at the end of the day, if you're buying the high rarity stuff, um, there's a lot to like when it comes to these signed cards and stuff like that. Fortunately, for the premium booster, and these cards are offered on the premium booster, that is a set where every card had at least two versions. It had a base rarity version that wasn't foiled, and it had a foil version, often with the same art. And then 10 of them had SP versions, the 10 pictured here. So if you are someone who isn't ready or does or will never want to drop big money on foil cards, fortunately, Quints has 4 sets now, and each set has foils that aren't SPs. You have lots of options to just, if you don't care about what a card does or whatever, you just want to find some nice art, you have many, many, many options that are far more affordable at your disposal. Moving on to things that aren't signed, we've got these HYRs. I know that they have a name. It's like the Hio, Nami, Rare, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I just call them HYRs. Same thing with the SSPs that we looked at earlier. From top to bottom, we have the first set, the second set, and then the movie set. The premium booster did not get this rarity, but the first 3 sets did all have 5 of this rarity. Each girl got 1. The movie set is the one that yet again is going to cause some problems um, in terms of pricing. That does not mean that every other one is cheap, but the movie set tends to skew a little higher. They are also incredibly playable cards. That is a big part of it. But the first set, Ichika, you can probably get for like sub 100 now. The Itsuki is probably 100 or so. The Miku's consistently 200. It's a gorgeous card. It's a good combo. Very popular. So she's been that. Nino is consistently around 150 to 200 in recent years, and the Yotsuba probably like 100 give or take. Probably a little bit more now. But the set one HYRs I think are the most gorgeous out of all of them, in my opinion. I think they just really do look nice, and they're all very playable cards. When you move on to the second set, I do like the whole, flower, tiara, whatever you want to call it, sort of thing. If you're looking at playability, the Miku and the Nino are the least playable. No one, I've never seen anyone play the Nino, and the Miku is not more than a one of. But if we're talking about prices, a fair price, I think, for the ones in the middle row from left to right. You got Ichika. She's had a little bit of a premium ever since the movie set came out, but at one point she was like 50, 75. She's probably gone up a bit more, so you might have to be prepared. The Itsuki, though, she is like 75, maybe. She's got availability. The Miku is like 50, maybe less. Nino is 50, maybe less. Yotsuba in that range, maybe 50. The movie set gave Yotsuba a big boost, and you don't necessarily need that card. But that's the range you should be looking at. If you want to go based, if you like this art style, and I personally love this art style, regardless of which set it is, I think the movie set, the second set's HYRs are the most affordable. Um, so yeah, movie set, everything kind of starts trending upwards. Uh, Also gorgeous. Each one is also incredibly playable. Similar to how the movies, the first sets HYRs are very, very playable. Ichika has gone up a lot ever since Ichika started doing more. At one point she was closer to like 1. Now she's more like 150, 175-ish. There's also an availability problem, again, that the movie set tends to have with a lot of its cards. Itsuki is incredibly playable, very necessary, so she can be 150 to 200. The Miku has actually kind of gone down to like 100. Sometimes I've seen her at like 75, even though she's still a very good card. The Nino is consistently sold out. The Nino is really a very good card, so max rarity players are buying her up. Mid rarity players are buying her up. She is consistently in the 150 to 200 range. I have seen sales for less than that, but lately availability really is dried up. The people that own her don't want to get rid of her, so you might have to be closer to the high end of that. The Yotsuba did recently have a sale on CCG Player for 200. I don't think she's worth that much. I think I paid like 75 a piece for them. But she has gone up, I will admit. You might have to pay, you might have to go over, you might have to go over 100. I don't think I would pay 200. I think that was just one person on TCG Player who really wanted her, but still probably looking in like the 125ish sort of range at this point. But still, these are gorgeous cards. They are, for the most part, they're less money than the SSPs or the trial deck, or some of them are more than the trial deck SPs. But this art style is absolutely phenomenal. Just really, really nice looking art. Very playable cards for the most part. So if you want to use playable cards, odds are whichever one you pick, aside from maybe the Miku and the Nino from the second set, you could probably put them in whatever respective deck. There's also other things like OFRs that we got starting with the second set and the movies that got them. They sort of like the OFRs look very nice too, especially Climaxes got OFRs starting with the second set and the movie set. Those do look very nice. Movie sets got same issues that it always has: availability low, prices high, yada yada yada. But those are also far much more on the affordable range. Some of them are going to be more than others, but you can definitely find some nice OFRs, especially from set two for some of the less desired things. You can find some of those OFRs for like $8, and they look gorgeous, especially the climaxes. Some of them will be more, many won't. And then between the four sets, there are a million foil versions of cards where they're like 50 cents. There are SRs that could cost you $30. But if you don't care about what cards do and you just want to collect a binder full of shiny Quints cards, between the four sets, you will find a whole bunch of very sub $1 foil Quints cards featuring whichever girl you love. If that's what you care about, and you don't want to spend money on the signed cards or anything like that, you just want to fill up a binder with nice foil stuff, which is something that I used to do when I didn't know how to play. You have a ton of options. You have tons of very affordable triple rare options, um, both from set one with the trial deck cards and then climaxes throughout the various sets. There's just a lot of nice ways if you're a collector to just have some very, very nice cards, very nice shiny cards at various price points. And we are finally done with this video. This video, I think, has been the biggest undertaking that I have done since I started this channel. I did not think, I thought it'd be about half as long as it wound up being. It's clocking in at a little over 11 hours. I think, and it also took about 15 or so hours to prep the video, and it was recorded over multiple weeks. I think that in and of itself should explain how I feel overall about quintessential quintuplets within Weiss. I think I'm a fan of the show, but I'm a big fan of the series within Weiss. I love the cards. I love the way they look. I think if you're a fan of anime girls, if you're a fan of Quints, the series between its four sets is a collector's dream. If you love to play Weiss, you have almost every type of profile you could hope for. They've got decks, various decks for your favorite girls within Quints. There is so much to offer players and collectors that I think Bushy Road, yes, you could say they've been milking the hell out of quintessential quintuplets, and they probably will continue to milk quintessential quintuplets. But you know what? When they do such a good job of it, when everyone is just like left satisfied, I would say I think there are people from a player standpoint who probably never played quints who probably have some issues with it, but like who cares? They don't play it anyway, so their opinions don't matter. But if you like Quince and you play it, sure, there's always room for improvement. But I think overall, there's a lot to like, and not only a lot to like, there's a lot to love. And if you're a collector, I mean, I was pretty in depth in the collectability portion of this video where I really discussed just how many options you have available to you at a huge variety of price ranges from really expensive to, 50 cents or less for some nice foils of your favorite quintuplet. There really just is everything within this series between its four sets. So many good cards, so many beautiful cards. There are beautiful cards that are so unplayable. I can't imagine why they are printed. So which means they're beautiful and you can just shove them in a binder after paying a quarter for them because they're so bad. And there's beautiful cards that are really good. And there's just a lot to like. There are multiple competitively viable regional level decks, in my opinion. And I think every Quince deck honestly just has one real major weakness, but it has so many strengths to make up for it. I do believe, though we have no confirmation as of right now, that Bushiroad will print another Quince set in Weiss in the future, just because it's such a moneymaker for them, which I have no problem with. I'm always excited for more Quince cards. There is confirmation of another anime project coming with Quince, so they'll probably, hopefully, license that and, make another set of that. So we'll have some stuff in the future to look forward to. And hopefully, this video has been helpful for anyone who is experienced with Weiss but inexperienced with Quince, help you get your foot in the door with the various decks you could build. And for anyone who is brand new to Weiss, whether you're a collector or a player, I hope that this video has been helpful in sort of getting your foot in the door on where you should start, depending on which girl you like the most and which deck you want to build the most, and just sort of give you the rundown on everything you could really need to know to get started when it comes to collecting or playing quintessential quintuplets within Weiss. I think this is a good place to end it. Thank you to anyone who watched any portion of this video, and let me know what you think about Quince. Let me know if you think there's anything that I might have missed or you think that might be helpful for other people. Just let me know in the comments. And this has been Catskill Weiss Schwarz. Thank you.